Chapter 361 Break the Bondage, Crush the Strength. The person whose soul power had been abolished by Yi Feng before appeared in front of Yi Feng. Ha! I said that one day you wifa into my hands. Although you have destroyed my soul power, I make you pay back double. The man's voice. Yinwen is more than before. Block Sen for a few points. The matter of Yi Feng and Wu is now surrounded by the army of the inner world. Even if Yi Feng's strength is strong enough, Wu Wenwei's strength is strong enough, but they are facing the inner world. And it can be seen that these armies are the elite part of the inner world. It seems that in order to deal with them, the people behind them are down the blood. Although Yi Feng had no scruples when he saw these troops, in addition to the army, there were people hidden behind the army. He was Ray Unwing, so calculated. I know that I am watching this in 423 inches now, and I also know it. You are the one who planned that conspiracy before, including the current conspiracy. Nian. But you have to show your opponent what you look like anyway, or you keep hiding like a mouse. What's the point? Even if you do win in the end, then how dare you stand up? Stand up and tell everyone that you are behind this. Two of the people who admit that you did it. Yi Feng said these words with disdain. Yi Shang wanted to use the aggressive method to provoke that person, but it was obvious that Yi Feng's aggressive method was not as effective as Qin. Yi Feng underestimated that low endurance, by Yi. The current Yi Feng is to Li. Rank is too low, does not match. However, it cannot be completely said that what Yi Feng said is not Qin Xiao, at least that person spoke as expected of that person's son. The same bloody person as that person. Yi Feng, don't you want to see what your father's end is like? Do you want to foo in his footsteps? You are too low level now. If I want to key you, it's like crushing an ant, but I don't want the game to end like this boring standard. Therefore, you are STI needed to accompany you in this tour, but since you are here, whether you can escape and foo today is also a question. As for whether you can find me in the future, that's another story. If one day you do find me, then I definitely give you 3 tricks. Let's get through today's game first, otherwise, you don't even know how to go in the future. I hope you do your best. After everyone said this, there was no more sound appeared. This voice quotient is the same as the court sound that Yi Feng heard before, but he can hear that this unruly voice is very similar to the person behind. Now Yi Feng is a little confused. Because he feels that what that person said is too truthful, and now he is indeed too low rank. He came this way. These things were arranged by that person. You can see how capable this person is. Although Yi Feng's strength is strong enough now, since he can plan the war between the inner world and the outer world, as the previous plague, such a person is not an object he underestimates. But he also knew that in order to find that person in the future, she must go back to the world today. 4. After Yi Feng thought about this, he glanced at the environment around him. And those armies around them, what characteristics do they have? Are you going to rush out? Or are you waiting for an opportunity to escape? Wu Wenwei asked quietly in her ear. You don't believe in our strength when you run away. It's too arrogant to want to take us down with just 1 gram of their army. Don't care what they prepare, let's just fight. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he opened year. The army in the inner world was also swept away by Yi Feng. Of course I got confused. Don't be distracted. Surround him with me. Fight to the death. At this time, the man who had lost his soul power for Yi Feng before said sternly to the army. Yi Feng knew instantly what the man said. His previous guess was not wrong. It seems that this man's status in the army is indeed not low. Yi Feng decided to attack the man first. Bai Yi was too annoying for the man to stand there, and being the one who escaped from him was a bit of a slap in the face for Yi Feng. Wu Wenwei, I'm going to attack that man, you can do whatever you want. Fight wherever you want. Yi Feng finished. Towards that, Yu Zi rushed over. Hey, why didn't this person finish his sentence? He just slapped 0. Wu Wenwei said helplessly, and also started to attack. What Wu Wenwei didn't know was that the beast in Yi Feng's body could no longer contain his joy. The man whose soul power had been abolished by Yi Feng before looked at Yi Feng towards himself. He flew over, and instantly panicked. "You guys, hurry up and stop him." The man lied and greeted the people around him to hurry up and beg to protect him. Yi Feng didn't take these people seriously at all. Come on. The man knew that Yi Feng's strength was much stronger than last time. Yi Feng quickly came to the man and grabbed the man's core. He was going to use his soul power to completely devour this man. "Who dares to touch my son?" Suddenly a force came from behind Yi Feng. Yi Feng released the man and retreated to one side. I saw 3 middle-aged men in gorgeous clothes appear in front of the vision. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes away from Yi Xingsheng. "It seems that you are Yi Feng. You have abolished my son's soul power. You dare to be wild here. What, are you trying to get a dragon tendon in the Dragon King Temple?" The middle-aged man said angrily. Yi Feng seemed to know it. This middle-aged man was the father of the man whose spirit power was abolished by him. Looking at his father's clothes, he should also be a big man. Big people should know something. Thought here. Yi Feng's blank heart is up again 1.3. Okay, I saw Yi Feng, and when I thought about it, the single world army shouted respectfully towards the man. "You bastards. Even my son can't protect himself. What face is standing here? Do I usually train you too little?" The man known as the Admiral looked angrily at the soldiers in the army. Okay, don't shirk your responsibilities. Anyway, the level is so bad, everyone is the same. Yi Feng said the words slowly. PFF'd. Wu Wenwei smiled. "Come on, whoever of you go first. Since of you are here today, let's use it to satisfy my soul power." The beast in Shizu's body began to be restless again. Oh. If this middle-aged man hadn't suddenly appeared, this beast would have been extremely excited. Download Filu Novel AP to watch full text version of the novel 1. AXKL 8907. Chapter 362 Slaughter. Yi Zhen and Wu Wenwei stood in the military encirclement of the inner world. Origine, Yi Feng was not worried about the army surrounding them. Because his strength is strong enough. This army is not enough to see. It looks like the army was specially prepared for him before the upgrade. However, they did not key Yi Feng's strength so fast. And now the only person who can make Yi Feng take a fancy to is the father of the man whose soul power he had previously abolished, the Sokade general. Yi Feng did not go directly to the admiral's side. He didn't choose the same battle path as last time. The reason why he was able to abolish that man's soul power last time. Straight first is that the man is too weak. The second is to capture the thief first to capture the king. This time the general was different. If Yi Feng was defeated by the past, this general. And what kind of psychological oil market did the law cause to the general? But Yi Feng could hear it in their mouths. The army that now surrounds them was forged by the general. If Yi Feng slowly wiped out this army, that would have an indelible impact on the general's heart. So Yi Feng and Wu Wenwei started keying people who came close to them. Or race stronger than Wang Nishan. This general saw that Yi Sharon didn't attack him directly. At the same time that my heart was relieved, I raised it again. Because he saw Yi Feng unscrupulously keying the people he trained. His fists clenched tighter, gripped tighter. Finay, I couldn't help but burst out. "Father, it's my son's inability to do anything but his son is willing to fight to the death." At this moment, the man whose soul power was abolished by Yi Feng said. "Because of the quantity is here. I won't let you." Helpless again. Too bad our father and son are not seeing each other on the ground. After this is a battlefield. And we are soldiers, and it is an honor to be a soldier to die on the battlefield. These last things to the king are not something we can consider. Now I don't want to see him torture and key the people I cultivated. I saw that after the admiral had finished talking to his son, he was about to rush out. Suddenly, a hand stopped the figure who was about to rush out. What? The admiral saw that it was his son. Look at this, I saw the Admiral's son. Kong took out a bottle of black liquid from his arms. Where did you find this? Admiral saw the black liquid. The body could not help shaking. Very excited to ask his son. Father, this was given to me by the former company. Said it would come in handy one day. I think the day is here. Father, please don't blame me. I died with him. Your son's life is nothing, but you are an honorable case. After the man finished speaking, he walked towards Yi-He's side. The Admiral stared blankly on the spot. Vignette. But the Admiral knew what that prebody meant. That liquid is sod black. Gu, as long as someone takes this Gu. This person's whole body soul power WIB nothing. And the most vicious thing about this Gu is that one gold brings one life. That is to say, if one person takes this kind of Gu. As long as this person sticks the remaining gold Gu on another person. No need for another person to take it. So if this person loses his vital signs one day, it means that he is dead. The man whose boat was guzzled. Wi fu in succession. And there is no sign. This Gu is made by a wizard in a foreign realm, and it does not mean that any wizard in Chengyu can refine this kind of Gu. It's the sorcerer in the foreign land. That is, it was made by the sorcerer who ruled the foreign realm, and it must be made from a piece of meat from this sorcerer. However, the foreign land has disappeared for many years. Batong is an ancient tribe. This tribe was abandoned by the world because it was too resistant to poison. So the Admiral too saw that black liquid. Surprised, but thinking about the consequences of his son, he is very angry. He has been on the battlefield for so many years, and he has never been stopped by anyone. Unexpectedly, today he was threatened by a yellow-haired boy, and he would risk his son's life. Yi Feng also discovered at this time. The man who had lost his soul power before was walking towards him. He was thinking about what kind of moth this man came to make. Unexpectedly, this person Tong Ran stretched out his hand towards him and said. 3. Today, of this is caused by my selfishness, so I hate you for abolishing my soul power, and I also hate you for destroying my subordinates. I have eliminated a 3, and I have such good conditions. But I have no husband. Give your soul power I'm very ashamed of my father. Now you are also keying my father's subordinates. My father's heart is the same as I was back then. But I don't want my father to pay for what I did, so please forgive me. Let's make peace. But I can only give my life. I just hope that you can spare my father. He may not be famous for his concern for me, but he has paid his efforts for the army. If he doesn't have an army, then he live without a soul. It be a piece of meat. Therefore, I am willing to give my life for my father. It is equivalent to the last 857 that run away and pay the price face to face. Quote. This man walks by. Come later. Said so much to Yi Shang. Yi Feng is not a very emotional person, but after being spoken by this man, Lu Wei was a little touched. Because his father's line is also, he didn't care enough for him since he was a child, Kim until he realized it. Heaven and people have been doing it forever to shake hands, but I was interrupted by a voice. Stop, you have the ability to turn your hand over. Wu Wenwei's voice sounded. After the man heard what Wu Wenwei said, I couldn't help but groan in my heart. Yi Feng Nature also heard this sound. After realizing it was wrong, he immediately retreated from the place where he was before. Location. The man did not listen to Wu Wenwei's words. He looked at Yi Feng, who was getting farther and farther away. He decided to put it on this woman. How could Wu Wenwei not know his little abacus? Although Wu Wenwei didn't know what kind of moth this person had, it was not good for her to know. Wu Wenwei instantly released its bright soul power. She blocked this man from her soul power. Yi Feng was not idle either, using his soul-devouring power. With silk lightning surrounding this man, the Admiral rushed over after seeing this re-election. 2 Ayek. 18907 L. Chapter 363 A Key. Admiral overshoots sideways, while flying his soul power towards Yi Feng. How could Yifeng be stumped by such a SMA attack? I saw Yifeng wrap him, the hand of the man's soul power. Transferred to the left hand, using his famous hand to release his thunderbolt. Hit the front door directly. Seeing that Yifeng was so familiar with using the soul lamp, the admiral knew that this song might be cut here. This time the army. There are not many left, they stand behind the admiral. The admiral saw that those whom he had personally cultivated lay on the ground, without life. I feel very sad in my heart too. He decided to fight it out, so he used the secret to instantly raise his cultivation base to the peak of the 7th grade. Yifeng and Wenwei both saw the admiral's crazy changes, and they knew it. This time, it seems that the fish and the net WIB broken. Admiral Shouwei mentioned Tupan Dian B. He accelerated his speed and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng hurriedly pulled his left hand back, but the man did not escape the siege, because the man next to Wu Wenwei 1 was STI wrapped in his light soul power. Because the man has completely lost his soul power, he did not the ability to break through the package of soul power, so trapped inside, unable to move. And Wu Wenwei also glanced at Yifeng. Because if you know that Yifeng has reached the peak of the top grade, even Yifeng did not do much to stabilize it. With Wu Wenwei, I'm not sure if Yifeng will be able to Dao S. I saw Yifeng and the admiral here. The war had already begun, and Yifeng used his devouring soul power and lightning soul power to destroy the world. There are also 3 kinds of spirit powers of his own fire attribute spirit. The general threw a soul power bomb because Yifeng knew that since the general used a secret to improve his cultivation, that means it's time limited. He needs to do now is to give, because he knows that the general cannot compare to him. The admiral saw that Yi's shot was so quick that there was no room for him. Sexually knew that Yifeng didn't want to grow her up with him, but wanted to waste time. 4. Yifeng, since you are so powerful that you can force me into this position, I also admire you as a man. But I would rather die with you than let you go, tilde. After the admiral finished speaking, he turned his soul power into countless sharp swords. Wan Jian, break. With the command of the admiral, countless swords were directed towards Yi. Feng Fei came. Yifeng did not underestimate the move of the admiral. Wei wants to transform his soul power into a shield and wrap him and his surroundings by 2 shields. Because Yifeng wasn't sure whether those swords would change direction, he wanted to pass it on to Wenquan's protection. The swords of the admiral's death flew towards Yifeng. They were swallowed up by the shield when they approached the original card. The admiral saw that his move was useless, so he used another move. Dead, live, with the cry of the admiral, I saw the people Yifeng had keyed before. They stood up again. Who stood up are the same as the previous people, because these people's eyes are a Chinese and Japanese, and their movements are a hard. Aimlessly, but walked in the direction of Yifeng. And also wielding their own weapons. Yifeng saw them like this. I understood the words Lenovo had just shouted. Why do you do this? Yifeng was not careless at this time, he hadn't figured out the number of these A's yet. However, he will not pity these people. For someone who has died once by his hands, they has nothing to worry about. So Yifeng turned his shield into a sharp weapon and flew towards the fish with empty eyes. And those people, although they were attacked by the sharp weapon Yifeng fired, but it was as if they had no flesh and blood, and felt painless and painless. There was no movement from their wives, and their steps remained the same. Yifeng knew that these people were being controlled. As for how it was controlled, it must have something to do with the slogan the admiral just shouted. Tufeng did not, because he did not understand the number of ways. Stop fighting back. We. Part of him, surrounded by those who must pass the point. And the function of this soul power is to restrain the hood, which means that as long as the person inside the hood made by Chu cannot get out of the restraint. And the prohibition hood that Yifeng set up at this time, those people who controlled it artificiate. As long as he doesn't leave. Those people are also inseparable, and on the admiral's side, Yi Feng decided. No more peekaboo. Yi Feng mobilized his greatest speed. Immediately behind the admiral. Although the admiral instantly raised his strength to the pinnacle of soil quality. However, what doesn't match his strength is his own ability, as we is its speed. Yi Feng is a serious person and a person of the 7th grade. In any case, it is much stronger than his superb. Therefore, once Yi Feng used the fastest speed to dispatch the strength of his whole body, it means that this General will not have a good ending today. Sure enough, Yi Feng suddenly rushed behind the admiral. Use his own Horcrux to involve the admiral's spirit power. Can only say that this admiral is the same as his son. I didn't do enough homework. Yi Feng, as a person who has been in the wind for so many years, how could he not have a second hand? After Yi Feng grabbed the spirit of the admiral, he used his. The soul-devouring power of the admiral devoured the spirit power of the admiral little by little. The admiral felt that Yi Feng's soul power was devouring his soul power. But there was nothing he could do. Keep Zhao's good and get rid of it. I feel that it is useless to keep such a person here. We have to rush back as soon as possible to carry out our business. After Yi Feng finished speaking to Wu Wenwei, he ruthlessly wrapped his general spirit power around the outside, and added too much force to swallow it. The admiral's face has been deformed under the swallowing of leaf maple confive. Soon he was devoured by Yi Feng. No bones left. Wu Wenwei saw Yi Feng like this. Quickly destroying the admiral, she also made the admiral's son. Qi directly. After Yi Feng and Wu Wenwei had wiped out the two of them, they began to fight the rest of the army that surrounded them before turning to battle. I saw that the rest of the army saw them coming and fled everywhere, but none of them were spared. Yi Paste and Wu Wenwei looked at the results here. Fu of nodded, but they did not dare to fight. Soon disappeared in the same place as before. Download Fei Lu's novel Ari to see Yin Quan's text version of the novel, XYKL 8907. Chapter 364 Report the situation and investigate again. Table World, Army Camp. At this time, Yi Feng and Wu Wenwei had already returned from the inner world. They were not wiped out by armies in the inner world. And the people who represent the world. Especially Li Zan, after seeing Yi Feng and Wu Wenwei come back side by side, Jian Biener is not happy. Miss Wu, where are you? Tianfa, do you know that I am very worried about you? If you want to go out in the future, you can tame me, and I send someone to protect your safety at any time. Otherwise, if you go out with random people, you encounter anything, I can't guarantee it, so please be sure to report it when you pay attention in the future. Tammy. I'm afraid something happened to you. After our relationship is not so easy to explain. What if your grandfather is to blame? Li Zan expressed his lovesickness towards Wu Wenwei. Wu Wenwei glanced at him annoyed. How many times have I told you about this? Isn't it clear that I can't tell you 10,000 times? What is the relationship between the two of us? Can you please stop saying such misleading words? Remember, Wu Wenwei, I never have any relationship with you, Li Zan, in this life. I didn't have it before, I don't have it now, and I won't have it in the future. You have to measure your own weight and 830 pounds, don't think that you are just a little major now. You are so presumptuous, you know what your own purpose is for. If your grandfather who is responsible for the SMA burden blames you, then you don't have to. Because in my grandfather's eyes, you are not even a fart. I also ask you not to foo me like a worm in the future, okay? Wu Wenwei plus after saying these words angrily, he turned around and left. What Wu Wenwei didn't know was that at the moment when she turned around, Li Zan's hand was already violent. Blue veins. Wu Wenwei didn't see it, but it doesn't mean that Yi Feng didn't see it, but Yi Feng didn't see it. Say what? Because Qiangdi doesn't have any special feelings for Wu Wenwei, the disaster is because I think this girl is good at doing things, and she is quite straightforward. But it hasn't gotten to the point where he likes it. But he can also see what kind of person Li Zan is. To be able to bow down and kneel for the sake of superiority, and have been to a woman who has no feelings for herself at a, too. Too shameless, Yifeng also left after Wu Wenwei left. Only Li Zan was left in the ha, thinking about things gloomily there. After Hiyoshi came out of the army camp in the world, he went directly to General Long's Bin Jun to respond. E.S. Because he wanted to report these feelings, he saw Wu Wenwei on the way back. Wu Wenwei said that she was going back to her grandfather in the Spirit Master Association to talk to her grandfather about the situation. So the two of them went back separately. General's house. Report to General Long. This time, I was ordered to go to the battlefield to check the broken passage. At this time, I also met the granddaughter of the Vice President of the Soul Master Association. That is Wu Wenwei. Important situations. First of a, I think that the channel is broken, and the channel that has been created out of thin air is also artificial. Yes, they had a node that I brought back. It's this node, 2 nodes, one from the surface world and one from the inner world, to connect this channel. If they are overloaded, this channel will shatter. I feel that this is a big conspiracy, so I hope you can get people to check what's going on at this node as soon as possible. If we can master this, we can break the channel they established. And when we probed, we also found that someone was watching us secretly, not only blocking our back path, but also notifying the people in the inner world. I now suspect that this person is in the Soul Master Association. Because there are some things that only people in the Soul Master Association know. There are some things that only people in the Soul Master Association can do. Fumi, I learned from Wu Wenwei, the granddaughter of the Vice President of the Spirit Master Association. The Spirit Master Association did not send troops this time, and it was also because someone in the Soul Master Association made an internal order. It's blocking the dispatch of troops. So I feel that someone in the heavy field is in the same league as the fire behind the block. So we have to hurry up because we don't know when they discovered this. Then we investigated. At that time, I found that every step we took was calculated by someone. We fell into the encirclement of the enemy many times, but fortunately I had Wu Wenwei by my side to help me, otherwise I might have been planted in one of them. Furthermore, none of the troops from the outer world have reached the battlefield. Although I have destroyed the advanced soul masters sent by the inner world. The army of the outer world should also go to support this pair. Now since the army of the world has not passed, it means that there is a problem in the army. What I am worried about is that the people behind it have already controlled the Soul Master Association and the army of the world, so we are quite equal. So lose without a fight. After Yifeng said these words, he looked at General Long. If the person behind wants to rule this world, the first thing he needs to get is political power. And something as sensitive as the Soul Master Association and the army. It's impossible for him to get it so easily. And it's quiet. It's just that in that episode, there must be people who were arranged by him. As for the positions of those who are 2SMA, we don't know, but these are the things you need to explore in the future. Now that you can see this, it means that you find out more later. I give you enough time, enough energy, enough resources to do this thing. Are you confident? I have confidence, but I don't know if the Spirit Master Association sent someone this time, because after Wu Wenwei went back and told his grandfather about the situation, his grandfather definitely sent an investigation. As for who investigate at the police station, I don't know, but I hope they can send Wu Wenwei. I don't know if you can talk to them about this. It's not that I have anything to do with Wu Wenji. But I think that since it was probed by the referees before, our probe be better to avoid the conflict of news and the inaction of news. Okay. This matter is arranged by me. You should take a rest first. After so much experience, you must have gained a lot, and it can be seen that you have successfully been promoted to the rank of scholar, so what you can do in the future be even more. Go and rest. Just don't make us worry. After General Long said this, he let Yifeng retreat. Strongly wake you up. 3 things about reading correct, penetrate, and share. WSGK 18907L. Chapter 365 Chin Hao disappeared. The matter of the second vice president's office of the Soul Master Association is a huge conspiracy. And after my investigation and Yi Feng's investigation, we feel this matter. People from the Soul Master Association also participated. Wu Wenwei's voice came out. Every time Yi Feng went to the Lijiang Soul Master Association, why haven't I heard of this name before? You didn't encounter any strong voice answering Wu Wenwei's this time. Yi Feng met on the battleship before I went to the battlefield. He is very strange and very powerful, but I have never heard of his name before. He's not from the Soul Masters Association either. I don't know exactly which faction he belongs to, but I feel this man is a man of integrity and his intention to show the world to fight. The most dangerous things happened a few times during our exploration. No matter where we went, there were clues to remind us, and then we went down and walked into the encirclement every time. We feel that the people behind us have been guiding us, and these are also the nets they laid. After Wu Wenwei said this, she walked to her grandfather's side, greeting her grandpa while beating her back. At this time, someone at the door announced, "Vice President. There are people over there in the military." A Soul Master waited for instructions after the announcement. "Grandpa, what are the military comrades wanting to do now?" Wu Nuhui heard her grandfather after the Spirit Master at the door finished talking. "I don't know, but the people from the military came so coincidente, and it may have something to do with the Yi Feng you mentioned earlier. Didn't you say you don't know where Yi Feng came from? You might know the answer this time." Wu after Wenwei's grandfather and Wu Wenwei finished talking, they walked to the door. "Who's here from the military?" the vice chairman asked the Spirit Master solemnly. "People," the Soul Master replied respectfully. "And Ku. O.T. Let General Long wait for me in the conference hall." After speaking, the vice president turned around and prepared to go back to the room to prepare. "Vice President, General Long's people species said that the matter he wants to discuss with you cannot be said in a more public place." The Spirit Master who passed the message felt a little uncomfortable after saying this. "Too appropriate. Just added a sentence. My father is the man of the army General Long." After hearing Zong's words, the vice chairman opened his mouth and knew that what General Long wanted to talk to him about was a big deal, and it might have something to do with what Xiaolu told him today. Special. So he asked the soul to bring the people sent by General Long to his vice chairman's room. After a while, this Spirit Master brought the people sent by General Long to him. It took too long. He asked Wu Wenwei to retire to rest, and he sent the people sent by General Long. He was brought into his vice chairman's room. He closed the door and applied another layer of soul power to prevent theft. The one sent by General Long. After seeing that the vice president has arranged him properly, he send a letter to the vice president. "Vice President, I am a direct subordinate of General Long. You can sing my little knee. Maybe you too heard what Miss Wu told you. And Yi Feng is also a direct subordinate of General Long. It's just that Yi Feng is inconvenient to appear in the Soul Master Association. So this matter can only be left to me." Heard him say these words, he made a silent action for him. Then he used his soul power, Originate, to prevent eavesdropping, withdrew. After that, he moved his desk to the door with his soul power. At this time, he saw a secret passage appearing on the side of the desk. The vice president took me directly and walked down. After a few hours, people came to Feng's residence. The person who came was Wu Wenwei. Yi Feng. When I saw Wu Wenwei coming, I knew that General Long had arranged things. "I can't believe that you, who looks like a fool, be a member of the military General Long. Your identity is hidden deep enough." Wu Wenwei teased Yi Feng. "Ha ha ha, what's so great about my status? How can I compare with you?" "Right, the granddaughter of the vice president." Yi Feng also teased back. "Okay, let's get down to business. General Wu has already sent someone to tell my grandfather about those things. My grandfather also sent me to go with you to investigate the other side of the world." "But my grandfather said this." It came suddenly, so I hope we can set off as soon as possible to investigate the things behind. After Wu Wenwei teased Yifeng, she said these things seriously. 0. Ask for flowers. Since General Long's side is safe, let's set off for Qiong and engraving. Yifeng also had a late night, although he and Wu Wenwei had been through it for many days, but they knew what was important. 9. There is a friend of mine in the inner world. When I entered the inner world, I captured a city with him. We can go to him first. Yifeng told Wu Wenwei about Qin Hao's situation. It seems that you also have 2 brushes, so let's do our best. Partner. After saying that, Wu Wenwei and Yifeng set off for the inner world. Because Wu Wenwei did not have the ability to directly reach the Ji world, Yifeng and Wu Wenwei were able to walk through the chanting. However, the chanting that they control by this world is because of the passage that they can easily control since the war between the inner world and the outer world. It took Yifeng and Wu Wenwei half a day to arrive at Yancheng in the inner world. Just that along the way, Yifeng discovered that the current state of the world is not good. At this time, Yancheng was different from the Yancheng where he was before. Sample. In the words of Erbao, it means that there is no vitality at a piece of dead. There is no one in the whole Yancheng. Seeing this situation, Yifeng couldn't help but stunt, and then hurried to the city. When he arrived at the city lord's mansion, he found that Qin Hao could not be found, and the city lord's mansion was also bloodwashed. Yifeng was thinking at this time, could it be that someone leaked his relationship with Qin Hao, so Qin Hao was implicated by him? But he thought about it again. The people in the inner world didn't know his identity at that time, so how did they know about it? Could it be that there are traitors around me? 6. Yifeng shook his head. He was ashamed that what he thought was not what he actually was. Seeing Yifeng's expression, Wu Wenwei knew that the person they were looking for this time could not be found. Is Tai Hao gone? Wu Wenwei looked at Yifeng. It's the way things are now. But I don't know why he's gone. And I don't know why things are like this here. I was alive when I left, but this time I came back and became a dead city. Yifeng sighed after speaking. Download Fei Lu's novel arranged by C. The full text version of the novel LXYSK. L8907. Chapter 366 Looking for Qin Hao. In the world, the main mansion of Yancheng City. At this time, Yifeng looked helpless at the bloodwashed city lord's mansion. At this time, Wu Wenwei reminded him that if Qin Hao and Yi Gui said the same, then Qin Hao will definitely leave something behind for Zifeng, so they can go out and find out, maybe they will meet. So Yifeng and Wu Wen started to find out why Tae Hao disappeared. Yifeng searched around and found that there was no clue. So he sat in Qin Hao's seat and thought for a while what kind of way Qin Hao would leave to him. Because if Qin Hao wanted to leave anything, he would definitely. We stay in a more secluded place. And a place that can't be easily discovered, so he should think from Tae Ho's point of view now. Where is it not easy to be found? Yifeng thought about it and looked at 353. He found the traces that the fish had been moved on the lower left of the table. He squatted down and saw that something was shaking, and he reached out and grabbed it. After catching it, I found that it was a microchapter. Put it in your hand and look carefully. There are 3 words written on it, Wulongko E. Yifeng quickly sawed Wu Wenwei over. Wu Wenwei asked Yifeng what Wulongko meant. Yifeng explained to her. Wulongko is in the inner world, a place where the army is concentrated. The soul master who attacked the world before was sent by Wulongqiu. Therefore, it can be judged that Wulongko is equivalent to the leading incense that launched the war. As for whether there are people behind it, he is not sure. But if Tae Ho was implicated by him, then being caught by the people of Wulongko is a very reasonable thing. But how could Wulongko's subtle meaning be in Qin Hao's hands? So Yifeng was thinking, since Qin Hao left this clue when he disappeared, there must be his reason. Either way, they should go to 5 by now. Longko probed, although it was said that it was a magic cave, but they had to break through, as long as there was Sissy Qin Hao's footprint. Yifeng wi go to find. Just go. Yifeng and Wu Wenwei stayed here, and he went to Wulongkou by himself, but Wu Wenwei was worried about what would happen, so he followed Yifeng to Wulongkou. The two moved at the fastest speed, and after a while, Yifeng stopped. Did you see that black building complex? That's Wulongkou. But if we go forward like this, they will find it. Because every other place they set aside the side detector. As long as it is an outsider, it will be detected, so we have to go from a place where there is no detection. The land is behind Wulongkou. Wulongkou is built on a mountain. Therefore, there are two mountains behind it. We have to jump directly from the mountain to Wulongkou. Of course, the location of the landing must also be thought out. Yifeng observed the environment of Wulongkou, as well as facilities. Make plans on the side. Wu Wenwei agreed with Yifeng's plan. So the two bypassed the building complex of Wulongkou and climbed the mountain behind Wulongkou. Because the mountain behind Wulongkou is a kind of cliff, so Yifeng and Wu Wenwei climbed up only at night, but too. Evening is also in line with Yeshu's intention, because the more the night is, the more opportunities they have. After Yifeng and Wu Wenwei reached the mountain behind the Wulongkou building complex, they first observed the Wulongkou buildings there. Yifeng found that the building of Wulongkou is very meticulous, it is like an iron barrel. But in the middle of it is a smart hole. The middle of the Wulongkou building complex. There is no obstruction on the top, probably when the people in the inner world designed this, there may be some effect here. Yao decided to go down from the unobstructed place. He saw a place below where he could hide. So he and Wu Wenwei quickly jumped down. After Zhangdi, they quickly ran to the hiding place and began to observe the environment of Guwei. That the surrounding buildings are the same as the outside, they are a black, including the pendants on the corridors inside, which are a black, giving a very depressing atmosphere. There are military patrols back and forth. Through observation, Yifeng found that the number of patrols and the number of troops were different. And a house surrounded by this army, although the house is not eye-catching, and its position is on the right, it is precisely because of this that Yifeng feels that there is no silver 300 west here. So Yifeng brought Wu Wenwei with him. He said nothing. He rushed towards the house. 3 strikes and 5 divisions will knock down those patrolling people to the ground. After that, Yifeng pushed the door open. It was found that Qin Hao was locked in an iron cage. It's here, save him first. Yifeng said to Wu Wenwei, then went over to open the iron cage. But before Yifeng reached the cage, a blocking voice came over. Yifeng, welcome to Wulongkou. It turned out that after Qin Hao was arrested, one of them wanted to use Qin Hao to design Yifeng, but Yifeng came quietly, and he only discovered Yifeng because of the censors installed in the cage. As long as Yifeng comes to rescue Qin Hao, Yifeng will be trapped by them. At this time the owner of the blocking voice appeared, and a man wearing a mask came out. And behind him was a heavy man-faced man, his heart sank. Before he came, he thought of what would happen, and now this preoccupation did not meet his expectations. He turned around and looked at Qin Hao's current state. It was obvious that Qin Hao had been forced to confess, his body was covered in scars, and his consciousness was a little unclear. Wu Wenwei is now preparing for battle. She can see that Qin Hao is no longer capable of fighting, and the masked man will definitely key them. The man in the mask spoke at this time. 3.0. Haha. Yifeng, you didn't expect it. Your former good brother was caught by us because of you. Is there any guilt? You can't imagine how I caught him. He is not easy to catch, he is careful enough, but he wants to protect your Yancheng. I believe you saw Yancheng when you came. You don't know Qin Hao. There are so many, if I hadn't taken the lives of the people of Yancheng as prisoners, he would not have been arrested by us. But you don't have to worry about it. You and your good brother. We will go the way on Wangquan Road, and have each other's company. After Yifeng heard what the Myanxian man said, he couldn't help feeling that it was because of him. Qin Hao would be in such danger. Chapter 367 Rescue Qin Hao. Xinghao Fanei regained some consciousness after the severe punishment in the past few days, and he saw Yi Feng as soon as he opened his eyes. I know. Tu Feng came to save him. Yi Shang, you're here. When Yi Feng heard Tae Hao's weak but firm voice, he felt hot in Jin's heart. Yes, he came to bring Saho home. Yi Feng took a step forward, facing the masked man directly and said, I know that with your understanding of me, you definitely come to the world to find Qin Hao. You shouldn't just use Qin Hao to threaten me. Have you arrived? Let's settle the account when we're there. After Feng said this, the anger in his eyes deepened. At this time, the masked man, Zi also shrank his eyes and said to the man behind him. Qin Hao Wu had mixed feelings in his heart. He originally wanted to help Su Jia style their Yancheng. In the end, he was arrested instead. Cizai also wanted to use him to key Yi Feng. But Qin Hao is not afraid that Yi Feng will be calculated, because Yi Feng's brother is strong enough. These people love Xiao Sui Yefeng. Masked man raised his hand and waved beside the genus. A lot of people gathered around. 20 men around him and looked at Wu Wenwei's Nongbian, who was the chairman of the national president of the North Pavilion. Wu Wenzheng can know that we put his expression when he was tied up. Wu Wenwei glared at him. Even if I die, I won't let you guys use me to threaten people like you in the Bengu society and submit to you. The masked man in Wu Wen's forbidden period was vicious. Yi Feng observed Zhou Yongren while Wu Wenwei was talking to the masked man. He found that the Soul Master air level surrounding him was very similar. It seems that this time, they are indeed the ones who have done enough work. He turned his head and looked at Qin Hua, and Tong Hao also raised his head. Yi Feng could see Qin Hao's trust in him on Qin Hao's blood-stained face. We're going out, you hold on. Thinking about the time when we went through hardships together before, think about it, he has handed over his back to Su Hao many times, and it would not have been easy for him to reach this stage if Qin Hao had not always been his support. But his brother was thought of by these damn people. Like this. Yi Feng thinks more and more. Qin Hao looked at Yi Ji's expression. He knew that Yi Gui would not let those people go today. Ever. The outside world also knows the elf on Yi Yifeng. Fu the elves. But what they didn't know was that there were 2 divine beasts on Yi Feng. The day is super clear. One is Hoopa. Mewtwo has been acquired by him many times before, and he has also fought with him for a long time. But since the elves have gone, he has never tried to release Chao Brahman again, because he knows that only the number 1 release bring about the value of changing the name. 0. As for the other Hoopa, he never let go of it, because he was a divine beast that had been sealed at the time. Hoopa is also an invincible existence among the divine beasts. But because it ran wild back then, it was sealed by Di Qingren. The beast that Yi Feng has been hiding in his body is Hu, if he can fully utilize Hubo's abilities. That is, Hoopa's seal. If it is lifted, then Yi Feng be completely lost. Scared. Shiji Hoopa can also control Xiaoji 2 of other mythical beasts. Otherwise, it is very easy to encounter problems. But looking ahead, Yi Feng only needs to dispatch Chao Chu, because the people surrounding him, including the masked man, are too low level for Chao Meng. Mile, that ugly Huangji in a mask knows that you set it up like this to catch me, but you're making a fuss. And I found out why you are so rude to me every time. If you recognize this dude with the headgear. I think my ability is only F here. If you order, then you die today, Yi Feng. There's no pity. Ji Daoji thought about these words and said that Tu Feng was happy to see Ruo Yi Guiqing at his soft level. After coming, he was even more angry, and the last 5 greeted them and asked them to poke Yi Feng. Yi Feng snorted coldly, and then used power to release Chao Meng Cheng from the book. Mingsheng flew with the cry that shook the clouds and snow. Chao Meng also flew out from Yi Zhen's fine girl Wen Wen. With the appearance of Chao Chu, the black building instantly lit up, and Zhao Lin was surrounded by a circle of oligochromatic colors. Out! Chao Meng looked at Yi Feng with his cloud eyes. Yi Feng points with his chin, and comes to Langshan. On the side of the man. Chao Chu instantly understood. The masked man, the man behind him, and Wu Wenwei were too shocked when they saw Cheomeng appear. Cheomeng is an elves at the level of divine beasts, and Tong Ran is in Yi Feng's body. Straight 8 is unbelievable. And the super dream appeared. It means that their plans for today are also in vain. The ability of Cheomeng, that is the second in the ranking of divine beasts. Now he. The cognition of Wan Er's divine beast and the second's theology did not appear. If you let them know that Yi group has the second-ranked divine beast in his body. Afraid of losing more teeth. Chao Meng first destroyed the big iron cage that trapped Su Jia, and after Qin Hao was free, Chao Meng destroyed the soul masters surrounding Yi Ku. After doing this, Chao Chu flew directly towards the Sound Face 320 man. Then the man saw Chao Chu flying directly towards him. Be shocked. To earn. As a result, someone at this time came over and caught him. Wu Wenwei took him to Yi Fengcheng after he released the super dream. The spirit masters surrounding her, Kitama and come to block the masked man. You stinky daughters-in-law. Let me go. The masked man shouted at Wu Wendongbi. The sound is broken. Do you think I'm just a vase? I don't have enough strength, but I'm embarrassed to say that I'm the granddaughter of the vice president of the Soul Master Association. You are too arrogant. After Wu Wenwei said these words, she covered her face. The man's soul power was restricted. Chao Chu and Yi Zhangjing watched Wu Wenwei confine the masked man, then Zhao Chu looked at Yi Feng. Yi Zhou controlled it and returned to Yi Zhang's elf, Kong Yi Feng. When the diagnosis was made, he looked at the masked man. After the masked man was caught by Wu Wenwei, he changed his attitude. Quote. Time root. I know I'm doing this wrong. I have realized. Woman my life. I put the fourth phase of knowledge in 3 close to you. The masked man and Daozheng know something. Download Fei Lu's novel full text version SMA. Say. AXSKL. Original works of Fei Lu Novel Network. Leo.com. Chapter 368 Reproduce the Island of the Gods. Qin Hao first said intermittently the cause and effect of the incident. It turns out that Qin Hao has been in Yancheng guarding the people of Yancheng since Yi Feng left. However, after the outbreak of the Tai War, Tai Hao's ability was limited, and he had no way to fight further. All he can do is to kneel and protect the salt. Waiting for Yi Feng. The day comes. But didn't think so. That's exactly what he did. Make him a target. He also sent people out to investigate, why did the real world launch a war on the outer world? He wanted to help Xiao Yefeng check this matter, and he found out about the fairy island. And the people behind him are also directly affiliated with the military, so he thought that it would be impossible to investigate further information. But at this time, the military sent people to attack their Yancheng land. In order not to hurt the people of Yancheng, they were arrested by the military. Because he knew that with Yi Ku's ability, he would definitely be able to deal with this scene. So what he needs to do more is to wait for Yi Feng to return and save him. It's just that after he arrived in the army, it was easy and simple for him to issue money. Because of his back and ability, he was very capable. Even a military powerhouse like Wulongkou, where some people dare to say something, is not bad for those who control it. Zhu Ren is strict with him. After he was arrested, the military tortured him. He has been in the whereabouts of Zhan Yefeng. He never drove straight. I also heard a little news about the appearance of Lingshan Island. Because he and Yi Feng went to look for the Elf God Island before, but they didn't find it. Therefore, he felt that this matter would also be useful to Yi Feng. But because he was locked up, it took him 2 days to get this thing out of the way. He found that the Elf God Island discovered this time seemed to be the real Elf God Island. Because of the address and the situation. It's different from the place he and Yi Feng went to before. Later, the military Jiada found out that his SMA actions beat him violently. A handful. He was thrown back into his own prison, and since then he has no time to play. Despite this, Qin Hao Sti refused to reveal every detail about Yi Feng to the military. Until today, The military side came to bring him away from his prison here, he knew. Yifeng may have appeared. Sure enough, on the way to being escorted, he heard the soldiers say that it was Yi Dan who took the bait. Minute. He glared inwardly, although he believed Yifeng. He is not sure what kind of military segment the army WI used to deal with Yifeng. Besides, he's been beaten. His soul power is dissipated, it is impossible to gather quickly, he is equivalent to a waste. Can't do anything. And Qin Fa knew that although he had detected some things before, he hadn't detected anything about Gengeshin. After he was locked in the cage, there was no one around him. He was left alone in a prince's house. He couldn't open his eyes. It closed slowly. Until the next time I opened my eyes, I saw Yi General. After that, this face-like man had seen this masked man, and it seemed that his status was not low. After hearing what Qin Hao said, Yifeng ignored the masked man. Yifeng walked to Qin Hao's side. Using his soul power to investigate Qin Jia's situation, he found that it was just as Qin Hao said. The soul power in him was dissipated. Can't get together in a short time. Moreover, he had also considered what the masked man said before, and it was true that Qin Hao was implicated because of him. In the future, if only in his protective circle, there is no way to become strong without experiencing something heavy. Knowing that Yi Ji felt bad about it, so he then said to Yifeng, I know my temper. Even if it weren't for you, I would have been caught by them. What they did was outrageous. And the situation at the time. It was too urgent. If I don't get caught, Yancheng Wi face the state of massacre tilde. Quote. Besides, as your brother, how could I AOW them to key the most common people? I am a rough-skinned person. I can STI train my muscles and bones after being beaten. Qin Hao had a serious face. To relieve Yi Feng's psychology. Hear what he said. Can't help but come out. After he found that Qin Hao disappeared, his body was always in a tense state. Although Su Hao was very helpless to be arrested, it was just as Qin Hao said. At that time, the situation was too urgent, and he didn't have time to think of a more comprehensive way to protect Yancheng. Yifeng walked to Qin Hao and patted Qin Hao gently. Shoulder up. It's been a long time for you, you can detect those. I also know that it's a sex rat. If I thought you were on the side of the world, if I only thought about your problems, these things wouldn't happen. Quan, how could someone as straight-minded and just like you not be targeted by them? After Yi Gui said these words, he looked at Wu Wenwei. IWI4 may introduce Yi Yu to you. This is the granddaughter of the vice president of the Spirit Master Association. Wu Wenwei. We then worked together. Wu Wenwei stretched out his hand. Heyo, Qin Hao, maybe you have a bad impression. Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei shook hands. That's right. You continue to tell me about that elf island, what else is there? Yifeng was full of doubts waiting for Qin Hao to answer him. Don't worry, the people of Yancheng. You must not know where I put them. Do you remember the fairy island that we and Yang Ling went to before? Have someone go in and clean it up, okay? The people of Haoshi Yancheng put it in there, and they have enough food for them. Qinjia lost the ions and finished talking to Yifeng. As for the elf god island that appears now, it is an area in the extreme north, and the world has sent troops to go there. Send troops. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. Yifeng rubbed his chin. Thinking about it there. After thinking about it, Yifeng decided to heal Qin Hao's injury first. Let Wu Wenwei go to see the problem of the Elf God Island first. Because if they can find Elf Island, and if you have a good talk with the elves, you can avoid the Fu-Yup effects of the construction war. On the other hand, if the world is found, the war will only get worse and worse. Don't ignore him at A, and don't dare to be angry or say anything. After A, Qinjia can be like this. He also worked hard. LMNYGK 18907. Support Philo Novel Network BF. Chapter 369 To the Far North. because Wu Wenwei's bright soul power can be used to heal wounds. Therefore, Yifeng first arranged for Wu Wenwei to heal Qin Hao, and then he turned around and stared at the masked man. The masked man was in a panic. Being stared at by Yifeng, he couldn't help but feel hairy, and then asked exploratively. What do you want to ask me? I'm sure I know everything and I never lie to you. The masked man was so servile. Yifeng smiled contemptuously. He knew that the masked man was now trying to save his life. Between he say the spoon. But Yifeng is not stupid. Masked man said he wouldn't lie to him, so wouldn't he lie? Besides, this is Wulongkou, a military center. The troops of the army are also stationed there. Although Yifeng is fearless, Qin Hao has not recovered from the stinky reading. Yifeng didn't plan to ask the masked man something inside. So when Wu Wenwei treated Qin Hao and was almost able to walk by himself, he let the masked man take them out. He has been pulling the masked man in the dark bug with his soul power. As long as the masked man moves slightly, he explode and die. Soon, they walked out of the army of the inner world, and Wu Wenwei relaxed for a while. They first found a more secluded place. Hu Yefeng used soul power to hang the masked man on the wall. Wu Wenwei continued to treat Qin Xian. Yifeng learned a lot from the masked man, including the appearance of the elf god island. It turned out that the appearance of the elf god island this time was arranged by the troops in the far north to send a signal back to the headquarters, saying that they had found too many elves in the far north. But they didn't dare to go out on their own, waiting for news from the headquarters, and then these elves disappeared inexplicably in the extreme north. Because the unit has never seen the field of the spirit again, so the headquarters is confirmed. The elf god is in the extreme north site. As for where it is, these need further exploration. That's why the headquarters dispatched troops to the extreme north, and go to the troops in the far north and straighten their two generals. Ordinary wars. Generals not be dispatched. The importance of this mission is shown by dispatching two generals this time. Knowing this, Yifeng was thinking in his heart. It seems that this time the world is determined to win the elf god island. Since they can come. Taking the step of being a general, it means that their strength cannot be underestimated. Jing, this time, he use his power to find the Spirit God Island 6 and take Jingyuan God Island back from their hands. What happened after Zhangzong Spirit God Island? Frightened for a while about the situation of the person behind him, but when Yi Shangyi asked this question, the masked man began to struggle in pain. It wasn't that Yi Mei was torturing him, but because there was something inside him that was choking. Please, don't ask me this question again. People at our level are willing to be drugged. The Jiamian man cried and struggled. When Yifeng saw the masked man like this, he knew what happened today. But he wasn't ready to walk with the masked man. After he was like that ticking time bomb when he was by his side. So, Yifeng unceremoniously devoured the masked man with his soul-devouring power. After rescuing Tae Hao today in the battle that Fuwood, Yifeng devoured the soul power of many people in his body, so Yifeng now absorbed the soul power in place. It has reached its peak. Many. Be an E-Trank soon. Yi Wu looked happily. After taking a look at his body, he opened his own battle system Ma page, and his account rent points increased a lot. It seems that the devotion of the previous high-level soul masters has contributed a lot of energy. Of course, Yifeng didn't open the system Ma page to see this. And he was going to buy Qin Hao a medicine to repair his soul power. Soon he searched for a medicine to return to Tianli. 10,000 points. Wow, one return is 10,000 points. Let me see why it's so expensive. Huishan Pai belongs to the hand, and its functions are broken pulse connection, soul power recovery, energy and blood replenishment. Yifeng's eyes lit up after seeing the efficacy of Huishan Pais. Moreover, Huishan Pais belong to the gold level medicinal power. This price is not a loss. Yifeng also knew what golden rank pies were through the system before. Low-grade pies are divided into lower, middle, and upper grades, and ordinary people use these kinds of pies. And the pies linked to the word rank are more powerful and more expensive than the first class. There are 4 types of medicinal virtues of the rank products: earth, gold, heaven, and groups. Of the heavenly rank, let alone the immortal rank, so this golden rank medicine is also a rare pie. There are many people who can't buy it for a lot of money. Okay, that's it. Yi Feng, exchange the points for this Queen Mother Huishan gave to Qin Hao. Qin Hao's body began to change after a while after taking it. Only Beta's whole body is golden, and the shifting force visible to the naked eye gathers around his body, and then returns to his body. It spreads around every corner. Yi Feng was relieved to see this effect. This is bought with one party's points. If it doesn't work, it will be a pit. But okay, golden tier pies are not covered. After a while Qin Hao's body slowly. After recovering, as Qin Hao's eyes opened, a golden rice burst out in Qin Hao's eyes. Congratulations, brother, the 6th rank. Yi Feng knew that Qin Hao had advanced to the 1st rank. Many. Haha, I have to fight with you after I come, otherwise I'm too weak. Qin Hao was very grateful to Yi Feng. After Qin Hao recovered, Tu Feng took Tai Hao and Wu Wenwei to the far north area that the masked man said to find the elf god island. The 3 of them concealed their whereabouts along the way, and what they did in Wulongkou also spread, and the military was very angry and issued a wanted order. Now the street corners of the world are posted with portraits of Yi Feng, Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao. So I went into the systems ma and bought the purple medicine Shadow Rattan and transformation potion, and made it into 3 people according to the ratio of 7, 4, 9. Was STI the unpleasant SME, and the 3 of them changed their appearance after drinking this dark food. Yi Feng turned into an old man who was not very tough. Wu Wenwei became a not so beautiful woman and Qin Hao was the youngest, an ordinary-looking boy. The 3 looked at each other and reconfirmed that they would not be easily recognized. He smiled without hesitation. Download chapter novel ARRL to see the full text version of the novel GGKL 8907. Support Philo Novel Network 12. Mian Alikum original works and enjoy the joy of reading. Chapter 370 Goodbye Ouyang Ling. Yi Feng shook his identity 3 times for them. He was Qin Hao's grandfather and now he was Sad Feng Yi, which in turn happened to be a homonym of Yi Feng. Qin Hao's name was also changed. Sad Fengwei, Mian Wu Wenwei is Yi Feng's personal maid. Years of someone else's made your brain circuit. Wu Wenwei waved her hand helplessly. I have become his grandson, ha ha ha. Qin Hao also teased Yi Feng. Isn't this forced by the current situation? Who would have thought that this would be beneficial to future investigations? Yi Feng thick-skinned, say. Wu Wenwei helplessly followed Yi Feng's direction. Far north. It is the 8th region in the northernmost part of the world. There are cold days in a seasons. According to King Fei, there are no 3 soft arts such as spring, summer and autumn. And those who can survive in the extreme north. Why power must be amazing. Because there, wear heavy robes and ice boots a year round. The further north Yi Feng and the others went, the more they felt that the temperature difference changed too much. When they were about to approach the extreme north, they already felt the cold. So the 3 bought thick robes and ice boots for the convenience of later exploration. It's a kind of unremarkable. Changed his clothes, he went to the extreme north. Land. The city in the extreme north is the capital of the Chongqing area, where there are military towns and normal people living there. And this is where the news of the former fairy god island came from. When the 3 of them were about to walk to the city gate of the extreme north city, they found 2 checkpoints there. One checkpoint was a body search checkpoint, and the other checkpoint was a detection level checkpoint. Yi Feng guessed that the meaning of these 2 levels is to prevent advanced soul masters. Enter the far north city. Because high-level soul masters are not under the control of the military. If a large number of soul masters came here because of the 5 words of the island of the elf, threatened their lives. Although half of the people in the army were soul masters, there was already one high-level soul master team before them. Some of them were sent to attack the world, and they were completely wiped out by Yifeng. So now they are in the peak season of needing spirit masters, and if they anger the spirit masters because of this, the soul masters may form a second group to resist them. To fight against the outside world, you must first be safe inside, so the people behind it will not be so stupid. At most, they will use some rhetoric to persuade the senior soul masters to stand up. On the other hand, the reason why these levels are set is also for the three of them. Because the army. It has been known that they have kidnapped the masked man. Therefore, the matter of the elf god island became a storm. Yifeng's next place to come is here, so they have to stop Yifeng. However, they did not expect that Yifeng and the three would perform a disguise. After Yifeng figured out the situation, he swayed Taihao and Wu Wenwei to the gate of the city in the extreme north. He deliberately used his soul power to lower their rank to the lowest level, so in the detection level, Tufeng showed the second rank, Qinhao showed the third rank, and Wu Wenwei showed the first rank. The person in charge of the detection level at the city gate also glanced at Taihao because Qinhao. The level is 3. There are actually not many people in the third grade here. But compared with advanced soul masters, Qinhao's level was too different, so that person didn't see his name for a long time, so he let the three of them go into the city. After the three of Yifeng successfully passed the city gate, they officially came to the extreme north. Yifeng decided that the three of them would find a place to live first. Check out those things after tonight. So the three of them found a SMA hotel, ate a few, and went back to their rooms to rest. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yifeng agreed that at 8 o'clock this evening, they go out. Let's negotiate tomorrow's affairs. Yifeng was lying on the bed. Since the beginning of the war between the outside world and the outside world, he has not rested at ease. Later, after Qinhao disappeared, he was even more worried. In the past few days, I was also in a hurry when I rushed to the extreme north. No body rest. However, Mingtian must have a good rest at night. Yang Jingwei said that if you don't have a good rest today, he will go to investigate the affairs of the elf god island tomorrow. What will go wrong tomorrow? He worries that he will be distracted. Big. So he thought about it and fell asleep. Woke up again, he was knocked on the door. Leaf Maple. It's 8 o'clock, let's talk about tomorrow. Qinhao's voice came from the door. Yifeng paused, and it seemed that it was already 8 o'clock in a deep sleep. He raised his spirits and went out to meet Qinhao and the others. Ask for flowers. They made a plan in detail. If they go further north from the far north city, it will be the northernmost part of the far north land. And according to the previous situation, the elves just disappeared in the northernmost part of the far north. That means that's where they're going tomorrow. And they didn't see a big city in the city today. Part of the troops. Even the troops have already arrived there. Yi Zushuju and the others went there tomorrow, and they would definitely be able to see the signs that the world troops were stationed there, so they had to avoid the county for their exploration tomorrow. They enter the city gate. L can also be said to be come to the extreme north to see what it looks like in winter in a seasons. It would be ridiculous to say that the three of them went to the northernmost part of the far north just to see. Therefore, the three of them must hide their whereabouts tomorrow. After talking about this, Yifeng went back to their rooms with them. Rest. Yifeng went back to the room and returned to the store. As soon as he touched the PO, he fell asleep. Want. Early morning. Yifeng got up early, sawed for breakfast, waited for Qinhao and Wu Wenwei to get up, and finished breakfast together, and then prepared to go to the northernmost part of the extreme north. Suddenly I heard the sound of fighting outside. So the three went out of the hotel to see what was going on. As a result, Yifeng and Qinhao saw a familiar figure. That is, Wu Yangling. That's right, it was Wu Yangling's who was besieged by a few Taihans. Yifeng heard. Those big guys. She looked at Wu Yangling slyly. She also said foul language. One of the Tai Han dared to stretch out his hand to Wu Yangling. Suddenly, a heart-piercing voice came from the big man's mouth. Ah, my arm. Arm. His companion noticed something was wrong. Quickly mix with the Tai Han and step back. Wu Yangling lifted the award. Discovery is A. Only, seeing the old man make a gesture towards her, she understood. This old man is Yi Feng. It was also Yi Feng who just shot. Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei also came over. But because the two of them are also easy, Wu Yangling didn't recognize it. But she was with Yi Feng. Not a bad guy towel. Chapter 371 The Real Fairy God Island. After Yi Feng abolished the arm of the Tai Han, Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei came over and took advantage of the situation to protect Wu Yangling. I'm Qin Zhao. Now I have to change my face. The young man next to him said. Many. Lord Wu Yang understood. Why are you here? Wu Yangling asked Zhawan suspiciously. The old man suddenly spoke up. Don't talk about it. Let me wipe out these beasts. Yi Feng just saw Wu Yangling being besieged. Xiaoli is not happy. Hao Mu is his friend. How could his friend Yi Feng be buyed? Thinking about his anger also weighed up in his heart. Rent is just a trick. The important leaders who had besieged Wu Yangling before a fei. Waste. They're the same waste. They don't deserve to be beaten. Yi Fengbei patted Basantu with disdain, and Wu Wenwei and Wu Yangling brought Wu Wenwei. Qin Hao and the three left. The rest of the onlookers dropped their jaws in shock. Such an inconspicuous old man's second shot is so deadly. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Yi Feng, this directly keyed a few big men in the extreme north, especially him. It sti looks old now. They Ray went to the far north. Because the extreme north period is very cold, there are not many total. They soon reached the northern gate of the city in the extreme north. When they were out of the city, the guards at the gate of the city deliberately stopped them. Why did the guards go to the north? They said that they would go to the north to find two herbs that grow in the extreme north. After they left the city gate, Yi Feng told Wu Wenwei, Qin Hao and Wu Yangling to pay attention to their identities no matter what they did. After reaching a safer place, Yi Feng asked Wu Yangling, why is it here? It turned out that Wu Yangling also rushed over to the news that the elf god island was in the extreme north. On her way over, I also saw Yi Feng and Qin Hao. There is another woman named Wu Wenwei. Heyo, I'm Wu Wenwei. The middle-aged woman who was pretending to be a maid extended her hand to Wu Yangling. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wu Yangling and Wu Wenwei shook hands. Since Li Li is like this, then the four of us happen to be together. Let's go to the northernmost part of the extreme north to see the situation. Yi Feng said, and waited for Wu Yangling to relax the four. Then he set off. The four of them walked forward against the cold wind, and the more they went, the more they became. On the right side of the whole area, there was only the pace of the four of them walking. Far north. Go further north. That will be the coldest place. The sky there is not the same as the sky in the extreme north. Rong Zuo couldn't stand the cold at this time. De wrapped himself in soul power and walked forward. With the package of soul power, his walking became more brisk. On the edge of India in the extreme north, it is cold and windy here. There are no furber plants. Snowy. There were ice cubes all over the place. There are 4 people lying there not far away. Observe the situation. That's right, Yi Feng and the others have already found the place where the troops are stationed. Yi Feng decided to take a look at the situation here first. Since the army is stationed here, it means that the island of the gods is not far from here. In the army, there is a very obvious Taijing road, which is Jinere the general's tent 1C2. Yi Feng asked Wu Wenwei, Li Hao and him to go over there first to check. Yi Feng used his teleportation to move to the back of the big tent. After he stood still, he surrounded himself with soul power, forming an invisible cover. So that people who are lower than him can't see what he looks like. He attached his ear to the top of the tent and listened to the movement inside. When will we be able to leave? We have been here for 3 days. A rough voice came. We can't do anything in the field where Mutaran doesn't come, or we will be blamed by the ground, will be responsible. A steady man replied to the thicker voice. Since Makuta is here for the time being, why do you want us to come over earlier? The stout voice raised his doubts. That's because Mutai people are worried about having people get there first, so now we're here to block. The steady man answered patiently. Yibao found out after breaking their conversation. He appointed 2 of those 2 generals. And although they brought Jun Fengao here, they haven't had time to do anything yet. This created a favorable condition for him. Only after he found the Elf God Island and persuaded the elf earlier than this army and that Mutiran. He was victorious in this battle. That man's conspiracy can't be real. Yifeng used his teleportation to move him back to Wu Wenwei and Su. Beside Hao, Wu Wenguo, Qin Hao and Wu Yangling were also taken aback by his sudden appearance. After Yi General told the 3 of them about the poisoning situation he found out, it was decided that they would go directly to find the Elf God Island first. As soon as they said it, the 4 of them bypassed the army's garrison and continued to the north. As they walked, they found a huge crackling chick. There was nothing in the darkness under the split dimension. The opposite of the face crack is the opposite of the place where Yifeng and the others are standing now. A white-capped mountain. Yifeng is not sure whether the Elf God Island is under Rift Dimension or in opposite of the present. One group, because he and Wu Yangling were also exploring the Fairy Island before, so this time he also arranged for him and Wu Yangling to go to the bottom of the crack. Wu Wenwei took Qin Hao to the opposite side of them. From the perspective of strength distribution, Wu Wenwei could lead Qin Hao. He could lead Wu Yangling. This can also avoid accidental occurrences. Before the separation, he specially warned Wu Wenwei and Ji Yu Zhao. Don't panic when something is wrong. Just withdraw 3.2 to carry out. The 4 of them were instructed to investigate separately. For them now, timing is everything, and Yifeng didn't know that scene either. When misses come below, after getting to the bottom, Yifeng just in case released the super dream. As soon as Chao Meng came out, the convenience under the cracks lit up, because Chao Meng was a divine beast in the elves. So they could also feel the existence of the nearby elves, and saw Chaochu moving in one direction. Yifeng and Wu Yangzhang fluid behind it. The strength of Yizu that Wu Yangling saw the second time was much better than before. And at least it has reached the BB product. And after seeing Yifeng release Chao Meng, she also reacted similarly to Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei at that time. Food text version of the novel SBAU 6187. 5. Support the original works of b.lulu.com and enjoy the joy of reading. Chapter 372 Sky Mirror appears. Yifeng and Wu Yangling fluid Chaochu to the bottom of the crack. Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao were preparing to go to the opposite iceberg. Suddenly Yifeng, Wu Yangling and Chaochu withdrew from the crack. Zhang Jing and Su Hao saw them suddenly. The horse goes to meet. What's wrong? Is there something going on inside? Qin Hao asked Yifeng with a. They are here, with leaf maple. After he finished saying this sentence in the first book, more than a dozen Tai Han emerged from the split dimension. Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao saw the appearance of more than a dozen Tai Hans. Ready for battle now. Shape. It turned out that after Yifeng and Wu Yangling got to the bottom of the crack, Chaomeng was released. It becomes brighter to the bottom of the dimension. As a result, they took a few steps forward and rushed out of more than a dozen Tai Hans. Yifeng had to be strong to key them there, but he felt that the street was on the glacier. If his action too below, it would cause a rift or copse on the top. Of Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei, Yifeng decided to withdraw first. Let's look at what these Taihan 21 feet s are. I didn't expect an old man to have such a divine beast as Chao Meng. It seems that some of my brothers are not dead. But although, of course you have it. The sun can't stop you from dying here today. The Entai Hans headed. R is looking forward to Yifeng and Qin Hao, the four of them. 9. Yifeng looked at their body shapes, the clothes and the style of their speeches, and realized why they came here. It seems that these big men are taking advantage of them to explore the army. Come here first to do an ambush. Yifeng couldn't stand people like them who plotted against others. But since they delivered it to the door themselves, then he had to take the bis. It also saves future mistakes. Shanghao Chaomeng sent out. Chao Meng rushed straight towards Neng and a few Tai Han. The Tai Han in the lead swallowed when he saw Chao Shidi approaching, because he had never seen Chao Meng before. He, too, didn't know how Mewtwo fought. But there is a bit of luck in his heart, after Yifeng's current form. An old man. What kind of wind can the old man make? A fast old man in a shop. The soul power together formed a formation. Blocked their positive sails. Chaomeng disappeared after only being a 3 earth and a few Tai hands. Chaomeng so perverted. Don't be surprised, those Tai hands are just accepted by Chaomeng. In the next few years, they dissolve into the soul power heart in Chaomeng. People like them are Sad Zizi who do many acts of injustice. Jin let them buy you at the time. After Yi Bao and Uyangling explained, they sawed Chaomeng back. After Chaomeng came back, he refused to go back to his elf space directly. Yifeng felt strange, only to see Chaoli coming out of his mouth with a shapeless thing like a mirror. What is this? Yifeng is very comfortable, this. How could something appear in Mewtwo's mouth? Together with the host, obtaining the Sky Mirror 1. Wabai Gongdaj even mode 8 inches suddenly the system exits Tai jump. There has been no news since the system entered that elf island last time. There has been no movement until now. Just suddenly appeared. Where have you been in System 2 for so many days? Yifeng looked at the system. Cough cough. Host. When you and I entered the old elf island, as soon as we entered the door, I was blocked by a divine force. I didn't unlock it until I got the sky mirror. I saw. The system is embarrassed to answer Yi Ji. Okay. Anyway, I'm used to the fact that you often drop the chain. Then you can continue to tell me what happened to the sky mirror. Yeba reluctantly paused for a while. Host, this celestial mirror is a mirror that can see the true face of Jingni Shen Island. The out-of-the-ordinary voice is a bit spooky. Okay, then open the way to buy the ba. 1. La element of, mode. Yi said no. The second blood mirror appeared in his mind, and a painting appeared on the side of the bumper. Only one Iceland appeared. The buildings there can be magnificent. To dissolve. And there are many elves in this Iceland. But on the outskirts of Iceland there are. A round can cover the most. As if this energy shield was protecting this Iceland. Oh. When the leaf bundle wants to look more carefully and clearly. The painting suddenly broke. System. What's going on? Why didn't I just see half of it? Yifeng's curiosity was aroused. Host, the reading of this sky mirror has been completed. If you want to know the FUUP content, you have to continue to look for the next sky mirror. The system is a little helpless. The voice answered a wah. There is a range. Yifeng thinks this street mirror is very pitiful. The system is also pitiful. 4O Tianzhong also left clues. If you want to go, I can take you. After the system finished speaking, he waited for Yifeng to choose. Now there are 2 paths waiting for Yifeng. One is to continue his previous plan. He and Uyangling Wi go to Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao below the glacier to go to the opposite side of them. Another plan is for him to follow the guidance of the last celestial mirror to find the next celestial mirror. But what is uncertain now is to look for 20 to 3 sky mirrors, and whether there will be another sky mirror waiting for them. Therefore, Yi Shanju Wi ignore the way of heaven for the time being in 2. Appearance through the sky mirror. Let the rule know that there are many ways to find the Elf God Island, so he decided not to die on the Elf God Island. It is up to him and Uyangling to find the Fairy Island insect Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao to stare at the team. Always assist the Leaf group in their actions. Yifeng informed his decision to his plan actions. I know that Shanshan Island is in this place. It's just that the specific location is not known yet. These are things that they need to explore. But Yifeng never expected this little episode. Just a SMA insert surface. Things are yet to come. Just when Yifeng and Yangling were ready to go to the bottom of the split dimension, the messenger on Yiri's body suddenly rang. Yifeng, I am the Taijin of the world in General Long, and I have come to attack the world again. Now I need you to get back as soon as possible. Yifeng knew that the situation must be urgent after hearing it, so he summoned Cheomeng to protect Yangling, and the elf god island must be found. The more you find it, the more you wi meet. Industry 84. Chapter 373 Siege, Mystery Master. Wu Yangling was worried that something would happen to Yifeng. She was afraid that Yifeng would not be able to cope after taking Chao Meng away. But Yifeng's strength is unquestionable. After he left Chao Meng, he returned to Yi Mini, his special camp Wu Yangling. When I found the elf god island, I took the opportunity to tame him. Don't act on your own, it's not good if you don't see the spirits as hostile. Chao Meng was a little reluctant to leave Yifeng. Yifeng touched its head and asked it to protect Wu Yangling. He wi come back as soon as possible. After that, Cheomeng fluid Wu Wenwei. Wu Wenwei. Qinhao has returned to the place where the Li World troops are stationed. They found that the troops were STI here, but there were signs of marching. They STI saw Guwei watching from the previous place. I saw the largest general's tent. 3 people came out. One of them was a thin, black-robed man who couldn't see his face clearly. Go ahead. Fluid by a burly man and a slender man. According to Yifeng's previous description, Wu Wenwei judged that the 2 people behind should be its 2 generals. The one in the middle is the legendary Makusama. Wu Wenwei saw that Yifeng had said before that when Lord Mu came, they would set off for the Elf God Island. It seems that they are now ready to leave for the island of the Elf God. Then he and Qin Hao just flew them. Only, Master Jianmu and the 2 generals stood there, and the burly man among them said, the purpose of everyone here is for the unification and peace of the inner world and the outer world. As long as we can find the Elf God Island, we can create a new world for our descendants. Everyone is right. Are we confident in this action? His stout voice said these words out of the main county. Yes, you, the rustic was instantly cheered up, and the soldiers below shouted E. Makuro didn't say anything when he saw the reaction of the soldiers below. He just raised his hand lightly. With a slight wave, those generals began to pack up their tents and prepare to set off. At this time, the city of the extreme north. Yifeng is moving fast. When he was about to reach the city gate, he suddenly stopped. The city gate was already tight at this time, and the city gate was full of bows and hands. And Soul Master. Those archers aimed at Yifeng without exception. A black man standing just above the city gate. Look at this hero of the world. Do you think he is very honorable too? Then why are you pretending to be like this? I saw that black robe. The person blocked the sun and said to Yifeng strangely. Yifeng is very helpless. He has become like this easily. How can it be recognized? Seems to blame myself for being so good. Why do you think that you are going to stand in my way? Mingji also responded very slightly. But in Yifeng's eyes, these people are nothing. The level is too low to say not chenging at AE. Every time it is a move to defeat the enemy, Yifeng is also very helpless. When these people be able to know something in their hearts, they come to provoke me at every turn. Am I so easy to be provoked by others? Yi Dun Shaoli thought. The body is also. Yifeng loosened his tendons. Activities have been carried out, ready to let them taste of these layers, and underestimate his taste. It is good. As a result, just when Yifeng moved his muscles and bones to show off his skis, the man in black robe waved his hand. Only. See, from the top of the city in the extreme north, there is a huge soul power bomb car. Yifeng, I have heard that you are very powerful. What do you think we are standing here for? We are only responsible for attracting your attention. HMPH. I can't think of it. Since you are so strong, you must not pay attention to this soul power bomber that can destroy the world. That Heya Kuroko ended up speaking very dangerously. Add. The soul power bomber, as the name suggests, is derived from soul power. It came out after a very complicated project. A chariot that can release spirit bullets. The general soul force bomb car wi not be used in ordinary wars. Appeared in, and its manufacture is very complicated, and it is difficult to say. To make 5 such battle e. On the other hand, these 100 soul masters have become crippled people, because they created something like this before. Yifeng has always sneered at this idea. In his opinion, how can a machine have a partner? The power of this chariot can be described in 4 words. That is destruction. If Yifeng wants to survive the soul power emitted by the soul power chariot, then his own level requirements are also very high. Not to mention that Yifeng is now only, yes, Earth rank peak. Even if he reaches 8th rank, it will be a little difficult to fight against this soul chariot. But they didn't know that there was Hoopa in Yifeng's body. Therefore, Yifeng didn't take that soul power chariot into consideration. Although Hoopa's level is not high now, it is quite good for them to deal with. General 10. Be we concealed. Prepare to fire. After the black-robed man gave the order, around the black-robed man, and the gate of the city in the extreme north, a very thick energy shroud came out. It seems that this soul power chariot is Yifeng. Prepared separately. Taste. With the ignition of the fuse, the soul power chariot is accumulating power to send soul power sheaves. Yifeng stood there leisurely and contentedly, and saw that the soul power cannonba had already shot towards Yifeng. Yifeng was about to summon Hoopa. It turned out that the soul power sheaves had disappeared out of thin air. And a man also appeared in front of him. This man turned his back to him. He couldn't see the man's appearance clearly. But Yifeng knew that it was this man who wiped out the soul power cannonbas. It seems this man, his rank is at least 8 rich. Yifeng was surprised because he didn't think he was so good. Character, the first other people to block this attack for him. Besides, there are not many people of the 8th rank that he, the rich man, knew. I saw the man speak at this time. The thing I'm not used to the most in my life is to buy the less with more. The strong buy the weak. How can you buy this old man just because you have this soul power chariot? Born to be human, learn to be human first. You can't even do we, how can you be so embarrassed to come here to buy more and less? Either get out, or stay in the area. Then I force you to get out. Every. This man speaks sharply, and it can be heard that his position is Yifeng. The man in black robe didn't dare to move anymore. He knew too the power of soul power cannonbas. Fortunate for you, brothers retreat. After hearing what the man said, the man in black robe also felt that they couldn't do anything to Yi this time, so he was ready to withdraw with his troops. It's so easy to talk. Yifeng, the voice suddenly sounded. Oh. Download Fei Lu's novel ADR authored full text version of the novel, Xiao 6.1875. Support Fei Lu Novel Network, 0F. Chapter 374 Sudden Strength. 1. If you want to come to me, find out. If you want to mess with me, just mess with me. Don't give them some color. How can they have a memory? After Yifeng said the treasure, Convenience Suo used his soul power to key the man headed by one move. Ocean. The man who was helping the man who succeeded the soul power cannonba before she frowned. Do you? The man pointed at Yi Dan's watch. Yifeng opened this self-confidence to relax. In his eyes except his brother. Only Xian's good friend, he will not trust anyone. And this man appeared so coincidente. Impartial. When the soul power cannonba came towards him, he intercepted it. It seems that he came prepared. Are you the best way to get rid of them? This one turned around and came over to Mesoba. Yifeng glanced at him at this time. Seeing this man holding something in his hand, so he subconsciously moved to the side of the camp. The man saw his SMA movements and didn't care. Yifeng felt more and more about his actions. How could someone who met by chance could be for an old man? Go and fight with the men of the army. The weight-bearing child looks very handsome and his eyes represent something in his mind. Yifeng quickly interrupted his relationship with his soul power. Eye contact. Right at the moment he interrupted. A man is out. Blue's leaf maple has long been prepared. Yi Sa summoned Hoopa at this time. As soon as Hoopa came out, he rushed towards the man. This man didn't seem to have thought that there would also be divine beasts like Hoopa in Yifeng's body. Lizzie dodged Hoopa's attack. Whose test was a little more irritable. Speed up the attack on him. Rizi felt more and more that she couldn't recruit Liang. A puffed sound. Hoopa and a purple mist appeared in front of Yi Hu's eyes. Jian Yifeng felt that there were thousands of troops rushing towards him. Yifeng realized the illusion of a heavy county, and quickly took Hoopa back into his body. Yamaki used his soul power to turn this purple. After giving the disperser, he found that the city in the extreme north was very calm. Like it didn't happen. The man also disappeared. Yifeng put these things aside and quickly went back to the world to find General Long. General Keith's house. General Long, this time I'm going to Shen. Didn't I go to find my brother Soho in the inner world when I checked? It turned out that he was arrested by the Wulongko military base in the world. I went to rescue, but after Baeksun came, the man did not find out about the movements of the people who went to one place and the 7 warrior queens, where the real island of the elf god was. You are in such a hurry to see Amy back now that the world has sent a few people to attack the world of watches. After Yifeng reported on this investigation, he inquired with General Long about the situation. From General Long's mouth, Yifeng learned that there are a total of 500 people sent by the world to attack the world this time, and they are very strong. Everyone's level is at least 7th rank. Leaf. The large amount of root ku is the peak of the 7th grade, and the center of the earth grade can be seen. The 500 spirits of the 7th rank and above appeared. This is the world of watches like never before. Even if you add up the advanced soul masters of Biaoshi. I'm afraid it's enough. But there are so many people in the inner world suddenly. Obviously, there is something tricky in it. The line that has been crushed by the inner world. If there is no solution, they wi attack the world. At that time, I am afraid that General Long wi be in battle, and General Long wi record ey. Yi Gui was surprised when he heard the news. He felt that some soul masters in the world seemed to have done something wrong. However, it is the same as the medicine that increases the level. But General Long's description says again. There seems to be no time limit for their level of this, because Ched to send troops to attack the world from the inner world is now in the west. Their strength is not down. This is not in line with the use of any drug to increase the level or hormones to increase the level. The country needs Yifeng to go to the front again. The second is to explore the reason for their level increase. Of course, General Long also provided Yifeng with equipment. 15 plus people's children's spirit masters. 5 soil. General Long said that this team of soul masters, equivalent to the elite troops of his general's mansion. Because of the Taijin that represents the world now, the strength is not so high. Although it is a bit difficult to say that these 50 people resist the 500 people. But if applied hard a few days, he can. And once Yifeng finds them, they wi disintegrate together. Yifeng, you wi feel the pressure if you are not brave. Shantai, you can rest assured that this Spirit Master Forest wi also decide to send a Soul Master. Help us to participate in the war. The level of the Spirit Masters they send wi definitely not be low, you can put your heart on this. After you go, what you need to do more is how to go. Allocate this force, and then go and see how they can make them retreat to our front line. I know this is for you. But I believe that your strength is better than that of your father and your people. Yifeng nodded after listening to what General Long said. Indeed, he wants to foo his father's mantle. The day meeting he's going to go through. Yifengkong has never retreated or been afraid because of these things. In his bones, Yi Ji is just like his father. Yi Feng was going to meet the 50 spirit masters after receiving gold from General Long. This time, the 50 soul masters are comparable. The spirit master team that General Long gave him last time was even stronger, and he believed that the higher the level, the harder it was to manage them. Therefore, General Long Qi has always emphasized good cooperation. Because the higher the level of these soul masters, 4/ZH is arrogant, and he works according to other people's arrangements. Don't want to hear. Except for people like General Long who let them be willing to resign their names, people like Yi Feng don't want to be arranged by others. Looking at the new year is a tough one. Yi Feng felt low and moved to the point that General Long said L up pointing arrow did not wait. Approaching the one who was bewildered by the quiet atmosphere inside. Aren't there 50 people here? Why is it so quiet? Haven't these people come straight to get me off the horse? Yi Feng used his head and walked straight into the 7th courtyard. I saw the 50 soul masters sitting there, not fuming, not blinking their eyes. One correct, recommend, share Elshu 61875-5. To build a novel. Chapter 375 Li Xian. Yi Feng. When he saw the 50 spirit masters sitting there, he knew that they had to be docile and obedient today. Dong. Yi Feng used his soul power to separate the 50 soul masters from them and open the door behind them. It turned out that the place where the 50 spirit masters stood was just the door of the main house of this courtyard. If Yi Feng wanted to enter the main house, he had to pass them, but if Yi Shang didn't have the pass, he could only stand here and talk to them. Yi Feng understood their hearts. He used teleportation to move directly to the 7th entrance of the main house. The 50 spirit masters were stunned by his speed. When Shu Feng stood at the door, the 50 spirit masters stood up, posing in an upright military posture. Heyo Major General Yi, a neat voice came. Yi Feng couldn't help but notice the importance of strength. Heyo everyone, I am Yi Feng who I lead everyone to the front line to fight this time. In order to protect the safety of the world, we must do our best to protect it. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he gave back a military posture. Yi Feng assigned each person's area of responsibility according to the areas familiar to the 50 spirit masters, and then took them to the front line. The broken passage of the world inside and outside, the place where the war broke out. Li Zan was no longer the one sitting in the main tent. The man sitting in the first place became Yi Feng. Indeed, when Yi Feng came to the front line, Li Zan thought he had the same purpose as last time. The result is with the arrival of Yi Feng, the order to let him assist also came. Li Zan felt very uncomfortable. Yi Feng could see Li Zan's careful thinking, but he ignored it. He didn't even need to pay attention. This is a society where capital and strength are respected. Whoever does not have a real Jubilee wi not speak again. Li Zan saw that Yi Feng did not have see how. Take his word for it. More frustrated. Yi Feng saw the people in the tent. Go outside for a military parade. The 50 soul masters who followed Yi Feng stood in front of the army. When Yi Feng was about to start the military parade, someone came to report that the people sent by the Soul Master Association to fight had arrived. When Tang Zan heard this packet of words, his eyes were bright, as if his backer had come. Yes. Yi Feng motioned to divide the army into two. I saw a team of high-level spirit masters coming in uniform. The leader is a man in dark blue clothes. Sun. Looking young and energetic. After the man came, he nodded towards Yi Feng, shook hands, and looked very modest. When Yi Feng saw his gesture, he knew that this was a person who could handle it clearly. Cousin, you are Fanei here in the watch industry. Suddenly Li Zan's voice came out loudly. In an instant, the audience's attention was on Li Zan, Yi Feng and Li Xian. You are here too. Li Xian frowned, a little impatient. Li Zan pretended not to see Li Xian's expression and continued to be stubborn. It is close to Li Shentao. Yi Feng knew that Li Zan just wanted to show it in front of the army. He was also a backer. And the mountain of the earth is the Soul Master Association, so his previous relationship with Wenwei is even more confusing. Yifeng looked down on Li Zan even more in his heart. It seems that this man is not just for the sake of his future to be able to curry favor with other people. He is also a person who has no position. Yifeng doesn't understand, how can someone like this become a major general, just relying on his ability to flatter him. After that, Yifeng and Li Xian briefly read together, disbanded, assigned work and then dispersed. The next morning. Not good, not good, those monsters in the inner world are coming. A soldier hurriedly communicated via Yifeng put the things in his hands in the area. He looked up at Li Xian. I saw Li Xian. He also sat there calmly. Yifeng picked up the corner of his mouth, which means that Yifeng's curiosity has risen. Through Yifeng's observation, Li Wan was just an Earth rank soul master, and he did not break through the 8th rank. And it doesn't look like he has any special skills either. Or that he was hiding too deeply, and Yifeng didn't find it for the time being. But it can be seen from the Spirit Master team he brought. Their focus this time is on the military. It could also be that the Soul Master Association was worried that the soldiers they had hidden were too elite to be able to explain the heavy losses. But this is, after a war about the gates of the world. They didn't care so much, which also made Yifeng feel a little unhappy in his heart. But Li Xian gave him a good Avera feeling, and he could clearly feel it. The aura around Li Xian is also different from others. Kwang has been looking at me because he sees something coming. Control 3 inches. Li Xian raised his head and met Yifeng's eyes with a smile. Looking at her nonchalantly, Yihu was treated by him more than once. Make it a bit unpleasant. It's nothing, it's just that the army of the inner world has attacked. See if Brother Li has any tricks. Yifeng said immediately. Isn't you the master of this battle? I'm just playing a supporting role. If you have any arrangements, just say it. Li Xian kicked the problem back like he was playing Tai Chi. Li wrote this. It's not right to say it. The Soul Master Association and the military have always cooperated with each other. How can you say who is the master and who is the auxiliary? The most important thing is that I believe Brother Li. Yifeng's face is ray. Looking at Li Xian sincerely. Li Bao laughed heartily. This is what happened Origine. I should try my best to assist Brother Yi to repel them, but before I came, I received an order. Ray let me not be too pushy. I think it's a bit inappropriate to do so. Since I have come to this battlefield, I should pay my own responsibility. It is equivalent to an obligation, so you can't say that I came up with the ideas I told you. Li Xian said a little embarrassedly. Out of his petty worries. Bai Yi is an internal matter of their Soul Master Association, and he doesn't want to let that happen. Others get involved. Yifeng saw that Li Xian had spoken directly, so he had no other ideas. Yimeng and Li Xian discussed the countermeasures. After the task was sent out, the two went to work separately. What Li Bao has to do is to attract firepower from the front, and Yifeng is to look at the cat intestines from the back. After such a large increase in soul power like them. And there is no time limit. According to the tolerance of normal people, it is too difficult. And the 50-man Spirit Master team brought by Yifeng Wi also flew Li Xian to the front line but attract firepower. Yifeng Wi go to the rear of the front line alone. I.e., Li. The direction the World Spirit Master faced after coming out. Looking at the surface, maybe you can see something from the back. This operation did not assign any tasks to Zan Zan, because in the eyes of Yifeng and Li Xian, when Li Zan went to the battlefield, he was nothing but cannon fodder. The level does constrain his mobility. If his strength AOWS, Yifeng Wi not waste resources. Download Fei Lu's novel ARRL to see the full text version of the novel, Show 6. Chapter 376 Genetic Engineering. Fu the plan formulated by Yifeng. Li Xian and Yifeng were divided. When Li Zan saw that the Westerners cooperated tacitly, he couldn't help but feel sarcastic. At this time, the Taijin in the inner world had already attacked the outer world military camp 500 meters away. Li Bao joined the battlefield with the spirit masters from the Soul Master Association he brought and the military soul masters brought by Yi Feng. With the arrival of Li Xian and the others, the war appeared to be twisted. The spirit masters in the inner world were also incensed by the arrival of Li Xian and the others. Although their strength has now reached a point where they could not have achieved it before. But they did not get the same. The degree of fusion of soul power that matches the level. Soon their shortcomings were also figured out by Li Xian and the other spirit masters. Although he has a certain level, he also has a certain combat power. At the same time, this combat power will not decrease in a short period of time. 9-3 Earths, but the strength of the nuns is hard to come up after A. It is different from Li Bao and the others who have actually upgraded. Yi Feng was watching the spirit masters in the inner world intently while Li Bao attracted firepower. Suddenly, he discovered that the soul masters in the inner world had something like a battery with a blue light on. And this thing is a flickering at the same rate, and the reason it goes up so fast is right on top of this flickering thing JFEY. Yi Feng. After observing for a while, he determined that the scale and structure of these SMA things were the same. And they are placed in a less conspicuous place for each soul master. He knew it. This is the crux of the trick. Yi Feng rushed to the team of spirit masters in the inner world, caught 2 spirit masters, and ran to the outer world. Li Xian is here to cooperate with Yi Feng to complete the arrest. Yi Feng had to bring these 2 people back to the color of the world. Li Xian, you stay here first. Let me go to the interrogation between these 2 men. I use the fastest speed to get back to Chong, and you can give me a signal when you can't stand it anymore. Yi Feng told Bao after this. Then he took the 2 soul masters to the army camp of the world. The first thing Yi Feng did after returning to the army tying was to abolish the soul power of the 2 soul masters in the inner world. Then poo the little thing off them. Yi Feng was interested in that thing and looked at it carefully. I can't see anything special about it. You must be unfamiliar with this thing, since you can wear it on your body. I know what it does. Now you have come to my camp. It means that you are captives, and the captive tigers have the right to speak. But if you don't cooperate with me, I make your life worse than death. I believe you have also heard of my name. After so many people in your world were destroyed by me. May you feel like keying you. It doesn't matter. The intention of a war is always something. We have always adhered to the principle of shame, but because of some people's conspiracy. Let our 2 worlds become so restless now. And your level is rising so fast now, it is also harmful to you. It doesn't mean that when your level is raised, then you become the top 9 people. You felt it just now. What's the difference between your suddenly improved strength and their own strength? Yi Feng moved these words out. Yi Feng knew, these scrapes are not a wing to come to the war, but was used by people after Ken. He also wants to give these people a chance to rehabilitate. Those 2. The soul masters seemed to be moved by Yi Feng, and one of the soul masters gestured to the other soul master with his eyes. Another soul master winked at that soul master. Then the soul master opened his mouth to tell the origin of this little thing. It turns out that this little thing has a name, SADA gene battery. Gene traces, as the name suggests, or reprogramming made by genes. What is the role of the battery? It is used to charge. The people behind it took advantage of this and compared the soul master to a container that needs to be charged, thus creating this kind of genetic battery, the genes in the genetic battery. From Dream Read. As we know, the things in the dream are super invincible. And people in the inner world did not know where to study such a method. A gene can be obtained from a dream. And this kind of gene can instantly increase the strength of the soul master, and maintain it for a long time. But in the same way, this kind of battery also deplete the life of the soul master. Only a part of the spirit masters in the inner world have obtained this kind of battery. This kind of battery STI only has 2 CES per Soul Master. 1 CE can be used for 3 days. Soul Masters who obtained this kind of battery had to go to the battlefield in accordance with the previous regulations. Since the emergence of genetic batteries. Then there will definitely be Soul Masters doing these things in order to improve their strength. Some Soul Masters may not be able to advance to 1 level after 10 years, but now they only need this color pool. They can advance several times in a row. This is also a big boo. These Soul Masters who came to the battlefield, as long as they decided to come, they would not have much way to go. Complete the task and go home. But always be sad. The mission is not completed, then I am sorry, not only you are sacrificed, but your family will be sacrificed. Yi Fengxian. It's not worth it for these Soul Masters. But there is no way to start with a choice. The road is different, the arrangement is different. Rise. Yi Feng. I took another look at the genetic battery solution. The Soul Master said that these genetic batteries were directly operated by the headquarters. It is equivalent to that after they signed the consent form, this time belongs to the military. If they violate something, this little thing can restrain them. But if Yi Feng can find the main console, then these questions are not asked. After the leaf paste finds 2.6, you can push these and destroy it. But if Yi Feng can't dial the structure and principle of this gene battery alive, will not give up. Yi Feng felt that the 2 Soul Masters had reformed hearts. Although they agreed to use this genetic battery for the sake of strength, it is precisely because of this, a world that respects strength. They will choose this step. Yi Feng suggested that the 2 Spirit Masters take him to look for it. Yi Feng was not worried. The 2 of them worked together to test him because he was spitting maple now and wanted to pinch them. It was as simple as pinching an ant to death. If they want their own little life, they should consider clearing. Chew these things. The 2 Soul Masters said that they didn't know much. But they know where the nearest factory is to process genetic batteries. Many. Chapter 377 Hoopa's Power. When Yi Feng heard these words from the 2 Spirit Masters, he came back from the front-line Team Spirit Masters, saying that Li Xian's side couldn't hold it anymore. Because their people are limited after A, and although the level of Spirit Masters in the inner world is hard to get together, but there are only a large number of them. After me and Zijin Yi Feng left, the inner world sent a new batch of Soul Masters. Li Xian couldn't support it, so he asked people to come back and tell Yi Feng that the front line needed support. After Yi Feng heard this, he got up and went to the front line. Before that, he fixed the 2 Soul Masters in one place to prevent him from escaping. I'm going to look for it after I'm done. That gene factory is STI available to them. Don't just run away when the time comes. If they go looking for it, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. When Yi Feng did these things, he went to the front to slow down. As soon as he arrived at the front line, he found that the battle situation had changed a lot than before he left. The side of him have suffered heavy losses, because 20 Soul Masters have been injured. Fortunately, there were no major casualties. But being able to hurt the Spirit Masters he brought showed just how much pressure this war had brought. He participated without a word. Battle, he found that these people had. After the blessing of the gene battery, they became more powerful than before. Yi Fengju decided to send Hubo. He first communicated with Hoopa with his mind. After Hoopa had no resistance, he summoned Hoopa. As soon as Hoopa came out, the situation on the battlefield changed instantly. Yi Feng found that everyone present was stunned by his release of Hoopa. Especially the Soul Master and Li Xian opposite. As soon as Hoopa was released by Yi Feng, he felt that he had been held back for a long time, and he instantly released his ultimate move towards the Soul Master in the inner world. Dry down a layer. Hoopa saw that its draw force was STI so strong. Happy jumping. Yi Feng was also helpless when he saw Hoopa like this. He hasn't figured out what Hoopa's path is now, but at least he knows that Hoopa's nature is good. There are many fairies in this world, good and bad. Hoopa continued to fight there, but it was because there were too many spirit masters on the other side. Hoopa was a little impatient and tired. Hoopa used his soul power to open an aperture. It's not good to stop. Stop it. It's about to summon the genie. At this time, among the spirit master team in the real world, one of the spirit masters said this sentence in horror and was frightened. When the other soul masters heard him say these words, they instantly fell into panic. Indeed, no matter how powerful their genetic batteries are, they are too weak for such an absolute beast as Hoopa. Li Hong looked at Yifeng with admiration on his face. Yifeng couldn't help but light up when he saw the look in his eyes. 4. In Hoopa's light, many elves came out. As soon as these elves come out, they seem to have predicted their tasks in advance. Genere. They flew towards the soul master of the inner world and rushed over. In an instant, the scene fell into chaos and a one-sided situation. Soon with the help of these elves, the spirit master team in the inner world was wiped out. After the elimination, these elves did not stay, but quickly returned to Hoopa's opening circle. Hoopa closed the aperture behind. Smashing its mouth, Wei felt like it had eaten wild color. Yifeng had never discovered that Hoopa was so powerful before. If he knew it was so powerful, he would not hide it. Yifeng is also very helpless. It seems that there is no such thing in this world. There is regret medicine to take. Hoopa obediently walked to Yifeng's side after eliminating those soul masters. Yifeng took it back into his elf space. Brother I haven't found out that you have the ability to escape, no wonder you can sit in this position. It seems that I used to underestimate you. Li Xian hugged Yifeng. Clasp E. Ha ha ha, Brother Li is saying the truth, wealth is nothing but sha, this time there is no way. I can only do this. If it's a matter of life and death. If I don't see it out, then I'm very irresponsible to you. After Yifeng said these words, he organized a group. The Soul Weaver army goes to Taiying. This army seems to have been negotiated in advance. No one said that Yifeng had Hoopa. Bikin is in extraordinary times. And Yifeng's ground is strong enough. If the news about him owning Hoopa spreads out, it will be used more by others. And now since the people who can stand here, it means that they are not stupid people, at least they know which is more important. If Yifeng owns Hoopa, they can't bear what happens, so they wisely chose to shut up. Li Hong also told Yifeng about this. Love he wi not go back and tell others. Especially Li Zan. Yifeng is very emotional, this time he can aim at a team that can handle it clearly. Yifeng and Li Xian talked about what he heard from the captured soul master. Genetic engineering L. Li Xian was speechless about this practice in the world. Because once it is linked to genes, this war means that the time will not be short. In fact, to put it bluntly, both the inner world and the outer world have developed genes, but the process is different. Unexpectedly, the inner world was invented before the outer world. Here comes this kind of thing. Through what Li Xian said, Yifeng also understood. As long as gene is involved in the battle, 197 this battle situation is beyond their control. Unless someone like Yifeng has a divine beast. But most people in the world don't have divine beasts, and if they startled Yifeng and attacked Yifeng because of this incident, Yifeng's safety is also another said. If those who own divine beasts are good people, that's fine. Just the kind of people who have magical beasts to do bad things. Like Yifeng, the 5 super dreams come from dreams. It can be seen that the genetic energy from Mengu is famous and powerful. If Yifeng and the others did not know about the existence of genetic engineering this time, then they might become fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered by others. Yifeng and Li Xian decided to go to a nearby genetic engineering site with Nashi spirit masters to destroy their belongings. After they returned to the military camp they first went to interrogate the 2 spirit masters. Li Zan knew that Yifeng and Li Xian also fled after Yifeng and Li Xian came back. Li Zan knew the seriousness of this war. Otherwise, he wouldn't let the Watch World fan army come. So in Leaf Maple and Li Xian returned safely, and the casualties were less than they were before. He was surprised. Barracks Ha. 2 soul masters were imprisoned in the middle. Li Baokong Yifeng took over the genetic battery. Look Karafui. Downloader Fei Lu's novel A. Read the full text version of the novel, Chish. Ku 61875. Chapter 378 Ouyang Ling Communication. While Li Xian was observing the genetic battery, Yi Feng's messenger rang. Yi Feng, I'm Ouyang Ling. Now I have discovered the location of the elf god island. Come as soon as you hear it. Ouyang Ling's voice came from Yi Feng's messenger. Yi Feng heard Zhongxia know. Ouyang Ling and Cheomeng's elf island. It seems that he has no way to explore genetic engineering with Li Xian. So Yi Feng arranged for Li Xian and a team of spirit masters to inquire. He went to the elf god island first. As long as there is any news from Li Xian's side, CA him with a messenger. Soul. The team of masters, the 2 soul masters who held the world in the supportive world left. At this time, the decision to hand over the matter here to Li Zan. Some thoughts Li Zansong Sti has some ideas. Perhaps Jin Feng could not agree with his style of work. But the position of Major General is definitely not something that can be done casually. Yi Feng sawed Li Zan over. After the Fu Yup matters were arranged for Li Zan was a little surprised. Bai Yi, although he and Yi Feng had nothing to do with each other before, but his attitude towards others makes Li Zan a little uneasy now. Li Zan instantly felt that he was a child before. With the face of his command, he walked out of the tent. Yi Feng then arranged for the spirit masters he brought with him to instruct them to do something and then left quickly. At this time, Tai Hao and Wu Wenwei's situation also changed. After Lord Toom and the other 2 generals took the army out, they did not rest on the second road. Go straight to the northernmost point of the extreme north. It took them a day to reach the crack they encountered before. Let them each take a team to find them. He is there waiting for news. P. Qin Hao and Wu Wen. Wei was caught in a quandary. If the 2 of them go separately with a team of mountains, this tomb is too human and no one will be watching. But don't Fu. In case something happens, they have no way of knowing. Then it becomes passive. Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao discussed it. Decided to let Wu Jiaofu, that pair of men and horses. Because under the crack is the road that Ouyang Ling and Cheomeng took. Bai Yi used Cheomeng's strength. Even if they were in the past, Wei Qinzhao would stay here and continue to imitate Mrs. Wu. If there is anything, just pass it on to Wu Wenwei. The strength of Bai Yi Wu and Wenwei. It is much tier than Su Hao. He went to the opposite team and it was more effective than if he went with him. So they divided the labor and cooperated. Looking at the movements of those people in the world. Yi Feng used the teleportation of heaven and earth for a few hours to reach the very near city. He decided to change Rongye first because his chanting picture was on the Bweden board. After he finished disguising, he rushed towards the northernmost part of the extreme north. Yi Feng found traces of the army moving forward on the road, and he speculated that the people from the inner world had come. It looks like he's picking up speed. So he maximized his teleportation and rushed towards the crack. Near the split dimension, he found a bank account in front of him. He found a place to hide. Try to contact Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei. Qin Hao told him. He was not far from the camp, so they met first. After Yi Feng met Qin Hao, told him about the situation on the battlefield first. Qin Hao told him about Wu Wenwei's whereabouts. After that, Yi Feng asked Qin Hao to stay here first, and he went to Ouyang Ling first. System. Search. Find out where Chaochu is now. Yi wakes up the system. Host, Cheomeng is now under the glacier. It will take half an hour at a depth of 300 kilometers from you, at the speed of your stepping. After the system finished speaking, it waited for Yi Feng. Okay, show me the way. Let me speed up. Yi Feng is a little anxious now because the world has already dispatched people. He wasn't sure if Ouyang Ling's ability could resist it. So Yifeng went down the second way under the guidance of the system. He avoided the 2 routes of the omniscient world march. The camp is advancing rapidly. Soon he arrived at the location where Mewtwo was displayed on the system. Super Dream seemed to sense him. Running towards him, followed by Yang. "How's it going? Is the elf god island here? Why didn't I see it?" Yifeng glanced behind Yang, but did not find any islands. "The spirit island is indeed here. It's just that you can't see it." Yang blinked. "Can't see it? Can you see us 9 inches?" Yifeng was a little puzzled. "Male." But Yifeng didn't have time to listen to Yang's explanation. He talked to Yang, the army in the world. "The team is almost here. They must go to the elf god island as soon as possible to convince the elves, otherwise if the army of the inner world comes, they have to fight a fierce battle first." Yang was surprised when she heard that the army of Li World had come this way. "Because this is my place, she and Chao Chu have been looking for 2 days. As soon as she found it, she gave Yi Wua a quick gift." Unexpectedly, the speed of the world is so fast. Yifeng talked to Yang again. "The army of the world also came here from the west. It will definitely take a while for them to find this. We are more able to seize this time to go to the elf island." Many. Yang got Yifeng's meaning. She watched the super. Xiaomeng then watched Yifeng's invention. It flew not far in front of Yifeng. Use its soul power to create a door. Yang and Yifeng said, "This door is the door to open the fairy island." Because Chaochu is a divine beast among the elves, it is not unusual to be able to carry Qian Nuohao to open this door. If you come here in general you won't find anything unusual here. Only WIB skipped. Therefore, this is also an advantage of the elf god island being able to hide this doubtful time. After feeling what Yang Ling said, she nodded. He went to that door. "This door is anything, can you enter?" Yi Guijian Yang Ling. Host. Only those who have acquired certain abilities can enter this door. For example, both you and Yang Ling can enter because you have already acquired that ability. At this time, Yang Ling didn't answer, because Yang Ling didn't know either. Instead, it was Yifeng's system who answered the question. "What kind of ability?" "Ability, I don't know when we got this ability too." Yifeng's face. "But at least he knows that you are the one who can walk through the door. And this fan is a tool that others can enter if they want." Philosopher wakes you up. 3 things to read: collection, recommendation, and sharing. Show 61875. Support the original works of Philo Novel Network, be Telecom, and enjoy the joy of reading. Chapter 379 The New Owner of the Elf God Island. Host, that's because you have been to the previous Jingxiandi Island before and obtained the ability of the previous generation of Elf God Island Island Master. Therefore, you can also enter the current Elf Island. And the companion who is with you. That is, Yang Ling, she also has the ability to enter in the same process. But if you change it to other G, they won't be able to get in. But this door can be broken by external force. The system explained these things. Yifeng understood. It turned out that the old Soul Master was the previous island owner of the Elf God Island. It seems that the island owner of Elf God Island can choose them. Neither. By coincidence. Bad. Means they're going to speed up. Many. The Chinese envoy asked Yang Ling to go in together. After entering, he received Cheomeng's elf space telegram. As Mewtwo entered his fine room, the door disappeared with it. Like Yifeng and Yang Ling, they do not appear in this space the same. Yifeng and Yang Ling entered the door. Then they saw an unasway vast space, and what they saw was a huge circular energy army. In this circular energy 560 measuring cover, an island is wrapped. Like leaves before. The field that Feng saw in the sky mirror. Yifeng said that they came to the right place this time, and in front of him was the Elf God Island. They spread their legs to the Elf God Island. As they walked, the energy shield seemed useless to them. They stepped directly over the energy shield and walked in. Yifeng thought in his heart. It seems that the ability to obtain the previous elf god island owner is different. When Yi Xiang and the others entered the elf god island, I saw a lot of spirits. Among them are the elves that Yifeng had signed before. This. How many? After Ling saw Yifeng coming, they are happy to spit maple flying over the sea. Yifeng knew that they were forced to leave at that time. Now after seeing them, he is not only very emotional. At this time, an obviously old elf among the elves appeared in front of Yifeng. After the elf came, he glanced at Yifeng. He tapped his forehead with his hand. Appeared in front of that spirit. After a while, he tapped Yifeng's forehead again. This is Ouyang Ling's discovery of an extra Pokeba-shaped mark on Yifeng's forehead. And this. A Biji appeared for a moment, and then disappeared. A generation of Elf God Island owner. From now on, UWI coexist with the Elf God Island. Suddenly, the sound of the system sounded in Yi Pan's mind. After Yifeng heard what the system said, he was even more confused. System. Guyunci means that IWI become the next island owner of the spiritual island. Yifeng Sti couldn't believe it. Pass the test of this island, including the things you have experienced before. Let them recognize you, and UWI be their master from now on. The sound of the system also. At this time, Chaomeng also came out of Yi Xian's elf space. Who is the next? When the spirits show those spirits of the island of spirits, including the old elf on the forehead before, after seeing the appearance of Chao Tu Hoopa, they knelt down towards Chaomeng and Hoopa. Mewtwo and Hoopa also turned around. He knelt down towards Yifeng. Yifeng thought to himself, it seems that these elves recognized him. He had no other idea. Anyway, what he came here this time was to convince these elves not to be enemies with them. Now that he's their Lord 6, doesn't he have to listen to what he says? Many. Yi Zhen thinks of these. I can't help but do it with pride too. It seems that the character of this person is also very important. If it wasn't for the things he did so long ago, after they wouldn't recognize him. I didn't expect to be your island owner this time, but since I've been, IWI definitely be responsible for you. Right now, the relationship between the outside world and the outside world is very chaotic. If you go out, UWI also be caught in the fish. Out of selfishness, I hope you can stay here. IWI also be willing to protect you. It's alright, I'm wearing it and the old elf said it. Old elf. After listening, he nodded. Because our previous master believed in you, and after we saw your previous experience, we also believed in you. So we are willing to live and die with you. Presumably, after the FA of the previous island owner, these elves had no support. At this time, a new island owner appeared. The old elves were also very excited. Yifeng made a secret decision in his heart at this time and tried his best to do his best. He also wants to protect the safety of the most spiritual island in the world. Now this place has been discovered by people in the inner world. The most important thing for us now is to transfer a place. Also I looked at this energy cover. It must also be destroyed by external forces. So we took off this place before they came. Yifeng told the elves about the current situation. After the elves listened, it was the old elves who spoke. You are the owner of the Elf God Island. That's what we're gonna do. But we also have our ability, if the island owner's society we fight. We fight, we are not afraid. The old elf spoke these words without being humble or arrogant. Yifeng was also very excited after hearing what the old elf Zong said. This time. In the meantime, they are the people behind the plots going forward step by step. This feeling of being chained away is very uncomfortable, but Yifeng has no other way now. Can directly find out who is behind. Moreover, the ability of the person who supervises the name is also obvious to A. Baitong can force the elves back to the elves, Sleeve Island, which means that this time is also a little rough from that person. Yifeng Sti feels that it is not good to directly confront people in the inner world now. It would be fine if he was alone. He also had 2 divine beasts there. But he couldn't get the whole fairy island. Besides, he knows it now. The world is after genetic engineering. He knew that the world would not give up this time. This time, Yifeng also had to spend his net worth to make a fortune for Jingpan Shendao. Yifeng asked the old manager to go down. Dig first where the weak elves transfer gold. Then combine the elves with high combat power to form a line of defense first. Download Fei Lu's novel April to Redfu text version of the novel, Xiao 61875. Support Filu Novel Network BTS 100.com, Original Works. Chapter 380 Battle. After Yifeng arranged this, he turned to discuss with Yanglin. What should be the next step? Yifeng calculated the time, and according to the speed of the world, they were almost there. Going on now, 2 part of the profession is impossible to complete, so he is going to let Yanglin take Cheomeng to help the weak elves to escort them to a safe place, and let him and not be afraid of steaming here. Yanglin knew that this matter was imminent. Take Chaomeng directly inside to escort the weak elves. And Yifeng also combined the elves with high combat power and assigned them tasks. Have them stand in each pharmacy. As soon as someone breaks into the island, no matter what. Then Yifeng sent a letter to Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao, explaining the deep experience. Until now, Yifeng could see what was going on from the inside from the managerial level. He saw a SMA army in the inner world. We quietly went to explore. They didn't know what they were holding in their hands that was flickering. System, scan it for me, they just tell me what the light is in my hand. Yifeng wakes up the system directly and asks the system to scan that thing. Host, that thing is a creature similar to a scanning elf. An instrument of the body. You mean that the device can detect where the manager is passing by. Is that right? Yifeng kisses Shi Jin. That's right, the function of the host's instrument is actually similar to that of Chao Meng's body, and the function of searching for Zhoni is similar. The system is also a little helpless. Yifeng saw that when the team was about to approach and the elves rose, the light turned green. The person who kept flashing there, took the light directly. Very happy and shouted. I found it. I found it. The Isle of Spirit God is here. People behind. When I heard him say this, I was excited. Hurry up and report this sexual matter to the general behind. After one of them heard it, he ran to the back to send interest. Yifeng is also quite helpless. It seems that the elf god island is exposed now. However, he didn't know what was going on with Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao, because Wu Wenwei and Tai Hao hadn't sent him any information yet. At this time, Qin Hao was here. That Makuta sat there very leisurely, and didn't seem to be worried about what would happen today. Suddenly, a second soul master flew back. Come, say a few words at the side of the people of Muda, and he stands up Luo too. Qin Hao judged that this should be the discovery of the elf god island. Otherwise, they Jinere wouldn't come to Makuta directly. Only, C-Ray big hollow up pointing triangle with his soldiers. Going directly to the remaining cracks in the glacier, Qin Hao walked behind them and fooed them slowly. He used the messenger to tell Yifeng that Mr. Mu had already started to move, and it was estimated that he would come to the vicinity of the elf god island in a short time, and let him do the preparations. Yizuo heard Qin Hao's reply from the messenger a day long. But the news of this reply is not a good first breath. He told the old man about this. The old elf also realized that this was a bit tricky. But the old elf was not afraid. Yifeng put the elves into a state of preparation. Wait for the world team to attack. Indeed, after a while, Yifeng saw the little man in black robe, that is, Mutai, appearing near the elf god island. And when he was the general of the inner world, he said a few words at the side of Makusama. Lord Toom took over, and sent out a soul power directly towards the sequence where Yifeng was, and used his soul power to force a fan out. Door. Yifeng was shocked by the means of the Tomb Master. It seems that this master is powerful. And the generals around Mutiran saw the means of Tomb Terran. They also praised again and again. But Mutiran was not moved by it. He nodded towards the door, and the general led people past. I saw that the general went to the door and entered. Master Mew, General Chunsu was a little annoyed that he couldn't get in. Two fingers raised their hands to add too much soul power. Straight cavity smashed the door to pieces. In an instant, the door of the Spirit God Island was shattered like this. And what appeared in front of the crowd was a giant. A large energy envelope wraps the island. Lord Mew saw Yi Feng standing inside the Elf God Island. Yi in his yin and yang voice. I didn't expect it, Yi Feng, you came a step earlier than me, but what's the use of you coming early? I am determined to win the Elf Divine Island. Don't make a mess here, in case you risk your life. Then I have no choice. As soon as Yi Feng heard the words of Mr. Mew, he felt uncomfortable. The sound is yin and yang. No male no. Not to mention the woman, she is also SMA. It's just crazy to want to get the Spirit Island just because you are an underdeveloped person. I sue you, as long as I have Yi Feng here today, I let you hurt the Elf God Island in the slightest. Yi Feng resolutely said these things. Okay, it seems that you don't eat and drink for a toast. Then let's see what strength is. Mrs. Mew spoke in his yin and yang voice. At the same time as he spoke, he also used his soul power to prepare to break the huge energy shield. Yi Feng knew what he wanted to do when he saw his movements. He instructed those elves to protect the first two and not get hurt. At this time, Wu Wenwei is here. After Wu Wenwei fooed another team in the world to the opposite side of Shushan. No clues were found. And those people are also looking around like headless flies, and I don't know how long it takes. Suddenly, the army in the world began to turn around, and Wu Wenwei knew that the situation had turned a corner. She found that the direction of the troop was going back. As they approached the glacier crevice, they stopped. Start orderly not under the crack of the iceberg. While walking. To foo his forward E. Suddenly, Yi Feng's voice came from her messenger. After listening to Yi Feng tell the situation, she knew that she was going to hold the army here now, at least not let them go first and become Yi Ku's pressure. After thinking about this, she appeared directly, and the army in the inner world was also taken aback by her direct appearance. They don't know when they fooed R or a woman behind them. I just opened the door and said that I am a person who represents the world. Now the world has a mission to destroy you. Wu Wenwei aggressively released her soul power. Chapter 381 Right Arm. After Wu Wenwei said this, without saying a word, she rushed over to the person who used soul power to attack the world. The general in charge of leading the team raised his eyebrows when he saw Wu Wenwei's appearance. Because this knows that Wu Wenwei's strength is definitely not weak, and Guan Xiao is on a par with him. And there is no other person here who can be as strong as him. If Wu Wenwei has a backer, then he is not sure whether he can complete this task. Think about these later. The general was also very annoyed. Origine, they had come to the extreme north long ago, but because they were waiting for the arrival of Makuta, they have been procrastinating, otherwise they'd not be cut off now. Just a few minutes before they turned around, another general sent him a message. It is said that the Elf God Island has been discovered, but the Elf God Island has been discovered by others first, and the man, 453, is not someone else. It is Yi Feng. Therefore, let them speed up and come to support. As a result, a Cheng Yaojin was keyed halfway. He didn't know the background of this girl. When he thought about it, Wu Wenwei had already keyed several soul masters. There is no way this military can do it. Only succeed. In 129, he blocked the progress of Wu Wenwei's keying. Wu Wenwei was overjoyed when she saw this general type hand. This meant that his blocking was effective. As long as he dragged here for a longer time, it would be more beneficial to the wind. Wu Wenwei felt a little pressure as soon as the general in the world made his move. However, Wu Wenwei is the granddaughter of the vice president of the Soul Master Association. The things that her grandfather poured into her for so many years are also very valuable. Therefore, Wu Wenwei's strength is higher than that of people of Pucheng level. During the course of the Battle of the Karma, I gradually felt unprofessional. And the Golden Soul Master can't get close to the war between the two of them because of the pressure on the rating scale. The group of Soul Masters watched their generals gradually show their inferiority in the battle with the female heroine who appeared on the base. Slowly began to panic. In case this woman Ray beats their general. And after keying it, they're out of control. What Wu Wenwei didn't know at this time was, 3 other generals in the world are on their way to where they are now. It turned out that after Wu Wenwei left Asia, someone in this army sent a message to a general. The other general also instantly understood why these people were late after he summoned the message. So he came to help just in case. Wu Wenwei's war with this general gradually gained the upper hand. Just when Wu Wenwei was about to give this general a second fatal blow, she rushed over to charge the dangerous spirit power behind her. Wu Shahui hurriedly avoided. Only then did she discover that another general, Cheng Bao, was behind her. Wu Wenwei had already guessed where things were going. After another general came, quickly joined their war. And the general in the inner world was already under the control of Wu Wenwei. But because of the arrival of another general, the two of them joined forces to attack Wu Wenwei. Wu Wenwei's strength is strong. However, under the alternate attack of the two generals, they gradually fell behind. It's live. At this time, Yi Feng was here. In that mute Terran, now Ling has moved here. At the time, he did not attack directly. Yi Feng thought about this, and it seemed that this Motai person was waiting for their people to talk. After this Mo Terran brought it. But 2 generals. And Yi Feng found out that it was not long after the person from this tomb came. The general next to him left. Yi Feng wondered if they had already found 5 meetings. He was summoned by Yu Manwei. Qin Hao said that he was inquiring in the past. At this time, Wu Yanglin had already transferred to the elves from the elementary school. The remaining elves are strong enough. It's just that the weak elves have been transferred out. But there is nothing that can strengthen their location. Except Mewtwo as they're guarding those weak elves. They don't have anything behind. Yi Feng also thought of this. But now there is no other way, he alone has no magic. It can only be piled up like this. Middle. Qin Jia had already fooed the other general Ma Yan. He saw that Zheng Wei was arrested. In order to save Wu Wenwei, he was also arrested. Yi Feng did not hear back from Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao. I can't help but worry about them. The 2 generals beside Tomb Terran came back, fooed by Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao. They have been arrested. Toon Tai pointed to the direction of the Elf God Island after the 2 generals captured the 2 men. Yi Feng knew that this person was going to move the Bai. The 2 generals' men pushed Wu Wenwei and Su Hao to the front of Mu Terran. Yi Feng, you must be your right-hand man of these 2 people. Now I have captured your left and right sides. What do you think? Just because of your resistance alone let these waters suffer with you, do you think it's worth doing this? The voice of the sun-blocking monster from Tomb Terran. From his noise again past the rental. Yi Feng heard what Zhang Mutai said, he clenched his fists. When he saw Mo Wenwei and Tae Ho were caught by them. After that, Yi Gui's heart also fell to the ground. If he's alone here, he doesn't care. Even at the cost of his own life. He also saved the Elf God Island. But the current situation is that Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao were arrested by them. Cheng Ling also saw that Qin Hao and Wu Ran used Tai Hao and Wu Wenwei to build a mighty building. Wu Yangling said indignantly. Yi Feng, I know that you are very entangled now. You might as we come out. Let's discuss it for 4.5 minutes. This matter is not without room for negotiation. Lord Toon spoke again. We are willing to fight to the death. At this time, the old elf walked to Yi Feng's side. Yi Feng knows that these elves are not afraid. It's just that he can't guarantee it. Even if they fight to the death. Can Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao feel it? Yi Feng decided to go out from this Jiyuan first. Otherwise he is here. Also do not attach. Why don't you go out and see what the sage has to say? Wu Yangling saw that he was going out. Stopped him. If you go out now, you will die. Wu Yangling looked at Yi Dan worriedly. Yi Feng stopped her from his hand. Removed. Shaking his head, he went straight out. When Mu Taran saw Yi Jing-shaped elf coming out of the Island of God, he patted Bao Bao. Download Fanfiction Novel ARR watch full text version of the novel. Xiao 61875. Support Fanfiction Novel Network, 0OL. Chapter 382 Yi Feng is furious. Yi Feng, Euphane came out. It seems that you value your right-hand man. Mu Taran's pregnant smile accompanied by his unpleasant voice can be described as tragic. Yi Feng clenched the fist in his hand and secretly pressed his soul power to focus on his left and right. Since you dare to threaten me, I die together. Yi Feng thought to himself. Yi Feng stood there, ignoring what Lord Tabernacle said. Tom Sama saw that Yi Feng didn't make any movement, and he was also unhappy. When he waved his hand, Qin Hao's 2 arms were broken. Qin Hao was ignored by Mr. Mu. Then he broke his arm and screamed. Yi Feng saw Mu Taran's actions. In an instant, he provoked the anger. If you have something to do, let me come. Don't aim at my friends. You have to dare to move one more finger of them and I am willing to perish with you. 3. Anyway, after perishing with you, you won't get anything. It's enough to lose your dog's life. Yi Feng said and pointed at Mu Taran. 21. Looking at Yi Feng's posture, Lord Mu knew that Yi Feng had been angered by him now. He didn't know that Yi Feng had divine beasts. Yi Xingzi. Dao said that what he said now is simply incompetent to Mu Da. With Bai Yi's strength there, he is much worse than Mu Da. So Yi Feng summoned Hoopa. Hoopa was so earth-shattering after his appearance, and when the Tomb Master saw Yi Feng and summoned Hoopa, he was also surprised. No wonder you were able to escape from my siege many times. It turns out that you have this guy. It seems that you are a little capable. It's not in vain that I treat you as an opponent. Toon Taran said suddenly, using Hoopa. However, looking at Chao Li, your Hoopa level is not very high. What can he do? Could it be that you kept it as a pet? Lord Mu laughed at Yi Feng. Give it to me, I take care of it for you. Only Hoopa is replaced by one person, Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei. You go first. You think you want a beauty? Or do you want a brother? The yin and yang voice was accompanied by sea mocking. Yi Feng was also very angry when he saw Lord Mu like this. Don't even think of his Hoopa as Hoopa. Then don't blame Hoopa for what happened. It's a sweet noodle, don't be so distressed, whether it's Qin Luo or Wu Wenwei. You give me a treasure. Makutaran's voice came again. It's just because of you, you are a weird person. I'm afraid that I give Hoopa to you. It has become neither male nor female. For the sake of Hoopa's future life, I have to be responsible for it. Yi Feng laughed. Lord of the Curtain. After being stabbed by Yi Feng as a soft assistant, Mr. Mu also saved some anger, but he was very indifferent, after realizing that people of his level would not be easily angry because of these things. Moreover, Yi Feng has Hoopa in his hand, even if the level of this Hoopa is not very high now. As long as Yi Feng wants to die with them, they may not be able to live. People have gone out here. Moreover, behind Yi Feng is the entire Elf God Island. If Yi Feng can't think of the Elf God Island alone, it will be ruined. With so many elves gone, how should he explain to them? That's right, there are other people behind Mu Taran. But Yi Feng didn't know about this matter. Mu Taran was just a representative sent by the people behind. Many. What's more, how can someone who can plan a plague easily appear in the sight of others? He will definitely protect himself as. Yi Feng sees Mr. Curtin. I don't know what to think about there. I knew it was my words that made the difference. Now for him, it means that if he can drag on for a moment, he can transfer more elves if he can transfer the elves that have changed their names. even if he ends up with the others in the end. Don't take the names of these elves. He has become the island owner of the elf god island, and he should be responsible for them. Tu Shang looked at Qin Jia and Wu Wenwei. From Qin Hao and Wu Jingwei's eyes, he could say that the two of them didn't want them to be Yi Feng's. But Yi Feng also used his eyes to signal to them that they should not act rashly. Do. After thinking about it, Master Tum. Te Yi Feng. He told Yi Feng, as long as Yi Feng can give up his resistance, he can release Tai Hao and Wu Wenwei, and as long as Yi Feng is willing to join their team. He will help Yi Feng to raise Hoopa's level. In this way, Hoopa doesn't have to foo Yi Feng like a pet. And Shi Feng also has a reason to save it and Te Yi Gui. Hu Mian is close to the inside, but he understands it very well. As long as he compromises, the lives of Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei will not be guaranteed, and it is not certain that the Elf Divine Island will definitely fa into their hands. This goes against his original intention. And the screenwriter doesn't know. Dao He has inherited the Elf God Island. Became the new owner of the Elf God Island. If the Muda people knew about this, they would definitely be furious. So Yi Feng told Mr. Mu that he would definitely not unite with them. As a member of the world, and his father was sacrificed for such things as Feng, how could he betray the world? After Yi Feng said these words, he went to Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei's side. Yi Feng knew 570 times that his speed was not enough to rescue Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei from Mu Terran's hands. But at least he can get to Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei's. Around. In this way, the lives of Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei are also guaranteed. As Yi Feng ran over in an instant, Hoopa also ran after. As soon as Hoopa came over, he released the aperture, and Wang Qingling and the others came out to fight. When Mu Tyran saw that this Hoopa could release the elf, he was also delighted in his heart. It seemed that he could get a lot this time. In addition to the Elf God Island, there is also a God Emperor. As Hoopa released the elves, Yi Feng also wrapped him, Wu Wenwei and Qin Hao with his soul power. At this time, Wu Yangling also appeared. Wu Yangling takes Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei. Everyone on the side was defeated. After that, Yi Feng retreated with the blood of Tai Hao and Wu Wenwei. Withdraw more within the scope of the God Island of the worker spirit. Seeing this, Hoopa was also ready to fly back, only to find that the road in front of it was blocked. It was that Makuta who blocked its way. Yi Feng, it seems that you were Ray Wing. You actually let Hoopa stay behind. You are no longer there. Master Mu said to Yi Feng with a little disdain. In the eyes of Mr. Mu, it seems that Yi Feng gave up Hoopa and chose Qin Hao and Wu Wenwei. In fact, as long as there is Hoopa, this matter will not matter to Mu Juran. Chapter 383 Powerful Old Soul Master. Yi Feng and others withdrew to the Elf God Island. Toon Terran blocked Hoopa's way back to Elf D Island, and stared at Hoodoo vainly. Treat Hoopa like a prey. Many. Yi Feng was also stopped by Mu Terran. Shan grabbed the core instantly. This grass-fed adult is so strong that he can even catch up with Hoopa. Hoopa saw that the road in front of him was blocked by this insider. There was anger in his eyes. Hoopa continued to unleash its aperture, and the battle elves came out of the aperture and headed towards Jimu Terran. Toon Terran stopped laughing, his yin and yang. The strange look fade, and his soul power was released forward, and the whole picture was frozen. See. The elves released by Hoopa were frozen. Can't move. Yi Feng saw Lord Mu's actions. If you become a real adult, you will win hoo-hoo in one face swoop. So he used his strongest. Toon Terran started to laugh unscrupulously when he saw that his soul power had frozen and the elves summoned by Hoobai. Take a look at your mythical beast. What else can I do? Let me do it. Your master has abandoned you anyway, or else you can submit to me. His sunblocking voice made Hoopa. It sounds uncomfortable. Hoopa used his own people to release the past. The sprite burst. Hoopa used his tricks. I saw. The moment the aluminum was released, the whole body of the frozen elves were illuminated, and then they released a deafening explosion. It turns out that these elves who came out late from Hupajao, although they do look like elves, since their mother is the body of the elves. In other words, the fighting spirits created by their driving sister Pa with their own soul power. They do not belong to the true elves, and only after the level of 2 Hupa increases, changes are possible. With the explosion of the elves, Terani and his army were affected. Shinsama stepped back quickly, but the explosion hit a little bit. Left scars on the body. Humph. As expected of a divine beast, I'm starting to have a real life now. When I saw the Jitai man, his face was shaking. He looked at his scars, how straight he was going crazy. Soul Power Lock is the most powerful technique of his. Indeed, the space freeze of the Jitai people before, and the Soul Power Lock he uses now, can be said to be invincible when combined. If it is normal, the Jitai people only need to use the space freeze. The knot freezes his opponent. It's like everything is good. But when Lingwu met Hupa, he even used Jujin. His soul soil, Bappa saw that he released his soul power and locked it. But Nati Hudian is now at a lower level. He didn't dodge straight away and was tightly trapped by the soul power lock. Yifeng Origine saw that Hupa released the elf to burst, and thought that Hupa escaped the disaster, but seeing that Hupa was locked after Mutai released the soul power lock later, he couldn't help rushing out. Suddenly Yifeng was picked by a soul force. Come, minute. I saw the place where Mokai appeared, and the characters in the image reflected a shadow. An old soul master. Old soul master. Didn't it come with the device? Wu Yangling looked at the image in disbelief. Ha ha ha, the children don't need to be shocked. The hearty laughter of the old soul master made the depressing atmosphere a little more relaxed. It turned out that this image was finesse researched by the old soul master with his whole life energy. Why is it said to be completed by the old soul master? Spirit low. Because of the existing Yifeng, the image in front of them has unique thinking ability. That is to say, the person who appeared in front of Yifeng and the others now. Just old. The soul master himself. It's just that this image only appears. What once? Old soul master. Since you can appear here now, it means that something triggered you, and the situation is critical now. The junior would like to ask you how to solve this crisis. Because Yifeng was worried about Hupa's 2 words, the question that directly answered Zhangyo came to the fore. The younger generation, Yin Ranning seemed so hot to the elves that the choice was the right one. That's right, it's the little guy outside, and it's Elf Burst, which turned on the mode I set to protect the Elf God Island. In the words of the old soul master, Yifeng listened to. Came out. This Elf Sleeve Island was built by a formation set up by the old soul master. The power of this formation. If you release your husband's extra breath, it can be said that no one can resist this method. And the purpose of this formation is to come to the safety of breathing. Protect the elf. If it weren't for Hupa's mental explosion just now. This space has been shaken, and it is estimated that the old soul master will not appear. It's okay I.ca the formation later. It's just that this formation requires you and Wu Yangling to start it together. When Yifeng heard this, he understood. Stand. Immediately excited. Negatively went to the soul master to play, a gesture. The whole elf god and then lit up. Yishang stepped on and saw where the folds were. Yifeng and Wu Yangling arrived at the group's location. Ji wind gust. Bi Wu Yangling shape. 2 SMA is almost the same as Yi Wu's. Yifeng and Wu Yangling put their palms on. With the movements of the 2 of them, countless rays of light were emitted from the entire Elf God Island. Was STI there because catching who? When the Jatai people who were facing the night, saw the strangeness of the Elf D Island, Wei Wei was too shocked. He could see that this note. And this. The array is very powerful. So powerful that he couldn't resist it. The old soul master and Yi Shang talked about how to use this year method. It was him and Wu Yangling who controlled the array eyes together. Least there is a characterizing lever in the array eye, which can be determined by the operating lever. The old Soul Master's soul power and some SMA formations were gathered in those light cards. It can be said that in this formation, there are other formations, and the other formations are violated layer by layer. And use the old soul to construct the soul power and the power of the formation. It is more than enough to deal with these people. GC Yigui and Uyangling moved the joystick and aimed the beam in the direction of Mr. Mew. After seeing Yifeng and Uyangling's movements, Mrs. Toon suddenly heard the trembling of West's legs. It seems that in the face of absolute strength rowing, the root of human beings ceased to exist. Thinking about Mew Terran, who had always been arrogant before, there is actually a second moment now. I can't help but feel dark in my heart. Yi Fengshanli thought hard. It seems this. The first time can wipe out the next person in one fey swoop. If it weren't for the old Soul Master, he would be thoughtful. On his own merits, I'm afraid there is no way today. A good 1. Zai-Fei Lu's novel N Watchfu text version of the novel on, 61875, Alancome, original work. Chapter 384 Just Cannon Fodder. Yifeng and Uyangling controlled the Operation King to aim at Mu Tai A and then sent out the beam. With a scream of Fang Tung, the beam of light from the building of Mu Da Ren's world flew out. The core he fell to the ground was too big. At this time, the tomb is already dead. He never thought that he would fold here, they were fully prepared before they came. In the end, it couldn't reach an elf island. More importantly, he lost to the yo-weird boy Yi Shang. And now him. Soul power has also been unable to gather. If he dies here today, he will lose his husband. People are fighting again. Many. Too dissatisfied. He is not reconciled to Jin Dawei being eliminated here, he is not reconciled to be defeated like this, and he is even more dissatisfied with his face. That's right, Mu Terran is a person who cherishes money very much. If there is no formation of the Elf God Island, he could catch Hoopa and bring down the Elf Shendao again. But now he is vulnerable. But in his eyes, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that he survives. Shifeng, you have also seen my current state. There is no way to harm you anymore. What's wrong with a 607 inches? I just want to hope that you can spare my life. I want to tell you the equivalent of it, the stuff you never knew, how about it? Mu Terran's voice was very weak at this time. Yifeng frowned, because in his eyes, Mu Terran was the one behind. But there was something he didn't know. And this matter can actually change the face of Terran. Does what he said sound like the truth? Yifeng asked Uyangling next to the portrait. Now he seems to have no way to cause any big storms. Uyangling looked at Qin Hao after answering Yifeng. Qin Jia and Wu Wenwei are also closely observing the movements of Yifeng and Uyangling. Of course I heard their conversation. I think the dying person's words are also good. You might as we listen to what he has to say. Qin Hao gave an answer. This situation is also what Yifeng thought. People who are dying have good words, so let's see what he has to say. Yifeng thought about this and spoke to Mu Terran. I could let you die. But I need to say what I don't know. Let me see if there is that charm. Can save your life. Bai Jin, what you did before can't be written off. Yigui was already disdainful at this time, and it was Tua to be treated for me. After Mu Terran heard Yifeng say these words, Feng Lian caught the life-saving straw. He didn't care what Ming Shi's tone was like. Because the current CE has been humbled to the dust. He needs to beg this grandson Huang to spare his life. In the face, and now he is begging others, so he has no choice, since he has already said these words. All he could do was, tell Yifeng those things. Okay, I tell you, actually this, it's a one game. Terran used his weak voice to tell a lot about the ins and outs of things. It turns out that Mu Daming is not the real person behind it. The members of the FACE organization are strictly divided according to the level. And cannot meet people across levels. It is equivalent to the fact that it is impossible for Makuta to see his boss. He can only be at a certain time, a certain place. Go to a specific arrangement to accept the job. Why did he want to join this organization? It is also because the perplexity brought by this organization is strong enough. The whole organization has a history of at least more than 100 years. This organization has survived until now. Their background is also very strong. They can plan a series of things that only they can't think of. Nothing they can't do. And his CHFS goal is to unify the world inside and outside. The reason why Makuta joined this organization was that he wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible to do what he wanted to do. That's because it doesn't matter how many people you've keyed or how low your level is in this organization. Rejoin you. Go in. They can use their first method to give you a boost. But these are conditional. The former Tomb Terran had normal height, voice and appearance. But after joining this organization, he is on the way to upgrade. His appearance has changed as well as his stature and his voice. He doesn't like the way he looks now. But there is no way. It is precisely because of joining this organization. Tomb Terran's strength can also be as powerful as today. And he proved that the task he received was to find the elf god and mislead Yi Feng. Remove leaf maple. Then quickly. Because the organization above it knows that Yi Ju must find the elf god to FA. So they deliberately set aside time. Let Yi Feng find the elves in advance. They only need to Fuji Yu Feng's footsteps when they are promoted, which is equivalent to Yi Feng becoming a vegetative person for them. After Yi Feng heard what Lord Ji said, I understood in an instant. No wonder people in the world can find this place so quickly. Seems to be on his own. But if this organization has always existed like praise, then why has there never been truth in the world inside and outside? Yi Feng threw his cypress in the past. Makuta. Take his words. Your question is normal, and I thought about it at the time. But these are things you can't imagine. You don't know who is in this group. Maybe the most powerful people in your military are also in this group. Or you can say that the Soul Master Association of your world is not that clean at A. But these problems. You can't see love now. Can you let me go? After seeing me, I spend the rest of my life safely and then go to Kong. Yi Feng thought about it right. Why has there been no wind for so many years, just? It means that there are people with strong backgrounds above, who are preventing the fermentation of this matter. It was the genetic battery he had encountered before. Any trace of genetic battery, but as Terran said he can quickly improve the level, it must be related to this aspect. Okay, I'm worth it. But I need to ask you one last question. You can leave JG after saying that. Tomb Terran nodded. You said that you joined this organization to quickly increase your level. Is this method about genes? Yi Feng pointed out the question sharply. Elshow 61875. Support Filu Novel Network, nay. Chapter 385 Return of the Elves. Before the Makuta could speak the sect, the Katai was already dead. Yi Feng quickly went over to check and found that it was the toxins in Mr. Emu's body that keyed him. The guy. Your question triggers the hidden device in him. According to what he just said, since he can join this organization. This organization use many methods to let him keep the things he doesn't want him to say. It rang. Yi Zhen instantly understood. Shenjuan. He turned around and looked at the scene, the one in the world of Otong. The two generals and their troops lingered there. Yi Feng has never been soft on his enemies. Lai also mentioned to save the life of Mrs. Mu, but it was very unfortunate for that person to join for such a year. But since the army of the world can come here, it means that we must also be inseparable from this organization. Yi Feng has a bad idea in his heart. He put the last two questions he had asked Makuta before. It came out too loudly, and as a result, everyone who heard it was keyed on the spot. Yi Feng couldn't help thinking, it seems that this organization's patience is way too much. To be able to control the military, so many people seem to see that the world's serious dangers are not peaceful at all. At first I thought it was just a Western person's Zuo Chong, but now I want to let it be and Rigong is simple. How could one or two people be able to accomplish such a big conspiracy? He thought again. Fortunately, I didn't agree to make a united war with them. Wouldn't it mean that he would also become Mutaran in the future, a person who was neither a ghost nor a ghost? Bad girls don't look like boys anymore. At least he wants to be a pure man. The most digging head of Yi Feng's legacy. Can't get out. When it comes to Wang engineering, he has always been a little afraid. The organization behind S from this incident. The emphasis on genetic engineering. Neither is light. He asked Wu Wenwei, Qin Hao, and Wu Yangling to tidy up the things left at the scene, especially those two generals, to see if they could be used. After you can get to the level of a general. The power of the county is also quite large. I believe that Japan can find a lot of good lexi in him, and sometimes Shyman can use it for self-defense, which is quite good. Talk to the old soul master in the past. 3. He and the old soul master discuss the situation of the elf god island. Leave the question. Yifeng thinks it is, because the elves have come to the elves to draw the island, so the outer world and the inner world are in chaos. If the elves can go back, can it be stopped? Stop the outbreak of the war. And the elf god island is not turned off directly, and then protect the weak elves in the elf god island. Leaf Maple Mountains come and see them. The Jingmengshu with combat power returned to people's normal life and continued to start contract behavior. Of course, these must be carried out on the basis of the wingness of the elites. The old soul master nodded in appreciation. Thought so. He was also. If you keep the sprite here, it is unrealistic to keep them out of contact with the outside world. Become innocent and childish spirits. Minute. Only. There is something new in human life. To feel the sound of the world. When the old soul master said that he was ashamed, his figure began to flicker. Young man, my time has come. Maybe we won't have the chance to meet again in the future. I leave it to you. I believe that with your strength, you will reach the highest point in the future. But along the way, don't forget. Own original intention. After the old soul master said these words, the image completely disappeared. Yifeng calmed down his heart. When will he be able to reach the level of an old soul master? He saw the old elf from the island of the elf and let him gather it. He released Mewtwo. Because of the elves inside. Not everyone could understand what he said. But the words spoken between elves and elves must be interoperable, so Yifeng asked Chaochu to be a translator for the time being. Chitong said everything. Chao Meng was also at the side Shihei, and the scene became very important after Yifeng finished speaking. Because the elves know, not a people in this world are bad, but people like Yu Yifeng are good people. They also want to live with people like Yifeng. They also miss their former owners. Since they can sign a contract with their masters. That means they trust their masters. If it weren't for the previous turmoil. Nor are they separated from their owners for so long. For flowers. Japan is 10 years older than Yiji after it appears, they are there thinking. 4 grams. The elves know it. What they decide to say is to consider for the entire elves. But the silence did not last long. 3 minutes later, Chao Meng fed back some information to Yifeng. Too many elves yearn to go back to the world. Only a SMA fraction of the elves were the ones who had been hurt in the first place. They don't want to go back to the outside world. Yifeng thought of a compromise. I want to go back to the outside world. Make a registration here with the Leaf Group. Include information on their previous owners. If you don't want to go back, stay here to train young elves. What happened? They also have a backlash. Because the recording of information Ray made him one of the first and too big for him. Super clear unlimited storage, this time has a lot of value and use. After doing these things, Tae Ho and the others are full of harvests. Those 2 generals did have very famous treasures on them. Among them, there are many high-level light and soul power fruits. It seems that these 2 generals also regret it. Gold. After Yifeng glanced at the place, he arranged for everyone to go out. Yifeng first brought the elves back to a place where the world was safe enough. Ge reported the situation to General Long. Then he went to the dragon. After he and General Long reported the situation, General Long immediately sent someone to take over the elves. After that, they began to negotiate with the world, if they wanted to return some of the elves. They must establish a friendly relationship with the world, and ensure that they do not violate it. Otherwise, Yifeng has the right to wreck his elves at any time. Complete. Yifeng's current head street is the island owner of Elf God Island. Yifeng thought that he successfully completed the task at this time. Just so happy. And after he did this, he went to the front of General Long and continued to go to the battlefield to find Li Xian. Although the inner and outer world is still under negotiation, Yifeng is afraid of him, so what kind of drastic things do they do? It's still a decision. Download Feilu 2 to see the full text version SMA 1875. Support Feilu Novel Network KF, enjoy the joy of reading. Chapter 386 Metamorphic Genetic Engineering. Watch the world, the General's house. Are you sure you're going? General Long's voice sounded. I have to go. If I don't go, if the people involved in this matter are difficult to meet, it will be troublesome. Yifeng replied in a sincere tone. It turned out that Yifeng and General Long applied to cooperate with Li Xian in destroying the genetic engineering, but they were not directly approved. General Long sought Yifeng personally to talk about it. Yifeng knew what General Long meant. General Long takes care of his safety. Because since the outbreak of the internal and external world war, the place where Yifeng appeared. Too many parties. And he also became the island owner of Elf God Island. Hidden under the halo of the story house is a new undercurrent, 8. What's more, this time is very different. If only Yifeng was there to go to General Long, he would be worried, and if he went with the Soul Master, General Long would be even more worried. 8-9 Earths. Yifeng understood General Long's considerations and concerns. But it has come to this point. Even for his father, he had to persevere. Besides, Yifeng is not the kind of person who doesn't have the guts to pick things up. General Long saw that he couldn't beat Yifeng. Poop. He repeatedly told him to pay attention to safety, and before leaving, he gave the hourly rent a talisman. Yifeng has always been very grateful to the Lulu army. If it wasn't for his identity here, he would definitely be the godson of General Long. After Yifeng finished his work on General Long's side, he went to Qinhao and Yangling. After Wu Wenwei came back with them, he went directly to the Spirit Master Association to find his grandfather to report the situation. Yifeng, Qinhao and Yangling talked about what he would do in the future. He didn't plan to take them with him. He wants them to split here. Here's a good way to raise their level. And take a break, because before the matter of macro tracking the island of the gods. They have not rested for a long time. Qinhao and Yangling knew Yifeng's intentions. Presumably what Yifeng was going to do this time was quite dangerous. And Yifeng let them stay in the watch world at this time. Another important reason is to protect the elves. Because the Mutiran said before, the military and the Soul Master Association of the world. There are people from this organization. Therefore, they will definitely attack the elves brought back by Yarrow Leaf Maple this time. Yifeng is not at ease. Give these sprites directly to military. Of course, it's not that Yifeng doubts General Long. Don't believe General Long. It's Yifeng. I'm worried that General Long will be implicated because of this. Therefore, it is more practical to leave these matters to Qinhao and Yangling. After Yifeng arranged these things, he took a look at the elves, and then set off to look for Li Bao. Because Yifeng gave Li Xian a pager before, Yifeng used positioning to find virtue. And so far, Li Xian has not returned any news. As things stand now, no news is the best news. The way without incident. Yifeng arrived at a relatively desolate part of the inner world. Indeed, if any place is the best place to do genetic engineering, it must be a deserted place. Even if someone came to this place, no one would care too much. The last time Li Baoshan's signal was here. Yifeng walked slowly and he would not easily let go of any clues. Suddenly, he saw a figure fighting in front of him. However, there are not many people, it seems that it should be 4 against 3. Yifeng. A little closer. Look closely, isn't this Li Xian? It turned out that Li Xian was based on what the 2 spirit masters in the world had said. He searched the way to get here, he found something wrong when he got here. It's too peaceful and desolate here. Deliberately like a man-made one. However, Li Xian is very patient, he has been lurking here to observe. During this period, he also hunted down several spirit masters in the world. Li Xian did not know that the war was suspended. Ling Tian's Li Xian was fighting guerrilla warfare with them just like a few days ago, but Li Xian knew that the inner world had already discovered something tricky. But they can't find him yet. Yifeng, after seeing Li Sheng, joined the battle without saying a word. It was originally a battle of attrition. After Yifeng joined, the situation was reversed in an instant, and within a few moves, the spirit masters in the inner world were wiped out. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yifeng coming. Compared with Yifeng, Bai Yi's strength is relatively weak. Without Yifeng's arrival, Bai Rui wouldn't be able to let them go. When he came, he brought 6 soul masters, and during the battles over the past few days, he had already lost half of his soldiers. Yifeng glanced at Li Xian's situation. Almost as expected by Yifeng. This is why Yifeng must come. Yifeng knew, with Li Xian's strength, at most one place could be destroyed, and he might even get himself in. And when he came, it was different, at least he had Cheomeng and Hupa. Li Bao continued to walk forward with Yifeng for a while. Kaifeng saw it. It must be the gene factory here. Yifeng Zhanjian Li Ji. That's right. After my investigation in the past few days, here are the 2 souls. The gene factory mentioned by the teacher. Li Xian answered affirmatively. Yifeng planned a plan, and now there are 4 of them. He and Li Xian each took 1 person. Strike from front and rear. As long as you get close to the factory for 1 day, use your soul power to wrap yourself up. Because of the difficulty, I don't know if there are any poisonous substances or medicine species prepared for them in the factory. On the 21st, go to the factory and meet people for inspection. Don't be merciless. Of course, you have to be Wing. There must be someone here who has mastered the method of making genetic batteries. After Yifeng informed Li Xian and the other 2 about the plans and arrangements, he began to prepare. Ready for action. In fact, this is not Yifeng's little ruthless hand, keying anyone he sees, but this place. It's the organization behind it. And those who can enter and participate in the production may have a few lives in their hands. Many. For the sake of the brothers who were born before, Yifeng wi not spare them. 42. The plan wi soon begin to be implemented. Yifeng took a soul master and rushed in from the main entrance. As soon as the door opened, Yifeng and the other soul master were stunned by the sight in front of them. I see. In the center of this factory is a huge Pokeball, and there are countless Pokemon embryos in the Pokeball. Countless pipes are connected to this huge Pokeball. And these tracks end in a square container with a row of SMA crystals below this container. These crystals are gene batteries. It turns out that this is how the genetic battery came. Yifeng quickly came back to his senses, and the people in the factory had already discovered Yifeng's invasion at this time. I saw Yifeng wherever she went. None survived. Yifeng released Super Dream and let it solve my problem. Pokemon in a Pokeball. On 0. Xiao 61875. Chapter 387 Success Fui destroyed. The origin of these embryos is unknown though. But how could Yifeng, as the island owner of Elf God Island, AOW such a thing to happen. Who came up with this technology? Yifeng thought more and more angry. The furious Yifeng. The entire factory has feigned into a classic of blood-colored rendering. Since Yifeng's side has attracted the energy of the big county, Li Xian's side is relatively light. Li Xian was also shocked after he entered from the back door, and his anger was instantly aroused. Not long after, the factory was taken over by Yifeng. In the center of the factory lie 5 or 6 people and their soul power have been abolished by Yifeng, but because they have a little use. Yifeng did not key them for a while. Say, who came up with such a thing? Yi Zufen's angry voice made the 5 or 6 people one. In their eyes, Yifeng is a god. Yes, yes, Dr. Tortoise. One of them, Dai said tremblingly. Yifeng was curious why they didn't die suddenly. Can you name it 21? You don't have any settings in your body. Yifeng continued to ask fiercely. Fight. One is the staff of the R&D department. These are our own jobs. If there is any setting, then we die at any time. The man explained. It turned out to be so. It seems that the harvest not be less. But Yifeng was very angry at this time. He was angry at why such a group appeared. After that, Yifeng asked a few questions that he had always wondered about. In order to save their lives, those few people told Yifeng truthfully. Close double angle bracket. But what this person knows is only about his rent. Regarding the affairs of the Ministry of Development, about the other departments of this organization and their work, these 8 are not stars. Because this organization has a strict division of labor, and they can't inquire about each other, they don't know much. But as far as genetic engineering is concerned, they know a lot. The original R&D department is a large part of the whole. And like the factory that Yifeng destroyed today, there are a total of 20 factories too large and SMA. They don't know where the biggest factory is. But they do. Only the factory in that state is fluid by 5 medium-sized factories, which are SMA factories like they are today. 9. There can be no connection between factories. And exist like Dr. Tortoise. Only in headquarters. If Yi Zhu and the others wanted to find the headquarters, that would be hard. And their team has been stationed here for nearly 20 years. They have done countless experiments, and the headquarters distribute them countless patterns, and then they follow the instructions of the headquarters. There are failures and successes, but the probability of success is very SMA. It seems that making a gene pool as stable as today is also after more than 20 cars of their research. And this factory has been here for more than 80 years, and they are the 4th batch of people who come to this factory. Because they change places every 2 or 5 years. But the facilities are the same everywhere. Just the location is different. It is precisely because of the coactive factor battery recently researched by the headquarters. So their various branches began to be established, and then applied to the Soul Master. B. That's why the inner world is so righteously attacking the Sei duo of the outer world. But they didn't make the genetic battery in the first place to put the genetic battery in the fight. But this is the order given by the people at the headquarters. It was originally intended to make the inner world more developed and advanced than the outer world. The result has resulted in the current situation. Yifeng nodded after hearing these words, but he did not easily communicate with them because of what they said. Yifeng didn't believe Bai Yi could stay here for more than 20 years. They didn't know what the genetic battery was used for. Now, they said these words to Yifeng just to survive. Yifengzhong. Hoopa sawed out late and made Hoopa the same as last time. Summon the elves. Use Sprite Blast. Yifeng didn't want to let these people live to harm others. Yifeng took Li Xian and the others straight away. The first person thought that Yifeng had let them go, so he stood up struggling. Result, before they could stabilize, a huge explosion hit them. Shout. There was a loud noise. The plant was successfully smashed. Yifeng is a little fortunate at this time. This factory is so desolate, so there is so much movement, and it will not be noticed too much. After Yifeng did these things with Li Xian, he went to the front line. Zero came here for two purposes, one was to destroy genetic engineering, and the other was to go to the front line to guard. Li Zan is now at the front line. When Yifeng went to find the elf god island before, he handed these things over to Li Zan. It didn't take long. They went to the front line at this time. There is no longer the scene of wreckage everywhere. But every time he thinks of the people involved in the previous war, Yifeng gets angry. But these things are impossible, Tufeng Institute. All he can do is use his life's energy to stop these things from happening. Li Zan had already received the news that Yifeng was coming back to the front line to guard 323, so he took someone to stand outside the tent early in the morning to welcome Yifeng's arrival. After Yifeng and Li Xian came and saw Li Zan's battle, he knew that he had intention changed. So Yifeng and Li Xian looked at each other and smiled. After Yifeng and Li Bao walked back to the tent, they arranged the Fu Up defense. Yifeng reported the situation to General Long using a messenger. It explains the origin of genetic engineering and the successful destruction of this factory. After the report, Yi Zhen stayed at ease at the Taiying side of the battlefield army for a long time. There is no strange situation in the office. Goodbye to Yifeng after returning to the battlefield. He received an order from the Soul Master Association to let him go back. Yifeng knew that after he brought the elves back, there must be undercurrents in the inner and outer worlds. As for what will happen in the future, he doesn't know, but what he can believe is that Li Xian is a good person, and no matter what happens in the future, he is a friend who can be friends. And it is true that the current situation in the world is the same as what Yifeng thought. Lu. The return of the elves brought a new change to people's lives. However, the positions of the Soul Master Association and the military are different on this matter. It is precisely because of this matter that General Long is so busy now that he has no time to reply to Yifeng. Download Fei Lu's novel R to watch full text version of the novel on Show 6. Chapter 388 Elf Scramble. Table World, Political Conference Ha. Military, Soul Master Association. The main content of this meeting is for the distribution of the return of the elves. At this time, two deep voices sounded in the Ha. Judging from the source of the voice, it is obvious that this person is from the military. A middle-aged man in military uniform. The whole Ha was silent. Since we are sitting here, let's make a rule. Put the elves together. Whoever has the ability will get it. At this time, a man in a robe said. According to ability, the man in the military uniform was a little surprised by this idea. Close double angle bracket. President Zhang, what you said, if that's the case, that age doesn't make your Spirit Master Association important. We are sitting here today to solve this problem. It can't be said that who is stronger. Then the elves will be given to whom? If you say this, they are weak. Can't people have elves? In that case, who would want to join the military again? The man in the military uniform was a little unhappy. In fact, what the man in the military uniform said is somewhat reasonable. Because there are not as many people in the Soul Master Association as there are in the military. But they are elite soldiers. Strength is high. And the military has a lot of people. But the high strength is about the position. Everyone joins the military to serve the country. For example, in this war between the outer and inner worlds, the Soul Master Association was outstanding, and they only contributed a little in the last war. The military, on the other hand, takes the protection of the country as its own responsibility and goes to Thailand to offer itself. If there is no way to get the country's approval or if the Jingyuan people return, they don't have a direct share to get the elves, it will cause certain damage to the military. Impact. This. 8. But Soul Master, you would think otherwise. General Tai, I know you're thinking of this for the military, so is the president of the Soul Master Association. I must also think for the Soul Master Association. The two of us have different positions and starting points, and this matter wi not be resolved in essence. But this world is such a world, where the weak eat the strong and respect strength. How can they get elves without strength? Even if they get it, they won't protect Jingyuan Zero. The evil spirits wi be implicated because of them. It is better to let the powerful people get the elves directly, which wi also have certain benefits for the stability of the world. It can be seen that one of the two people is the top leader of the military. One is the president of the Soul Master Association. At this time, General Long spoke. First of A. The elves were brought back by Yi Feng, you know that. We had not told Yi Feng about this meeting here, and we have done it inappropriately. It turned out that this meeting was not held without Yi Feng's knowledge. It is the military, the Masters Association, and other forces that know the return of the selected, and now there are. Under the protection of the military, it was proposed to hold this meeting to calculate the distribution of the two elves. But in fact, Yi Feng never said that the elves would assign this matter. In Yi Feng's view, elves should go to find the life they want, instead of artificially prescribing them to do something. As for whether or not to sign the contract, it also depends on whether the elves are willing to be with this. General Long knows. He didn't tell Yi Feng about this. Tu Feng would definitely be unhappy when he found out about it. But this thing is destined to happen after Yi Qi brings the elves back. General Long Origine thought that if they could negotiate, then it would not be too late to tell Yi Gui the news. Bai Yi Yifeng is STI on the front line. The relationship between the outside world and the outside world is STI unpredictable. As the president of the Soul Master Association, after hearing these words, he smiled disdainfully. What do you mean by saying these words now to who doesn't know that Yi Gui is yours? So if you want to say this, do the elves belong to your military? The president of the Soul Master Association spoke to General Long. The tone is not harmonious. General Long didn't care. General Long knew that this would be a meeting today. It wi not go smoothly. After A, they want to win more for the side they are on. The Ha Fei silent for a moment. Indeed, everyone knew that Yi Feng was a member of General Long, especially the vice president of the Soul Master Association. Before Bai Dang, his granddaughter also wanted to go with Yi Feng when he went to explore the real world. He was very sure of the ability and strength of timing. But now his position is the Soul Master Association. If he favors the military today, the relationship between the two parties wi only become more chaotic in the future. In a peaceful era, the military and the Soul Master Association would be equivalent to a we that does not violate the river, but Taizan has just ended. Besides, the relationship between the outside world and the outside world is sti vague, and he doesn't know what the future direction wi be. But he was helpless about the convening of today's meeting. The elves return. This is where they discuss the distribution of the elves. Elves are also alive, they do so obviously without respect for elves. Since they do not respect the elves, how can the elves respect them? The most important thing is that these elves were brought back by Yi Feng. What wi Yi Feng do when he knows about it? What attitude he wi have? These are unknown spoons. But with what he learned from his granddaughter, Yi Feng would definitely not give up. But the people present now probably don't understand what kind of person Yi Wu is except for him and General Long's national letter. Defects must be reported. These 4 words are the most suitable to describe Yi Chen. So the vice president of the Soul Master Association sighed silently and didn't say anything. Alright, in this case, I can see that there is no need to hold today's meeting, Qian Zhao's. The elves are temporarily placed with our military for our protection. Other people if the society is so crooked. I advise you not to lead the military to oppose it. After A, we represent the world. General Tai spoke, and what he said meant that Ling Tian's meeting was over. He took the lead in leading the army out. General Long Sti felt that he should talk to Yi Feng about this matter. He knew Yi Feng as a person. If Yi Feng heard about it from other sources, his position in Yi Feng's heart would definitely change. It's not that General Zhenglong didn't think about Yi Feng. And it is because of the dragon. The general said that Yi Feng had to deal with this matter. The crisis brought to Shi Fan was a bit big. He didn't want Yi Feng to go out of his way, so he asked General Tai to hold today's meeting. So General Long turned on the messenger. Chapter 389 Channel closed. General Long used a messenger to tell Tu Feng what happened just now. Yi Feng also received of them. When Yi Feng heard what General Long said, a trace of anger rose in my heart. Nian knew that General Long's actions were for his own sake, but the internal content of this meeting must result in the outcome. Yi Feng was a little angry. The elves were brought back by him. Gigi is now the owner of the island of the elves, and they do this. Second, they don't respect him. Second, they don't respect elves. It is the most disrespectful place to compare elves to a piece of goods to distribute. Since they are so capable, don't use elves in the future. So disrespectful to the elves, then there was no need for him to bring the elves back at that time. Informed General Long of his route method. He spoke to General Long. Origine, the elves brought them back for the sake of peace and balance in the world of Kigo. According to the content of today's meeting, the world is ready to fornicate the elves. If they decide to do this, then the world inside and outside will definitely not be able to avoid another outbreak of war. Origine, the outbreak of the war was because of the previous plague and the departure of the elves. Now if the world is exclusively dominated by elves, there must be an A-113 sent to the world to capture the spirit you. Sing. General Long knew very well what Yi Feng meant, and he also knew what Yi Feng wanted to express. In fact, the content of today's meeting was not about the distribution of elves. But I don't know what happened, and suddenly it became how the elves were distributed. General Long doesn't know who is doing the trick here, but someone must be doing it. As Yi Feng said before, there are people from that organization in the military or the Soul Master Association. Face and they don't know. Who are those people? If these people are making trouble, then the fate of the love spirits is the most serious problem too. If the elves left this in the hands of their military, something went wrong. Everyone must no longer trust the military. And the elves no longer trust the military. This time, those beneficiaries stand up to further suppress the army left. General Long, I want to go back to the world and solve this problem. Yi Feng raised his request. That's right, Yi Feng can't solve the problem after taying the military comrades and the people from that organization in the Soul Master Association. General Long did not answer Yi Feng at this time because General Long was sought away by General Tai. Yi Feng stood outside the tent, thinking. The low-end elves thought of this question when they came back. I just didn't expect it to be so complicated. Isn't it good for Jingda to live freely, and to go to the previous owner? Many. Why did it like this? Alas, the human heart is indeed the most unpredictable. Yi Feng summoned his super Brahmin. Be by his side, when his trash dances. Host, I feel that a powerful soul power owner is. Fly towards you. The life of the system suddenly rang again. System, can you speak in the future without swearing? I was scared out of my sickness by you. Yi Feng was startled by the sudden sound of the system. The system's most tone also succeeded in bringing him back from his mind. System, did you thank me just now that a powerful soul power is attacking me? After Yi Feng recovered, he noticed that the system was talking chaotic. That's right, host. This person's soul power is higher than yours. But he won't be your opponent, because you have Chalfan and Hoopa. The system said honestly. The system. What are you saying the truth? Yi Feng smiled shamelessly. In this case, then I be fearless and we not be able to stop. Sure enough, within minutes, a black figure came towards the army lobby. Gradually, the figure clearly appeared in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng knew this person. That's right, this person is another assistant under General Long, Ni Zhuang. They had met several times before. Major General Ni, what are you doing here? Yi Fengqianmei now picks him up. Prosperous. If it is General Long's person, then he is an outsider. Of course, Yi Feng didn't appear to be very familiar with you to replace you. You can return to the world, but General Long is now at General Iron, so there is no way to contact you. Yi Feng understood after hearing what Ni Zhuang said. Why did General Long not reply to him? It turned out that General Long thought of it. With Yi Feng's character, certainly not ignoring it, and Yi Feng would definitely do it himself. So the army sent Ji Zhuang over. The journey is about to start, here it is for you. Wei Fengqi quickly replied to Ni Zhuang. Ni Zhuang nodded, then watched Yi Feng pack up. He ordered something and left. On the way back to the world, Yi Feng was thinking, what kind of existence is Ni Zhuang, and why does General Long trust him so much? Forget about it. Going back to the world as soon as possible is the real business. Also, what did General Long be sought by General Tai to do? It wouldn't be because of him. Yi Feng thought about it and went to the door of the general's mansion, but he didn't move in first, so he went to Qin Hao and Ouyang Ling first. Qin Hao and Ouyang Ling were also relieved when they saw Yi Feng coming back. Because they heard that the elves were going to be auctioned. Yi Feng's absence means the main heart. Bone is not there, they don't know what to do. Yi Feng, they said that the freedom of elves will be gone. Is this true? Ouyang Ling came out anxiously. Society. When Yi Feng is here, whoever dares to plot against the elves will have to see if Hu Tantu agrees. Yi Feng pinched his head. Ray, as the island owner of the Elf God Island, he can't even protect his own elves, and he has no face to see the old soul master. Ouyang Ling was also worried about the safety of the elves. But she also believed in Yi Feng's ability. It's okay, let's think about these things together. Don't put on you. Qin Hao squeezed Yi Feng's shoulder. He knew Yi Feng's situation, and he was willing to accompany Bu Yushi. Then he summoned Chao Meng to protect the elves together with Qi Hao and Ouyang Ling. More. After the elves saw Super Brahma, looking at Chao Fan with a look of admiration. Chao Chu was watched by the eyes of the elves, and unconsciously picked up his head higher. Yi Feng laughed out loud when he saw Chao Meng's expression. He was in a better mood too. For Yi Feng now, the most important thing. Nothing more than friends, companions, and genie. Sing. Jade Zai Lu Xiao XP, Watchfu Text Novel 1, Shura 1875. Original works of Phailu Novel Network, Ola10.com. Enjoy the joy of reading. Chapter 390 The Abacus of the World. After watching Qin Hao, Ouyang Ling and the elves, Yi Feng walked to the General's mansion. At this time, General Long had returned from General Tai. After General Wang Hilong said that he was coming, the army also told what he knew today. It turned out that General Tai sent the dragon to talk about the relationship between the outer world and the inner world. The inner world intends to negotiate with the outer world. But the center of the negotiation is the genie. Because this matter is the direct contact between the highest representative of the inner world and the highest representative of the table world. General Tai also did not know the specific situation. He sought General Long to tell General Wang Dian. He also asked General Long to tell Yi Feng about this. This time the negotiation time is the morning of the days. What they mean is that the current elves are assigned. However, the result of the negotiation is that there will be no more wars between the inside and outside world. There was a trace of anger in Yi Feng's eyes. Yi Feng, don't be angry yet. This is what it looks like at the moment, but it's not completely out of the question. I have to see what you want to do. As your elder, I definitely support you. But it is a person who is also a representative of the world's military. I can only give you strength from behind. General Long spoke earnestly. Yi Feng knew what General Long meant. He never doubted General Long's position. General La, I know what you said, and now I also belong to the military. Every move I do is directly related to the future development of the military. As we as the future pattern and position. Tu Feng had a hint of helplessness. General Fanglong, no matter what I do, I will not harm the interests of the military, although the military may not be on my side. Door. But if it's an emergency, please don't talk to me again. To avoid implicated you. General Long knows Yi Feng's personality. This matter will not be over. As for what will happen at the negotiation meeting the day after tomorrow, he has no idea. But as Yi Zhang's elder, He Rui didn't want to look at Yi Shang like this. Alone on this road. So he warned Yi Feng the most. No matter what happens, as long as Yi Feng says heyo, he will spare no effort to protect. Yi Feng has always been grateful to General Long. To have a presence like General Long beside him. Although his father is not working, there is someone from his father's generation who is helping him. This power is inexhaustible. Leaf gauges are on the road in the future. General Long will also be eager to help him. After Yi Feng said goodbye to General Long, he walked out of the general's mansion. Who knew that he was out of the general's mansion? There were two people who fooed Suo Jin in secret. Dare to foo me, see if I don't turn your game around. Just when it was time for lunch, Yi Feng was a little hungry and walked into a large restaurant. The two also fooed Yi Feng. Came in. The two of them sat down not far from Yi Feng. Of course Yi Feng knew what they were doing. After the clerk from Fuguan came over, Yi Feng ordered a lot of the characteristic signs of the X store. Soon, the clerk wanted to learn everything. Yi Feng finished the meal slowly and wiped his mouth. Ready to get up and go. But Yi Feng didn't go directly to the cashier. Instead, he walked towards the position where the two were sitting. I saw Yi Feng standing beside the table of these two people. Talk to these two people. Trouble. You are with me. Then it will cost money. Excuse me. Yi Shang said Zong's fishy words and then walked straight out. He spoke to the cashier. The two men from How Mai settled the buy for him. Because of the scene just now, everyone thought Yi Gui knew those two people. The two people looked at the back of Yi Feng quickly leaving. It was hard to say. In this way, Yi Feng successfully used these two people and asked them to invite him to a meal. Just when Yi Fengxiao was in a good mood, there were two people in front of Yi Fengqi blocking Yi Zhang's straight path. You are Yi Feng who eats Our Lady. Please go, a trip. And after seeing this treasure, he took out something from his arms. Our wife said that you will understand when you see this thing. Then she put this thing in front of Yi Feng's eyes. Yi Feng took a closer look. Isn't this the soul stone that Wu Wenwei matched with the breath? Ask for flowers. Is Mo or Wu Wenwei looking for me? Never mind. The fact that Wu Wenxing came to me in this way means that it is not convenient for her to come out to meet directly now. Force. Yi Feng also understood the effect. He fooed the two men away. I saw those two. People turned around and took Yi Feng to a SMA courtyard. Yi Feng pushed the door open. Wu Wenwei was sitting there waiting for him. You're here. Then just say it directly. Wu Wenwei didn't chat much after seeing Yi Feng. It turned out that Wu Wenwei came to him to tell him about the negotiation between the military and the Soul Master Association before Guanhe. Heart. There is also the matter of the negotiation between the world and the world in the future. People. She knew that Yi Feng went to the general's mansion as soon as she came back, and Hajime also knew that someone was fooing Yi Gui, because there was an old saying. The mantis catches the cicada, fooed by the oriole. Although Wu Wenwei didn't know who were the two people who fooed Yi Feng before. But she knew that the two must be plotting something wrong. Yi Mo is now the figure on the cusp. Even the famous forces are thinking about him, so he has received a lot of attention in the world along the way. Force. Everyone is also watching his movements and how he will go next. That's why Wu Wenwei was like this, and he brought Yi Feng over around him. Moreover, Wu Wenwei has nothing to do with the Soul Master Association in this place now. It is a place that belongs to other forces. Besides, Wu Wenwei knew Yi Feng's character. About the genie he is. Won't care. And when the elf was brought back by him to find the elf, he knew what the elf meant to Yifeng. Yifeng wi not be controlled by people and Jeju elf. Afterwards, Wu Wenwei and Yifeng talked about the time and place of the negotiation meeting between the inner world and the outer world, and the people related to the meeting. Moreover, Wu Wenwei also told Yi Gui a few points that Yifeng had not thought of before. After Yifeng heard it, she knew Wen Hui's good intentions. After he and Wu Wenwei said goodbye, they went to Qin Zhao and Yang Ling. See judged. The content and the result, to 0, now he wants to protect the elves. What Yifeng didn't know was that when he went to Qin Hao and the others, there were Zishuang eyes staring at him behind him. Show 61875. Support Fei Lu's novel, 100 Mayan. Chapter 391 Elf Freedom. Soon, we arrive at the negotiation meeting. Yifeng did not go to the place where the negotiation meeting was held. He knew that it would be no use if he went, and with his current power, he had not reached that point. He, Qin Hao, Wu Yangling, and straight guarded the elves. Regardless of the outcome of the negotiations. As long as they dare to come to the elves and take away the elves. Yifeng fought with them. At this time, the lobby of the negotiation meeting. 5 black armored vehicles arrived at the entrance of the Great Hall. A man got on and off the car in the middle of the cluster, and he was surrounded by others and walked into the hall. When he was in the hall, General Long and General Tai were already present. After they saw the man, they also went over to shake hands and say heyo. It can be seen from their words that that man is the supreme leader of the world. Following the 15th 3 that came from this man's house, the top leader of the world also came. They went straight to the conference room. After everyone was seated, negotiations began. I think you must know that the elves were brought back by electric leaf maple. The richest leader of the world was the first to speak. The world. Top leaders of. Since that's the case, our negotiation meeting today has little to do with the elves. Bai Yifeng was not present, he brought the elves back, I definitely couldn't order him to do something directly. Besides, you know Yifeng's strength, let's be honest. Even if you continue to fight, we won't be afraid of you. The top leader of the Biaoye world spoke out loudly and forcefully, and then asked the leaders of the world to wait for his opinion. When the leader of the world heard the remarks of the leader of the world, he knew what his attitude was. As the top leader of the Li world, I definitely gained something for the Li world. And the last war didn't break out because of our intentions. They were also caused by elves. Since the elves have returned to the inner and outer worlds now, they should not only be within the scope of the outer world. It is up to the opinions of the elves. The top leaders of the world are kicking the top leaders of the world back like a ball. After the top leader finished speaking, the people below had a messy argument. Finay they decided to find Yi. Of course Yifeng didn't know what happened at the negotiation meeting, he was always by the elves' side. Suddenly, General Long sent him a message with a messenger. The content of the subpoena is what happened at the negotiation meeting, so that they are going to find Ziwang. Yifeng was ready for the second-level battle. Soon those came. Yifeng had already made an energy cover to include the elves in it. He was guarded by Qin Hao and Wu Yangling. And he stood right in front of the elves. After they came, he greeted. After a while, we started to discuss this matter. Yifeng's emptiness is that elves are free individuals and should have the inner and outer worlds to distribute. It should not be distributed artificially. If the world inside and outside can unify opinions, do not bind the elves. He definitely let the elves choose E. As for whether the elves choose the person from the outer world or the person from the inner world, it depends on the essence of the essence. But at this time, the people from the Soul Master Association spoke up. Why is G so that their inner world can get elves? This war is caused by the inner world. Captured by the world. Have you forgotten, Yi Feng, the brothers who died in battle? This speaker is obviously trying to pick on the relationship between the outside world and the outside world. Do you mean that the people in the inner world started this war? Then the elves can't go back. Elves, too, can only stay in the surface world, and if the elves stay in the surface world, they must be owned by powerful people. That means the people in your Soul Master Association own the elves. The military also spoke up. It seems that both the military and the General Association are unwilling to let go of the elves. They are too fat. General Long and General Tai did not open their mouths to participate in this matter. They are a smart people. Since the top leader of the world is here, it is not up to the Soul Master Association to talk to the military. But at this time, the Spirit Master Association and the military spoke out. Must have been arranged. The people who are most likely to arrange them are the people in the inner world. Yifeng can also see it. Combined with what Wu Wenwei and Gan said before, he immediately understood. It turned out that when Wu Wenwei saw him the day before yesterday, he told him that no matter what the content and outcome of the negotiation meeting was, Yifeng would always People who watch the world wi target him because Yifeng is unwilling to let go of the elf. The people in the inner world have always seen Yifeng not pleasing to the eye. I have always wanted to get rid of him, but this time I can also kill with a knife. So it doesn't matter whether today's negotiation can be successful or not. Yifeng has a lot of enemies in the world. Especially those powerful people. Things. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. It seems that these things are clearly calculated by the inner world. This is the heart of the ugly heart. But not everyone is like a powerful man. Such, especially the top leaders of the world. Before Yifeng brought the elves back, someone told him secretly and explicitly to mark Yifeng's elves to the world. When he came to face, he felt that this matter was secretly moving. What's more, he used to have a good relationship with this Vision's father. It's just that I haven't had the time to tell Yifeng about this. Before joining, a few things about that organization. He was even more determined to be arranged by someone. That's it. The elves go and stay according to Yifeng's opinion. The inner and outer worlds can be restored to peace. Relationship. Destroy the previously artificially created channels and leave the previous channels directly. The world's top leader speaks. If the inner world does not agree, then I can only keep the elves in the outer world according to the people on our side. We fight you again. 08. Indeed, the words of the world's top leader are very tough. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. After Yifeng heard what the world's top leader said, he knew that he was biased towards himself. The top leader of the world knows that today's arrangement is invalid, and the top leader of the world. I didn't listen to what the Soul Master Association and the military said. On the contrary, the top leader of the world is helping Yifeng. 55. That's right, the people present, including General Long and General Tai, as we as people from the Soul Master Association, can say that the top leader of the world is biased towards Yifeng in this matter. According to ordinary logic, this is normal. Bai Yifeng is a member of the military, and Ru County is the top leader of the world. If he doesn't favor Yifeng, people in the world can ride directly on Yifeng's head. Download Fei Lu's novel arranged by, see the full text. On the novel, Xiao 1875-0. The soil that supports Fei Lu's novel group. Chapter 392 Assassination and Exploitation. In the end, the world's top leader gave in. After the elves are now behind Yi Shang. But he is in the world. Superior. Tufeng then released the elves according to each building. In fact, Yifeng was very worried that some people would conspire against the elves, but now he does not have the ability to evaluate the elves, he can only let the elves develop freely. And if the elves want to support themselves, they can go for it. Before the elves left, Yi Gang gave each of the elves a bracelet. If they are in danger, they use this bracelet to signal. Yifeng could sense it. Because these bracelets are injected by Yifeng personae, and there is also a super dream inductive connection. 4. These were done by Yifeng before negotiating the road. The elves went away. After Yifeng finished these things, he went to the general's mansion to find General Long. Blood Qinjia and Ouyang can take a short break for a while. After the mountain demon went through this incident, the Soul Master, Owen Jin and some people in the military have a confrontation with Da Zhuang. Hostile. Did not care. Yifeng went to find General Long after going to write the book, and found that the most thunderous leader of the world was also there, and Mianqi seemed to be waiting for him there. The top leader of the world and Yifeng said, "You can just see me Uncle Chen. No need. 10 different gardens, after my relatives and I are only friends." It turned out that when Yifeng's father was alive, he and the top leader of the world were close brothers. Later, after Yifeng's father died in battle, leaders of the world have not stopped investigating Yifeng's father's death. And what about General Long's direct subordinates? So why is this general? Nothing was reported to General Lion. Instead, it was reported to another person, and the man outside was him alone. Therefore, when Yifeng appeared, the top leaders of the Aosei Dian knew that this matter had turned a corner. Is shown by the leaves and the body Sai. Moreover, the top leaders of the world are also Fui supporting Yi Ti behind the scenes. Eliminated those who oppose Yifeng's appearance on the battlefield, including the Soul Master Association and Che Fandren who spoke at their meeting today. Yifeng was very surprised, didn't expect her to know such a lively character. That's good. Uncle Chen, I'm no longer restrained. Then do I know something about my father's expression? A place where the government manages the world. The best leaders of the world appear there. Behind him, there was a man dressed in Haitsu who couldn't see his face. The mission this time, because that kid Yifeng didn't have the ability to grow wild coffee. Guang, but since he is wing to plant, what is the price? That project of yours, it's time to put it on the agenda. The top leader of the world said to the man in black behind him. Go after. After a lifetime with the black ancestors of Nashi and Fenghu. Come out. When he was about to reach Taihao and Ouyang Ling's place, suddenly 2 strong soul forces attacked him from behind. He hurriedly dodged, and another soul force in front of him also attacked him. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a hint of anger. After Yifeng was in a good state. Look. Those 2 people are in a state of hitting back and forth. At this time, the elves of Yecheng Kingdom have returned to Yi Zhang's words. And Yifeng directly sought out the elves. I saw that the 2 also released the elf, his own spirit. Yi Zhen glanced at their elves and smiled disdainfully. It seems that these 2 people are oiling him. Look at the posture of the Westerners. Pretty can't key him. Strike attitude. This fish man turned his face fast enough. After a long time, they decided to treat themselves. Yifeng directed his Jinyuan to attack the 2 men. Soul power swallowing, Yifeng shouted, and his elf bowed towards the 2 people left and right. The soul devouring power was launched. When Yifeng's elf's soul devouring power 3 touched the elves of those 2 people. The elves of those 2 people instinctively carried out soul power. Pooh. But because of the soul face of those 2 Jingyuan, it's not as good as Yi Chuan's sperm swallowing test. Therefore, the Sky Devourer, who had worked on the leaf gauge in the folic acid electric torch, devoured the souls. After those 2 people found out that their elf was not Yi Zhang's opponent, they hurriedly fled to both sides. HMPH, I want to run. Yi Yan snorted coldly and directly dispersed his soul power to catch the 2 people. Came back. Those 2 people are not spitting maple at A. Even though the strength is slightly higher than that of ordinary soul masters. Yi Zhuiwei claimed that the 2 of them were their Empress envoy Yuzhen. Those 2 people bit their brother and lost the road to the country and made the 10th democracy in February. Put these 2. After Yifeng went back. After talking to Qinjia and Ouyang Ling about what happened just now, they told 777 to Tei Yi Yibao to Tei him to try not to go out for the next 2 days. Yi also thought so, and just used this time to improve his self. At this time, the device is in the dream but the essence is the space. Communicate. There are several elves in the master who sent out the signal for advice. The place where they sent the letter was in a mountain range in the inner world. Cheomeng and Yi Feng said. After Tu Feng listened to Zong, he knew that something had happened. Yi Feng and Qin Hao and Wu Yangling talked about the resale, and the three of them decided to set off to find those elves. Yi Feng took Qin Hao and Wu Yangling's kitchen to move the land. Go to the mountain where the few elves in the inner world disappeared. Many. Don't use it for a long time. Yi Gang, Qin Jia, and Wu Yangling were born sour. More Lin Shigefu seeking disturbance. West out. Overtake. It didn't take long for Cheomeng to find the footprints of those elves. Xiaomeng took Yi Feng and the three of them over there to see a building like a gene factory. The body froze for a moment, and the inside trembled. Qin Hao, they don't know why Yi Shang. Like learning. At this time, the embryonic form of the grids in the gene factory that Dao Yefeng destroyed appeared in Tu Tuo's mind. 1. Fei Lu wakes you up. 3 things about reading coaction. 0 61875. Chapter 393 Rage spreads. Xiaomeng felt Yi Feng's anger. Yi Feng didn't explain directly to Qin Hao and Wu Yangling why he was so angry. He rushed forward directly with Xiaomeng. Qin Lei and Wu Yangling also fooed him. Yi Feng and Qiao Miao directly smashed the gate of this factory. Heavy. After the gate was smashed, what Yinren Duanfeng saw in Duanfeng's eyes was as flat as he imagined. In those few, only the missing elves were hung in the glass cover in the center of the factory. And those ducts are sucking shy energy from them. Qin Hao and Wu Yangling also arrived here later. When Tae Hao and Wu Yangling saw this scene, they were shocked, mixed. What are these bastards doing with elves? Qin Jaipeng said blankly. Why did Yi Feng have the appearance of the shoes at that time? Yi Feng directly rushed over. Wipe out of the people in the factory. In an instant the factory became a river of blood. And those elves are now extremely weak. Xiaomeng, after saving the elves, use your own power from Chu Huan to start treating them. After Yi Feng keyed everyone in the factory. Main. Qin Hao and Wu Yangmin were stunned when they saw Yi Feng like this. Although they knew that Yi Feng was a decisive person, Kong Lai had never seen Yi Shang like this before. But think about today's scene and the current situation. They also wish they could just come up to relieve their anger. Yi Feng found a computer at this time. It was connected to the other areas. Yi Zhen guessed that these areas might be traps, but he didn't care that even if they were traps, he would go to a garden. At this time, Xiaomeng saw a cry. Yi Feng hurried over to check in. Qin Hao and Wu Yangling were also attracted. When Yi Feng came over to take a closer look, the elves were almost treated by Cheomeng now. But their eyes have changed. Origine, elves had black, blue or brown eyes. But at this time, the eyes of the elves turned red. And these elves don't seem to know Yi Shang and Cheomeng. Wanton attacking Xiaomeng and Yi Feng. Yi Feng blocked Guan Zheng's attack. At the same time, he was reluctant to hurt these elves. When Yi Feng saw the state of these elves, he knew that they were drugged by people from the inner world. As for what kind of medicine, Yi Feng didn't know. Lock the elves. But these elves were not bound by their soul power, so they stopped attacking. They didn't have the soul power to attack Yi Feng, but he wanted to bite Yi Feng with his sharp teeth. Yi Feng saw them show their teeth and claws at the Buddha. Heartache. But Yi Feng STI has a way to know what happened to them. Yi Feng now told Qin Hao and Wu Yangling the whole story. Qin Hao and Wu Yangling also changed their faces when they heard about the gene battery. They never thought that the people in the world would be so crazy to develop genetic batteries. He would use genetic engineering to control the Soul Master and the Fine Disc. And they now see what these elves look like. They are also people who can love and hate the world. Yi Feng told them, there are several other gene factories connected to the computer here. But there may be a trap. Ask Qin how they didn't want to go. Qin Hao said. Just. It is like going up the mountain and going down the sea of fire. We also go with you. Even if we fight for our lives, we have to get rid of this scum. After Tugi heard it, he hammered Qin Hao on the shoulder. Yifeng took Qin Hao and the others to these factories. And Mewtwo brought these elves back to the world of Dragon General. It is the best choice to take the elves back by Mewtwo. Because Chao Meng's strength is strong enough. There is generally nothing that threatens Mewtwo. And Qin Hao and Ouyang Ling's strength is a bit SMA compared to Chaomeng. Super Dream Wi bring. These elves have returned to the Watch World. When Chao Meng returned to General Biaoxixian's mansion, General Wu was also 1 point shocked when he saw the appearance of these elves. Although General Long knew about genetic batteries and genetic engineering, he didn't expect these people to be so devastated. General Long quickly mobilized researchers to study what happened to these elves. After Chaomeng completed these things here, he rushed back to Yifeng's side. It worries about what happened to Yifeng. Although there is Sti Hoopa beside Yi. But if Li Shi's. After Renzuan set up this game for Yifeng, he was afraid that Yifeng would not be able to handle it. At this time, Yifeng and Qin Hao also walked outside a gene factory. Yifeng and Qin Hao rushed in without saying a word. He found that the environment of this factory was somewhat different from the previous two factories. But the elves were chained to the center of the factory. Yifeng rushed over directly, but at this time a large net suddenly fell from the sky. Zhang Dawang has the soul power quick binding ski. When Yifeng touches it, felt its restraint. Yifeng Ji. Pick up Hoopa sawed out late. As soon as Hoopa came out, he released the aperture, and the elves were summoned one after another. After the elves came out, they searched everywhere, and sure enough, the factory was surrounded by traps. These traps are disrupted by the elves. After Yifeng asked Hoopa to rescue the elves, they withdrew and rushed to the next factory. When Yifeng arrived at the next factory, he thought it was the same as the previous factory, full of traps. As a result, he did not expect that the factory was filled with elves. These elves and Yifeng rescued the elves. Have red eyes. They were fighting each other. After Yifeng appeared, they regarded Yifeng as their target. Attack Yifeng. Yifeng, Qin Hao and Zhao Lizao, Yangling were there to resist their attacks, and Hoopa was wrapping the elves. Yifeng, Tai Hao and Ouyang are now equivalent to their hands and feet. They have to avoid being hurt by the elves, and they can't bear to attack the elves. Hoopa unleashes its great trick. The light circle that surrounded the elves after Hoopa released his too much trick appeared a faint purple. As the purple more and more spread, elves have recovered their sanity. After Yifeng saw that Hoopa had this effect, he was also surprised by 0 batches. If he knew that, he would have released Hoopa in the first place. It seems that these elves have hidden skis. Pay attention later. After they finished the factory, Chao Meng also rushed over. When Yifeng saw Chaomeng coming, he knew that General Long had received those spirits. Chapter 394 Elf Infighting. After Chao Fan came, Yifeng went to the gene factories displayed on the computer before. After arriving at those genetic factories, I found that the routines were similar to the previous ones. But very often the people who set up these places are also with Yifenglo. I didn't expect that Hoopa would have the ability to purify elves. These designs are cleverly resolved by Hoopa and Mewtwo. Chaochu to clean up the place, they rushed back to the world together. Yifeng is now very concerned about the state of those elves. Although Chao Meng told him that General Long, the best scientists in the world have been sawed together. Heal the elves. However, Yifeng was unsteady in his heart, because he thought that these were created by people in the inner world. Since they can create something as perverted as a genetic battery, it won't be easy this time. Therefore, Yifeng and the others rushed back to the general's mansion in the world. As a result, when they returned to the general's mansion, the general's man told them, General Dragon and those elves have been transferred away. Because the situation this time was too special, they were transferred to the scientific research base of the world government. 93. 3. As soon as Yi Fan thought about this matter, it was arranged by Zhang Chen, the top leader of the world. He and Zhang Chen haven't met since the last conversation But he knew that this action was also strongly supported by Zhang Chen. Because Zhang Chen is the top leader of the world, if people in the world know about his relationship with Yi Gui, Yi Feng's situation would be even more difficult. Yi Feng and Qin Hao rushed over after they knew where the elves were. Zimai government's scientific research base. Old Dragon. Although now these elves are in a kind of medicine, scientists haven't detected it yet, so it can be seen that the difficulty we have to overcome this time is quite big. Zhang Chen's back appeared at the top of the government's scientific research base. And standing beside him is the Dragon General. That's right. It seems that Yi Feng is stepping on the wolf's den this time. Since the people behind him can make such a big bet. I think if there is no influence of this incident, there is no one in that organization who is ready to bring these Sha out. It can be seen that this time it is also impossible to be told by Yi Feng. General Long said helplessly. Now Leaf Maple, both he and Zhang Chen understand the situation. Yi Zhu, Tai Hao and Wu Yangling had already appeared in the lobby of the government's scientific research base. After they came, someone came to receive them and took them to the laboratory. Yi Feng entered the A laboratory. He saw the elves, surrounded by a round frame. And this round frame is surrounded by something that restrains soul power. Yi Feng has been able to face recently. The researchers have temporarily controlled these essences. At the end of the day, Zhang Chen and General Long also knew that Yi Feng was here, so they went up and down the highest level. After Yi Feng saw them, he quickly greeted them. Yi Feng's first reaction was to ask about the elves. General Long also told Yi Feng the situation of the elves truthfully, and Yi Feng sighed after hearing it. The house Yi Feng summoned Hoopa. And Hoopa told Zhang Chen and General Long Wei about the evolution of spirits in the gene factory before. Zhang Chen and General Long were surprised after hearing this, and they didn't expect Hoopa to have such a function. So Zhang Chen sought out the materials and researchers, and asked them to temporarily put away the round frame and let Hoopa enter the real world. Laboratory, unleashing his abilities. Sure enough, after Hoopa released the evolution of elves, those elves did not need the restraint of the round frame. They could control themselves and restore their sanity. The eyes of the Sun Group elves changed back to their original colors. The red color disappeared in their eyes. General Long and the researchers watched CHKI and drummed up one after another. But Yi Feng found at this time that although the eyes of the elves had returned to their true colors, but some elves' sti look wrong. At this time, Yi Zhao summoned Cheomeng, who was led by Cheomeng and Hu Pa united to ask about the situation of these elves, including how they were drugged, which drug they were given, and some of the situations they themselves remembered. But after a while, Chao Meng returned, and it told Shifeng that the state of these elves was indeed a bit wrong. Especially a few of the elves. They have resisted the current environment, including seeing Yi Feng. There is also hostility. Yi Feng didn't understand. Why are elves angry at him? Mewtwo told him, because these elves want to become stronger. And this time though, they were drugged a lot, but they had already felt a powerful force, if not for Yi Feng's insertion. Maybe they can get stronger. And other gods control the normal elves. There is a refutation of this mouth elf. But, for some reason, these Jingyuans insisted on their present point as if they had been cursed. Yi Feng knew that these elves had fallen into an infinite loop at this time. In their cognition and impressions, they didn't know how dangerous they were at that time, only that they were very powerful. After Yi Shu knew the reason, he let Cheomeng show the previous scenes to the elves. Before, when the elves saw that the embryo of Jingyuan was suspended in the center of the genetic engineering factory to absorb energy. The embryo Yi who went to see the spirit inside was replaced by them. Being sucked into the energy by the pipes, I was shocked and shocked. And General Long and Zhang Chen also saw this scene for the first time. The elves passed through Yi Feng's work. Gradually calmed down, especially those elves who had ideas before. After Yi Feng coordinated the relationship between the elves, he was ready to turn around and leave because he was sure that there would be a Fu to this matter, and it would never be so simple. But at this time, Cheomeng suddenly contacted Shai Feng through the elf space. Cheomeng Wib in, an icon found in the mind of the elf, directly in Yi Feng's mind. Suddenly, an icon appeared in front of Yi Feng's mind. The icon looked like a microchapter. But Yi Feng had never seen such a thing before, so he asked Cheomeng to take out this blueprint, and he took it to General Long and the others to see. Mewtwo Wi soon complete the task. Yi Feng took that icon to find General Long and Zhang Chen. How can you feel them 9 inches? General Long saw this. After waiting for the icon, the reaction said this. Yi Feng knew it, and it seemed that General Long knew this icon. And the chances not Xiao. Exclamation mark opening parenthesis. Show 61875. Original works of Philo Novel Network b.alu.com. Chapter 395 Black Robe Club. General Long does know this micro-chapter and it is not a common one. General Long told Yi Feng. The content on this badge represents the Black Robe Club. On the other hand, the representatives of the Yao Pai Wei are wearing black robes. And to an institution that has done extensive research on elves. And this institution was established before One Eye. But later, because he participated in illegal projects, he was attacked by everyone. Then the Black Robe Club disappeared from the market. I should have thought about it long ago. If you can be so proficient in genes, it is equivalent to a SMA scientific researcher. Just don't know this. Why do some people from the Black Robe Society STI exist? And they are contacted by someone. Yi Feng knew after hearing what General Long said. It seems that the Black Robe Club has been bought by the organization behind it. So Yi Feng asked General Long whether every A in the Black Robe Club was very powerful. It's not. Of course, the people in the Black Robe Club are basically relatively strong. Because if they don't have the strength, there is no way to ensure their own safety. If they can't even protect their own safety, how can they protect what they have researched? 1. Once stolen by some people, then the Black Robe meeting is equivalent to a game in vain. G. Face and Black Vision Club has always been a collective activity. Since the microchapter of the Black Robe Club appeared at this time, it means that when these elves WIB arrested, they're WIB people from the underworld present. General Long answered Yi Feng's question. Yi Feng knew that it seemed that the organization behind it combined with the Black Robe Club to carry out genetic engineering. It seems that there is nothing to gain from this trip, at least Yi Feng knows some clues about the organization behind it. For example, the Black Robe Club. And genetic engineering has risen to the level of use on elves. Use the situation. This degree of self. Yi Feng is about to start getting a vaccinations like the people in the world. Although Bai Yi's situation is only happening in the inner world now, he believes that as long as the people in the inner world can successfully develop it. I believe that it will not be long before these WIB spread to the watch world. And Yi Feng knew it before. This side of the world is also developing questions about genes. But it has not been developed yet. It seems that the world is going to use the gene to fight a tough battle. After Yi Feng learned about these situations, he left the plant spirits in the scientific research base. They need to check the county body is injecting the elves with the divine medicine. After they have developed them, they stay in the scientific research base. They need to check what kind of drug was injected into the Yaolings. They can be used in actual combat after they are developed. Later, Yi Feng saw Chao Chu and Hu Pa back into the elf space. At this time, Yi Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong with Chao Meng, and after he hurriedly summoned it, he found that Chao Meng was about to evolve. The current Cheomeng is already very exciting. Yi Feng can't imagine what new abilities WIB added after evolution. Master, The sperm in your body has been measured. Super Dream. It is about to evolve to the second form. Whether to continue, press the button to continue. The points in the mod WI be reset to 0, and the Super Dream WI be upgraded safely and WI bring you additional benefits. At this moment, the voice of the system appeared in Yifeng's mind. Evolution. Of course, Yifeng chose Super Dream without hesitation. The points in the Ma can be saved. But it can't be useless. Maybe Chao Meng can give him more protection after he is promoted. With Yifeng's voice landing. Chao Chu carried out the evolution mode. At this time, I saw Chao Meng, and Ben Chu exuded blue light. Eyes are also blue eyes face these things. But slowly changing. It was not until the end that Yifeng realized that the Chaomeng in front of him was a little different. After the successful evolution of Super Dream, its body blue has also become a bit dazzling. Yifeng can clearly feel the power after Chao Meng's evolution. But now there is no chance for Mewtwo to release his abilities. These STI need to be super clear to figure out and learn to grow to more. Place with many elves in the old world, because he was going to vaccinate the elves. Who knew that Yifeng had just stepped out of the government's department? Research base was picked up by the people arranged by Wu Wenwei, but Yifeng was not picked up anywhere else. But was always in this Ha. Later, the people arranged by Wu Wenwei told him, let him foo them to find Wu Wenwei, and explore with him what happened in the later period. When Yifeng fooed those people to Wu Wenwei's place, he realized that it was not just because of the side that he was looking for him. After Wu Wenwei saw him, straight to the point, the Soul Master Association has become extremely restless. Especially after Yifeng brought back the elves. After the negotiation is successful, some of them. He took the initiative to provoke the relationship between the Soul Master Association and the military. And Wu Wenwei's grandfather has been trying his best to prevent this from happening, but after Yifeng appeared in the world, they racked their brains to deal with Yifeng. Many. At that time, Yifeng needs to be careful about everything in the People's Pan, and me and Wu Wenwei can't take care of it now. In the Jade Engineers Association, not only some Ronaldinho are opposed to this matter. There are also some elders. They are also going along with those who have bad intentions. Only now did Wu Wenwei realize what she had detected before. There are also people behind the organization in the Soul Master Association and the military. The meaning of this sentence. Since that organization can be so powerful and for such a long time, Yugo has not been discovered in the two worlds. E8. It shows that their background is also extremely powerful, especially they are also very good at coordinating this work. Yi Fengkong's last negotiation meeting can be seen from the above. The kind of relationship between the Soul Master Association and the military. Later, when the top leader of the world and Yifeng were talking about things in the general's mansion, they also mentioned this matter. Moreover, Zhang Chen has already eliminated several Soul Master Associations behind his back. And those who were placed in the military. When Yi Lu thought about what Zhang Chen had done, he admired him even more, because everything he did was organized and planned. At this point, Yifeng should study hard with him. Although Yifeng's strength has improved rapidly, if it is in this regard. Yifeng has never been able to learn more words, and he will definitely suffer a lot in this regard in the future. And Wu Wenwei's direct purpose of looking for Yifeng this time is to hope that Yifeng can help her to understand the internal affairs of the Soul Master Association, because she really doesn't know who to go to now. Chapter 396 Unite Again. After hearing what Wu Wenwei said, Yifeng understood the crisis of the Soul Master Association this time. If this thing, once handled badly, the Soul Master Association may be backfired. Then it becomes the medium used by the organization behind it. The influence of the Spirit Master Association in the world is extremely large. If the Soul Master Association stands up, if you openly support the organization behind it, some people may blindly follow suit. It is more likely that the surface world will also become a testing ground for genetic engineering. Yifeng asked Wu Wenwei to wait for his news. He went back to the general's mansion first. Report. Condition. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he rushed back to the general's mansion. Once he entered the general's mansion, he went to General Long and General Long to tell him what Wu Wenwei told him and his current interpretation of the matter. After listening to General Long, he also knew the intention of Yi, 723, Feng, and Long Lujun agreed with Yi Feng to help the Soul Master Association to eradicate the scum. But General Long Sti hoped that Tu Feng could protect himself, because the Soul Master Association was not like the military. After Yi Feng went, it was a completely unfamiliar place, and the division of labor and the relationship between them. Yi Feng is Sti not very clear. If you go, it is easy to be confused. Therefore, General Long pushed Lian Yefeng to make notes first, that is, the secret relationship between the members of the Soul Master Association and whether they have nepotism. Moreover, Yi Feng's trip this time will inevitably be shot by some people who have long regarded Yi Shang and are a thorn in their eyes. In that case, Yi Feng will be attacked by the enemy. What's more, there are people behind the organization in the military. Yi Feng has actually considered it too. But with his friendship with Wu Wenwei, and the importance of this matter, he must go to help Wu Wenwei. Okay, then you can go after you have prepared, and I report this matter to Shengji. Your safety is the most important thing on the second anyway. General Long's Yu patted Yi Feng's shoulder. General Long knows that the current Yi Feng has grown a lot compared to the previous Yi Feng. After going through so many things, he also knows how to balance the relationship. Once the Soul Master Association falls into the hands of the people behind it, the military will be weak. What they may face next is that the military is also swallowed up bit by bit. In order to avoid this situation, Yi Feng can now help Wu Wenwei to eradicate the traitors of the Soul Master Association. Yi Feng shut me down again. Wu Wenwei 1 and Wu Wenwei. He talked about some of the actions he and General Long were going to do. 2. Wu Wenwei also listed a detailed list of the Soul Master Association's scriptures, as well as the relationship between each person in the list, and Yi Feng could use this list to investigate. Harry Wu Wenwei gave Yi Feng another list. The list was filled with trusted people, including the president of the Soul Master Association, Wu Wenwei, and Wu Wenwei's grandfather. Yi Feng returned to his residence with these two lists. Now Qin, he is there. Yi Feng probably talked to the two of them about the situation they were facing now. And he will be dormant in secret from tomorrow onwards. Soul Master Association. Leaf Maple. Let Qin Hao continue to go back to Yancheng in the inner world. After building Yancheng, Yi Feng may go to the inner world. Also open up a world. Qin Hao Origine wanted to go to the Soul Master Association with Yi Feng to investigate these matters. But after Yi Gui said his thoughts, Qin Hao also thought of it. If he went to explore with Yi Feng, he might be the one to hold back the war. And he went back to Yancheng in Li Shiju. Not only can he show off his Mao, but he can also create Yi Feng's backup group. What Yi Feng needs now is not only strength, but also his own support. Team. Seeing that Qin Hao understood what he meant, Yi Feng turned around and told Wu Yangling. I hope you can return to the Elf God Island, although the crisis of the Elf God Island is temporarily relieved. But this does not mean that the Elf God Island is not without a trace of danger. Many. After you get back to heaven, you can protect them. On the other hand, you can stabilize your level. Wu Yangling nodded after listening to Yi Feng's words. That's a. Both Qin Hao and Wu Yangling were sent out by Yi Feng. When Qin Hao and Wu Yangling left, he also specifically instructed Yi Feng to pay attention to Ian. In fact, Yi Feng's letting them go is not just a task assigned to them. What's more important is that if the two of them continue to stay in the watch world, it will be hurt by the recent pain. Especially the organization behind it, but spreading the two of them out will reduce this from happening. What's more, after Qin Hao goes back to Yancheng, he will definitely renovate Yancheng Fan, and Wu Yangling will have the protection of the Elf Island after he goes to the Elf Island, as well as the strong elves he left behind. After seeing off Qin Hao and Ouyang Ling, Yifeng took a rest and waited until the next day. Go to the place designated by Wu Wenwei of the Soul Master Association to investigate. First Wu Yifeng went to investigate a screen according to the second camp list Wu Wenwei gave him, that is, the list of trusted people. Because he is not sure that these people are a faithful people, it is better for him to investigate things by himself. Avoid the discovery of some things. If someone bites you back in the end, you be in big trouble. After he checked the first day, he can basically be sure that there is nothing abnormal in this list. So came the second day. He went to investigate the top of the second list. He first made up the soul of UWIB among them. Those with larger cosplayers check up. Since both the president and vice president of the Soul Master Association are trustworthy people, he start his investigation from the directors. And on the second list Wu Wenwei gave him, that is, on the trustworthy list, only the names of 3 directors appeared. Yifeng couldn't help frowning when he saw the names of 3 directors. The association has a total of 16 directors, and every time there is a quick decision to vote, the 16 directors vote. After the war broke out in the outer and inner worlds, it was the first time that the Soul Master Association had sent troops. Because the result of the vote of the directors is not to fight. But now only 3 people's names have appeared on the list. It means that there are some people who are deeply hidden. What's more, at his previous negotiation meeting, he could see that many of the directors had been bought by the organization behind them. So what he has to do now is not to see if these 3 directors are traitors. Because Wu Wenwei gave him this list, it means that these 3 people can be trusted. And he has carefully observed these 3 directors, the people they come into contact with and what they do every day. Opening parenthesis. NCU 684875. Chapter 397 Big Investigation. Yifeng's current task is to probe the loyalty of the 13 directors. Moreover, the level of the directors is very high, and Yifeng would have to work hard to investigate these things without any hassle. So Yifeng pressed Wu Wenwei and Wu Wenwei to tell him who he was going to keep for further investigation recently and his plans. He needs Wu Wenwei's full cooperation, because the level of the directors is high, and their acumen will also be higher when they are higher. Unlike those before. So Yifeng had to find a suitable place to investigate these people. And Yifeng wants Wu Wenwei to find the right time and CA them out before Yifeng has time to enter their own room. Maybe find something different. After Wu Wenwei heard what he meant, he began to implement it. Voice. Report this matter to her grandfather, the vice president of the Soul Master Association. In fact, from another level, Wu Wenwei can CA Yifeng and help now. It means that this matter was also instructed by the vice president of the Soul Master Association. But because this matter 24 is secret investigation, no bright moon dare go out to find these people, so at least you won't startle the snake. And Wu this wisdom did not let Yifeng lose. In the afternoon, the vice president of the Wei Shi Association, and everyone in the meeting saw the directors to the meeting Taicho. The meeting time is 2 hours, which means that the time reserved for Yifeng this time is within 2 hours at most. After Yifeng received Wu Wenwei's signal, he began to sneak into each director's room to search for clues. Yifeng found something different in the rooms of several of the directors. Yifeng found that there are several directors who have black. The subtle meaning of the robe. But there are also some micro-chapters that do not have the Black Robe Club, but have genetic batteries. This makes Yifeng a little confused. Because if it is said that having the badge of the Black Robe Club is equivalent to joining the back group. For the other few, does having a genetic battery also mean that they have joined the organization behind it? If so, why don't they both have the gene battery or the Black Robe's micro-meaning, but separately have the Type 2? And Yifeng found the place where the Black Robe would sign the seal and the gene battery. They are very secretive. It is in some dark spaces. There are various indications that these directors are at least suspicious. And the director he found now has The fund few found nothing. Yifeng didn't think that there was nothing to discover, and said that there was no suspicion of blocking these directors. If these directors were not suspicious at the beginning, that Wu Wenwei Wi definitely put them on the first list. Since there is no, it means that they must have done something wrong, but they need Yifeng to dig. After Yifeng explored their room, he was going to check their letter records. Only then footsteps sounded. Yifeng hurriedly withdrew from the room of one of the directors. Dried into the dark hole that Wu Wenwei prepared for him before too. It seems that being an espionage agent is not easy to be a spy. This is a surprise. Yifeng couldn't help Yi Sao at this time. Gee. But today at least 6 people were found. These people can take Wu Wenwei first and let her see how to solve it. Bai Yi has reached the level of a director, and if he wants to solve it, he must go through the president of the Spirit Master Association. In fact, Yifeng is here to investigate this matter, and the president of the Soul Master Association is not aware of it. In the first meeting with the military to negotiate with the elves, it was proposed that elves should belong to the Soul Master Association. 4. Therefore, the vice president of the Soul Master Association was afraid of Yifeng's response to this point, so he didn't tell the president of the Soul Master Association about this, and he didn't want Yifeng to be tied down. Yifeng told Wu Wenwei about today's investigation, and Wu Wenwei was surprised after hearing it. If Yifeng hadn't come to investigate this matter, she might not have seen the faces of these 6 directors and what they were. The reason why Wu Wenwei did not include the rest of the principals in the first list is because the usual expressions are too neutral. Room. Sometimes they even favored the people organized by Yuanmei, so Wu Wenwei asked Yifeng to investigate these people. The result didn't let her down. Some of these people had problems. Yifeng later told Wu Wenwei, because the next step Yifeng wanted to investigate was the substitute teachers of the Soul Master School. Only substitute teachers. He has a time in and out of class. If Yifeng goes to the school to stand guard, not only the efficiency not improve, but the teachers have their own set of patterns in the school. They probably won't. Exposing too many flaws, they reveal themselves only when they come to a familiar and relaxed environment. And things like He Pao Hui's honor and Gene Battery, they won't bring them to school. Only put it where you think it is safe. So his next project is a bit hot. He needs Wu Wenwei to assign him 2 absolutely loyal people. Moreover, Yifeng also repeatedly emphasized that he must be absolutely loyal. If he is not loyal, then only his life will be threatened. Even Wu Wenwei and the vice president of the Soul Master Association, their situation will become difficult. Because 343 Dark. Detecting traitors in the street in China is inherently usury, once someone else grabs Xiaopi from behind. It's kind of hard to keep going. Wu Wenwei knew that Yifeng had a lot to investigate next. Therefore, Wu Wenwei sent 2 Kong Xiaoji to Tai Ji, who were loyal and reliable, and sent to Yifeng's side to direct them. And the 2 of them did not disappoint Yifeng. They had completed the assignments that Yifeng sent to them afterward, and they moved Yifeng to find out what Yifeng wanted to know. Since Yifeng had these 2 little hands, the detection speed has gradually increased, especially when investigating the substitute teachers, because the strength of the substitute teachers is generally the same, and there is not much sensitivity. As Yifeng further explored Yifeng, he discovered that the water in the Soul Master Association was very deep. And there are also many nepotisms between them, some of whom he has detected are the people behind the organization. The people that person has a nepotism relationship with are almost the why of the organization behind it. No wonder, when things happen, they can be so troubled. It turns out that they know who each other is. Number. Yifeng thinks of this. After the affair, he decided to capture someone who was sure to be the organization behind it. After that, copying is performed. Yifeng can't believe it, and there are some words to say too. Download Fei Lu's novel April. See the full text version of the novel L. NCU 684875. Support Philu Novel Network 2F. Chapter 398 Get List. Yifeng did what he said. He felt that it would be too obvious to arrest a director, but arresting a substitute teacher would not be so obvious. He asked the two little helpers to check the recent arrangements of several of the substitute teachers who had already identified the problem. P. Try to catch people who just happened to have a break recently. The two little helpers came back and told Yi that there was only one teacher who was a substitute teacher at the Spirit Master School who had a break recently. Moreover, the Spirit Master School was not high level, so Yifeng decided that it was him. Yifeng is sketching. During the process, the two little helpers were not out to take action. One is for safety, and the other is to not want to cause trouble. Yifeng knew that if this substitute teacher hadn't gone back to school after the solo leave, just one WI caused the school to re-regulate. Or in the same relationship with this substitute teacher WI also feel secretly. Therefore, Yifeng has to fight quickly. He wanted to catch the substitute teacher as quickly as possible. After the list is asked, the role of the substitute teacher WI be over. The purpose of Yifeng and the others is to know who else among the directors is the organization behind them. So Yifeng went directly to the vicinity of the school, when the substitute teacher got off work. Just count him and get it back. Yifeng didn't put much effort into arresting him. For Yi Shi, is this person sti too weak? This person didn't know why Yi Ri wanted to arrest him. That's inexplicably to a SMA genus in a dark and no light. Immediately, Yifeng began to interrogate him. When this Lizzie heard what Yifeng asked him, he realized that his identity had been exposed. But he had never seen Yifeng before. Dangfeng didn't tell him Yi Gui's name or only knew the young man in front of him, not often. Yifeng didn't speak when he saw him. Just use a clean and tidy method. Destroy one of his arms. Ah one. A scream came from the man's mouth. Help, help, the man shouted for help. He also hoped that someone would come to rescue him. Don't shout. It's useless even if you Yi at Weilong. Now you are in this place, and you are very sloppy. No one wi take care of you if you shout. Of course, on the way. What's more, since you know that I'm facing you. So, then I wi slap on your identity. USTI dare to CA for help now. You don't want me to throw you out of the world. Those people in the world wi deal with you like that. Yifeng threatened and tried. After that, Chufeng simply told him that as long as he could tell Yifeng the list of people he knew, Yifeng could not only guarantee Zhao's life without worry. Face and can guarantee that his identity wi be known by others. Premise is that he can change the evil and return to the right. Many. The second step of noodle improvement is to tell Yifeng what he said. The people lurking in the soul association move. Of course he can choose not to cooperate and the end result is that he has no hope of seeing the sun tomorrow. When the man heard what Yi Gui said, he hurriedly nodded. Tell Yifeng. He intended to correct evil. Yifeng nodded with satisfaction after listening to his answer. And just when Yifeng counted the list of betrayed people in the Soul Master Association with the cooperation of this man, Wu Wenwei suddenly used it for him. Yifeng, did you hear me? Where are you paying now? You hurry up to my grandfather. He is not in good health now. The situation is a little urgent. I saw Wu Wenwei. A hurried voice came from the messenger. When Yi Gui heard the content of Wu Wenwei's letter, he knew. I'm afraid he is secretly investigating the matter of the Soul Master Association. It has been known by the people behind the organization. Although they do a good job of keeping it secret. But it can't stand outside people. There is a day out there. Yifeng put down the matter here first, and let the man take a break and restore his thoughts. He goes back. In fact, even this man. He told everyone in the Soul Master Association. His life is estimated to be gone. Because Yifeng is too aware of the hands of those behind the organization. Paragraph. Soon Yifeng arrived at the residence of the Vice President of the Soul Master Association. Yifeng found it when he was standing outside the residence of the vice president of the Soul Master Association. Today's place is different than it used to be. Time and tight group of the residents today. And number 2 years on duty at the door. Yifeng pushed the door into Zichidi and found no one living in the courtyard. Yifeng was very puzzled. Didn't Wu Wenwei let him come to his grandfather? Then why is there no one here after he came? Yifeng, here. Suddenly, Wu Wenwei's voice came from a SMA corner of Southwest Fish behind Yifeng. Then, Yifeng saw Wu Wenwei Kong come out from the SMA corner. Yifeng walked over quickly. Why is there no one in here? What about your grandfather? Do you say that your grandfather has some physical condition? Yifeng expressed the doubts in his heart. It's too late to explain to you now that my grandfather has already transferred taxes by us first. You can find out if you fool me. After Wu Wenwei and Yi Gui finished speaking, they turned around and took Yifeng into the SMA corner. When Yifeng got close to the little fish, he found out. It turns out that there is a spiritual barrier here. Sokade spiritual barrier is the one released by the elves. A natural protective cover. And unless the owner of the protective cover brought you close to the protective device, you would be able to see it. When others approached here, you would only find something as usual. Yifeng discovered the current problem of protection. Only then did he find out. He may have underestimated Wu Wenwei before. Yifeng walked in directly with Wu Wenwei. He found Wu after walking down the steps. It is a very wide space. And in this space, before Wu, the servants in the residence work here in an orderly manner. Including his grandfather's deputy. Only. It was Yifeng who was among these people. Only did not see Wu Wenwei's grandfather Basin. Vice President Xian Xing just said that he is not here. Yi Gipu looked at Wu Wenwei and waited for an answer. My grandfather is indeed here. You are here with me. Wu Wenwei led Yifeng to her. Another room. In this room at this time, the person lying on the bed was the vice president of the Soul Master Association, Wu Wenwei's grandfather Kai. Yifeng hurried over to investigate his grandfather's situation. Yifeng found out after getting close. Wu Wenwei's eyes did not open. The two is on the two side of the tight group and can be seen. Come to her. Ji Yuyi's face is not good enough. Already biased towards blue-purple hearts. Fei Luhan wakes you up. 3 things to read. Collection, recommendation, and sharing L.NCW 684875. Chapter 399 Soul Master Association Chaos. This is Zongsu. Yifeng saw the state of the vice president of the Soul Master Association. He knew what happened to him. That's right, the vice president of the Soul Master Association was poisoned. And the weight in it is not SMA, this poisonous ingredient is absolutely numerous. Because Shi's consciousness is no longer clear, his breathing is also disordered, and his whole body's soul power has been lost. There is no self-consciousness at A. If it is not rescued in time, I am afraid that the vice president of the Soul Master Association will never be able to wake up again. Yifeng told Wu Wenwei the news, and Wu Wenwei had also seen his grandfather's few-time doctor before. This few-time doctor has now taken the poison from his grandfather's body to try it. But there is no news yet. Therefore, Wu Wenwei sought Yi Gui to see what Yifeng could think of. The way Yifeng thought of was to find out the source of the poison in Chu. When did her grandpa develop this symptom? And what kind of people were close to her grandfather at that time? If you don't check, you find that person at large. Then her grandfather's poison might not be solved for a while. Yifeng also told Wu Wenwei about her grandfather just now. The poison in the 237 Institute is famous for its poisonous ingredients. If you want to find out as soon as possible, it is not that there is no music, but the process is too complicated. And they don't have the manpower and material resources needed. Such as, if you go to the Soul Master Association for help now, or the military side, it is possible. But if the news of her grandfather's poisoning was going to spread, the reputation of their Spirit Master Association, and the people behind the organization of this incident would have hoped that this incident would happen. Wu Wenwei couldn't care so much at this time, it was important to save her grandfather. Information plus Feng first used the messenger to send the information here to General Long. I hope that General Long can send someone to help him solve the vice-chairman's fee. As for the person who poisoned, Yi Feng asked Wu Wenwei to arrange to disturb it, but now it may be with the Soul Master Association. A little bit of wind has been caught. The fact that the vice president can be poisoned means that the people lurking in the Soul Master Association have begun to act again. Yi Feng also told Wu Wenwei that he had arrested a substitute teacher. Go out and ask the Soul Master Association about this. Suddenly, someone outside rushed over in a panic. Seth, Wu Wenwei too secretly reprimanded after seeing it. Voice. After the soldier stood up, he told Wu Wenwei that now, the time and where the vice-chairman lives is surrounded by countless floors. It seems that the insiders of the Soul Master Association already know about the vice-chairman Zongtong. So, when I come back, get close to the lady first to see what your specific arrangements are. After Wu Wenwei heard what the man said, she rubbed her fist. These people came, but it was Ray fast. Yusui, the real danger is hidden and hidden. Now I see my grandfather being plotted against. I come to laugh. Yi Feng. I can understand Wu Zhehui's mood at this time, but the most important thing right now is the poisoning of Wu Wenwei's grandfather. Yi Feng decided to go out and meet first those from the Soul Master Association. Because Yi Feng had already told General Long about the outside world, General Long would definitely send someone to support him. Moreover, if Yi Feng didn't go up to block the people of the Soul Master Association now, and let the people of the Soul Master Association come in here to search unscrupulously, the life of the vice-chairman of the Soul Master Association would end. Moreover, the reason why Wu Wenwei set up the mental barrier was that he didn't want to disturb these people, but these people turned out to be so anxious. The president came as soon as he blamed them, and it seemed that they were too inhumane. When Yi Shang was going up the steps, he could clearly hear that someone outside the Taiman of the residence was shouting to open the door. Yi Feng didn't bring a soldier or a soldier. He walked up alone, and with a bang, he opened the door. The people outside were instantly stunned. And the Ugly Masters Association is headed. R2 waits. 0. The two directors have found two of the directors who have betrayed the Soul Master Association. After seeing these two people, Yi Feng knew that there was no way to improve this situation today. The vice-chairman of the Soul Master Association is no longer here. This treasure will belong to me, Yi Feng, from now on. Please come back. Yi Feng could say the words without hesitation. It's up to you. This is the permanent residence of the vice president of the Spirit Master Association. How could he not give you the house here? One of the directors said. Yi Feng picked his mouth and shook his head. Looks like you don't jump into the Yao River and don't die. Let you go and take a look. This place is empty. I'm here to take over today. Yi Feng said and turned away. Everyone from the Soul Master Association looked over and saw that there was no one there. But how could this sentence convince the two directors? Even if our vice president is not here, why are you here? The director who spoke before spoke again. Speaking of which, my friendship with your Soul Master Association is not Shao. The end of the previous World War, both inside and outside, was because the two of us fought together. And your vice president also likes me very much. He was planning to move. So what's wrong with him leaving this house to me? Also, it means that you think this house should be reserved for you. Then if you have the ability, you would go to the battlefield at that time. Feng said the words like a jade cannon. People from the Soul Master Association were left speechless. The two directors glanced at each other, and the wickedness in their eyes disappeared. Immediately, the two of them released the elves and rushed towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng was actually in a state of preparation, so when he saw the two directors, when he released the spirit, he also released his spirit. Devouring the elves. Devouring. Soul power. Yi Feng muttered in his mouth, and the gesture in his hand was also making. Immediately, his stun-devouring elf appeared beside him, and his anger released his soul-devouring power, blocking the way forward of the two oncoming elves. "Thunderbolt," one of the directors shouted when he saw that his elf was blocked. "I saw his lightning elf, full of thunder and lightning, and his soul power instantly went up to the sky, rendering the sky into a lover of electricity and electricity. Then the piece of soul power connecting the sky and the elves refracts another soul power chain from the sky and attacks Yifeng. Ocean. Yo, it's a lightning-type elves coming back. Yi Banju didn't care about this attack because he knew it. The strength of the directors is very high. Download Fei Lu's novel arranged by C. The full text version of the novel L. NCW 684875. Original works of Fei Lu Novel Network, zerofeilu.com. Chapter 400 Strength, You Don't Have. Devouring the Storm. Yifeng instructed the devouring spirit to send out moves to block the spirit power chain that was attacking him. Bang on. With the end of the sound, the two sides in this cohesion drew a tie. Looks like we're going to use our real skis. Yifeng touched the elf of the egg domain. The members of the Soul Master Association saw Yifeng's slow and steady movements. Also we prepared. Devouring everything. Yifeng's devouring soul power instantly exploded his soul power. His black soul power spreads over the place. Any person or thing that comes into contact with devouring soul power. All of a sudden. Between dry. Yifeng used his soul power to protect the residence of the vice president of the Soul Master Association behind him. The people in the Soul Master Association are now doing their best to resist the attack of the Soul Sense Spirit. The two directors worked together to resist the attack of the soul-devouring brother, the undead brother, and took the opportunity to attack Tufeng. How could Yifeng be attacked by them, only to see that he fired a soul power ball with his backhand, and the two directors were directly attacked and coaxed to the ground. Come on. Yifeng told the devouring spirit to stop Cheng Feng's devouring soul power. The elves obediently took back their soul power. And the elves of the two directors have been sucked dry by Yi Zi's soul-devouring power. Yifeng glanced at devouring life. The elf replied to Yifeng with a SMA complaint. At this time, people from the Soul Master Association. They saw Yifeng's abilities. In Yifeng's hands, the two directors couldn't make two moves. What, more, for them, in an instant, they put down their weapons and stepped back. I've said it. This is my residence in the future. You don't listen or believe it. I have no choice. If this is the case, just drag your A and leave. Don't bother me again in the future, or I be with you. They hit you one at a time. Yifeng looked at them after finishing his words with great disdain. The door. The people from the Soul Master Association quickly carried the direction of the two directors and walked back. Yifeng patted the soul-devouring head, and the soul-devouring power returned to Yifeng's elf space. At this time, the people who were secretly watching also showed their heads one by one. Seeing that both sides disperse after carrying it. I wanted to check the door for a while. After finding it intact, he walked into the courtyard and closed the timon. Yifeng did not go directly to the southwest corner. He believed the tail has not been cleaned. Sure enough, there were two strong winds coming towards him behind him. Yifeng did not turn around, but lifted it gently. Raising his hand, I saw Yifeng's soul 9 flew backwards and blocked the two strong winds. Yifeng turned back and saw the wall of the residence, with two people standing on it. The dress of the two division associations. It seems that your strength is indeed the same as the rumors. Mi Guo, you are a military person. It's not good to directly insert it into the abuse of the division association. Otherwise you cooperate with our two brothers, maybe. There is another way we can go. I saw one of the two said to Yifeng. Yifeng thought for a while. Since these two people are not members of the Soul Master Association. That must be other snobs. And with his current reputation, these two people know that he is indeed very simple. However, these two forces have just seen the battle between him and the Soul Master Earth Society. Since they dared to stand up at this time, It means that they must have some ability, which is what makes them dependable. I'm in the military, yes, but it's my lifetime, and come to my house and see what's there. Is it strange? Yifeng continued his speech. The two looked at each other. They both shot towards Yifeng. Since you don't eat and drink a toast. Let us brothers try yours. Both of them summoned their spirits. Soul power merge. After the two spirits released their soul power, they transferred their soul power to two of them. Yifeng understood after seeing this wave of operations. It turned out that these two elves were relying on these two elves. These two elves belong to Fiao elves and Fiao elves. It means the same as twins. The two soul powers can be shared, and they can be used on the body. When the soul power is put into that person's shame, that person's soul power WI skyrocket. With the skyrocketing soul power, the level WI also skyrocket. And, unless the two elves are weak. Otherwise, that person's rank WI not drop. And Yifeng also observed that with the current level of these two elves, I am afraid that person can support at least 2 hours. Yifeng helplessly shook his head. When wi he be such a fun elf? And Leaf Maple. In the elf space, it seemed that his elves became irritable after knowing his thoughts. Yifeng did not summon the devouring spirit this time, but directly summoned Chao Chu. Since the last evolution of Chao Chu, Yifeng has not summoned Chao Meng, and this time is just right. Let him see what unexpected skis wi there be after Chao Chu evolves. I saw that after Chao Meng came out of Yifeng's elf space, his body also grew bigger. What used to be blue is now accompanied by a touch of brilliance. The face and eyes are sharper than before. Host, Chao Meng has successfully entered K. And fight again. Now it can have 2 modes. A battle mode, 2 writing modes. The system's voice sounded in Yifeng's mind. System, now in battle mode. Yifeng replied to the system. Good host, in the battle mode, after you take the target to Mewtwo wi fight on its own and no longer needs your command. The system explained the battle mode to Yifeng. So Yifeng pointed to Chao Fan at Nashi people and Nashi spirits. Mewtwo licked her mouth with her tongue and started fighting. Only, seeing Chao Meng scanned it with his eyes. After coming to the relationship between the 2 elves and the 2 people, they flew straight towards the 2 elves. Yifeng saw Chaomeng like this. I knew that the dream had already seen the clues. Prepare to pack up the 2 elves first. It seems that Super Dream is pretty cool after the promotion. The Western elf saw Chaomeng flying towards them, and his legs began to tremble slightly. Chaomeng released its unique soul power and flew towards the 2 elves. Just one move, the 2 elves were knocked to the ground. Wow, a trick, is it so cool? When Yifeng saw Chaomeng, he took the 2. After the elf cleaned up, his heart turned upside down. At this moment, he faced the 2 people who were facing him. After seeing the appearance of Chao Chu, I was stunned. When their elf was hanged, the 2 were also ready to run. However, the speed and reaction of those 2 people are too slow, just rely on them. How could you possibly escape? Chapter 401 It was him. The residence of the Vice President of the Soul Master Association. After Chao Meng cleaned up the elves of the 2 who attacked Yi Wing, he began to fight and continue to clean up. Looking at the clumsy escape figures of the 2 people, Chao Meng made the same incredible expression as Yifeng. How could Mewtwo let these 2 people run away? Since the task given to it by the land is to bring these 2 people together. Then it can't get the job done. Yifeng saw Chaomeng's expression. Helpless help his forehead, these emotions are way hard to bring. I saw Mewtwo pick up the 2 people with its 2 hands. One of the hands, pick up. Chaomeng, the person who was fied with spirit power by the elf, put out his soul power, and that person went down in an instant. The original me Chao Meng not only released the soul power that does not belong to that person. He also took out the 9 earths from the man's own ground. YTO. And another person saw his brother said that he was treated like this by Chao Meng, and he fainted with fright. Okay, Cheomong. It's sti useful to leave these two people behind. Yifeng summoned Cheomong back. System, wait until I'm done with this. You remember to remind me to see what the ride mode of Mewtwo is like. Yishu didn't forget what the system told him before. Okay, host, after the system answered him. Was silent. Yifeng cleaned up the two people he was carrying. Wa Bonan Fish Walk. After reaching the southwest corner, he walked down the steps and used these two people for the vice president of the Soul Master Association. He went over and talked to Wu Wenwei about the situation. When Wu Wenwei heard that the two directors were shameless and shot at Yifeng, she was also very angry and burst into foul language. However, Wu Wenwei also thought of this situation, including Yifeng, who was later attacked by other forces. Many stared at by other forces. At this time, if the Soul Master Association is a vice chairman, the Soul Master Association will be attacked by other forces. No matter how many people in the Soul Master Association are traitors. Only rely on Wu Wenwei and the others to support it. It won't last long. Although the Soul Master Association has always kept pace with the military. In the watch world, it's too much. However, if the vice president of the Soul Master Association, that is also equivalent to Soul Mountain, if he said that, the Soul Master Association will no longer be in full swing. Just 4. It must be something that Wu Wenwei couldn't understand, why the president of the Soul-Faced Society hasn't moved yet. At this time, Yi Feng's messenger rang. It turned out that General Long came over quickly. General Long has already told this matter to the top leader of GCC, Zhang Chen, and the most brilliant medical experts came to treat. It was almost time to arrive at the residence of the president of the Spirit Master Association. It's just that they answer, that will inevitably provoke undesired numb lights. Yifeng told Wu Wenwei this question, and Wu Wenwei told Yifeng that there was a secret door next to the office of Dai. Yes, you can come directly through. Because this is what he Gugu found for refuge. Yes, in fact, any powerful person will have this type of secret passage. Yifeng quickly told the news to General Long and the others, and he also walked to the secret door and waited for General Long and them. Soon Long Zhongkong and the others appeared and Yifeng led them in and walked to the side of the vice president. The generals of Yulong gathered around to start the diagnosis and treatment. Yifeng also told General Long what had just happened. And while they were doing this below, there was a huge movement in the Spirit Master Association. It turns out that the Soul Master Association has long been betrayed. Of people are now showing their true faces and they are starting to besiege those who are on the same footing as they are. Why are you besieging and keying? It turned out that the president of the Spirit Master Association, the members of the Master Guild Association gathered together. And those who betrayed took advantage of this to start a siege. The president of the Teachers Association did not stop him, but sat there quietly and watched. Among them are several soul masters. With his strength he rushed out. Take the news to the military. Now only the military can compete with the Soul Master Association. Effin got the news firsthand. General Tai Xian told General Long. And sent troops to surround Xi. I want to save those people quickly. And General Long was here at Yifeng at this time. He was shocked when he received the message from General Iron. In just a few words, the words with a huge amount of information were said. Yifeng was also very surprised when he heard it. The president of the Soul Master Association unexpectedly betrayed. Fortunately, at that time, when he was conducting the investigation, the vice president did not take this matter to the president. It seems that the vice president must have discovered something at that time. That's how it works. The thing is poisoned. Now that this has happened. I am afraid that the president of the Spirit Master Association and the others will have too much action soon. As long as they get rid of the people who are not theirs from the Soul Master Association, they will attack with great fanfare. Therefore, Yifeng decided that they should take the initiative to attack, but Yifeng and General Long asked for orders. Please go to Tai, I go with you plus E Iron General has already sent troops there at this time, so you have to go quickly. General Long went to arrange the vice-chairman's side after he finished speaking. General Long left several powerful people here to protect them. Mian Wu Wenwei also wanted to go with Yi Gui and the others, but was rejected by Yi Feng. If you stay here, if your grandfather has any news, send it to me quickly. If your grandfather wakes up at 40, the first thing he would want to see is that you can meet your grandfather only if you are here, Yi Feng said, followed by Long Desi and hurried away. Wenwei silently looked at Yi Ji's back. When General Long and Yi Feng arrived at the headquarters of the Soul Master Association. The army has attacked in. The headquarters of the Soul Masters Association is perfect. At this time, this street has been blocked by the Iron General. And as soon as the military inserts, the pad opens. Zizhuan and General Tai take this time. The people who come are Chinese soldiers. 8. At least half of the Soul Master Association were saved. Why? The president of the Soul Master Association is sitting at this time. In the heights, Sihao's eyes did not have any emotional fluctuations. Yu Zaifei Lu's Novel A. See the full text version of the novel L. C084875. Support Phailu Novel Network, HT. Chapter 402 President Faz. Yi Feng and others saw the expression of the president of the Soul Master Association, and they knew that this matter was strange. Not to mention what the Soul Master Association means to the president of the Soul Master Association. Just take the military intervention as an example. The president of the Soul Master Association, it is impossible to sit there indifferently. If the president of the Spirit Master Association knew what he had done, he would be exhausted by now. He sat there to remove some of the guilt. It was also justified. But who would be expressionless at this time? The west eye is empty. Yi Feng and General Long looked at each other and knew what the other was thinking. I saw that Yi Feng had summoned Hoopa to grow up. At this time, Hoopa Kong has also evolved since the last time he evolved the elves. At present, it can only purify the elves when it meets the ring, and it can also purify the categories. That's right, Yi Feng and General Long were thinking of the president of the Soul Master Association. It's now being manipulated. Otherwise, what is the explanation for this situation? 2. Origine, the president of the Soul Master Association, although he was not absolutely fair and just. But 24 is. The Soul Master Association is the hard work of the president of the Soul Master Association. How could he be unimpressed to see them keying each other here? It means that he became the person behind the organization. The scene that is happening now is definitely not what he wants to see. Therefore, Yi Feng and Long Zhongzai strengthened the idea that he had been controlled by others. So Yi Feng asked Hoopa to release the ability to purify the soul towards the president of the Soul Master Association. Soul purification. Hoopa released his skis towards the president of the Soul Master Association. I saw that the president of the Soul Master Association was shocked when he came into contact with the soul power that Hoopa gave him. In an instant his eyes recovered from his dew eyes, and after he recovered, he saw his new environment and the situation in front of him. I was very shocked. He didn't know what happened. It's just that I've been feeling groggy lately. He didn't know what he had done. But now seeing these things happening in front of him, he seems to want to understand. The Bone Kings trained by him are now keying each other. And the military also got involved. In fact, it is now the best solution for the military to intervene. Suddenly, Soul Master Association meeting. Cheng Yanqing and his body began to be out of control, and the president of the Soul Master Association tried his best to restrain the power that controlled his heart. Big. At this time, General Long, General Tai, and Yi Feng also walked to the side of the president of the Soul Master Association. General Tai, thanks to your military, I have been secretly checking and balancing with your military in order to raise the Soul Master Association to a higher level. It looks like now, I've also been punished. The situation in Huishan. There is no way for the Soul Master Association to restore the previous glory for the time being. I vaguely remember that something happened to the vice president. Ching, if you respect him safely, please support him to the seat of the president. The Soul Master Association, only he can reassure me, and I, too, believe that under his leadership, the Soul Master Association will be able to return to its peak in 2 days and be even better. The president of the Hygiene Spirit Master Association told General Tai the words as if he was instructing the future. Don't tell me these things first. I know that Ling Tian's things are your last resort, and you are also calculated by the gangsters. But it's alright, let's make it through today, trust us. We definitely handle this matter, I trust you too. General Tai Nature heard the meaning of the words of the president of the Spirit Master Association. I can't do it anymore. I can't control it anymore. General Tai, I leave it to you. After the Spirit Master Association orders, please take care of it. After the president of the Soul Master Association said these words, he deprived himself of his soul power. And, in the blink of an eye, the work is gone. Already committed suicide. General Tai and General Zulong didn't have time to stop him. It seemed that when the president of the Spirit Master Association regained his sanity, he had already thought of this solution. That's right, no matter what happens, the Soul Master Associations. The president has to back this game. Regardless of whether the president of the Spirit Master Association has recovered his sanity in the end, it would have been considered a taboo for the world to have him direct those people to slaughter the members of his Soul Master Association. If the Spirit Master Association president's sanity has not recovered, and he has been manipulated by others, the influence will be even greater. Therefore, whether he is alive or not, for him, this is a big stain on the public life, so he is now. Seems like a witch to solve this. General Tai and General Long shook their heads regretfully. Although they don't know, what will they do if they face this situation. What to do. But it is probably similar to what the president of the Spirit Master Association did. For those who have come to this point, the important thing is not money, but the brothers around them and the people who have been cultivated by themselves. Their we being the most important information in the world, and the traitor of the Soul Master Association has now been almost suppressed by the military. And those who survived the Soul Master Association, when they saw the scene of their president committing suicide, they burst into tears. The president of the Spirit Master Association has always fulfilled his duties during his tenure, using his greatest power. And the relationship to strive for more for the Soul Master Association. Including previous Sprite events. The Soul Master Association Land 700 only developed during the tenure of this president. The people of the Soul Master Association, this place can see clearly that their president is being manipulated. And their president is willing to commit suicide, with the courage to solve this matter with gold. It also makes them moved, shocked. At this moment, the president of the second generation Soul Master Association completely Fei Yifeng and General Long Zhang were here. After checking to make sure that there were no missing fish, they rushed back to the deputy of the Soul Master Association. President there. Yifeng told Suo Wenwei the news as soon as he returned to Tianwen. When Wu Wenwei heard the news of the death of the Soul Master President, she was also very sad. In fact, the relationship between the president and the vice president has always been very good. It's just that when there was a war between the outside world and the outside world, there was a little bit of disagreement, but it didn't affect. But, don't know why. From time to time since the return of the elf she could hear her grandfather sighing there. And the content of the trade gas is nothing more than that the president and his opinions are different. It seems that someone has started from that time. Moved to the chairman. Hands and feet. In Wu Wenwei's eyes, the president of the Soul Earnings Association has always treated her like another grandfather. Wu Wenwei secretly vowed to avenge him. Many. Chapter 403 Soul Master Association revives. After the headquarters of the Spirit Master Association has been cleaned up, the major forces have begun to seek the headquarters of the Spirit Master Association. The headquarters of the Soul Master Association is built on the recitation hub of the surface world. Therefore, its development book is very fast. The Socade Battle of the Soldiers. Easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is impossible for the military to break in so quickly. At this time, the headquarters of the Soul Master Association. STI guarded by the military there. But there are STI people who don't give up to investigate. They were driven back by the military. 3 or 4 days passed. At this time, the vice president of the Soul Master Association was STI lying on the top of the world's most advanced doctor. Receive treatment in the clinic. Now the heat has recovered a lot of sanity and the sense of speed has turned quickly. Wu Wenwei has always been by Grandpa D's side. Yifeng Wi also occasionally come to see the recovery of the vice president. On this day, Yifeng came again. Wu Wenwei, Vice President, how is his recovery today? Now the military people tell me about the Soul Master Association's Santa every day. When will someone take care of it? It's not good enough for them to stay there, being kept in mind by others. In case something happens to him while he's on duty. His head doesn't even exist. Way to top such a big one. It turned out that Yifeng came to Wu Wenwei to express the complaints of the military guards at the Soul Master Association. Because before, the military and the Soul Master Association had always checked and balanced each other. The current Soul Master Association has no equivalent price for the military. The military doing these at this time is also equivalent to showing pity for them and Wu Wenwei sighed. How is the current situation of the Spirit Masters meeting? Suddenly a very old voice sounded behind them. Yifeng and Wu Wenwei were overjoyed when they heard this voice. Because the deity of this voice. It is the vice president of the Soul Master Association. Grandpa, Yufenei woke up. You make a hui worry about it, tilde. When Wu Wenwei saw that his grandfather woke up, he cried with joy. And Yifeng also reacted at this time. Hurry up and see the experts. To the Vice President of the Soul Master Association. Detailed. After the inspections are completed. They are also not late Ching. From their expressions, Yifeng and Wu Zidao could say that the Vice President wanted to escape this time. The Vice President's mind and body functions have returned to normal and there is no loss of soul power. It's only near. Period also need to rest 1 or 2 observation. 2 of the experts told Yifeng and Wu Wenwei about the vice president's situation. Yi Shu, you're fine. My master is back. Wenwei hurried to her grandfather's side. The vice chairman patted Wu Wenwei's head lightly and continued the situation of her soul frequency association. When the vice chairman woke up, he heard some words from Yifeng and Wu Wenwei, so now he was worried about the situation of the Soul Master Association. Yifeng and Wu Wenwei did not intend to hide the current situation of the Vice President Soul Master Association. For hiding his words, he will know sooner or later. What's more, the Soul Master Association Ray needs one person to stand up and preside over the Avera situation. Result, Yifeng slowly described what had happened recently. They said it tact fui, especially in the paragraph where the president of the Spirit Master Association said it himself. But such a sensitive and witty person like Vice Wi come out. How can you come to the meaning of Yifeng's words? Back. My old partner, old man, how can you be so stupid? There is something we can't do together. The vice president thought about his old partner with a little sadness. Yifeng and Wu Wenwei hurriedly comforted the vice president. And Wi. Before his death, the chairman told General Rentai everything he had said. After what Yifeng and the others said, they also ordered a little more. He knows only a long temper. Now that it has been decided to use death as a star, it will definitely pave the way for the future. And the back of the president is him, the vice president of the Soul Master Organization. Exactly as the president said. The person who the Soul Master Association is now worthy of entrustment and the person who is worthy of the trust of the president. He is the only one left. And he will also do his part to take care of the revival of the Soul Master Association. I can't stand the wind anymore. Face to face with the means of vice meeting. You can completely control the wind. Face. But every time I think about what happened recently, this thing makes the vice president feel dark. He knew about the existence of the organization behind it before, but they didn't expect them to stretch the magic melon so long. It even reached the president. And he did detect some before, regarding the situation of the chairman. But he couldn't believe it at the time. Now it seems that his old partner has always been his northern high-end. Has never changed. What has changed is only the passage of things and the development of events. So the vice president of the Soul Master Association WIB in the next 2 days. Let Wu Wenwei be harmonious. Yifeng helped him find out some news and made some detailed preparations for his appointment, including what he has done since he took office. The vice president thought about it. When he takes office, he will use his Dianxia means. Remove those who betrayed the Soul Master Association before, including their henchmen, including the other forces they created outside of the Soul Master Association. 8 of them were wiped out by society. But this time, due to the limited manpower of the Hair Poker Association, he will use part of the military to help him accomplish these things. And he got along too. After the Soul Master Association development, will be inseparable from the military. Because the soul power of people in the Soul Master Association is absolutely 0k. But, people in the military started training with the military. If you let them fight alone. It was Qian Dezhao who did not have a soul master to increase the association. And division associations can train together, including the current headquarters of the Soul Master Association. The vice chairman knew that the Spirit Master Association was not as good as before. If only they occupied that land. Soon the land will be taken away by other forces. Therefore, it is only his joint military side. Have the military stationed there too, in some people here. This not only keeps them safe. It can also make the two sides cooperate more friendly, not to mention the existence of Yifeng in the middle. If the soul of the tree falls down completely, there is no benefit to overloading. At the same time, General Tai and General Long are here. He is also discussing the FUP development of the Soul Master Association. The previous president entrusted the debt to them when he was dying. They must do their best. It's not just a promise. It is the development of the future pattern. Download Fei Lu's novel AR, watch full text version of the novel LN. CW6. Chapter 404 Key the Show. 2 days later, Dachau, the headquarters of the Soul Master Association. Everyone in the Soul Master Association, including the former traders, are standing in the hall of the Spirit Master Association headquarters. The military, led by General Silver, also stood in the Great Hall. The chattering voices in the hall were talking. Who is the next chairman? Although the president of the Spirit Master Association said before his death that General Tai and the others would support the vice president to take office. However, since it was reported that the vice chairman was poisoned, there has been no news of the recovery of the vice chairman Naoya. And the vice chairman kept blocking the news after he woke up and didn't let it go out. The vice chairman was more concerned about it. It's how they react and how they line up. Therefore, everyone in the Soul Master Association, they did not want to know the situation of the vice president at this time. Among the directors, Baron also has a few outstanding talents. If President Sean's health has not been good, then it is naturally impossible to leave this position to a sick person. Therefore, in their eyes, the president will be produced among those directors. In the past few days, after the Soul Master Association has calmed down, the question of who is the president is. Everyone in the Soul Master Association has almost had an idea. Inside the Soul Master Association, there is no lack of people in the group, including the vice president and Wu Wenwei's eyes. The reason why everyone saw 900 here is for the stability of the Soul Master Association. The position of president has been dead for several days. Let's elect the next president here. Just when everyone is noisy, the voice of General Tai came out. Everyone shut up after hearing General Tai's voice. Xuan Xiao is waiting for General Tai's next words. Of course, we must have candidates come here before the election, so we need to wait for a few more minutes. General Tai's words undoubtedly caused everyone in the Soul Master Association to be confused. Think. Afterwards, he snickered to himself. This is what he wants. It didn't take long. There were voices coming from outside the hall. Then everyone in the hall saw the vice president of the Soul Master Association, Yifeng and Wu Wenwei appear at the entrance of the hall. When the members of the Soul Master Association saw the figure of the vice president, they were secretly surprised. Although they don't know what kind of poison is in the vice chairman, but according to the gossip, the poison in the vice chairman is not effective at A, and at this time, they are just waiting for the vice chairman to appear in front of them. 9. That. Their previous abacus blanks were overturned. I'm really sorry for making you wait so long. I made some arrangements just now, please forgive me. I saw the vice president of the Soul Master Association Nature walked to the main seat of the Tating Ha, neither humble nor standing. I speak out. Although there was a hint of apology in what the vice chairman said, there was no such thing as an apology. General Tai and the others Nature didn't care because these were arranged by them, so the people from the military didn't have much response. It's just that after the people from the Soul Master Association saw the vice president's demeanor, they started talking in low voices too. My grandfather Hao, who is also your vice chairman now. Don't you even have basic rules? Wu Wenwei saw the attitude of the members of the Soul Master Association and instantly became angry. When Wu Wenwei first came to Dacho, she heard the chatter among them. Unexpectedly, they were the same after her grandfather came. She has many origine. After the old man became vegetarian. Shirei thought for her grandfather, there were very few people who came to see her grandfather, so Hajime saw them like this. People from the Soul Master Association, since. Of course, he knew what Wu Wenwei's temper was like. Therefore, after Wu Wenwei spoke, they stopped chatting. General Tai, you see, I'm already there. Do we need to do anything in the future? The vice chairman seemed to understand General Tai. See. Since the vice president is present, it means that our candidates are also present. I now announce the poison according to your last president's WI, and the next president of the Soul Master Association. It is the former Soul Master Association. Vice President Yi Wu Qingshu too. General Tai forwarded the words of the vice chairman and announced the words. Come out. Yi Feng is also. It was the first time I heard the vice chairman's real name. About Wu Wenwei's family name. He only heard about it later. It turns out that Wu Wenwei's ancestors have always been a big family. It was inherited from the big family, but after the changes over the years, their family gradually declined. And they are just a SMA branch of their family. Ti Wenwei's grandfather is a Qingzi generation, so the name Shuiden has Qing, and his father is Bray Pei. So there is Yu in his father's name, and she is Wenji. There is a text in her name. And this time, after hearing what General Tai said, everyone in the Soul Master Association was thinking about their own affairs. Because they had inquired about the vice president before. But they didn't hear it, so they thought that the vice president might have no hope of competing for the position of president. Therefore, they went to curry favor with those directors, but now that the situation has reversed, the vice president is the real next president. It made him a little confused. About the loss of the president. I express my sadness, but the Soul Master Association cannot be left alone. As the president named the person who will inherit this position. I am also honored to be able to shoulder this responsibility. So today I invited General Tai and the others to be a witness, that is, a witness. A new chapter for our Soul Master Association. In our new chapter, the connection with the military is inseparable. Therefore, if you have any opinions, you can put them forward now. However, before everyone gives their opinions, I have to clear some people. This group of people can be used to be the black sheep of the Soul Master Association. If it wasn't for their Spirit Master Association, they wouldn't be able to end up like this. If they're willing to repent, then tell me. Who are the people behind them? Maybe I can spare their lives today. If I continue to be obsessed with it, I won't accompany them. After the vice president said the words, let him and the military people hands surround the ha. At this time, those who betrayed the Soul Master Association before began to tremble. They didn't know what the vice chairman would do with him, but the construction site could hear what the vice chairman Kong Gang said, and the vice chairman would not let them off easily. Pull me out and key the crowd. The words of the vice president exit, those people will be completely fried. Chapter 405 Deserve It. Why can you deal with us? We did those things after listening to the president's words. It was not our original intention. We just believed that the president was already there. Shouted Lungs. It seems that he is indeed afraid of death, and he dares to be famous. After the vice president heard what he said, he rushed in front of him instantly, and Lu Chong keyed him. After everyone saw the vice president's reaction, they took a breath of air. The president was used by others. I am very sad that he was completely unconscious at the time, so if anyone dares to bite after that. President. Let him die. The vice president used the words very aggressively. But among those people there are those who want to resist. Du Yi was cleaned up by Wu Wenwei and Yi Fengge. When those condensate energy is processed, there were 2.5 people missing from the Spirit Master Association above the Taiha. The people left in the Golden Soul Master Association did not dare to make a sound after seeing the vice chairman's method of Lei Lin. After that, the vice president told everyone about the direction and method he was preparing for the development of the Soul Master Association. The development model of the Soul Master Association after that is to train the Soul Masters of the world with great effort. With their strength. Quantity for the world to cultivate new generation of people and the Spirit Master Association unite with the military. Because of the inadequacy between the Spirit Master Association and the Spirit Master Association before, it is also said that the Spirit Master Association and the military join forces with each other. Moreover, they can supplement the Soul Master Association with the 2 highlights of cultivating Soul Masters. After this accident, the Soul Master Association is not as good as before. Especially the directors of the Soul Master Association. After that, the vice president announced one more thing. That is Yi Feng. He joined the director of the Soul Master Association as a military major general. It is equivalent to Yi Feng being the first. Is a person without a way, and a person from the Soul Master Association. R.O. After the words of the vice president of the Soul Master Association, objection was expressed. What they thought was that if the vice president could become the president, then the old people like them could make progress. There is room for improvement. As a result, Yi Feng is now airborne to the position of director. Is it inappropriate for someone from the military to be the director of the Soul Master Association? Maybe his strength is not as high as the backbone of the Soul Master Association we are present. I saw one of the middle-aged men taking the lead. Open your mouth. In fact, it was Zhang that Yi Shang entered the Soul Master Association as a director. Chen recommended, because if Yi Feng wants to open fire on the people behind the back organization, it is worthwhile to have his own power first. And this kind of identity is also a kind of basic guarantee for him. And in the Soul Master Association, as a director, he can lead the team alone, and Yi Feng can create speed, support his own team of spirit masters. In the military, if Yi Feng created a team of his own, it would be suppressed by the military. Therefore, Yi Feng's best choice is to come to the Soul Master Association to create his own team. Yi had already prepared to be the director of the Soul Master Association if someone opposed him, so when the middle-aged Gengxi spoke up, Leaf Feng then walked directly in front of him. You said that I have no strength. How can you prove that I have strength? You said one I slapped you to death or maimed you to death. The brothers of the Soul Master Association will not hold grudges against me. Yi Feng didn't care at this man, because the strength is too weak. After the middle-aged man heard what Yi Feng said, he became ruthless. Kong's eyes flashed. Then you have to beat me first. I saw the man. In an instant, he asked for Yi Han. It looks like it's the kind that is going to the death of Yi Shuiwang. Yi Feng's heart changed after seeing him come out. I am afraid this person is not a righteous person. Inside. Origine, Yi Feng now needs to key the chicken and pay respect to the monkey. I didn't expect it to be in the Soul Master Association. There are people with such intentions. Am I? The man's elf appeared. The elf is a fire elf, and as soon as it appeared, he used his fire soul power towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng also summoned the devouring elf. Yi Feng wanted Chao devouring elf to evolve as soon as possible. Yi Gang was going to use it more in the recent battle. When the devouring spirit was revealed, he first used his soul devouring power to block the 2 attacks from Yao Yuan of the fire element, and then turned his soul devouring power back. That fire-type elf can't resist the devourer. The soul power of the spirit. In an instant, he was sucked by Yi Feng's devouring spirit. When the middle-aged man saw that Yi Feng's elf was so powerful, it was incredible. No flowers 0. Yi Feng looks so young. His spirit is so powerful. In this man, he dared to be so domineering only by relying on the strength of his elf. You're just living your life as your elf. If you have the ability, come and fight me alone, the middle-aged man roared at Yi Feng aggressively. Enough. Yang Mo, don't you feel ashamed? When the opening of the sacrifice in vain. I must make him pay it back. Yang Mo was already full of anger at this time, and he couldn't listen to the vice president's words at all. He didn't know that the vice president was giving him a way out. Force. It doesn't matter, since he wants to accompany me like this. Yi Feng said lightly. Take your life. The middle-aged man named Yang Mo released his soul power, which is a fire-type soul like his elves. Yi Feng also released his soul-devouring power without hesitation. There is also a little electric soul power in the devouring soul power. Looking, violent dual-type soul power, Taicho Zong's people are surprised after Yi Gui's soul power. Uniform. The middle-aged man turned pale when he saw Qi. He didn't expect Yi Feng to be a dual-type soul power, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Only, Yi Feng and the middle-aged man shot together. Instantly, the fire-type soul power facilitated the cohesion of the 2-type soul power. After a move, the middle-aged man vomited blood and fell to the ground. Yi Feng stood there safe and sound. How Fa was not injured. The soul power of this middle-aged man has been lost. Now he is like a waste. Lying on the ground, he couldn't help thinking, if he could be the vice president just now. We the ending be a meet. Now, there are STI people who refuse to accept me as a director of the Soul Master Association. You can stand up. After Yi Feng said disdainfully, he looked around and smiled when he saw that no one was moving. After that, we be members of the Soul Master Association. We also ask more people to take notes. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he walked over to General Tai. For Yi Feng, today's limelight. It's hard enough. Next, it is the master of the vice president. After the ceremony where the vice president officier took over as president was held, Yi Feng went back to General Long's general house for 3. Chapter 406 Promotion. Yi Feng has been living peacefully in General Long's mansion these past few days, since he was the director of the Soul Master Association and the major general of the military. This identity appeared. There are obviously fewer people who are hostile to Yi Feng. It seems that this is indeed a strength-oriented. Suddenly General Long asked him to go to face some serious matters. Yi Feng packed up and went to General Long's study. General Long was already waiting there. General Long, is there something wrong now? Yi Feng walked to General Long's side. Yi Shang, I think this should be a good thing for you. General Long said in a sef. Oh, what good thing? Tu Feng's curiosity was raised again. You are going to find the top leader today, and he wit you. General Long did not say what happened in the Shi 2. 4. After Yi Feng took the order, he returned to the room to rest. After the afternoon, he went to Taicho, the political affairs officer of the world, to find the supreme leader. After he met the supreme leader, the top leaders took him directly to a house with no one to talk about things. It turned out that the top leader of the world decided to give him an appointment. As far as Yi Feng's recent performance is concerned, Major General's identity, it can't compare to the honor he created. And since the world is hostile to those who think because of recent events, although it has obviously decreased, the little inside who doesn't try to watch others doesn't remember to hate Yi Cheng. Therefore, in order to give Yi Feng a guarantee, the top leader of the world decided to give him an appointment. Moreover, if Yi Feng is promoted to an official title, his status in the Soul Master Association will be more stable. After Yi Feng heard what the supreme leader said, I am very grateful. Although he has a parental friendship with the top leader, this is the first time he intuitively feels that the top leader attaches great importance to him. After Yi Feng showed the high leaders, he talked about Shitong waiting for the addition ceremony if he would enter tomorrow. Time is a little too short. But after a few days, there is no such effect. So the two of them negotiated. The day after tomorrow morning, the official addition ceremony will be held to show that the world's top leader has mentioned this matter to the people below. The people below are also working on it. After that, the top leader of the Watch World told Yi Feng about the recent situation of the organization behind it. At this time, the Soul Master Association. We think that Yi Ju is not suitable to join the Soul Master Association. Not to mention that he joined the Soul Master Association as a director. You are equivalent to one person below 10,000 people. A man who steals the name of an older man, talked to the president. The president at this time is Wu Wenwei. Yi Feng naturally did not know what was going on in the Soul Master Association. After listening to what the leg gold man said, the president spent a day. This matter has nothing to do with him. Shaking his head helplessly and walking away, he stare at his back. Looked at him deeply. Although the current Spirit Master group has cleared a group of people, the people who cannot be seen are loyal people, especially before G. The FA of the last two presidents. The Spirit Master Association has recently prepared to cooperate with the military and started to conduct the first batch of Spirit Master training. Spirit Master training and Spirit Master school training are two concepts. Soul school is for students. And there is a limit to age. But Soul Master training has nothing to do with age. As long as he has the foundation of a Soul Master. If you want to become stronger, you can come to the Soul Master Association, and after renting the Soul Master Association, there will be rich rewards to complete the corresponding assignments. This is for a person who has a soul in his body but has no outward display. Equivalent to a good opportunity. Therefore, this elimination. As soon as the news came out, Biao Shixi has been coming to the Soul Master Association to sign up. The Soul Master Association has been very hot recently, but the current president of the Soul Master Association knows. The more this happens, the more people will take the opportunity to make trouble. If the first batch of recruited Soul Masters, among them, there are 8 people with bad skis or people who have been placed in by the organization behind them, and their life will not be easy after that. Day is the time to strictly guard the checkpoint. But like this, if they are too strict, it will be very difficult for the development of the chi. 1 legend, 10 legends, hundreds of legends. People say that if the Spirit Master Association recruits Spirit Masters, the conditions are too harsh, this will be passed around. Other Soul Masters would be intimidated. Compared with the generous remuneration of the Soul Master Association, people from the Shi family would not come to the Soul Master Association, but the Soul Master Association needs some children from aristocratic families to come. Each force is involved with each other, in order to create the most balanced situation in the world. The Hunming office is busy with their work, and the General's Mansion, the World Political Affairs Office, has issued a notice, and even gave Yi Fengjin and Guan Jinju's ceremony. After the military people heard about it, they congratulated Yi Feng. Yi Feng naturally knew that some of the wishes here were cold-hearted when they heard that Yi Shang had been promoted to an official and nobleman. Yi Feng has always been a neutral attitude. After the forces learned that Yi Feng was going to be promoted to an official position, they also suddenly sent a message to Yi Feng. The one who invited Yi Gang to watch some things together was to give them a step surface, but Yi Feng did not intend to give them a test. Since they did those things before, save those words. They should think about their way back. In short, don't buy young people. Soon came the day when Yi Feng became an official. This event was not held in the political affairs hall of the express world, because the political affairs dacha was not the place where officials were added, and there was a special place for them. There is the glory stage of the world. The Tao that represents the world at this time is people, including the top leaders and the generals in the army are here, and Yi Feng is also on the list. Yi Feng is the protagonist of today, so the position he is standing in is relative to the conspicuous 0.0 position. The most prominent position is naturally reserved for the top leaders of the world. The president of the Soul Master Association and several directors were also inspired. Yi Feng's crowning ceremony is equivalent to a grand gesture. Yi Feng naturally knew. It means in. With the process, he was added step by step to the position of Lieutenant General. The Lieutenant General did not dare to think about this before he spit out the Prime Minister. Those who can reach the level of a Lieutenant General are super capable. I think that General Long walked over like this step by step. However, General Long did not encounter as many as Yi Feng, and General Long was also a relatively smooth road. At this time, General Long saw Yi Feng step by step onto the glory stage, and his heart was also excited. 2. Chapter 407 Organization Behind the Scenes. At this time, the top of the world glory stage. The world's top leader Zhang Chen and Yi Feng stood on top, and Yi Feng took the Lieutenant General's Medal of Glory that Zhang Chen gave him. From the moment Yi Feng received the medal, he felt honored in his heart. When I was young, I wanted to become a soul master because I longed for it. When he grew up, he joined Ziwen to protect his family and the country. At this moment, he finally built love to the ordeal he encountered before. It's an existence that has sharpened him to become stronger. Yi Feng saluted and recited the soldier's oath. The soldiers under the glory platform were infected by Yi Feng's aura, and they read it. The scene was very spectacular. After Yi Feng's ceremony is over, the people from all walks of life have left the venue one after another, leaving behind the top leader of the world, General Long, and the president of the Soul Master Association. Yi Feng, you have been a lieutenant general since Lingtian. You must be clear about your responsibilities. You must also look at the army you can lead later. As a lieutenant general, you are qualified to have your own army, but the army belongs to the world in the end. There will naturally be thorns in the army. How you need to suppress them is up to you to figure it out. And from today, you are no longer that Major General Yi Shang. You are a Lieutenant General. You met someone else. 24. To have your own aura. Come on, work hard. Strive to be able to come to my position as soon as possible. General Long said something to Yi Feng in the attitude of a visitor. On the other hand, the top leader of the world, the president of the Spirit Master Association, was there. I don't know. After Yi Feng heard what Long Zhongbin said, he nodded firmly. He knew his future path is definitely more difficult than before. Although he has become a lieutenant general, he can have his own army. He can do things that famously couldn't do before, but the greater the function, the greater the responsibility. The easier it is to be pushed into doom by others. The abyss. Then General Long gave him a plaque. Yi Feng knew that it was a military card when he saw the sign. The military card is the grass that can mobilize the army. And that sign was on the road. Right. On the leaf. General Long, this brand is. Yi Feng didn't quite understand the word written on the brand. This is equivalent to a gift from me. Since you are going to take over the army, I discuss it with the top leader of the world. I give you a more reliable army. This army was trained by me, you can use him with confidence. We are just moving people who are not convinced by you. I don't know, but it's up to you to force the power yourself. General Long explained the ins and outs of this brand and Xingfeng. After hearing this, Yifeng was very grateful, because he knew what this brand meant to General Long. As General Long, the soldiers brought out by his hand were equivalent to General Long's confidant. Give your confidant to others. This was originally a difficult thing to do, but now General Long is for him. Hand them over. Yifeng felt that General Long Ray had nothing to say to him. General Long's behavior made Yifeng heart. Dragon. The general excused the news, and he named the unit, Ming's Army. The reason for the name Yi Jiazhen is not only because of Yifeng's surname, but also because his father had a wish to have his own army. Although Yifeng has not yet started a family and business, Yi Jiazhen can accompany him as his sibling. What's more, the people in the Yi family army were carefully selected by General Long and dedicated to Yifeng. Among them, there were neither people who were arranged by the organization behind them, nor did they have bad intentions. This will play a very important role in Yifeng's future development. Big effect. Thank you Long Zhaojun, Yifeng. I definitely live up to you, let alone Yi Jiazhen. Yifeng knew that after General Long handed Yi Jiazhen to him, Yi Jiazhen's life and death would be handed over to him. No matter what kind of mission Yi Jiazhen would perform after that, the difficulty factor of the mission and whether it was life or death were a Yifeng's business. It was only at this time that Yifeng felt that as General Long, how many things he needed to consider. The top leader of the world saw that the matter between Yifeng and General Long was almost finished, and he sought Yishu over to talk about what he and the president of the Spirit Master Association had just changed. It turned out that the sound of things came out now, Yifeng's father. He was the initiator behind the plague that year. As for how this rumor came out, you can think about it. Of the Soul Master Association, the news came out one after another, but the top leader of the world at the time did not want Yifeng to know the news. Bai Yifeng has to prepare for things like adding an official and a nobility. Therefore, he decided to tell Yifeng about this after he is finished. Yifeng now has her own army, and she is also in the Soul Master Association. She can create her own people, etc. These can be used as her protection. Middle. No matter how the people behind the organization want to go to try to engage in this matter, Yifeng can have more power to fight back. When Yifeng heard that someone was using his father's reputation to do things, he was already angry in his heart. In his heart, his father was a place that he could not covet and read, but now the people behind the organization are so shameless, because they want to deal with him and bring up his father. His father, who died in battle because of the plague, dared to put the blame on his father. Is there any accurate news about this news now? Yifeng's thoughts. Back on track. According to the information sent back by the Soul Master Association's intelligence network, it can be seen that this news came from the Kong military. As for which part of the military it has not yet been clear. The Soul Master Association long talk. It turned out to be the military. The top leader of the world, Ziping, could see what Yifeng was thinking. He told Shixian, since this matter was started by Kong Jun, it must have come from the military, and the effect be more Western. The people behind the organization now feel that this move of the Soul Master Association has been abolished. Then he used the military to do his best. The suppression of Yifeng. This matter has not yet opened up in a large area, but now that there are bees and whistles, that's not far from the storm. Once the military is in chaos, the basics of the world be in chaos. Therefore, General Tai and General Long have recently been busy dealing with the problems of military personnel. And how to find out the source of this rumor. USTI need to see for yourself. Of course, the intelligence network on the Soul Master Association side do their best to help Yi Shizi. Chapter 408 Yi Jiazhen. Next, Yifeng went to Yi Jiazhen first. It's exactly what General Long said. When he went to Yi Jiazhen's place, discover the Avera spiritual outlook of Yi Jiazhen, are different from the armies he had come into contact with before. It's like a touch of a regiment. We ordered and we trained. Yi Feng knew that the people who came to the Yi family army for the first time would not accept him. After he can become the confidant of General Long. Obviously they have their capital. They do it with arrogance. If Yi Feng didn't convince them, they would not approach some of Yi Feng's commands and arrangements. Yi Feng sawed first. Come to Yi Jiazhen's 3 acids at this time. The 3 Xiying Island characters are Jai Lei, the first teacher, the second teacher, and 1 Lei Kui, and the third teacher, Duok. The 3 teachers came to Yi Feng, and Yi Feng looked at the 3 teachers. Doesn't look vegan. My name is Yi Feng. I believe you already know my identity from General Long, so the 3 of you will also be my direct subordinates in the future. As for the training arrangements and combat missions of our Yi family army, I hope that the 3 of you will tell me in detail. Yi Fengzhang said his identity straight to the point. 0. Vice him. The gesture we have known for a long time nodded lightly. Yi Feng knew. Now he has nothing to convince them of the proof. So Yi Feng asked the 3 division commanders to assemble their respective men and horses. Go to training camp. Wait for him. After the 3 teachers took orders, they made arrangements. Yi Feng sighed. It seems that General Long gave him a good team. But definitely do. It's another David Cheng. Yi Feng loosened his muscles and let Dong go to the training camp. After half an hour, the training camp. More than 30,000 people in 3 divisions. Horses gather Baobi, people and horses that look cloudy. Yi Feng was already here waiting for him. Side of Yi Feng, they don't know what's Ray sold in the leaf maple gourd. It was so lucky to combine the 3 divisions. Or let this be the case, do more than 30,000 people see what the water looks like. And see Yi Feng standing in the first place. Use soul power to speak. Since Ling, I'm the name of your old lady Bu. My name is Yi Feng. I believe it. Among you, you have served me. Few, although they may have heard of some of my stories, won't let me go. In that. Wait top 2. I also have self-knowledge, but today, I can make an exception. Our meeting can be a Cheng meeting. It doesn't matter if you fight in groups or fight alone. As long as you think you have worked hard, I fight. How do you go? Because Yi Feng used soul power to rent, 30,000 heard what Yi Feng said. That's right, Yi Feng is going to conquer them with his strength. Yi Feng knows that. The army depends on strength. Only those who are in the army do not like airborne troops or people with other relationships. And Yi Feng can do so much at a young age. The first thing that comes to mind in people's eyes is that he either relies on his family background or some of his relationships, and it is a step to take the seal. And no one directly see that he sit here on his own strength. And the 3 division commanders of the Yi family army. It is the confidant of General Long, and they often hear General Long talk about Yi Feng. However, they do not think that Yi Feng be so powerful. Therefore, the 3 of them were also very surprised after Yi Feng spoke out. They didn't expect Yi Gui to Cheng them so directly. Yi Feng added a little later. As long as someone can beat him, or have an army can defeat him, then he resign. This location. Yi Feng said so strongly. Emboldened, yes, because he has Mewtwo and Hoopa 2P. But don't forget, Hoopa is able to summon an army of elves. And now that Hoopa has evolved, the elves it can summon only be stronger. Moreover, Yi Fengdi is not that stupid if it's his own strength alone. If these 30,000 people are united, they attack him in unison. Then isn't he finished, and then he just be slapped in the face. With Yi Feng's voice falling. The military is China's economy. People got agitated. Soon I saw someone in the team stood up. They wanted to Cheng the steel. It's just that person's strength is not enough. Yi Feng waved gently with his soul power. The man was knocked to the ground. When the three divisions saw Yi Feng's movements, they were also excited. The strength of that person just now was not enough for Yi Feng. But to them, it was equivalent to a stronger person in the army, and Yi Feng waved it gently. The man was knocked to the ground. That Yi Feng's strength should be so much stronger. The amount can't be held back one after another. I want to make a shot. Since you said the Chang. My subordinates are ignorant, and they deserve to be defeated by you if they don't know your strength. As their teacher, I should stand up, let them see your true strength. Shi Jiling spoke up. It seems that the person who was just defeated by Yi Feng belongs to the second division. Okay, let's start then. Yi Shang's attitude was sti there. Only, see, Lei Ling released his own spirit, the same as his name. His spirit is thunder. Lieutenant General Yi, I'm welcome when I'm sick. Lu Ling's elf came out of the Wei district. Lei Electric. As Lei Ling's voice fei, his elf's soul power changed into the shape of a speed, making Yi Feng even more. How could Yi Feng let Zhao Nuo Zhao Tu? He succeeded. Yi Feng did not release the elves directly this time. Instead, he directly used his own soul-devouring power. Devouring soul power release. Yi Ji's soul-devouring power also has the blessing of thunder-type soul power. So it looks classy and cool. Yi Quan's soul power is not only cool. When his soul power received the lightning spee released by Dianling's elf, the electric spee stagnated. How is it possible 2 inches? Lei Ling did not take responsibility for having experienced such a situation. After the electric spee was stagnant for a while, the street was gradually disintegrated by Yi Feng's soul-devouring power until it was completely disintegrated by Lei Ling's elf. It's accepted. Yi Feng took back his soul 9. He didn't completely disintegrate Lei Ling's electric spee. After more than 30,000 people were watching, and he couldn't give Dianling face too much. In the future, this would be his soldier. How can you not understand Yi Feng's thoughts? Yi Shishi came to solve him quickly, but for the sake of the basics, he didn't do that. 2. Chapter 409 The Feeling of Crushing Strength. Lei Ling hugged Yi Feng. To the other side. Jai Lei and Naik also put 2 T's after seeing Yi Feng and Lei Yuan's confrontation. The masters of the tricks are not out to make mistakes in any detail, and Lei Qi is almost the same as their water. But they can clearly see that Yu Xingyi has used his strength in this match. But Yi Jujin didn't go up, which shows that Yi Feng's ability is by no means so great. Thanks to their intention to take action by Feng, otherwise, the 3 teachers would not be able to beat Yi Feng. That would be a little embarrassing. However, Yi Feng did not intend to let them 2 out of the way. He has already made a test with Lei Ling. Then the other Western teacher Yi Feng should be treated equal. Otherwise, there might be a rift between the 3 of them. Bai Yi is now in front of Yi Feng with more than 30,000 people, and it is necessary to coordinate the relationship between them. If you are in charge of the Beijia army, Guangtai, then you first get their hands on the mountain. That's how the Socade winning people's hearts win the world. Although Yi Feng didn't win the mountains in the world, but for his father's business, he needed 497 to win the Yi family army psychologique, not just to use the military street to suppress it strongly. Since the second division has already made a move, then the division should not be modest. You 2 join forces, and let the younger brothers see that they are with the strong, Yi Zhujuan said. Where is the cold year? Rishi opened his mouth to the teachers of the first and second divisions. Naik also sighed when they heard it. It seems that this Yi thought is not easy. Since Lieutenant General Yi has an order, then we have to bite the buoy and use Lieutenant General Yi's moves below. Brothers, pay attention to the timing and learn more. Helplessly and jokingly pave the way for their failure. Although Lu Lei is not sure if he and Naik together can beat Yi Shang. But don't talk too much, so as to avoid branching. Stop opening rules. Yi Feng joined the fragrant elves to participate in the battle this time. Jai Lei and Naik also summoned their elves late, one of the wind and the other of the fire. The people below are watching the battle quietly. In their eyes, Jai Lei and Naek are both extremely powerful people, and it can be seen from Ling's duel that their strength is also very strong. If me and Jai Lei and Naek add up to face off against Yi Ju, it can be said that they are the strongest. Span. A strong porridge, you can see the difference and start to attack Yi Feng. Leaf hold unchanged strain. Let's see what they do. The wind moves. The steamer is here. Jai Lei's wind-type elf moves are invisible at a glance. Most people can't see where Jai Lei is at A. After the fire wheel of the fire spirit of the face Naek appeared. Go straight to Yi Feng. If Tu Feng was hit by Zhang Bai, he would also receive points. But is Yi Feng the kind of person who gets hit? Obviously not. Soul Hua, build, and Ku. OT, Yi Feng didn't use the sprite first. He used his own soul power to build a soul power Hua. When Naek's steamer came over, it was useless to hit the soul power Hua. The soul power Hua that Yi Feng boxed up seemed as immovable as 10,000 caddies of iron. Naek's elf has used the most strength, but to no avail. Jai Lei attacked Yi Feng from the sun. Yi Bao's devouring elves released their soul power. Yi Feng pointed to a Fengchu devouring elves and turned them into devouring soul power and flew in that direction. Help fly. Moment. The fly locks the workers and everyone pays close attention. Jai Lei. No one has been able to see Jai since the start of the duel. Where is Lei? But Yi Feng just shoots like this. It locked Jai Lei as he moved forward. This is a capable. They are out of reach. Waiting for the ability. The wind's moving west is not a joke. At that speed, ordinary people can't see him moving. How can this leaf map be harmed? Naek's side also gave up because the ground did not spit out the maple. Female. A showdown that everyone is waiting for. So without a doubt. Yi Feng's swallowing elf sucked Fei Suo back and returned to Yi Feng's elf space. Jai Lei and Naek also knew that they lost. They lost very thoroughly, and they hadn't approached Yi Feng yet. Was defeated too. The mood. The main electricity back to the side with both fists. In their hearts, how could they have wanted to be the commander of the Yi family army? It may be because he has participated in the war in the inner and outer worlds and was able to control the situation of the war. And he has a good relationship with General Long. He can do this. They never thought that Yi Feng's strength would be so powerful. Now they finally understand why Yi Feng can sit in this position. In the face of him, we also, after this duel with Yi Feng, lost 8 times. It seems that strength is very important, if Yi Feng didn't. If Duke Wen's strength is strong, it is estimated that Long Xing also. We not let Yi Feng lead, they. Even they think so, not to mention the more than 30,000 people below. They were overwhelmed by Yi Feng's methods. Seeing Yi Feng's move very neatly, and the soul power Hua built by his soul power can block Naek's attack, which surprised them. They never thought that soul power could be so powerful after being built into a soul power Hua. The 2 teachers who met them did not approach Yi Shang. Was defeated. This is enough to see Yi Feng's true reality. How high wi it be? Feng focused on the expression of people, and he knew his little abacus. It is most suitable to crush the military's heart with strength. But Yi Feng felt that this was not enough. At least he needs to see out Mewtwo and Slide to let them know he has more than that. So Yi Feng summoned Super Dream. Everyone was silent after seeing Cheomeng appear. What everyone sees now is D-Beast Super Room. It is also a mythical beast. During the training after the trail, Zhaomeng Wi try to go home for me. After the training, Dan and Izai and my elf sleeve beasts. See you as a family. The Yi family army Wi stand out among the armies of the world. Out. To become an elite army, do you believe in Shanshan? Yi Feng's words of encouragement have long been motivated by the hearts of the warriors. There is Yi Jiazhen's response was earth-shattering. The 3 division commanders of the Yi family army were also completely convinced by Yi Feng. They had never seen anyone who could summon a divine beast, but a shrewd Yi marriage could do it. Chapter 410 My father, no doubt. After Yi Feng proved his strength, he asked the 3 divisions to train, and he sawed the 3 divisions together. Arranged 2 things. I know that I'm new here, and I don't know the details of our Yi family army, but I believe that with our joint efforts in the future, the Zhang family army will become an elite army competing in the world. General Long also told Jian about the 3 of you before. In fact, what you said. We are STI brothers and sisters in the same school. B. General Long is a master who has been kind to us. Yi Feng knew that the 3 of them they must be carefully selected by General Long. After the 3 teachers heard. Is also relieved. It seemed that Yi Feng didn't blame them for just attacking Yi Feng. Yi Feng's arrogance also made them relieved, and General Long did talk to them about spit towers before. But they have never known what a person who can be so excellent in General Long's mouth looks like. Therefore, after they met Yi Feng, they found that Yi Feng was so young, and they were a little puzzled, but after the contest with Yi Feng, they realized that the difference between them was not a single cent. The 3 of us are very grateful to General Long for his kindness, so this time. 3 of us originally intended to come to the Yi family army for this power, but now it seems. The 3 of us are right. With a lieutenant as strong as you, we can rest assured. Jai Lei said. Yi Zhu. It's hard to see that among the 3, Wei Lei is the one who can say. And from Jai Lei's words, he could also hear that his prestige was indeed established. These 3 people also put down their defenses. Since Ling, we have been a family. We are brothers. You can contact me directly if you have anything. Tell me, and I can solve any problems for you. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he said. 3 people were given a bag package. These 3 bags were exchanged by Tu Feng in the system's points ma. They are elf fruits with a high level of concentration. This type of elf can only accelerate the evolution of their elves. Losing him will also benefit from it. After the 3 of them got the package, they were slightly surprised. They didn't expect Yi Feng to take such a trick. I give it to you, you can take it. After your strength is directly linked to the Yi family army. Yi Feng's words made them feel a little relieved. Of course Yi Feng won't let them take these for nothing, but assigned them to him. We have a little task. This task is to let the people of the Yi family to investigate, who in the military has spread the news that his father is the mastermind behind the plague. Since it was spread from asides, Kong Jun Zuo Taijiejin could not be better. Jai Lei, Lei Ling, and Naik also nodded when they heard Yi Feng's security. Since Yi Feng is their lieutenant general, that is their commander, then the task he arranged is to try his best to complete. After the 3 people took orders, they left. Yi Feng looked at their backs and sighed slightly. It seems to make them completely let down their guard. I need a period of time. After the task was arranged, he left the Yi family army and went to the Soul Master Association. Of course, as Liji of the Spirit Master Association, he has to go to a symbolic meeting and sit down. By the way, ask the president of the Spirit Master Association the source of the news of his father's incident. After Yi Feng arrived at the Soul Master Association, he went directly to the president of the Soul Master Association. The president of the Soul Master Association smiled when he saw him coming. It's time for you to come. The intelligence office of the Soul Master Association just passed me the news about your father. You are here, the president of the Soul Master Association said and handed a piece of paper to Yi Feng. After Yi Feng heard it, he took the paper and wrote 3 words directly on the paper. Major General Lin. Major Lin, the tomb is not the one in the military's second jurisdiction. Yi Feng stepped out. The military's second jurisdiction is not under the jurisdiction of General Long, nor is it under the jurisdiction of General Iron, but belongs to another general of the king. And this Major General Lin was that general's subordinate. Since the intelligence department of the Soul Master Association had passed on the 3 names of Major General Lin, it was always clear that this matter must have something to do with him. After that, Yi Feng's General Lin also informed the 3 division commanders of Yi's army about this clue. That the 3 division commanders have determined the direction of the investigation and are also conducting further investigations. And General Long found out. After it was found out by the military's second jurisdiction, it approached the world's top leader. Afterwards, the 3 division commanders of the Yi family army passed on the news they had found to Yi Feng. When they came back, the news was passed on by Major General Lin. The role of Major General Lin in this was 1 or 2 of the news people. As for who asked Lin Kuang to spread the news, they haven't found it yet. But the spearhead of the news they have now probed. A point to the direct leaders of the second jurisdiction. Yi Feng knew that he did not have the right to probe the direct leader of the second jurisdiction, although he had become a lieutenant general. But his power has not yet reached that point. Therefore, he decided to meet this Major General Lin and his subordinates first. He believed that Major General Lin's subordinates must have contributed to the spread of this matter. Then, Yi Feng asked Jai Lei to take D's troops out, and nearly 10,000 people came to the second jurisdiction, pointing the finger at Major General Lin. Of course, Yi Feng reported this matter to General Long. General Long also agreed with him to do so, since the matter was in the second jurisdiction of the military area. General Long didn't have the power to directly manage it, so let Yi Feng check the situation first. At least let Yi Feng beat them and let them know that this matter cannot be spread at Wi. When Major General Lin saw Feng and a mighty group of people coming to him, he was a little unstable. I don't know what Yi Zhang Wi have to do with his subordinates in the future. This is the second jurisdiction. You came with the army, did your superior know? Major General Lin directly took out his superior to press him. Yi Feng didn't take this seriously. I now have accurate information and evidence, you maliciously spread what my father didn't do. As a major general in the military, do you feel good? Yi Feng directly used a list. That famous electric SMA Side 1 is the list of passers-by that Major General Lin himself wrote. And the people on this list are in a hurry. They are also almost the Reds involved in this matter. He left this list in order to leave a guarantee for his future. My father, as a hero of a generation, does not AOW doubts about the things he does. Chapter 411 Chase. Major General Lin held the list in his hand. Swallowed. Took a step back. Yi Feng's gloomy expression and the soldiers he brought gave Major General Lin a sense of danger. It wasn't intentional to say more. It's just that I'm too big, and I'm just quick to say anything. You're going to mind. Major General Lin replied to Yi Feng. Wait for his voice to fa. He was slapped by Yi Feng. A waking red slap instantly appeared on his face. I haven't waited for Major General Lin to react. He was patted out by Yi Feng's palm in the center of the nest again, and a mouthful of blood came after he landed. It was squirted out and curled up with his heart in his chest, looking very painful. Remember, this is the price you pay for being quick. Listen to the second jurisdiction. My father sacrificed his life for the Ping'an Tower, which bravely represented the world. If your father was like 3 nines, he was an underdog. Do you feel pain? Yi Feng knew that today he had beaten Major General Lin on someone else's territory, although he was right, but he couldn't go too far. Before finding out who was behind it, he can't let go of his hands and feet to CE. Besides, he brought his soldiers here today to frighten them, at least to resist the spread of news. After Yi Feng did this, he took his men and left. He couldn't believe that the things he did today could not reach the ears of Dada. As long as the people behind him dare to do it, he dare to be too much with them. Yi Feng asked the commander of the 1st Division to return to the camp of the Yi family army with the troops of the 1st Division, and then went to the general's mansion to find General Long to discuss countermeasures. After Yi Feng and General Long reported what he had done in the second jurisdiction of the military region, General Long nodded, and General Wang told Yi Feng that he had already reported this matter to the top leader of the world. The top leaders are also develop one by one countermeasures for the incident, since the military has enough to spread the news. It shows that the army is behind the organization, the people. Already agitated. Maybe this time they be able to wipe out their mainnet. It's just that the general in the military's second jurisdiction, General Long, has never met him directly, and that General's affairs are quite mysterious. Even the top leaders of the world have not seen him a few times. You must think this is incredible. Since you can become a general, why haven't even the top leader of the world met him a few times? Because what you didn't know is that the generals in the military's second jurisdiction are inherited from aristocratic families. This package of words from General Long. Yu Yifeng was a little surprised. Inheritance from the family. Why does the military show that the family has inherited the invitation of A? Does it give the family the strength to rebel? Yifeng couldn't understand this. This rule was set a long time ago. Before I was born, before the appearance of the top leader of the world, and even before your father was born, before your grandfather was born, this matter was set like a rule. That's it. General Long shook his head helplessly. It seems that there is no way to know the reason for this for the time being. Yifeng thinks that this matter may go to the Intelligence Office of the Soul Master Association to obtain some information. So Yifeng approached the residence of General Long Kong and set off to the Soul Master Association. It was only when Yifeng was halfway through that a change occurred. He has walked the road from General Kong's mansion to the Soul Master Association. He has done it many times. Today, I suddenly feel that this road is not right. Obviously on a street, but fewer and fewer people left. After Yifeng discovered this, he realized that something was wrong, but when he wanted to retire, he realized that it was too late. There were a lot of people in black from a directions. Many. You are Yifeng, right? I won't tell you any nonsense. We try to make your death less painful. After one of the men in black finished speaking, people from a directions rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng glanced at the strength of these people and found that the strength of these people was more than one level higher than him. It seems that the person behind this time has gone to great lengths to eliminate him. System, do the math for me. My winning rate in this round is Ming Xiao. When these people rushed towards Yifeng, Yifeng quickly ran in his mind. Host, have you forgotten that Cheomeng has a writing mode? After you start the Chaochu writing mode, Cheomeng Wi help you to speed up. Fly, when the time comes, look at these people, who can catch up with you. The system's answer made Yifeng silently swallow blood. Isn't it obvious to let him run away? It seems that he has nothing to do but run away now. If because of this battle, if you release Hoopa and Mewtwo to deal with them, what if the family has backhands and he is secretly attacked? After Yi Gui wanted to stain Chu, he summoned Chaochu to ride Italian style. As soon as Chao Meng appeared, Yifeng sat on Chao Meng's back. Mewtwo flew up to the sky in an instant. I want to make a pointless struggle. The black-clothed man laughed contemptuously, sighing for the other black-clothed men to rush over. Gradually, the man in black discovered that Yifeng's speed was so fast that some of his partners couldn't keep up. The man in black adjusted his tactics so that those who could keep up would continue to foo Yifeng. Those who couldn't keep up with them first retreated and waited for orders. Many. The man in black asked those who stayed to adjust their breath. Continue to move maple by leaf. It seems that Yifeng is running. The man in black said this sentence with a little bit of profit. But Yifeng didn't know. Knowing what happened behind them, he just let Mewtwo fly him fast. It's best to use them. Slowly Yifeng also found out, and there were fewer people chasing him. Host, there is a mountain nearby that can activate the canyon mode. It is expected to get rich points after it is activated. The true sound of the system appeared in Yifeng's mind. After Yi Shang heard it, he made Chao Meng move towards the 28 mountains. The man in black also found that Brown Maple had adjusted his direction. He took his partner and continued to fly in the direction of Yifeng. After Yifeng reached the mountain range, he stopped moving forward. He found a place to rest for a while. Yifeng doesn't seem to be in a hurry now, that's right. Yifeng was deliberately waiting there for those people in black to catch up. He wants to clear them before going to the back canyon mode, otherwise his tail will not be free. Even if the canyon mode is turned on, the world is not at ease. Sure enough, those people in black chased after him. The black-clothed man at the head saw Yifeng and sat there unhurriedly. 1. Thinking that there were some traps set up by Yifeng, he asked his partner to investigate carefully. Chapter 412 Canyon mode is on. Don't look at it, this is the first time I have come here. After flying for so long, I chose this place as your cemetery. After Yifeng finished speaking, he summoned Hoopa. In the current battle situation, Hoopa can completely master Changran Yifeng and these people's levels are different, but Hoopa is also a beast after A, not to mention that the current Hoopa has evolved. After Hoopa appeared, those black beggars entered a state of preparation and released their elves. Hoopa rolled his eyes. In Hoopa's eyes, the elves of these people are not enough to look at. Saw Hoopa's elf halo reappeared, only. The elves coming out of its aperture this time are elves owned by the people in black on the opposite side. After the men in black watched the elves in Hoopa's aperture come out, Wong glared there. How can such an operation be done? The heart of the man in black is instantly covered with shadows. Yifeng sat there quietly, waiting for Hoopa to clean up these people. HMPH, how dare you underestimate me? Hoopa, don't worry too much. Yi Shu cheered Hoopa on. After hearing it, Hoopa was also wary. A battle without suspense. Here we go. I see too, the moves of the elves summoned by the lake duck are the same as those of the elves of the people in black. But for the elves summoned by Hoopa, you need to be blessed by Hoopa's soul power. Better than those in black. After a few tricks, the elves of the people in black were in king paralysis mode. At this time, Hoopa made his move, and successfully ended the lives of several men in black with his ultimate move. Yifeng was not idle at this time. He summoned the devouring elf and asked the devouring elf to devour the soul power of the men in black. These men in black were of high rank. After Shangwan devoured the elves, can we be able to evolve to real where? Yifeng thought to himself that the person behind the organization had lifted 2 stones and smashed himself in the foot this time. After cleaning up the battlefield here, Yifeng checked it again and again. The people behind Bai Yi have a lot of tricks. Wan found the place where he is now through some kind of connection. How embarrassing. System, canyon mode can now be turned on. Okay, host. Host, start from your current position. Walk 500 meters from the east. If you continue to the south, I remind you when you are approaching. Later, Yifeng followed the guidance of the system and set off. After he walked 500 meters towards Zhang, he kept walking south, walking crookedly, and the system prompted him. And the land is coming. System, what kind of mode is the canyon mode? Yifeng took his straight doubts and confused him. The host and canyon expressions genere appear, which means that there are monuments nearby. Or there are places where too many points can be obtained. And there will also be certain dangers in the monuments. What is the risk factor of the monument this time? When it is said that there is danger, it is also very helpless. This system results in. Of course I love him very much. Host, I didn't know this before. I need to investigate it yourself to find out. The naughty voice of the system appeared. Yifeng guessed that this was the result. Never mind, so be it. At this point, who is afraid of who? Yifeng, after arriving near the destination, made Wu Shi investigate, and suddenly he found the Sengkong secret door. This secret door is on a cliff out of the waist of a mountain. Yifeng found this secret door because he looked up and wanted to take a look, and it was too late. Yi Shu looked again to see if there were any places nearby that looked like monuments. As a result, nothing was found. It seems that maybe it is the place where the secret door on the top of the cliff leads, so. Yifeng went to the door on the cliff. After Yifeng stood firm, he began to observe the secret door. He found L above this secret door. Engraved with symbols he did not understand, it looked quite ancient. I wanted to record these patterns in my mind. Push the door in. When the body he entered was suddenly pushed forward with a force, he felt that the soul power in his body was no longer under his control, and he began to panic a little. Although the system has said before, there may be dangers in the monuments. But what happened to him now? He didn't know if it was dangerous. But if the soul power is not controlled by oneself, it can't be considered a good thing. System, can you stop it? What's the situation now? Yifeng sawed the system. Daisheng, don't worry that he is just acting as a passage. He uses his own special ability to transport you to the monument. The system's answer made Yifeng calm down a little. Sure enough, the system said the same. Gradually, Yi Zhen felt that the power was decreasing. And the vision in front of him. As it gradually opened up, Yi Shu soon saw two places full of ancient flavors. And the power that pushed Yifeng forward also disappeared. Yifeng adjusted his soul power and found that the soul power is now in his hands. Yifeng said that after he came here, everything seemed so old. Including some of the things in front of him, he slowly walked into this quaint place. System, or a historic sites like this, 260 places that seem to be relatively old. Yifeng asked the system. Host, it's not like this. The monuments are divided into ancient battlefields, ancient families and some wandering soul masters. Treasures left behind after the FA. After Yifeng listened to what Zhong's system said, he thought that he might make a lot of money this time. You know, the most profound are those ancient families, and some ancient families, after experiencing the Type 2 ordeal, they do not want to leave some of their collections to outsiders. Therefore, it has been buried in a place, waiting for future generations to find it. And those ancient battlefields are also, you can find a lot of valuable things. After it is soldiers who sacrificed on the battlefield. There are also many great soul masters who lost their homes in battle. And on the great soul masters, it can be said that there are treasures of invaluable value. It's just that the battlefield has not been cleaned up in time, and it suddenly copes and be buried. Like the previous teacher, it is the wandering soul masters, although they don't have an aristocratic family behind them to support them. But they have their own unique skis. If you learn it in one day, you benefit greatly. The more Yifeng thought about it, the more excited he became. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, but he didn't know. In the present scene, what should he do? System, since I came to this place, what should I do next? Chapter 413 Black Dragon's Prophecy. Host, what you see in front of you is not a complete monument. You need to open the real monuments yourself. The answer given by the system left Yifeng with a black line. Looks like you have to find it yourself. So I started to check carefully. Until he got close to the scripture cabinet, there was a faint line of force appearing. At first, Yifeng thought he had touched some mechanism, but when he stood completely beside the bookcase, the feeling of repulsion became stronger and stronger. Yifeng stared at the bookcase. He found that the bookcase contained the mystery engraved on the secret door when he came in. Symbols. He started to wreck a comparison in his mind. Found a lot of the same places. So Yifeng focused on this cabinet and went to check the cabinet one by one. The sky is not worth looking at, people. Yifeng Fanei discovered a secret machine. The hidden button was on the back of the bookcase, on the upper right, and Yifeng also touched it and moved the bookcase over. I saw that hidden button clearly. Yifeng thought that the hidden button was a switch, and maybe there was a hidden door waiting for him. It turned out not to be. It turns out that this hidden buckle is a shape that looks like a group key lock in the middle that turns inward. Yifeng guessed that since it is not a button switch, it should require a key to open it. But he doesn't have a key. Why is this monument so many twists and turns? If there is a door, Shengfeng estimates that it has been violently broken now, but the heartbreak is that Yi Gui can't even see the shadow of the door. System, if you don't tell me what to do, your host explode. Yifeng decided to force back into the system again. Yifeng's intuition told him. The system must know something it didn't tell him. Sure enough. After the system heard Yi Feng's threat, it told Yi Feng must be secret. Su secretly told you that you have already found the key, and it is in the number. But as for how to get the reading, I can't say. The peak and bay mode is origine and experience. It is the last word and the name. After speaking, there was no sound. Yi Feng knew. The system blocked him from threatening him again. Alas, it would be nice if I had the waywardness of the Asahi Sun and this system. Yi Feng thought about what the system said to him just now. Since the keys are related to these divine symbols, it is very likely that the key itself is in the shape of a symbol. As for the wake-up shape, Yi Feng has to think carefully. Shake the police. What is the danger in the event of a misalignment? The two system is now ignoring him. Therefore, Yi Feng is on the safe side. Pushed from front to back again. From the time he saw those symbols on the door, to the time he saw those symbols on the bookcase, until he found this hidden button. What special symbols are there or how many times they appear? 2. Yi Feng was meditating there. Suddenly, I thought of it. It must be it. I saw Yi Feng's eyes lit up. He released his soul research, and used his soul power to solidify into a key that resembled the technique. Yi Feng inserts it into the 0 inches key. He was sucked in, and after this and was pushed over by Yi Feng at first by that force. At the entrance, a mouth was erected out of thin air. This door looks like an usury ship. As if a heavy touch. It shattered. Host, congratulations on successfully opening the door to the monuments. Let's welcome you on your tour of the monuments. The system's voice rang in coordination. Yi Feng rolled his eyes in his heart. Yi Feng Yuli couldn't wait to see the variety of this historic site, so he walked quickly to the door 4 grams. Yi Feng first tentatively touched the usury door with his finger. Who knew him? As soon as his fingers came into contact with the door, he was sucked over. Until he opened his eyes again. Found that the environment around me has changed dramatically. In front of him is no longer that quaint place. It's a castle shrouded in darkness. Yi Feng found that he was lying on the ground now. When I stood up, I could feel the wind blowing against my skin. And the wind here is not as gentle as Erlu outside, but it has the feeling of Erlu being domineering, as if to penetrate him. Yi Feng uses soul power to protect his body. He can't feel that. Some wind exists. He walked closer to the castle step by step. By the way, he observed the surrounding environment, and he found that it was not like an ancient battlefield. And since there is a castle, it is very likely that the historic site he encountered this time is that of an aristocratic family. Yi Zhu rubbed his hands a little excitedly, and it seemed that the bargain he had picked up was not SMA 0. When he entered the castle, N found that the door of the castle was also engraved with the same mark as the secret door of Jujian and the symbol on the bookcase. Looks like it's definitely a place. However, this contrast is a bit too much. Yi Feng's heart is rooted on. He gently opened the door. What caught his eye was a giant black dragon hovering above the top of the castle's roof. And the head of this black dragon is in the center of the great hall of the castle. Minute. On the black top of the black dragon is a seat and a quandu. What kind of fairy shoot Yi Feng is this? I can't help but feel a little emotional. System. You can tay. What is that scepter? Yi Feng asked the system. Host. As an knowing system. Of course I know what this is. If you can take him. In the future, the probability that you will be able to conquer the first divine beast will increase a lot. The system's answer did not disappoint Yi Feng. Tu Feng could guess, since that Quanquan was there, it meant that he wanted to get that Quandu. Second, it must be tested. Just as Yi Feng was about to approach the entertainment dragon, Zhao Wanghao Hailong's eyes suddenly opened. Oh my god, I thought this dragon was fake. Yi Feng was startled by this opening of his eyes. The test is to fight this black dragon, right? Facts have proved that his conjecture was wrong. 9 Bay. The black dragon turned into a human shape, and the chair and scepter were placed in the center of the hall. You are Fanei here. Accept the prophecy of the black dragon. The black dragon may move to Tu Feng's eyes, and the speed of movement is so fast that Chao Meng can't change it. Yi Feng's eyes darkened. He opened his eyes again and found that the place he was in was very unfamiliar. And he saw another self. I saw that the clothes on the other's body were also too different from what they are now. The one holding Quan Viage in his hand was commanding the divine beasts to fight. Just when Yi Feng wanted to get closer, he found that he couldn't see anything, so that he couldn't see his 5 fingers. Chapter 414 God of Darkness. Shi Feng felt as if he had arrived in a dark space. The soul-devouring power in his body was faintly restless. Suddenly, a light appeared ahead. Slowly, that light illuminates the entire space. Many. Where do I promise? Yi Feng didn't know that it was time to suffer now because the system couldn't sense it anymore. 9. Every critical moment, the system always falls off the chain. Yi Feng once thought about whether this system is the worst system. You are in my heart. A slightly heard voice appeared in the space. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes. Yi Feng fixed his eyes and saw that it was the figure transformed by the black dragon. Why do I have a black dragon in your heart now? Actually, let's look into my heart. I also hope that you can understand how dark a world is. Only the enzyme has a ray of light. The darkness wi eventually be illuminated. I also fade into darkness for a time. It turned into a god of darkness. I gave darkness to human beings. It was not until the end that I realized that darkness is just a negative energy of my own 300 hearts. If this, the god of darkness after negative energy is most transformed into positive energy. Also bring human we being. After Hailong said this, he gave Yi Gime an 8 o'clock. But Yi Feng's national heart has been occupied by the mark of the fairy island of God, and what the black dragon points is transferred to Yi Zhang's wrist. It seems that as Fu Di, the god of darkness, you also own the elf god island. As expected of Jinding Zia, Hailong patted Yi Feng on the shoulder with certainty. Yi Feng couldn't understand what Hailong said. Hailong told him the whole story after seeing his expression. It turned out that Hailong used to be the son-in-law of an aristocratic family. Because of the family's favor on him, love and cultivation of him, soon he became the Western person of the world at that time. But he wasn't content with those he wanted to get stronger. Sometimes he even despised the clan. Because the family dragged him down. Until later, after he encountered some sexual difficulties, an evil force appeared in his heart. That evil force pushed him to do something very serious. Eventually his family was dragged down by him, besieged by other families in the world at that time. During that siege, the Black Dragon was released to protect his family. He Ganyuan himself was swallowed by darkness. After trying to destroy the enemy, his heart even began to calm down. At this time, the dark synesthesia found him. Although the quilt of darkness is Sad Lian, what it does is more upright than any other. He's just a horned tiger from the dark, set out to eradicate some things above the darkness. Use darkness to destroy darkness. This is the purpose of the God of Darkness. Nurtured by the Dark God, Long soon became the next generation of the God of Darkness, but gradually he found that this era was developing too fast. People's hearts become too fast. Yu Hao Hailong decided to return to himself, Shen Shen. Who knows that this Shen is hundreds of years later? Name. The sound should be very loud. But it is the silence of the Black Dragon. Let those who fear the God of Darkness. Even the streets are active. Those people thought the God of Darkness. Having fame, he began to try his best to erase the fact that the God of Darkness once existed. No wonder Yi Feng had never heard of the God of Darkness. Then why am I the God of Darkness? Yi Feng had doubts. Because I haven't fame. The day IFA is the day you officially become the God of Darkness. During this period, I teach you what I have learned in my life. As for how you use this later power, you grip. After Hailong said Zong, he opened, smiley face, to teach Yi Feng. Yi Feng was worried that time passed too fast. Black Dragon told him. After entering the Black Dragon's space. Time WIB slow. Here, a day. It's an hour outside. So Yifeng was relieved and credited with Hailong. Yifeng released the elves of the West Land from the elf space. Wanlong has a set of manuals speciae studied for the evolution of elves, and the reason why Hailong can conquer the beasts of mind is also because of the methods of Hailong's own research. Now Hailong handed over these unremitting efforts to Yifeng, and Yifeng could also feel that Hailong was against him. His generous gift. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng spent more than a month here. During this period, not only did his level improve, but aspects of his body also improved. Yifeng has already broken through to 8. That's right, the Pinnacle Dragon General is the 9th rank. Yifeng has reached the peak of the 8th rank, and with Yifeng's current strength. Going to fight with ordinary 9th rank people is just straightforward. Koopa and Mewtwo have evolved since the last time. This time, the effect is not so obvious. Instead, it devours the elves and has evolved 2 levels. The group of people who besieged Yi Ji before were swallowed up by the devouring spirit. Evolved. With the help of the Black Dragon, devour the elves 1 to 2 levels in a row. The combat effectiveness is also improved by misses. At this time, Hailong told Yifeng. Yifeng can go out. Do I need to run camp? Yifeng felt that the Black Dragon was a few years older now. Protect yourself and make yourself stronger. Live up to the mission of the God of Darkness. The Black Dragon seems to be explaining the future. Take Quan Qun away. What about you? Yifeng had a bad feeling. He knows that he is now the auxiliary sleeve of the Dark Sleeve, and he naturally became the Dark God after the FA of the previous generation of Dark God. In a guest. Furthermore, he in black. To the middle is very service. Not just in terms of soul power control and spiritual enhancement. He learned more with the Black Dragon's cognition of the world. This world was origine dark because someone lit the first fire, illuminating this dark world. Someone light up one after another. Maybe Yifeng became a part of the darkness after he met the Black Dragon before he met the Black Dragon. I waited from the dark. During my silent time, I touched another world. Quan Viage no longer needs me. It needs more capable people. To talk about its brilliance. After you have seen yours before, UWI lead the army of divine beasts. UWI reach a position that you can't see now. You must abide by your original intentions. Don't be swayed by interests. He waved his hand. Yifeng fell into the darkness again, and when he saw the light again, he found that he had returned to Taijin and the circling Black Dragon had disappeared. Chapter 415 Return of Yifeng. After Yifeng knew the intention of Hailong for his Quan Qun, he went to take Quan Qun into his hands. When Quan Qun was held in his hand, Quan Qun's whole body was bright, and the mark on his hand and brain echoed with the mark left by the Black Dragon on his wrist. The frequency was the same as Quan Qun. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully completed the Canyon mode, and the points Ma is updated C. Ding. Host, Yifeng. Grade, 8. Possess the contract spirit, Mewtwo. Koopa, Pikachu, Devouring Elf, Fire Dinosaur 1. Soul power value 8,896. Chi and blood. 10,320. Spiritual force 012200. Tolerance. 2. Special abilities, Wan Hua Jian, Lun Zhen, Moon Reading, Soul Power Hua. Ma points, 50,000. Yifeng was surprised to see that his current Chi and blood had reached more than 10,000. However, after seeing the points of the Ma, he silently gave the system a thumbs up. It seems that he is right here. The points are Ray cool. It seemed that Hailong's exercises were correct at A, and Yifeng felt his own development while practicing. Just this. This love force seemed to appear suddenly, and since he is now second level, it means that this may be the appearance of Empress Yashima. Yifeng didn't think much about it. Now he wants to see the evolution of the elves. System, show me the level of the elves. Host, because you just upgraded too much. Your mind needs a buffer. If you read it directly, It will impact your memory chain. After Yifeng heard the system's answer, she was very naive. Didn't he level up? Why doesn't he have the ability to see the level of the elf now? Oh come on. I don't think about it. It's useless to think about it, and the system is also pitted. Yifeng walked in the hall again. Hailong told Yifeng before that this castle is also the real estate left by Hailong to Yifeng. If Yifeng has anything to do, can come here. When Yifeng was leaving, he used his soul power to form a soul power Hua to separate the castle from the outside world. Now Yifeng's strength has reached the peak of rank 8. Doing these things is worth the money. After making these treasures, Yifeng summoned Chao Chu. Let Cheomeng take him to the general's mansion, and he wit General Long what happened these days. By the way, when he is away these days, is there anyone behind? Information. However, Yifeng is also carefully observing the environment of Guwei on the way back. Bai Yi has already hit a trick last time. It didn't take a long time for Yifeng to return to the general's mansion of the Watch World after the rapid flight of Chao Meng. Yifeng found that when he walked into the general's mansion, the atmosphere was a little weird. Because he saw a lot of people in different clothes in the general's mansion. And looking at those people's clothes, they should be from the military's second jurisdiction. Yifeng couldn't help but wonder, what is the news of A Zhengfei who came here from the military's second jurisdiction? So Yifeng walked quickly to the main hall, and he found the dragon general. The army stood there, and next to General Long stood several unfamiliar faces. After General Long saw Yifeng, he gave him a wink. Although Yifeng didn't understand why General Long gave him a wink, he could see that this was not the place to talk. Why are you here now? Didn't I ask you to come yesterday? That's right. You go back and tell Yifeng that the people above are looking for him. He must do the political affairs according to my wishes. Dacho. General Long blocked Yifeng's words and did not let Yifeng speak. After listening to what General Long said, Yifeng realized that something was wrong. Since he is standing here now, General Long didn't recognize him. It means that General Long cannot control this scene now. Since even General Long can't control the scene, then he let alone one, so he took orders to retreat. Stop, who are you? Suddenly a man came over. Block Yifeng's way. One of his subordinates was named Jai Lei. Long Yang's case was the first to speak. General Long, for your sake, I haven't done anything wrong. But I also advise you, don't go too far in what you do. The man clearly replied to General Long. A little pissed off. General Dragon does not. Is a you can say. Yifeng's eyes burst into anger instantly. In Yifeng's heart, General Long is like a father, and he has never seen General Long like this. That shows that General Long must have difficulties now. Yu Zhang was the people who suddenly appeared in the general's mansion. He came to arrest him, and the reason why General Jin is surrounded by these people now is that he wants to force him to find out his whereabouts. 3. Flowers. After Yifeng figured it out, he felt that he should strike first. If he left like this today, he didn't know how General Long would be treated in the future. But General Long is now. What he's doing is obviously trying to excuse himself. Maybe now is the consequence after he went to the second jurisdiction to beat the Major General. Shut up, as the Vice Chairman of the Supervisory Council of the CE2 jurisdiction, how could it be your turn to talk back from a Major General like you? Even if the top leader is here, you are not as presumptuous as you are. Hurry up and apologize to the Vice Chairman and you won't apologize again. Could it be that you see me as nothing? General Long's opinion rose instantly. Moreover, General Long also slapped Yifeng, and when Yifeng was unprepared, he directly shot Yifeng and almost didn't stand STI. Yifeng glanced at General Long twice. It was found that General Long was angry. Stared at him. He knew that it seemed that today, General Long had to excuse him. It's just that Yifeng doesn't understand why General Long is so controlled by others. Moreover, Yifeng has never heard of what the Supervision Council is. However, after Yifeng heard what General Long said, he no longer had any idea of preemptive strike. Since General Long has spoken like this, it means that the solution to this matter can only be known when he goes out. I don't know Mount High, so I'm disturbing you. Yifeng folded his fist towards the man and walked out of the general's mansion quickly. The man set Kaifeng's back and watched it for a long time. But according to the general, C was relieved when he saw that he did not stop Yifeng. The general's mansion was locked up after Yifeng left. After Yifeng came out of the general's mansion, he went straight to the political Ha of the world. Since General Long mentioned the political Ha of the world before, he also mentioned the supreme leader. It means that this matter may have something to do with it. When Yifeng was about to walk to the political affairs Ha of the world, from a distance, he saw the people standing at the door of the political affairs department, dressed in the same clothes as those who appeared in General Long. Yifeng noticed that he was not moving. He did not walk over directly, but chose Yi Rong. Corpse. Chapter 416 Alone. After changing the medicine in the Yifengkong system it became easier. Change the clothes to the same as those of the people at the door. Then Yifeng waited for the opportunity and walked in with a group of people swaying too much. After Yifeng fluid the team in, it took the opportunity to leave the team and he acted alone. By the way, he touched his own pocket card. Hook it for himself. Li Bai. This name is Ray Virtuous. I Ray can't think of why I came to the army. Yifeng glanced at the name of the waist card, and complained incidente. Yifeng went to the office of the world's top leader, but he found that during the process of going up, many people were not in their posts. Superior. Yifeng didn't understand what was going on. When Yifeng was about to walk to the office of the Supreme World Leader, the cat lowered his waist and started to sneak away. Because there are not many people on this floor, there is nothing to do except for the two people standing at the door. However, Yifeng didn't walk over stupidly, he chose to move back. Brother, our leader saw you. Let you go to the first floor and have a task for you to arrange for you. I saw Yifeng and one of the two people at the door said. That person is not suspicious. Yifeng is now disguised and changed, and he has a waist card. After that person left, Yifeng began to inquire with another. Hey, brother, are you tired of standing here? You should CA and apply, and you can be a little lazy down there. Tu Feng spoke to the other person half seriously. That person seemed to be spoken to by Yifeng in his heart. You said yes, but what can I do? Since the house has changed people, we have to do more work in this building. If something goes wrong, we can't eat and walk around. The room has been replaced 8 inches. Yifeng secretly said in his heart that it was not good. We're here, isn't it because of the text? The man thought that Yifeng was just too busy here, so he didn't have any doubts. My brain, our team knows it. I won't give you the job. There's work to do. After Yifeng finished speaking, he hurriedly Don't stay here for long. Yifeng thought that when he came here, he would be able to know why General Long's residence was like that, but after he came here, he discovered something bigger. The world's top leader has been replaced. This is something that Yifeng never thought of. How is it possible? How can a world's top leader change his mind? What more, only in his absence. In the past few days, Shintufeng decided to get out of here quickly. Zhao Hu went to the Ugly Masters Association. The Spirit Master Association had been cleaned up before, and the people had also been cleaned up a lot, and nothing would happen when it should. Yifeng walked out of the Ha before those people realized that something was wrong. After coming out, he first changed his clothes and then changed his face. To be on the safe side, Yifeng can only do this now. Now that technology is so advanced, in case those people just reacted. Search for the face that he disguised before. Then he will be exposed if he goes 3. After that, Yifeng was transferred by Maga. He rushed to the Soul Master Association. He breathed a sigh of relief when he arrived at the Wei Shi Association. At least the Soul Master Association is the same as before, but it feels more alert than before. Because of Yifeng's easy appearance. The guards of the Soul Master Association did not see Yi Feng coming and stopped Yi Feng. Wu Wenwei happened to pass by. Yi Feng gave Wu Wenwei a wink. Wu Wenwei felt strange and went to the door. "It's me, Miss Wu." Yi Feng didn't hide his voice this time. Siji was worried that the guards could hear that he was Yi Feng by their voices. First of all, they had not had much contact with Feng. Secondly, Yi Feng's voice is not very recognizable. Not that kind of special sound. But Wu Wenwei heard Yi Feng's words as soon as he heard it. Why did you come so late? Have my things been repaired? Quickly take them in and see. Wu Wenwei wisely took Yi Feng's words. This is the master I was looking for to repair things. Wu Wenwei and the guard said and led Yi Feng in. She first brought Tu Feng to her study. "Yi Feng, no matter how I look for you, I can't find you, but you showed up." Wu Wenwei changed what she had just said. Expression. He spoke out in a hurry. "What happened?" Yi Feng asked Wu Wenwei. However, Wu Wenwei didn't know much about this matter, so she told Yi Feng a rough idea. It turned out that after Yi Feng took the Yi family army to the 2nd military area to fight the major general, the general of the 2nd military area was furious, and then went to the top leader for a solution. Who would have guessed that when Shi Feng disappeared from the 2nd military area, he thought that Yi Feng had absconded in fear of his own crime. On the same day watch the world's top leaders. It's gone, that's right, Zhang Chen is gone. General Tai and General Long led people to look for it for a long time and couldn't find it. In order to stabilize the Watch World, or the Watch World's second in command, temporarily sit in that seat to deal with some political affairs. As a result, after the second in command of the world took that position, the people in the military's second jurisdiction began to recklessly suppress some people. Among them, General Long's general's mansion and his family army were the targets of the suppression. The people in the military's second jurisdiction have been looking for Yi Feng's whereabouts, but their hand has not yet reached the Spirit Master Guild's side. However, since Yi Feng made as the director of the Soul Master Association, the Soul Master Association will also be involved in this dispute sooner or later. After Yi Feng heard Wu Wenwei's words, he was surprised that the top leader of the world had disappeared. No wonder General Long tried his best to exonerate him in the general's mansion. He said he was not Yi Feng. Yi Feng asked Wu Wenwei again, could it be the intelligence office of the Soul Master Association? Can't find the whereabouts of the leader of the highest Core 5.0. Wu Wenwei told Ji that this matter was taken over by his grandfather, and Yi Feng had to let Yi Feng go to Wu Jiahui's grandfather, the current president of the Soul Master Association, for the details. Yi Feng knew that he was definitely going to find the chairman. It's just that in the face of the current situation, he is not quite sure which side the president of the Spirit Master Association will stand on. This matter was originally done by Yi Feng himself, and the Soul Master Association was involved for no reason, and Yi Feng was also very unbearable. What's more, Wu Wenwei's grandfather is not the vice president of the early days. As the president of the Soul Master City Association, he must not only think about Yecheng's security. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I stand by your side. You are my partner. Wu Wenwei's words warmed Yi Feng's heart. Chapter 417 Against. Wu Wenwei took Yi Feng to find the president of the Soul Master Association. When they arrived at the entrance of the study room of the president of the Soul Master Association, the person who cleaned the study said that the president of the Soul Master Association had gone to the political hall for a meeting. It seems to be in a hurry. I don't know when I come back. Yi Feng and Wu Li looked at each other. It seems that the action has already begun. I sneak into the general's mansion later, and see if I can talk to General Long. You are here waiting for your grandfather's news. Remember to send me a message at any time. Yi Feng asked. I left after Wu Wenwei. Wu Wenwei looked at Yi Feng's back. Silently sighed. After Yi Feng left the Soul Master Association headquarters, he changed his face again. In a flash, he turned into a different look. I floated up to the side wall of the general's mansion and entered. He was very familiar with the structure of the general's mansion. He first went to the roof next to the wall, and the roof was slowly approaching Dacho. As a result, he found that there was no figure of General Long in the hall. There was no sign of anyone from the military's first jurisdiction. So Yi Feng went directly to the top of General Long's study. When he got there, he observed it. He found that the general's mansion was exceptionally quiet today. The second military area. People don't know where they are going. Only the people from the former general's mansion remained. 24 Could it be that they gave up asking about my whereabouts from General Long? 3 years are over. Shenggu put this idea aside. It is impossible to behave in the form of those people. Yi Feng rushed into the study at the right time. He thought that General Long was in the study when he was not in the hall, but when he entered the study, he found that it was empty and cleaned extremely cleanly. Yi Feng Shaoli was very puzzled. He decided to show up directly. Jianyi asked the people in the general's mansion what happened. He walked out of the study and took a room. The person cleaning the room. The man was very surprised when he saw Yi Feng. He didn't expect Yi plus Feng to appear in such a swaggering manner. He stammered to answer the staring question. According to what this person said, it can be summed up in one sentence. Following the disappearance of the supreme leader of the world, General Long also disappeared. And it disappeared out of thin air. Disappeared. Cleaned up. How could a big living person disappear? There is no sign of disappearing. Yi Feng didn't believe it at all. This should be done by people in the military's second jurisdiction, but he just said this to the outside world. I feel like things are not so simple anymore. Single. Because of him, 2 days that were very important to him were gone. Showing the situation of the world's top leader, General Rent Long, Yi Feng is now in the slightest. He doesn't know where they are, and he knows how they are. Life is threatened along the way. If Yi Feng had known this was the case today, he showed up directly that day. Rescue General Long first, no matter what. Yi Feng smashed the wall, and the system felt Yi Zhang's anger. Yi Feng decided not to sit still like this. He is going to find Zhang Chen and General Long. He can't be a shrewd tortoise, nor. It's impossible to be an equal-pitched jerk. At this time, Wu Wenwei sent him a message, saying that her grandfather had gone back. Ask Yi Feng to come over. After Yi Feng received it, he went to the king of the Soul Master Association. The door of the Soul Master Association was also closed at this time, and Wu Wenwei was waiting for him at the door to close the timing again after receiving him. What's wrong? Yi Feng asked. Many. I'm angry. You, find out later. Take it directly to her grandfather's study. The president of the Soul Master Association was already waiting for Yi Feng in the study. When he saw Yi Feng. Moment. Relieved. You sit down first. I believe that Wei must have said to you, I also find it incredible what happened recently. But that's what happened to him. And now the watch world is very chaotic. The president of the Soul Master Association told Yi Gui about the recent situation. After the disappearance of the world's supreme leader, when the second in command of the world took the position, the forces of a parties became restless. Especially when the military's second jurisdiction entered the political ha of the world, and started to suppress other forces in the military, the relationship between the rest of the world's forces also showed very weak GS. Among them, the internal staff of the Soul Master Association also analyzed this matter. They argue that the reason for the military's second jurisdiction to do so. It was because Yi Feng went to the second jurisdiction and did that thing before. The president of the Soul Club. Of course, he is standing in Yi Feng. Some are neutral and some are hostile. They believe that Wu Feng should be removed from the Soul Master Association now. If Yi Feng continues to serve as the director of the Soul Master Association, this disaster will definitely affect the future development of the Soul Master Association. The Soul Master Association has been in a precarious position because of the previous president. Of course the president of the Soul Master Association knows. If they support Yi Feng about this matter, what will be the consequences? However, he chose to support Yi Feng. Since he is now a member of the Soul Master Association, he must be responsible for the lower two of the Soul Master Association in the future, but the president of the Soul Master Association believes that Yi Lu Wi never be defeated by this matter. What's more, Yi Feng went to the second military area before, because of his father's reasons. This matter is reasonable. The military's second jurisdiction does not occupy a position. What is not dominant now is that the top leader of the world, the 110th leader and General Long, do not know where they are going. If the two of them are taken as hostages by the military's first jurisdiction, Yi Feng will be restrained a lot if he threatens him. Therefore, their first task now is to find the supreme leader and dragon general of the world. Yi Feng also knows that the first task now is to find them, but how should they find them? 2 blades. The intelligence department of the Soul Master Association reported back to me. It should be someone from the military's second jurisdiction who is imprisoning the two of them. As for where they are imprisoned, we don't know. And your father's incident seems to have the ultimate purpose not only to influence you, but to use it to make you lose your mind. The world's top leaders and dragon generals will surely help you, and once they help you, they will be in danger. Yi Jing understood after listening to the words of the president of the Soul Master Association 1. It is no wonder that after the leader of the world took that position, the people from the second jurisdiction of the Ide military started to target him. It turned out that they had planned this long ago, and the matter of his father was just a fuse. It was a real misstep. He never thought that those people would be so daring to reach out to the supreme leader and General Long of the world. Actually, this matter is not as simple as it seems. Chapter 418 Look for what the president of the Soul Master Association said later. Sheng Ye Feng felt an unprecedented pressure. The president of the Soul Master Association believes that the second in command of the world can sit in this position so smoothly. There must be someone behind him to help. The news that Bai Yi and Wu Wenwei had detected before was that there were people behind the organization in the army and the Soul Master Association. The turmoil in the former Soul Master Association has almost wiped out those. But nothing happened to the military. I am afraid that these recent incidents are made by people who were behind the organization and placed in the military. And the prosperous people in the military's second jurisdiction are of course this. It means that the people in the military's second jurisdiction must have nothing to do with this matter, especially those who are behind the formation. At Wenzuo's side, the president of the Soul Masters Association arranged for the Taishi Association's intelligence department to continue to need Yi Feng to investigate. Yi Feng is very grateful to the president of the Soul Master Association at the current cusp. He is willing to help him like this. It seems that he believes in the wrong person, and his previous worries have been swept away. Mian Wu Wenwei also proposed. Go with Yi Feng to investigate. Of the Soul Master Association is also very supportive if Yi Feng is out to go alone. 1. No. People take care of them, and secondly, they cannot be summoned in time in case of danger. Let Wu Wenwei go with Yi Feng. Can one more virtue? Yi Feng refused directly. He didn't say that he was afraid that Wu Wenwei would drag him down. Bakchi's current situation requires Wu Wenwei to guard the rear for the immortal. Yi Feng needs a pair of eyes. Help him keep an eye on what's going on in the world. The president of the Soul Master Association saw Yi Feng make up his mind, so he stopped insisting. Time does not wait. After Yi Feng and the president of the Soul Master Association left, then he went to the second military area alone. Yi Feng came back this time. I didn't go to Yi Jiazhen to see it. He knows that there must be someone watching from the family army. As long as it appears, there will be an official situation. Now if he doesn't go, he won't do anything to the Yi family army. The last time Yi Feng went to the military's second jurisdiction, he brought more than 10,000 people. This time, he went alone. Yi Feng couldn't help laughing at himself. If only I could see through this conspiracy before. Now it won't affect the top leader of Biaosesi and General Long. After thinking of the second jurisdiction, they changed into their clothes. He found that this time the black jurisdiction was more strict than the last time he came here. Checked levels. 4. So Yifeng took the opportunity to knock out a person and took his waist card. Remember your team. And easy to become like that person. In this way, Yifeng was walking too swayingly in the second military area. He checked around and found that there was a place where the troops were relatively concentrated. That place is neither a military tent, nor a place to put food and grass. With so many soldiers Yuren Zion can't help but think of General Long and Meishi. When Yifeng was about to approach there, suddenly someone stopped him and he went there. What? Yifeng replied that he was curious. I heard that there are too many people in there. The man who stopped him glanced at him. It's not a place you can come here, go away quickly and go back to your team. That person told Yifeng to leave here quickly. Yifeng Daoshizi must be in this. He carefully observed the changing of the guards of Yifei and these soldiers. Origine, he was going to find someone with a bigger military street. Then he changed his identity. Later, he thought that after the military street was big, the chance of encountering people showing their secrets was too high. He decided to pretend to be a soldier, and then he went from the guard to the. One man was knocked down from the force of the house and replaced with his appearance. Because Yifeng was filmed before the changing of the guard time, the person he replaced just had a chance, and could see the situation in the genus clearly. After arriving at the house, he began to observe, and he fluid the folder next to the house. When he saw a person bound inside, he couldn't see who the bound person was. Yifeng took the opportunity to enter the room, and he took the time to take a look. It was found that the man who was tied was General Long, who was now in a coma. Yifeng used his method to wake up General Long. After seeing him, General Long did not have the god Yifeng imagined. Love, but a do look. You want it. Why am I here? General Long said. Yifeng was shocked. Force. General Long didn't even know him. Did those people use any means against General Long? What about making General Long lose his memory temporarily? System. Look at what's going on in General Long now. Yifeng went back to the system to observe the surrounding situation. 1 host. According to my observations, General Long is amnesia. The reason for the amnesia. There is no way to find out. The system's answer made Yifeng calm down a little. As long as you don't give General Long anything to eat, let the dragon become the last president of the Soul Master Association. System. Then is there any way to restore General Long? Wrecking grass. You only need to use the points to exchange it for purchase. With wrecking grass, General Long can restore his previous memories. But it depends more on him. How is the level of amnesia? The system's answer made Yifeng bring up the letter industry. The wrecking grass used Siwen points, and the system said that if a wrecking grass was used, there would be no plant. Yifeng wouldn't be banned from General Long because of these ways. He used soul power to soften the redistribution grass. Used for General Long. Okay. A minute. General Long's eyes were no longer so dim. Yifeng knew there was a play when he saw it. Sure enough, another minute passed. After Long Zhang arrived at Yigui, he was first shocked. Look around again. Seeing his expression, Yiji knew that General Long's memory had recovered. General Long. It's too late to say now. Quang Jing I take you out first. Yifeng gave Long General's room a look, and Tufeng used his soul power to create your, Long General. After making these treasures, Yifeng took General Long and went out through the back door of the tail. After that, he swaggered away with General Long. General Long was keyed by Yi Shang. This wave of operations. After Yifeng took General Long safely out of the military's second jurisdiction, Yifeng told General Long what had happened in the past few days. General Long is also as worried as Yifeng, the supreme leader of the world. Character. Chapter 419 Jean Genie. Yifeng asked General Long to wait for him outside, and he continued to inquire. General Long instructed him to pay attention to safety and restore his soul power on the spot. After Yifeng found Zhang Chen's whereabouts, he would go to Yifeng again. Many. Yifeng stayed in the second military area again. This time, he did not focus on observation, but directly found a person with a high military street. See. Under the coercion, the man couldn't resist Yifeng's blow, so he approached the place where Yifeng and Zhang Chen were trapped. Yifeng beat the man to death, and went to the place where Zhang Chen was trapped to take a look. Looks sleepy ginger from the outside. Chen's place doesn't feel like a prison, nor does it have a large number of troops, but it looks like a laboratory. Yifeng's heart trembled. Now when it comes to experiment, Yifeng can think of genetic engineering. It reminds me of the torture the elves suffered. I hope the Lord he thinks is true. No matter what the point of view is, it is the best policy to rescue Zhang Chen now. So Yifeng went out and reported to General Long what he was investigating. General Long made a decisive decision and went in with Yifeng to save Zhang Chen. General Long also thought of the possibility that Yifeng had thought of. For Zhang Chen. For the sake of safety, the situation is not important. General Long was led by Yifeng. Go straight to the lab where Zhang Chen is trapped. They arrived at the door of the laboratory. After Yifeng keyed the guards, he broke into the door. Yifeng saw the scene in the laboratory after the door was broken. Zhang Chen was tied to a seat. There are a lot of conduits attached to that seat. And Zhang Chen wore a headband with a genetic battery on his head. Besides Zhang Chen and the machines, there was no one in the laboratory. Can't handle that much anymore. Yifeng went into the experiment and rescued Zhang Chen. General Long is breaking up for Yifeng. Who would have guessed that after Yifeng and General Long both stepped into the laboratory, Yifeng stabbed the front of the laboratory and Fei to the door, and reassembled it again, as if Kong had not been broken. At this time, many elves appeared in the laboratory. However, Yi Gui found that these elves seemed to be not so sensitive in demeanor and consciousness. Then Yifeng found out about those elves. They were attached to Zhang Chen's genetic battery Cade. It seems that these spirits are probably also species dangers derived from genetic engineering. Leaf Maple and Dragon. The famous army quickly approached Zhang Chen. Yifeng first pointed to Zhang Chen's head and removed it, and then surrounded Zhang Chen with his soul power. After the elves saw Yi Ku's actions, they rushed towards Yifeng. Pikachu. I saw that Yifeng didn't summon the devouring spirit this time. Instead, he summoned Pikachu who could fight against the divine beast. Yifeng had his own plans for his elf evolution before. Now is also the time to exercise Pikachu's abilities. Quote. Pika Pika. After Pikachu appeared, he sold a cuteness to Yifeng. After that, it becomes a serious welcome in seconds. The fake spirituals that attacked towards Yifeng. 100,000 volts. Yifeng directed Pikachu to fight. General Long guarded Zhang Chen. Since the last time he came out from the Black Dragon, Yifeng's level has increased. His elves have also evolved. Pikachu's Tuvan Volt has a wider range of abilities after evolution. BC Pikachu's 100,000 volts connecting the gene elves in the lab. Keyed them with an electric shock. Pikachu. Seeing that its 100,000 volts can do so much, Pikachu turned around and showed off to Yifeng. As if wanting to get a leaf rule. Compliment, General. Yifeng touched its head, but didn't take it back into the elf space. Yifeng didn't think it was that simple. Those gene elves are too weak. Sure enough, Yifeng found that the door of the laboratory was slowly opening at this time. After opening it, a handsomely dressed man appeared in front of him. Yifeng, I have long heard that you are too famous. You came to me last time. I haven't entertained you, and this time I am not good enough to greet you. The corner of the man's mouth slanted out. Who are you? Sign up. Yifeng didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, ask him straight to the point. Ha ha ha, I just like your personality. I can change my name or my surname Lu Yu. As soon as the man said his name, Yifeng knew who he was. That's right, he is the general of the military's second jurisdiction. He can be said to be young and promising, but at the same time he is also the future patriarch of the Lu family, and the current young patriarch. In the future, he would be the one who would single out the Lu family's Tai Liang. But even if he has these head streets, what's the use? In Yifeng's eyes, Chinese is not worth it. Also, not worth mentioning. Since he dared to kidnap General Long and Zhang Chen so clearly, he would use this to confront him. Pay him. It can be described as despicable. Regardless of whether Lu Yu's actions were inspired by the Lu family's family, or by the people behind the organization. Or if he wanted to do it himself, to speak out for his subordinates, what he did had already violated Yifeng's bottom line. From the moment he violated Yifeng's bottom line, it proved that his good days have come to an end. Protects Long Paijin and Zhang Chen behind him, and mobilizes his whole emperor's soul power. Lu Yu didn't snort. After he saw Yifeng's movements, he also summoned his elf. Bite the land shark. As soon as Lu Yu's elf appeared, Yifeng found out that these were two divine beasts. No wonder this Lu Yu dared to be so arrogant. In fact, it is not difficult to imagine that he is the only one in the Lu family, and he is also a candidate for the future patriarch. No matter what, they would do their best to protect Lu Yu. Something configured for Lu Yu. Those are priceless treasures, regardless of Lu Yu's level. Did he practice it step by step by himself? Just him, the beast. Yifeng could see that the Lu family attached great importance to him. It's a pity that such a single seedling. Yifeng is not ready to put Hoopa and Chao Chu summoned it, and the battle between the divine beast and the divine beast was devastating. This is the military's second jurisdiction, which is part of the military. No matter which side they are loyal to, they are a people who have fought on the battlefield for the sake of the world. Yifeng would not do this. Lu Yu seemed to have caught Yi Wu's point. He knew that Yifeng would definitely be tied up when he saw his divine beast. But he didn't know that the current Yifeng was the auxiliary god of the god of darkness. Even on the elves, Yifeng might have a slight disadvantage. But when it comes to the soul power match, Lu Yu is the one who takes off. He lost his gorgeous coat and fought with Yifeng. Chapter 420 The Power of the Dark Hand. Looks like it's time to use the move that the Black Dragon passed on to me. Yifeng thought to himself, and was doing it in his hands. Only, seeing that he didn't know what he was talking about, the soul power in his hand was at an extremely fast distance, and Lu Maran also saw Yifeng's movements. Wrinkled hands. In Lu Yu's eyes, Yi Daituan was not his opponent in terms of strength, but now he looked at Yifeng's actions, and felt a sense of panic. Yifeng's soul power has been gathered and raised his eyes to stare at Lu Yu. The gleam in his eyes made Lu Yu feel even more furious, and he cleared his throat pretending to be calm. Don't pretend to be there and have the ability to summon your elf and play against mine. You can't beat me by yourself. Lu Yu's domineering look. People who don't know Yifeng may be impressed by Lu Yu's self-confidence. At this time, General Long standing behind Yifeng was very disdainful of Lu Yu. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Let's see the trick. Yifeng didn't want to delay time here. It's better to fight quickly. Since you're begging for death. Before Lu Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yifeng's shot. On the hand of darkness, Yifeng said after saying these 4 words, and Yifeng was completely stunned. Wrapped in dark black soul power and on his left hand, a large amount of dark dad soul power is gathered, echoing the mark on his wrist. Yifeng was ready for Shang Lu Yu to use his soul power as a great hand after Japei. Lu Yu used the elf and his own soul power to resist. Land cover. After Lu Yu's voice fade, the land cover appeared. A circular spirit shield appeared between Lu Yu and Yifeng. It looks extremely tough. But the moment Lu Yu touched the big hand, Lu Yu's resistance was regarded as useless as scraps of paper, and the land cover shattered without holding on for even a second. Yifeng's dark hand directly held Lu Yu in his hand. The devouring soul power and the dark black soul power in the body dilute the soul power in Lu Yu's body at the same time. Lu Yu was powerless to fight back, struggling in Yifeng's dark hands, begging for mercy. I said these are what the organization asked me to do, not my intention. Can you please forgive me for the sake of our family's protection of the world? Lu Yu begged for mercy. Export. Let me. Yifeng was even more angry. What do you mean by your family Jing guarding the world, when I was on the battlefield of the outer world and the sole master of the inner world? Where is your so-called Lu family? Quote. Yifeng scoffed at what Lu Ya said. What's more, Yifeng had already thought of the matter of the formation mentioned by He Shen Lu Yu. How could a character who had no reason with him and who had not shown much before, suddenly do such a series of things? Timing did not stop the action in his hand, but accelerated the dilution of Lu Yu. I've said it a long time ago, since you're begging for death, I definitely won't leave you a whole corpse. How long did it take? Lu Yu was diluted to the point where there was no slag left, and after Lu Yu's death, Lu Yu's foster elves also broke Oyo. Yifeng recognizes. Because, the elves are innocent after A, and the evil done by the master cannot be counted on the elves. So he summoned Pikachu and asked Pikachu to talk to the beast spirit. Get it out of here first. Sure enough, the relationship between elves and elves is simpler than that between humans and humans. After his master died, the beast elf stared at Yifeng. Yifeng naturally understood the feelings of this sleeve beast elf and did not care about it. Pikachu explained on the side, and soon the elf was captured by Pikachu on this day and agreed to go back with him. Yifeng turned around and saw that Zhang Chen at this time was wrapped in the soul power of him and Long Yang's room, and woke up. Yifeng hurriedly exchanged his points for the pies to restore body and soul power in Kong Ma for Zhang Chen to take. After Zhang Chen rested in place for a while, he almost recovered. General Long and Zhang Chen explained what had happened recently. Zhang Chen patted Yifeng on the shoulder admiringly after listening, and praised him without hesitation. Yifeng didn't have a big chapter at this time. He discussed with General Long and Zhang Chen. Leave this place of right and wrong first. And then make plans. Zhang Chen and General Long also agreed with him, and the three of them sneaked out of the second military area first. Slip. After coming out, Yifeng and the others hid in a nearby SMAV. Because Yifeng felt that after he devoured Lu Yu, his strength had broken through the peak of the 8th rank. About to enter the ranks of a 9er rank. Flowers. But the realm between 8th rank and 9th rank is also extremely dangerous. After General Yifeng and Zhang Chen, General Chang and Zhang Chen protected him. With General Long and Zhang Chen there, Yi Piao was naturally very relieved. So Yifeng went into the cave in the SMAV to advance. General Long and Zhang Chen were waiting at the entrance of the cave. After Yifeng sat down in the cave, he started to advance. Lu Yu's soul power was rampant in his body, and he seemed unwilling to give in at A. It seems that soul power is stubborn like the master. Yifeng, the strength of the suppression is too strong, and the clear muscles of his skin can be clearly seen. What he didn't know at this time was that the patriarch of the Lu family was on his way to the SMAV. The elders of the Lu family felt it after Lu Yu was attacked. They thought that with Lu Yu's strength, it was impossible for them to be taken away so quickly. As a result, not only the pot was thrown away, but now they didn't even see the slag point. If it wasn't for the divine beasts they had been in Lu Yu early on. A positioning system is installed on the wizard. They may not be able to find Yi Yan and his sons today. Yifeng was at the critical moment of joining the promotion at this time, and General Long and Mei Jia were also breathing a sigh of relief for him. Pregnancy. Suddenly General Long and Zhang Chen sensed several powerful people fly towards them. General Long and Zhang Chen instantly entered a state of preparation. Who keyed my Lu family? An old voice came from a distance. Zhang Chen and General Long naturally understood the meaning of the voice. It seems that the Lu family has come back. After A, like Lu Wang. The only seedlings of the Lu family must have been trained as their successors. If the successors were keyed for no reason, they would go crazy. Now Yifeng is in the promotion stage. They must not let these people disturb Yifeng. After a while, the elders of the Lu family appeared in front of General Long and Zhang Chen. They looked at General Long and Zhang Chen, and one of the Lu family recognized Zhang Chenyi. Chapter 421 Jedi Strikes Back. Why are you here, E? At this time, Zhang Chen was already very annoyed that as the top leader of the world, he was treated like this by the Lu family, and they had the face to say. The Lu family clan elder who came here. Strength is always at the peak of strength. An existence like Zhang Chen is at the upper end of the strength class, and has not yet reached the peak of jade. And once it breaks through to the strength, it's hard to level up. At that time, the soul power was already Fu, the ability of human beings to bear. If you want to go to the next level, you have to improve your body's tolerance. Therefore, the Lu family's clan has been old for so many years, and the two are only trying to break through the level. And if it wasn't for what happened to Lu Yu this time, they would probably be in seclusion. The Lu family have been dispatched. Now they can only use their entire body and energy to resist them, hoping that Tufeng Wi be able to advance successfully. The elders of the Lu family were even more annoyed when they saw that Zhang Chen and General Long were unmoved there. Since you want death, I'm not afraid of being charged with keying you. Blood debts are paid for with blood, so let's take your life. The Lu family took the lead. General Long stood in front of Zhang Chen to resist the attack of the Lu family. In the eyes of General Long, his task is not only to protect the law for Yifeng. The most important thing is, Zhang Chen's safety watch world is afraid that earth-shattering changes take place. Especially for the people behind the organization, they are using swords to key people. Yifeng didn't know what was going on outside at this time. During the sprinting process, he must concentrate his mental power. If you interrupt the flow of soul power, there will be an explosion. This is also what Zhang Chen and General Long are worried about. At this time, General Long was hit with blood after resisting the second attack of the Lu family. The island-shaped national sentiment spirit was stabilized and released. The elves of the General Dragon were besieged by the elves of the warrior family. Zhang Chen also chose his elf to summon and join the melee. The patriarch of the Lu family wanted to key them quickly. It turned out that the strength of the two men was exceedent, so they discussed the strategy. Ready to attack. Zhang Chen and General Long built a soul power wall there, and added formations and various advanced protective shields to it. Now, it is obviously unrealistic for them and the Lu family to fight recklessly. There is only absolute defense. The old Lu people attacked together around the soul power wall built by Zhang Chen and General Long. More than half of Tang was smashed out of the primary school of each axis on the soul power wall. Feeling, Lu Yu's death made them into a state of madness. It was as if Yifeng and the others were not torn apart today, and they would be dead. Zhang Chen and General Long's soul power output has slowed down, and they have taken out their defenses. Otherwise, with their strength, being defeated is a matter of minutes. The tricks between the masters, the difference is fatal. The shopkeepers at Lu Zheng clearly noticed that Zhang Fu and General Long had slowed down and they quickened their attack. Soon, the soul power wall started to crumble violently. Face elves. The fighting situation over there and here too. Almost. Zhang Chen and General Long's elves have been wounded and have fallen behind. Just when the elves couldn't support their tents, Hoopa and Mewtwo appeared. They flew out of the cave to join the elves in the fight. After they joined, the tide of battle was reversed in an instant. The two mythical beasts seemed to be influential. The elves of the Lu family elders began to retreat. And when General Zhang Fangrelong saw Hoopa and Cheomeng, he knew that the relationship was successful. I saw them coming from behind and pouring their soul power into the soul power wall. The soul power enhancement room recovered. Yifeng is here. That unique dark black soul power is only possessed by Yisheng. That's right. After Yifeng successfully advanced to the breakthrough force, his previous explosiveness was completely gone. It seems that there is no soul power fluctuation in the whole body. But this is the realm of 9th grade. When the Lu family elders saw Yifeng appear, they started to go crazy. Wanting to break the law of soul power, Yi Feng tore apart Yi Feng. Shi Feng also frowned when he saw Yi Hao, and when the product he broke through calmed down, he heard the movement outside. Hurry up and summon Hupa Cheomeng to come out, one place late. Flew up. He didn't expect a group of old men to come, and thought that people from the 2nd Military District found out and chased after him. Yi Feng asked about these people. Zhang Chen told Yi Feng about the origin. I'm sure you know about Lu Yu's crime. Since you know it and come to us so shamelessly, it seems that you have lived too long. Yi Ji said to the senior Lu family members without taking it. The Lu family's old request was just out of anger. Being so irritated by Yi Feng is always more irritable. Yi Feng also knows that he can't take it lightly now. He hasn't quite settled down yet. And the other party is the existence of the ninth rank peak after A, although he has the dark hand, but these old guys must have the power to press the bottom of the box and not show it. As predicted. One of the clan elders took out a SMA bottle in his arms, and the other clan elders were shocked when they saw it. How did you bring it out? You don't want to key 7. After seeing the SMA bottle of Jinglaobei, the chief clan elder hurried over to block it. Who knew that the clan elder avoided the Taoist clan elder? I can't blame Xiao Yu's death, so let me be the Vian. Brothers, I have been with you all my life. After I have to take the first step. Open. Drink. The other 6 clan elders shouted in unison, and they rushed over. One step too late. I saw that the old man's body increased sharply after drinking, and the body increased sharply with the porcelain. Soul power is also rising, and straightness has broken through the peak of the 9th rank, becoming the only one who has a point. The vial that Yi Feng can't see is the medicine that instantly raises the level. And why other clan elders reacted like that, or because of their strength. After the strength reaches the 9th rank, it is difficult to increase the soul power, especially the 9th rank peak. Those elf fruits, and things that increase the soul power are useless to them. Therefore, it is necessary to use external force to achieve the breakthrough of soul power. It's more difficult. And the little watch that the clan elder drank, the world's secrets, could last for a while. Time to break through the soul power of medicine. It would be impossible for those who took this medicine every 2 days to think that the King of Beauty would come. People at the pinnacle of the 9th rank genere cherish their lives. Therefore, there are very few people who can do this, and the clan elder's approach is quite an attitude of sacrificing himself for the family. Chapter 422 Lu Family, Destroy the Door. Yi Feng summoned Hupa and Chaochu back, and now their opponents are too high, and the disparity is a little too big. You need to be fully prepared. Otherwise, you can't just be promoted to the 9th rank, and you die. Many. Zhang Chen and General Shi Origine saw that Yi Feng had loosened 230 hydrogen after he was promoted, but this happened again. 9. After that clan elder became 10th rank, he broke through the wall of soul power of Zhang Fu and others with just one hand. He stepped up his attack again. The formations and protective shields were broken one by one. Other clan elders saw the situation and attacked Yi Feng and the others. Under the siege, General Long was keyed by a local clan elder was injured. Tu Feng was very angry when he saw it, and saw that Yi Feng used his dark soul power again. Driven by emotions, Yi Feng's eyes turned gray-black. Zhou Li's dark black soul power gathers more and more. Each time Yi did not use the dark hair, but used the dark whirlwind sea, which was reborn by the dark hand. The dark whirlwind handed over to Yi Feng by the black dragon was blessed by the elves at the side of the camp. And the effect that Yi Feng's divine beast can bless is also huge. The dark whirlwind is similar to the dragon 25 wind, but it is the place where it passes. No grass wi grow, and this ski is used to affect the natural environment. The damage is also great. Therefore, Hailong told Yi Feng to let him not use this in general. But this time the situation is out of Yi Feng's control. If Yi Hai wants to save the lives of Zhang Chen and General Long, as well as himself, he must use watching the black whirlwind today. The dark hair was used to deal with Lu Yu last time, and these Lu clans are not the same. Their strength is there. What's more, there is a 10th rank person standing there. Dark Whirlwind. Yi Feng's voice just Fei Yi Fenggu's dark soul power swept out towards young Lu family's old man. Going in the direction, the Lu family was also surprised when they discovered the move Yi Ji used. It seems that the old Lu family know that the style Yi Feng uses belongs to the god of darkness. Only now did they realize what kind of existence Shi Feng was. But they knew too late. When Yi Ji's dark whirlwind passed them, they were swept up by the whirlwind. No matter what kind of struggle they do, it doesn't work. General Gonglong and Zhang Chen, although the dark whirlwind was able to swept away the seniors of the Lu family. But obviously things around him are also subject to fluctuations. Wei wants to know the side effect of sending this big move. So he was right in front of General Zhang Yili after P released Hilo Whirlwind. When Yi Feng's mythical beasts, Cheomeng and Hu Xing, were blessed with the power of a whirlwind. After the whirlwind rode up the seniors of the Lu family, they were not polite at all. Moreover, Yi Feng's soul power origine contained the effect of devouring. Therefore, the soul power of the Lu family elders was bit by bit being bitten by Yi Dan. And the dark whirlwind of the clan Whirlwind, which has already reached the 10th rank, is after the move of the D of Darkness. Since the D of Darkness can be sought a god, it means that he has a godhead, already different from humans. Human beings endure. It can't be attacked by Shanghai, so even if the old man of the clan has instantly increased to the earth rank, it wi have no effect on Yi Feng. It's just that this dark whirlwind consumes a lot of soul power and spiritual power. This is also the reason why Hailong told Tufeng not to use this lightly. Moreover, Yi Feng's body has been scratched by the fluctuations brought by the dark whirlwind. It can be seen that the old Lu family in the center of the dark whirlwind, the torture they suffered is huge. Now spit out blood and crashed to the ground, after Yi Feng fell to the ground. The dark whirlwind slowly stopped. When the dark whirlwind stopped completely, it could be clearly seen that only the black bones of the old Lu family were left. Zhang Chen and General Long, hurry up and help Yi Feng sit up. Inject their own soul power into Yi Ji's body. Support Yi Shang. They also knew that Yi Feng had finished casting this. It can be said that the soul power has been exhausted. Thanks to Yi Feng, if the spitting smoke is not there, the two of them can't stay together. After a while, Yi Feng woke up and looked at the surrounding environment. He knew that the stamina of this dark whirlwind was Raya move. Is not available. Too much damage to yourself. Yi Feng is not that kind of person who doesn't love his body. In order to hit the 10th rank in the future, his physical endurance wi also need to be exercised with anger. When General Shahai Long saw that Yi Juxing came over, he was wet and relaxed. What happened recently can be described as twists and turns. The three of them looked at the pile of bones of the old Lu family. After looking at each other, they laughed uncontrollably. This is probably the last time Yi Feng, Zhang Fu and General Long have gone. Also laughing, the most unscrupulous one. In the past, it was due to various reasons such as identity and status, although Zhang Chen and General Long disagreed with each other. Yi Feng is good, but most of the reason is also because of Yi Feng's father, not because of Yi Feng's own strength. Today, Yi Feng Fanei used his own strength to overcome this crisis. Let Zhang Chen 1 be the true level that the general sees Yi Feng. General Long patted the gang's shoulder dear again. Although he knew before that Yi Gui was innocuous. It can develop better in the future. But he did not expect Yi Feng to reach such a level and in such a short period of time. Thinking that it took him a long time to sprint to the 9th grade. Moreover, Shang Yefeng already has such strength at such a young age, I am afraid he can be regarded as the second person in the world. The three figures set off after arranging. The Lu family is now considered a last-ditch effort. Lu Yu, the future patriarch, had already died in the hands of Tu Feng, and the 10 elders of the Lu family were brought here. For a family like the Lu family that can support the 2nd military district, there is no one who can put it on the table. After thinking about each other, The major forces carve up the picture of the Lu family. Yi Feng's heart changed, but he thought again, why let other pads come and divide the Lu family? It took him so much effort to eliminate those few people. How can it be cheap? It is estimated that it has become a mess. Zhang Chen goes back. It is still unknown what happened after that. Wu Jiawei hasn't summoned the message yet, so let's wait. Chapter 423 Delisting. After making the decision, Yi Feng felt that he should first check the physical condition of Zhang Chen and General Long. After he is clear about what means the people behind the organization have. What if you get something in the dark? Moreover, during the previous battle, General Long and Zhang Chen both had wounds that were 2 SMA. 19 General Long's injury was more serious than Zhang Chen's. What Yi Feng wants to check now is the condition of General Long's body, including the damage to his soul power. Yi Feng thought and summoned the system. System, scan the physical condition of Zhang Chen and General Long. Tell me what medicine they need. Use points directly from the Ma. Just exchange it inside. Yi Feng summoned Chao Meng after arranging the system. The elves of Zhang Chen and General Long were also injured, and asked Chao Meng to use its power from the dream to help the elves recover. After if something happened, Zhang Chen and General Long's elite officers would not be able to fight. The system has also scanned Zhang Chen and General Long's physical conditions, and it is true that they are not quite what Yi Feng thought. General Long's soul power is more than half damaged. Although General Long did not say it, but Yi Feng could see it. After this battle, General Long's body was also different from before. After the level was a little different. The system told General Yi Fenglong that the internal organs had been displaced in his body. At this time, he must use the internal organs pi. Restoring their normal cycle can ensure the recovery of the Dragon General's soul power. This meant that only after General Long's internal organs had returned to their positions, Shifeng would give him the medicine to restore his soul power. Only then can it play a role, otherwise if you take it directly, the soul power of General Long will not have the power of Sihao. And Zhang Chen is here. If the injury is minor, it's just that there is a lack of soul power. Just make up a qi and blood pie. Yi Feng exchanged these things for the two of them without hesitation. The wizard side is also in progress. Leaf. Feng saw that the Superchu soul power was continuously injected into the elves of Zhang Chen and General Long. Yi Feng felt that he was very lucky to encounter these bad enough things. After Yi Shanghai and other dramas and General Long's soul power were almost restored. On the other side of the elves, Fei Yefeng discussed their next itinerary with Zhang Chen and General Long. Wu Wenwei Sti hasn't come over. I don't know what's going on inside the watch world. Therefore, Yi Feng and the others decided to go to the Lu family to clean up their family. Hao Mu was tied up by them. Don't let those people lose money. How can it be solved? The hatred in Yi Feng's heart. So the three of them set off for the Lu family. When they arrived at the Lu family, the situation was not much different from what they imagined. The Lu family used to have a patriarch, and that patriarch was Lu Yu's father. Group 2 was Lu Yu's father who died in a battle, and then Lu Yu was the young patriarch, who never officially succeeded the position of the patriarch. Origine, the Lu family elder and Lu Yu himself were going to wait for Lu Yu to stabilize the situation in the world before proceeding. As a result, Lu Yu died before that day. And the old Lu family was given by Yi Feng a while ago. Exterminate. Therefore, the current Lu family does not have a core person. I am afraid that the Lu family does not know the death of Lu Yu and the old Lu family. Yi Feng was looking forward to it, but they knew what Yi Feng's expression would look like in the future. They went in directly at the gate of the Kong Lu family. The Lu family's appearance looks very imposing, like a palace. The guard at the Taiman of the Lu family was about to speak. Yi Feng used soul power to seal their mouths. After Yi Feng and the others walked in, they found that when they entered Taiman, it was a garden and passing through the garden was a square. It should be used for group meetings or training. A man like a housekeeper finds the year. Looking at them and walking towards them, China has no nonsense. Instead, He used his soul power to amplify the sound so loudly that the entire Lu family could hear it. Ante them. Lu Jaran Wib removed from Hachan. As for the deeds that the Lu family did, Yi Feng also knows. When the butler heard what Yi Feng said, he was surprised and just wanted to ask who they were and why they came here. Yi Feng continued to tell the news that both the Lu family elder and Lu Yu had died. The housekeeper was even more shocked when he heard Yi Feng's second sentence. He Kong Lai never thought that in his heart had always been the clan elders who existed like Shang Tian. Not even half a day. A fei away. At this time, Yi Feng's respect also gathered a lot of people from the Lu family. Yi Feng used his soul power to instantly soar into the sky. Zhang Chen and General Long followed closely and stood in the sky looking down at the Lu family. Because of the sins committed by Lu Yu, the crime is unforgivable. It has implicated the Lu family, so from today, the Lu family has been expied from the world. The property of the Lu family belongs to us. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, but you have to be careful. My fist. Yi Feng spoke in an unquestionable tone. The man of the age of the housekeeper was taken aback for a moment. The hard-earned WIB given to you. Say you again. Who are they? How do you know about our Lu family? Did you kidnap our young patriarch? If you hand him over quickly, we can spare you. Our clan elders WI never die when they come back. Your good days WI come to an end. Don't be arrogant to us here. The butler said angrily. Obviously, the butler STI refuses to believe it. Lu Yu and the seniors of the Lu family are dead, but Yi Feng doesn't care. A for you housekeeper is for Yi Feng. Just like jumping green clown. So Yi Feng released a lot of power. Who would enclose the entire Lu family? The family discovered that Yi Feng's soul power is very powerful. Opening parenthesis. Money's key it or don't do it Casway, but we must keep our Lu family. Yes, don't believe his words. Our clan is always the most powerful soul master. A group of echoing words came out of the Lu family's mouth. Yi Feng shook his head after hearing it, and smiled contemptuously. Yi Feng felt that he was going to talk nonsense with them. So the quick decision directly surrounded the people of the Lu family. At this time, someone from the Lu family stood up and said that his original intention was to return to the. On Yi Feng's side, he also hopes that Yi Feng Wi be merciful. If there is the first one, there Wi be the first one. If there is the first one, there Wi be a third one. Therefore, the members of the Lu family have been assigned to another camp one after another, and the diehard Lu family members are STI holding on to the last glimmer of hope. Yi Feng is too lazy to tell those who are obsessed about directly using the soul-devouring power to devour them. Chapter 424 Zhang Chen returns. Those who took refuge in Yi Feng were relieved. It seemed that they just made the right choice. I believe that as members of the Lu family, you must know where some of their collections are. From now on, UWI organize them into boxes and record them. Use one thing to record them for me. If I find out that someone is hiding something privately, the consequences WI be the same as those of the people just now. Since you have taken refuge with me, you must foo my style. Otherwise, your life WI not be saved. But I have always been rewarded and punished, as long as you do we. I definitely give you corresponding rewards, so you are good these days. Good job. If there is anything, please see me in time. After Yi Gui finished speaking, he left his soul power on these people. Those people knew why Yi Feng did this, so they hid the little juju in their hearts. 22. Zhang Chen and Long Zhangche felt that Yi Feng's mind was twitching at first. It was only after seeing Yi Feng's practice that he dared to accept these people who temporarily betrayed the Lu family and felt that Yi Feng was Yi Feng. A thoughtful. That's a. Yi Feng and the others solved the problems of the Lu family. At this time, Wu Wenwei also sent a message. Speaking of the second in command of the world, these 2 days are integrating the military in the first jurisdiction of the military as if they 060 questions on the side, and I have no time to worry about the Soul Master Association for the time being. After Wu Wenwei made Yi Feng safe, he could meet at the Soul Master Association, and Yifeng would know after hearing it. The fact that he keyed Lu Yu should have already spread. Since that second-class scholar already knew about Lu Yu, I'm afraid that person must have heard about their business. So now they have to be more careful. I can't do anything wrong when I get back at the end. Therefore, Yifeng added a protective shield to Zhang Chen and General Long. This protective shield is a high-level protective shield that Yifeng exchanged for points. After replacing these, Yifeng set off from the back door with Zhang Chen and General Long Kong. Yifeng can predict that the people from the second military jurisdiction Wi soon come to the Lu family's house. After the protective shield and various formations surround the Lu family, where Wi they leave. It was Yifeng and the others who suddenly attacked them halfway through. Yifeng didn't even have to think about who did these things. Who else could there be other than the second in command in the world? They immediately got into a scuffle with that group of people, but it seems that the second in command didn't know that Yifeng was promoted, so those who came to attack were sti keyed. A does not stay say. Mountain Pole has never been the kind of sympathetic pan. Abusive people. He knows what to do when people like the Lu family are privately owned. And the woman who just attacked now is estimated to be the direct link of the second in command. In this way, when Yifeng took Zhang Chen and General Long to political affairs in Dachoji, he was assassinated many times but was blocked by Yifeng. Yifeng was also speechless about the persistent heart that keyed them first. Yifeng directly summoned Cheomeng to let Cheomeng start the writing mode. I quickly flew back to the political ha. Now that the second in command of the world is not there, I can go back to see more, how they conspired to do this thing. Yifeng was also communicating to Wu Wenwei, asking for the key. Wei brought people from the Soul Masters Association to the Zhengzhang Ha, and after Zhang Chen returned this time, he was going to remove the worker from his post and outsource it in accordance with the law. People like the second in command were absolutely impossible to keep. Go. What's more, Zhang Chen STI doesn't understand the relationship between the second in command and the organization behind it. Since the military's second jurisdiction can carry out those activities in the world with the support of the second in command, it means that there must be some kind of relationship between them. Contact E. Under the Super Dream flight, they soon arrived at the political office and those in the political office saw Zhang Chen. Yifeng and General Long were surprised afterwards. Wu Wenwei and the people from the Soul Master Association also came along. And Yi Jiazhen also came at this time. When Yifeng was communicating with Wu Wenwei, he saw Jai Lei and the others offba. Get them to the political ha on time. Number. Yifeng thought that if Zhang Chen wanted to accomplish these things, he must have his own troops. And now the Soul Master Association and the Yi family army can also unite together. Soon, the political affairs ha was captured by the Tujia army and the Soul Master Association, and the people in the military's first jurisdiction that were guarding the political affairs ha were arrested and imprisoned. The second in command seems to have heard some wind. Having never returned to the political ha, Zhang Chen decided to go directly to the crusade. However, before the cutting, Zhang Chen wanted to explain the recent events to the common people in the world. Otherwise, he suddenly disappeared, and the sudden appearance might be rode up by someone as a storm. Face and Yifeng believe in the means of the people behind the organization. This matter wi not end so easily. Zhang Chen held a press conference to explain the recent things, especially what Yifeng had done, of his wife's transmission. This way to Yifeng. It wi be beneficial to the image of the. After opening the news release society, Zhang Chen asked Yifeng to take the Yi family army and the Soul Master Association to the 1st Military District to attack the second in command and dismiss him according to law. Processing afterwards. After Yifeng took the order, he quickly went with the Yi family army. Yifeng is also worried about the time issue. What if the second in command escapes on the way? In the world of Tai Tai, trying to find a person is equivalent to looking for a needle in a haystack, not to mention that person who wants to deliberately hide his whereabouts, it wi definitely be more difficult to find. But fortunately, when Yifeng arrived at the military's first royal jurisdiction, The second in command was Sti there when he was in the district, so another battle broke out. Yifeng's elf. After Pikachu directly stunned the second handle with 100,000 volts, Yi Jiazhen went up and clamped the second handle, and locked the second handle with the soul power lock made by Yifeng. At this time, people in the second military district of the military. Their General Lu Yu has been keyed, too. Their little backer, the second in command, was also tied up. They appear alone and helpless, and become soldiers without a master. Yifeng didn't feel how pitiful they were. When he captured General Long and Zhang Chen, he didn't see them frowning, nor did he imagine what he was doing now. Sample. It seems that they now feel that their lives have been threatened, and it is also a scourge for Yu who has to obey. It is better to complete their own devouring garden. Let your devour elves, then sprint dash. However, Yifeng didn't key everyone with one shot, and it was impossible for the bad guys in the second jurisdiction. The Fu Up depends on how General Long handles E. Chapter 425 God of Darkness. The matter of the second in command of the world has come to an end, and the people in the military's second jurisdiction have also been assigned by General Long. After this incident, the world has returned to peace again. Zhang Chen also learned from this incident. As the top leader of the world, he must first protect himself before he can protect the world. Therefore, Zhang Chen reorganized the leadership of the world, especially the military side. There must be people behind the organization in the military now. Zhang Chen has no way to find them out yet. After A, there are too many people in the military. And Yifeng has also been with the Soul Master Association recently, busy with him. People are recruiting things. After the world settles down, aspects of work have returned to normal, and General Long has returned to the General's mansion to continue his work. It's just something that everyone doesn't know, the big storm is coming soon. Yifeng thought about the matter of the Hong Soul Master Association, and went to the inner world. He doesn't know how Qin Hao is doing recently. After a few days like this, the Soul Master Association's recruitment work went smoothly with the help of Yi Shang and Yi Jiazhen. Especially with Yifeng as a living sign. Many low-level Soul Masters came for Yifeng's reputation, and the things that Yifeng did were meant to be a sign of the world's little old man. For surnames, it's a hero. They also thought that one day they could become heroes like Yifeng and be able to defend the peace of the world on their own. This may be the sense of honor that everyone is born with. Through this incident, Yifeng also became more intimate with Yi Jiazhen. And Wu Wenwei also began to have a different mentality towards Yifeng recently. When Wu Wenwei first saw Yifeng, he only thought that he was a person who didn't look simple. Later, after contact, I found that he was not simple. So far, Yifeng has helped her a lot, especially with the Soul Master Association. Let Wu Wenwei treat Yi Feng more trust. Just these changes. Even Wu Wenwei is not sure what kind of feeling this is, let alone Yifeng. The most important thing for Yi Shang now is when he will be healthy enough to avenge his father. When the people behind the organization can be brought out, the net will be wiped out, this matter will be like a thorn in Yifeng's heart. Moment bundle excited Yifeng's heart. It always reminds Yifeng how heavy a task he has. In fact, about his father, General Long told him a long time ago that the organization behind it is a very large organization and an organization with a deep background. If Leaf Maple put. If he is unhappy, this will only hurt himself. Yifeng understood what General Long meant, but he couldn't let it go, and the people who backed the organization did such a bad thing. Why they can get away with it? Yifeng is now more obsessed with the organization behind him than he is planning for his future birth too. General Long told him what he meant by living, just because he didn't want him to tighten the string in his heart too tightly, if one day the organization behind it was found by Yifeng. And it was wiped out by Yifeng. What should Yifeng do after that? General Long is very worried that Yifeng won't know after doing these things. Oneself. What should I do? I fall into a negative emotion towards myself. And when people's mental pressure reaches a certain level, When Ranfa is raised, these are not persuasive to protect Yifeng, or Yifeng's energy can protect Yifeng. It's a pity that Yifeng has not figured it out yet. He is thinking about the appearance of the Gene Elves before. Yifeng just sat quietly at the SMA fountain next to the Spirit Master Association headquarters park. He is going to go to the world tomorrow to find Xin Hao, and by the way to inquire about the Gene Elves. Suddenly, the mark on Yifeng's wrist lit up. Yi Shang looked down, the mark. The memory entered his mind through his genie. Many congratulations to Su Yi for successfully unlocking the Sleeve of Darkness. Become the God of Darkness in the 50th session. The Godhead mode is turned on, the Jedi is turned on, and the Heavenly City is turned on. The voice of the system slipped out Yi. After hearing what the system said, Yifeng was very confused. How could he somehow become the God of Darkness? And so many things are turned on. System, explain to me what the situation is. Yifeng asked the system. System told Yifeng. Before he was the auxiliary god of the Black Dragon, after the FA of the Black Dragon, he would inherit the position of the God of Darkness and become the next God of Darkness. God, since he is now the God of Darkness, it means that the Black Dragon Classic has fame. Flowers 0. Since then, he has been a teacher. Become an independent God of Darkness, and the opening of the Godhead means 1. Yifeng has now been officially promoted to a person with a Godhead, not an ordinary human being. And after Yifeng has a Godhead, his mental power, including his soul power tolerance, including his physical condition WI undergo earth-shaking changes. The opening of the eyes of the sky means that Yifeng can see people with the same attributes as him. That is to say, there are very few people who have godhood in the world, even Zhang Chen. Neither has a godhead. It can be seen that Yifeng has made a big mistake in this matter. Heavenly City opens. People with godheads genere live in the Heavenly City, not the outer world and the inner world, and the Heavenly City is another dimension. 0. If Yifeng already feels that he has enough ability to live in Tiancheng, he can go to Tiancheng. But Amagi has foggers. It's in the past. Those who possess the divine way in the Heavenly City can be sought familiar in the world. But not a people in Tiancheng come from the world, nor are they from Yifeng now. In this space, they are a people from a directions. They have a godhead and come together to sprint to higher extremes, but where there are humans, there is a struggle, and they wi key for the allocation of resources. Everyone wi trample the lives of others at wi. At this time, you have to rely on who is stronger, and also speak on the basis of strength. And Yifeng went to Tiancheng at his current level, that is, he was tortured and keyed. Moreover, the elves in Tiancheng are at the level of ancestral beasts. If the elves in Shi Shifeng's body are 210, they wi be rejected when they go to Gongtiancheng, but don't worry about this, after Yifeng. Inside is a beast. And when Yifeng has a godhead, he can't key in the outer and inner worlds at wi. When Yifeng reaches a certain level, he wi be forcibly summoned to Tiancheng. After Yifeng heard it, he felt that his horizons had widened again. There is even a place like Tiancheng. It seems that many things are predestined. Chapter 426 Rising General. But Yifeng changed his mind again. Now that he has become the God of Darkness, the Black Dragon has fame. He is no longer there a few days after he separated from the Black Dragon. Could it be that he also found his home? Of Hailong teaching Yifeng, Yifeng thought of what Hailong said. Darkness wi eventually be illuminated by light. Yifeng chooses which bunch of hair to be or chooses to be the whole darkness. Although Yifeng's godhead name is Sod the God of Darkness, it does not mean that Yifeng is a dark person. The power of the God of Darkness is infinite. When a person's darkness completely erupts, he can. People who can be lost in wisdom but the God of Darkness or originate to punish evil and promote good. Yifeng's concentration is also strong enough. The fact that Hailong Wangran Fei to 0 means that he wanted to slip over some things by himself. Maybe the previous Black Dragon did a lot of bad things, but he became the God of Darkness, Lilong. He has been doing justice. and Yi Feng's future. Wi maintain the peace of the world just like Hailong. Even if people over the world do not support him, he Wi do it. Sometimes what you do Wi not be recognized by others. But that doesn't mean you're doing it wrong. Yi Feng decided to first take a look at the benefits of this godhead to himself. So he summoned the system to let the system give him the official opening of the godhead. In this way, Yi Feng sat quietly beside the fountain in the general industry garden of the Soul Master Association. Suddenly Yi Feng's eyes opened. Now Yi Feng's eyes have turned into black and blue, and the moment he opened his eyes, the fountain in front of him burst into flowers. As if congratulating him. Host, Yi Feng. Grade, 9th grade. God attribute, darkness. Soul space, a class. Assessment of mental strength, middle and upper. Physical equivalence assessment, next. Genie composite level, value. Comprehensive evaluation, temporarily inferior godhead. Yi Feng rolled his eyes after seeing the evaluation of him by the treasure system. What kind of mess is this? How could his comprehensive evaluation be inferior? His current level is also extremely high. How did he become inferior when he reached the system? When I wanted to clear out his doubts, the system would check back on him. This assessment was based on Tiancheng's standards. When Yi Feng's everything has become a first-class residence, and he can enter Tiancheng completely, and he Wi not be bide in Tiancheng. The evaluation of the system is STI very humanized, which can also motivate Yi Feng to work hard to become stronger. As a result, the next sentence of the system poured cold water on Yi Feng. But host, when your evaluations are medium, Tiancheng Wi forcibly wreck you, because your Shiju at that time was already strong enough in the surface world, for the balance between space and space, you can't continue stay in the world. Of course Yi Feng can understand the meaning of the system, indeed, if his strength is strong enough. When he was powerful enough to watch the world of Witten, it would be strange that Tiancheng didn't wreck him. Yi Feng put his mind aside, come step by step System, what about the opening of the heavenly eye? Yi Feng did not forget that his heavenly eye was also opened. Host, you need to redeem your points after opening the sky eye. 200,000 points. But your current points are not even 2,000,000. The words of the system can make Yi Feng bleed. Fragrant. Yi Feng thought that after the love limit was opened, he could directly lift it. I didn't expect to have to use the points to exchange. And use so many points. Yi Feng sighed. From there stood up. Decided to go for a walk. Suddenly General Long sent a message to him. Let Yi Feng go to the general's mansion to find him. After receiving the summons, Yi Feng hurried to the general's mansion. After arriving at the general's mansion, he went to the study to find General Long. General Long told him, after the unanimous decision of the leadership, prepare to appoint Yi Feng as the general of the military's second jurisdiction, in charge of the military's second. The Yi family Wi also be transferred to the second military area. First, Yi Feng was very surprised when he heard the news. He didn't expect that he would be able to become a general for a long time after becoming a lieutenant general, and he was also in charge of the military's second jurisdiction. After the incident with Lu Yu last time, a large number of people have been removed from the military's second jurisdiction, and the remaining people have no bad records. Behind the organization hidden in the military. Moreover, after Yi Feng, such as Jiwei became a general, his identity has undergone a fundamental change. There are not many who can manage Yi Feng's troubles in the future. Yi Feng Wi no longer have to look at the faces of other generals and act here. It Wi help Yi Feng's work to be better developed. Yi Feng's happiness was beyond words. When General Long saw it, he burst out laughing. Look, your happy Jinchuan deserves to be happy for you. I'm far inferior to you when you were so young. You are the youngest recorder who created the world and became a general. General Long was very proud, said he. Yi Feng also became proud after hearing what General Long said. He couldn't help but think that if his father was STI there, he would definitely be proud of him. A few days later, Yi Feng's appointment letter came down. The world is boiling again. Yi Feng's promotion ceremony is STI in the honor table. After the last promotion, Yi Feng was familiar with the process, and this time he followed the process step by step. From the moment Yi Feng got the general's medal, the responsibility on Shi Feng's shoulders is even more important. Behind him is the entire military's second jurisdiction, and his power is almost the same as that of General Long. The military is divided into 4 jurisdictions and General Long is the first jurisdiction. The strength of the third and fourth jurisdictions is also relatively weak at 0.4, there is no advantage of the first and second jurisdictions. However, this time the military's second jurisdiction is also equivalent to a big blood change. Transfer Yi Feng's Yi family army to him. After that, the troops in the military's second jurisdiction will definitely be more sophisticated. The current situation is that several families are happy and some are sad, and with the step-by-step expansion of Yi Feng's rights, the people behind the organization are beginning to be restless. And the other side of the world is not very peaceful now. The genetic engineering of the organization behind the world is STI going on. With the gene elves that appeared in the last 2 songs, the organization behind the organization is preparing to produce gene elves in 2 large quantities and use the gene elves to create a war. In a war dedicated to dealing with Yi Feng, they plan to eliminate Yi Feng in one phase swoop this time. After Yi Feng has already made him, and they are enough to be afraid. Chapter 427 Family Children. Yi Feng, after taking over the military's second jurisdiction for a few days, has been rectifying it. Previously, the military's second jurisdiction had 4 armies, that is, 1 division. After General Long cleared it up, 2 corps were left, and almost half of them were cleared. After the Yi family army was fied, the troops STI did not have the shirts to get them. And he was not familiar with the remaining 2 armies. A kinds of things are handled with the convenience of the Yi family military, too. And Yi Jiazhen is his personal soldiers. He is also estranged from the other 2 soldiers, and General F. Tianlong also mentioned to him yesterday that he is going to accept some of the children of the aristocratic family and come in shockwave. We known as the characters of the children of aristocratic families are pampered and raised. Of course, it is not a generalization, but those who are willing to come to the army want to come to the army to be gilded. And like the kind of people who Ray came to show the world, there are very few people, but for Yi Feng's current situation, it's enough to come to this group of pampered people. Let them stimulate each other, and stimulate each other to grow. So this matter was put on the national agenda, and Yi Feng also talked to Yi Jiazhen in advance, and asked them to keep Yi Feng informed of the latest situation. 2 days later, General's house. Uncle Long, who are you going to arrange for me this time? 25 inches. Yi Feng's voice sounded in the study room. Xiao Feng, the list is here, let's take a look. General Long's familiar voice responded. After Pan Feng became the general, the names between the 2 of them also changed. Otherwise, Yi Feng would be a general anyway. If you continue to see a General Long a general, it seems that they are a little estranged from each other. Leaf Maple, I took the list from General Long, took a look and raised the corner of his mouth. Uncle Long, the people you picked for me are dragons and phoenixes among the thorns. Yi Feng smiled. Why, you are not satisfied. I look at you, but my heart is open. Spent. Ha 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 ha. General Long and Yi Feng were smiling like 2 SMA foxes at the moment. Yi Feng was of the direct descendants of the Sheng Shisen family, the Qian family, the Ouyang family, the Zhang family, and the Zhou family. These 4 can be said to be the top 4 in the world. Ouyang Ling is from Ouyang Ling and Yang's family is also Zhang Chen's family. But Zhang Chen has no feelings with this Zhang family, and the relationship has always been very weak. It is said that Zhang Chen came from a branch of the very branch of the Zhang family and became the world's highest leader in Zhang Chen. When guiding people, Yang's family was shocked. They never took Zhang Chen seriously, but Mai Bin counterattacked. And in those days, because of the Zhang family's death, they could not be saved. Let Zhang Chen's parents suffer miserably. Mei Chen has not been waiting to see Shi Yang's family. But the Zhang family is his home after A. And it has the background of the family, so no one has ever shaken its price. After Yifeng took the list, he returned to the military's second jurisdiction, and these people will come tomorrow. It's time to prepare for them. Yifeng gathered the people of the three armies and told them that these people would be airborne, and the airborne positions would not be SMA. Let them do their own thing safely. Don't pick things up. If anyone dares to cause trouble, dispose of it according to military law. The Sai below, a minister Tu Feng knows that you are thinking about the difference between him and him. Key the chickens to warn the monkeys. There must be chicken. In the early morning of the vertical sun, Yifeng is already on the spot. The stage of the military field is seated, the three below. The soldiers also got up early in the morning with Yifeng. Wait. Yifengsongzi's report time is early. On 7 o'clock. It's 6:5 now. Return. No sign of anyone coming, Yifeng knew. 1. According to the temperament of these people, they certainly don't. Arrive on time. Many. As predicted, bit by bit. It's past, it's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No one was there yet, Yi Shang just sat there. Waiting on the podium, while the three of Qingdana. The people of the army would have fried the pot long ago, if not. Because Yifeng is sitting there, I'm afraid. They have long since dispersed. This time, previously belonged to the military. The two armies in the second jurisdiction. Grow up to find. Yifeng, Yifeng that they have training. What about the task, now standing here and waiting? It doesn't matter. Wait for those. After people confirm the news, they to assemble. Be patient as a soldier. Maybe because they happened on the way. What happened? Just wait a minute. Yifeng did not promise the two commanders. Request. It's unlucky. The two commanders. After listening, I turned around and left. Complaining there. Yifeng didn't care, he is now. Is to let their anger reach a peak. Pick them up after the point E. That's it. It's 6 o'clock in the afternoon again. I saw 7 or 8 people who looked like bodyguards. Here, a few bodyguards came and stood. On both sides, waiting for the person behind. After a few minutes, the soil came again. Bodyguards surrounded by a richly dressed. The young man came over, 3 soldiers. The people who saw that there were so many battles were there. Discuss. Young master of the Qian family Qian Xie came to report. Road. A bodyguard was speechless. The handsomely dressed man saw. There are several chairs under Yifeng. Sat down. Go. There are 2 bodyguard chairs before sitting. Wiped it again. And put on a cushion. After the man watched the bodyguard finish. He clenched his fists towards Yifeng, and then back. Sat up. 48 where the man sat up. For that moment, the chair fei, with. After the chair fei, the man also. Sits on fly. Ha 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 ha. After the man fei to the ground, he passed down the deafening jeers, the man would have. I'm in a bad mood after falling down, being so. Smile. Even more angry. You guys in the barracks. Rough guys. Are you laughing at? What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? Some people who study the bar. Men's stand. It's too scolding to get up. Aren't you standing in the barracks now? What? Money man 8 inches see a sound ratio. The calmer man came over. Heyo, General Shi, I'm from the Zhang family. Zhang Hai. Something unexpected happened on the road. Late. After a while, the one who came. The man self-reported that the door should be opened more, and Maple ordered. Head. Yifeng found that Zhang Hai was standing behind him. Personal. Just took a look. The man felt Yi Feng's look. Heyo, General Yi, I'm Zhang Yi. I sorry for being late. That. A man stammered out the words. Come. General Yi, I forgot about this. One is my cousin, and also comes with me to experience. Yes, he is not very good at speaking, please also. You don't take it to heart. Zhang Hai interjected. Road. Oh, what are you doing with you? Qianlong turned around after seeing Zhang Hai. White eyes. Chapter 428 It's you. After Qianlong was dropped once, he did not sit on the chair again, but let a bodyguard lie on the ground. He sat on the bodyguard. But Zhang Hai is a little different. He chose to stand. After Long and Zhang Hai arrived, Wu Yang's family and Sai's family also came one after another. Such as. However, Yi Feng can see from the way they appear that Qian family is the most powerful. The second is the Wu Yang family. Wu Yang family, the Zhang family and the Zhou family, and the Zhang family and Zhou Shi family did not have such high encounters. It can be seen that the Qianlong of the Qian family is considered. The Qian family holds the person in the palm of his hand. Even such a person can come to the barracks, which shows that General Long has not done less. After seeing everyone, they began to assign positions, but they were a major generals of the same color, and they were arranged in the other two armies. The military commander in the west also rolled his eyes when he found out. However, you are indeed late today. When you enter the barracks, there must be rules and regulations. I don't care what your status outside the barracks is. Now, you are my soldiers, and your bosses are your bosses. You must obey unconditional order. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he glanced at them. Yi Gui's sharp eyes made those aristocratic family members hairy, including Zhang Hai, who does not seem to be very simple. Okay, next, you can report to each division. Then accept the punishment from the barracks. Did the commanders of the two armies hear? Yi Feng's words made the two commanders happy. I heard you, the two commanders responded in unison. After doing this, Yi Feng disbanded the army and let them lead the team to teach the rules. The disciples of the aristocratic families looked lazy and walked towards their own team. You belong to Osuo's family. You are in the second division of the second army. Go. Take your clothes. Qianlong. 1 army and 3 divisions, go get your clothes. Zhang Hai. 2nd Army 1st Division, go get your clothes. According to Yi Feng's assignment, the military commander in the west brought these people to familiarize themselves with the venue. After this is done, it's past 9 o'clock in the evening. Today, everyone report on the first day. I won't be punished for being late. If you twist the bars on both training grounds, you be able to rest. Yes. Who? Long, right. Your bodyguard either join the army, either go home. The army is not out to bring private soldiers. After the commander Wei finished speaking, he allowed the fish to leave. What kind of onion are you? Let this young master clean that kind of place, and also, my bodyguards are protecting me, they can't leave. Qianlong's voice of objection sounded first. Wu Yang Jin from Wu Yang's family is also attached. The commander of the first army frowned, and immediately slapped Qianlong out with the palm of his soul power. Qian didn't even think that the first army commander would take action, and he flew out of the blue land, where he was covering his body and legs. He has never been subjected to this kind of system, and no one has ever dared to take his anger. As soon as he came to the barracks, he was beaten. You dare to hit me, you bastards, give it to me, beat him to death. Give it to me. Fight to the death, Qianlong shouted towards his bodyguards. Only then did the group of bodyguards react. They attacked the first army commander. The commander of the first army directly summoned the elves. After the wizard appears, release the ultimate move. Down to the bodyguards. Who else is disobedient to discipline? Come on, the old army commander stood with his hands behind his back, staring at him begging. Those aristocratic families were silent. The commander of the First Army looked at the Ouyang family who was talking about the land preparation. Ouyang Jin was so shocked when he saw it, he quickly shook his head. If you have no opinion, go to work. Check it out early tomorrow morning. Qianlong watched these people and went to clean like this. And he lay on the ground. He stared at them with hatred. But the man from Ouyang's family came over and helped Qianlong up. And persuaded him to tell him that this was someone else's territory, and he couldn't play with them. Do this first. Aggrieved, wait until you get out of the next evil camp and then clean him up. Qianlong also thought about Ouyang Jin's choice. After leaving the barracks, they were very famous people. And the one who just beat him would definitely not let him have good fruit to eat, that's a. They went to clean the training ground. After the next morning, the commander of the First Army came over and found that they were doing a good job of cleaning. Didn't say anything, let them go back to rest, and Yifeng also received what happened last night. Yifeng heard the way the Second Army commander dealt with it, the mouth fish picked it up. It seemed that the First Army commander had a lot of brains. He knew that he would take the lead when he made a move. And the children of the aristocratic family belonged to Qianlong, who was the most difficult to discipline. As long as he is picked up, others will be fine. It's just that Yifeng is also paying attention to Zhang Hai's movements. After he doesn't look like a pampered son of a noble family. From the way he speaks and the way he behaves, he doesn't look like a playboy. Yifeng continued to send people to stare at the commander of the army, and Yi Jiazhen was busy with their own training every day. In this way, Yi Jiazhen seems to have no fish in the world. After a few days, Qianlong and Ouyang Jin were pressed by the heavy army commander and came to find Yifeng. It turned out that Qianluo and Ouyang Jin were not used to the food in the military camp and had to make their own food, but they did so without the permission of the First Army commander. The First Army commander said that they violated the military law and they should be punished. The two of them did not allow the Second Army to punish him. It can be said that the two of them have done a lot on these days. What a mistake. The commander of the Huangguo First Army has been enduring it for them. The Fifth Army commander felt that he could no longer control them. Moreover, the Kaijia Army did not assign the children of the aristocratic family to Ninping, thinking that Yifeng would assign the two of them to the Yi family. Yifeng listened to Nuo Qian's and understood what he meant. I saw that Yifeng directly tied Qianhuo and Ouyang Jin with his soul power. Since you are not obedient, then I deal with you according to military law. Commander of the First Army, now I have ordered them to be tied to the troop stand for 3 days. Without my permission, food and drink are not allowed to be given to them. After 3 days, if they haven't grown memory, then keep basking, until they have a long memory. If they don't listen to you, just ca. When Wang Ran came to Li Ying, he had to recognize his responsibilities and the matters that he should be the king. And the two of you, if you don't agree, you can talk to your family. But my position is not something you can shake, so think carefully before doing things. I'm your old lady, do you understand what I said? After Yifeng finished speaking, a spirit power flew over to check their legs. The two fell to the ground in an instant. Chapter 429 Jin Genie reappears. After Qianlong and Ouyang Jin were knocked to the ground by Yifeng, the army commander snickered to himself. And Qianlongjiang was used to being doted on by his family. After being knocked to the ground by Yifeng, he lifted it up and stared at Yifeng fiercely. Indeed, the young master of the Qian family, Robin, dared to oppose him. This formed his habit of being too arrogant and domineering. But in just a few days after he arrived in the military camp, he was carried by the First Army commander and Yifeng, who was the young master of the Qian family. Wei Ju is particularly shameless, and his self-esteem has also been hit. But he never thought that these problems came from him, he put the grievances are in the barracks. It belongs to Yifeng and the First Army commander. At this time, the commander of the First Army proposed to let the two of them go to the Yi family army for training, but Yifeng refused. The reason for Yi Feng's refusal was that the Yi family army had just arrived and was not familiar with the management model of the military's second jurisdiction and the scope of the district. Therefore, the children of these noble families who have come now are safer in one army and one army. Otherwise, the second military district will be responsible for anything that comes out. The first army commander saw that Yi Feng insisted on arranging for him. Xiaoli is also very suffocated. He believes that Yi Feng must know how difficult these two people are, but Yi Xiang sti. He chose to do this, and he couldn't help but think deeply. In this way, Qianlong and Ouyang were brought back by the First Army. There are occasional reports of Qianlong and others being punished for their mistakes from the First Army. Yi Feng didn't pay much attention to it. Let them entangle with each other more, only then can we know the name of the quiet world is rare. Who knows, Yi Feng didn't pay much attention to this moment, and was dragged into the basket by the people behind the organization. The Yi family army fought behind him, and the First Army and the Second Army fought him on both sides. Who knew that we were about to go to the grain and grass camp? When the Yi Feng and the others hurried over after hearing Fang, but Yi Feng saw the Gene Elf appearing in the forage camp. 1. After Yi Feng saw the appearance of the Gene Elf, he knew that the people behind the organization had taken action. After a few minutes, El also came over from the training ground, and many elves appeared to destroy the training ground. Tu Feng immediately arranged the First Army and the CFEI, Second Army fought back, and Yi Jiazhen was responsible for the aftermath. As a result, a large number of Gene Essence came out and went straight to Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't panic after seeing it. Instead, it is one, the army and the people of the Second Army. Never seen. Fund wizard. So seeing these elves grow to be huge, I was also frightened. Even Jai Lei who fought Yi Feng also smoked and swallowed. Plum. Yi Feng immediately used his soul power to build a soul power Wa to isolate them from the Gene elves. Afterwards, Yi Feng summoned Hoopa, Chaochu and Hoopa. He summoned the elves again, and the elves instantly fell into a melee. Yi Feng found that the strength of the Gene elves this time is higher than the last time. Maybe the organization behind it has researched something. Yi Feng knew that he couldn't be careless, since the organization behind him chose to put Gene elves in the second military area. It means that it is directed at him. He is responsible for the Avera responsibility of the second jurisdiction. If the second jurisdiction is we protected, it will be ineffective. 9. As for who put the Gene elves in, this will have to be checked later. Now what is in front of Yi Feng is how to deal with these Gene elves present. 1. It is easy to deal with them with Yi Feng's strength. But there are other people in the military's second jurisdiction. Especially the children of the aristocratic families. In case they just don't have long eyes, they just bumped into the Gene elf and got hurt. This is probably difficult to explain to the family. It is estimated that the organization behind it has figured out this point before choosing to release the base at this time. Because of Elf 2, Yi Feng resolutely lined up. The people with elves in the second year of the new year first summoned their elves and then besieged. Angry. Control the Gene elves within a range. After that, they will be wiped out in one phase swoop. If the Gene elves are out to run around and hurt anyone they see, I am afraid that the strength of the military's second jurisdiction will also be greatly damaged. Origine, the strength of the current second jurisdiction is not the same as before. If there are any twists and turns, Yi Feng is not easy to explain. So the people below heard that Yi Feng's deployment committee has started to operate. After solidarity, to unanimous confrontation, Gene. The elves are a controde in the Yiya training ground. And the people from the training ground have long since withdrawn. The children of the aristocratic family were also transferred to a very safe place by Yi Jiazhen according to Yi Feng's instructions. Yi Feng summoned the Hand of Darkness and grabbed the Gene elf to pieces. The army commander and the second army commander were stunned when they saw Yi Feng's strength, not to mention the people under him. They thought that because Yi Ku was so young, there must be some backing behind him to sit in this position, but they never thought that Yi Feng's strength was so awesome. The commander of the First Army and the commander of the Shuijin had the opinions about Yi Qing before them in an instant. Holding back to my heart, in this world, strength is the criterion. Yi Feng's elites are divine beasts, and their strength is so strong. They have no face to oppose people like Yi Feng. After Yi Feng finished, he saw the commander of the First Army and the Second Army over, and after arranging some things, a few of them went to do it. And Yi Feng also informed everyone to gather at the military station. After a long time, the personnel were assembled, and the First Army commander and the others also returned from their work. The dozens of children of the 10 families were also brought out by Yi family Zhengkong's security grounds, and stood under the military station. What happened this time is definitely not accidental. You who crowded with people outside did these things and took the initiative to stand up, otherwise I would find out and end up. But it's a bit serious. Yi Feng actually knew when he said this. Who did this? The things he just asked the First Army and Second Army to investigate are the nearest staff on duty and those who have changed. After the First Army and Second Army completed the investigation, they found that the people on the night shift were veterans. They would not commit such a thing, because it is not ruled out. Possibility of being bought off. So they checked down with their economic chain, especially the recent economic situation. As a result, the investigation turned out to be true. Among them, those on the night shift in the food camp and the training ground were very close to Qianlong of the Qian family and Ouyang Jin of the Ouyang family. Chapter 430 Fancy Trick. After Yi Feng listened to the reports of the First Army commander and the Second Army commander, he understood what was going on. Qian Xian and Ouyang Jin. What were you two doing last night? Yi Feng roared, causing them to shiver. They just stood there and didn't expect Yi Feng to say out the names of the two of them. They thought that what they were doing was not leaking. In the end, the Bu people caught the trick. I saw that Qianlong was in his dangling and arrogant posture, and I was the best in the world. Saying that the two of them slept last night just slept outside the tent. It's too hot in the barracks. It stinks, he can't stand it. The two of them can testify against each other. After Yi Feng heard what he said, he did not speak, but asked the commander of the First Army and the Second Army to bring the two people on duty. Come up. When Qianlong and Ouyang Jin saw the two people, their feet soft eyes. Their actions directly betrayed them. Yi Fenghao was not angry. Caught the two of them on the stage with soul power. Do you know what the consequences of what you've done wib? Yi Feng stood in front of the two of them and questioned them. Who knew that Qianlong looked indifferent? Anyway, it's nothing. Is there? I just looked at that thing and was curious. I just released it to play and didn't cause any substantial losses. Besides, after any losses, our Qian family wi pay for the money, and our Qian family wi pay for it. Before Qianlong could finish speaking, Yi Feng slapped him directly. The people in the audience took a breath of air when they saw Yi Feng's actions. They didn't expect that Yi Gui would hit Qianlong directly in front of so many people. After Qianlong was the young master of the Qian family. Don't put your tricks in front of me, even if the people from your Qian family come. You have to ask me if I agree or not, and say who contacted you. Yi Feng continued to ask after finishing typing. Qianlong's eyes are red now, and half of his face has been swollen from Yi Feng's beating. Ouyang Jin by Yi Feng. These are from the money insurance system. I just flew with him for a while, and it has nothing to do with me. Ouyang Jin was seen by Yi Feng, and he quickly spoke out tremblingly. Trash. Qianlong scolded after hearing that Ouyang Jin betrayed him. As a result, as soon as he finished scolding, he was kicked by Yi Feng to the bottom of the podium. The people in the second jurisdiction and the rest of the aristocratic families can see that Tu Feng's foot is famous. It is estimated that Qianlong's supporting bone was kicked off by Yi Feng. I saw Qian Sui Fei to the ground, my face was pale, and my face was so painful that I couldn't get up. What happened today? I continue to investigate. If anyone has any news, Feel free to come to me and tame me. But if anyone wants to be a demon, I accept them provided you can save your life. Yifeng after he finished speaking, he ignored Qianlong and Ouyang Jinsheng and left. Yifeng did not order, and no one else dared to touch the two of them. The two of them could only stay at the point of soldiers, and Ouyang Jin would be miserable if Qianlong was better. He had never experienced such a thing since he was a child, and now, he felt that his whole body was in excruciating pain. And he couldn't move, but the rules later let the military doctor treat him for a while, but he broke 2 bones after a year, and nothing else mattered. Toss him like this once. At least let him calm down, but Yifeng knows. This thing will not be simple. Sure enough, after the second day, the Qian family and the Ouyang family came. As soon as the people from the Qian family came, they roared to find Yifeng to settle accounts, and he wanted to see his son. The Ouyang family did not make any comments. In fact, their family was forcibly dragged by the Qian family this time. Yi Ti heard the voice of a middle-aged man from afar. It's there to keep Ying. Middle-aged man walked straight towards Yifeng after seeing Okadao coming. Just as he was about to make any move, he was stopped by Yifeng's soul power. The man found that his soul power had disappeared. He didn't know what Yifeng had done. He stared at Yifeng in disbelief. Yifeng told him that what Qianlong had done had directly threatened the peace of the world. As the general head of the military's second jurisdiction, he should make a decision for this matter, and since this matter is led by Qianlong, then of course the main responsibility will be borne by his son. Face Europe. Yangjin is only an auxiliary role, and he has not done any substantive transactions. He will handle it lightly. The man from the Qian family said angrily after hearing it. Why should my son take full responsibility? My son doesn't think he will do it. I know his courage. Yifeng shook his head after listening, and then Yifeng explained the ins and outs of this matter to Qianmi's father. Make it clear. I believe that if you were placed in the middle of the Foundation elves, you would definitely be torn to pieces by them. If it weren't for the fact that I happened to be here that day. I'm afraid the military first. Everyone in the 2 jurisdictions will be destroyed by the gene elves he brought. Isn't the life of these 100,000 people not life? He went to harm so many people by himself. And these people are the 10 soldiers who are leading the way for the world, and I must be responsible for them. If you have any doubts, see you in court. After Yifeng said these words, he stared at Qianlong's father. Qianlong's father's soul power is now restricted by Yifeng. Even if he wants to do something, can't do it either. Then how will longer be dealt with? He asked without confidence. Yifeng looked at him. I instantly felt that the poor parents in the world are SMA, this is what the poor people must hate. If it weren't for their overindulgence, Qianlong may not grow to this step. Whenever Qianlong made a mistake, they wiped his ass. To make Qianlong think that no matter what he does, he is stared at by the family, which is a waste of money regardless of the consequences. This kind of behavior will be self-reported sooner or later. It's too difficult to save his life in this situation. Yifeng shook his head regretfully. When Qianlong's father heard this, he fell down on the chair next to him. My money family is just this baby. Damn, how could he die? I saw Qianlong's father's eyes blank. However, if he cooperates with his work and speaks out about the people who instructed him, it is estimated that there will be a change. Yifeng gave Qianlong's father hope again. Yifeng told Qianlong's father. He has to say these words. If Qianlong sees Yifeng, he will not say it. Was hope in Qianlong's father's eyes, and he hurriedly followed the guidance of the military doctor. Arrived at Qianlong's ward Qian. Chapter 431 Re-enter the world. Qianlong was lying on the hospital bed at this time. The pain of the broken bone has already made him unable to raise his soul power to block the pain. For a person like him who has never suffered this kind of pain, the current situation can be imagined. Qianlong's father went outside the ward under the guidance of the military doctor. The moment he pushed the door in, Qianlong hurriedly grabbed the quilt. He thought he was here. Longer 2 inches. His father's direct voice made him stick his head out, the moment he saw his father. He cried, "Father, you are finna here. I'm going to die of pain." The physical pain was perfectly displayed on his face. His father was also very distressed when he saw him. "Longer, tell me quickly, who ordered you?" His father was anxious. "Father, why do you even favor them?" Qianlong's expression changed instantly when he heard what his father asked him. He said east. The people of the family Wi never go west, and no matter what wrong he makes alone, it is not wrong for him, the family and father Wi solve it for him. It was his grandfather who would punish him. Every time he was blocked by his father, but why didn't his father help him this time? He resented the military camp in his heart, and he hated this place in Yifeng. And with 2 points of hatred. "Longer, if you don't tell me your life, I'm afraid I can't keep it. You are good. Tell your father who ordered you first. Father Wi never be involved in this incident and you believe in your father's family." Qianlong's father hurriedly comforted him. But he didn't appreciate it. Just relying on him, how could he dare to key me? I am Qianlong and my grandfather of the Qian family's only lineage. It is impossible for me not to help me with this kind of problem. Qianlong's father was also very helpless when he saw his expression. He knew that this child had been accustomed to him. Just say a word. I don't care whether you say it or not, whether it's life or death." The father who was already lying here waiting for the outboard bar was angry. He had never lost his temper at Qianlong. Qianlong panicked when he saw his father getting mad at him, and only now did he realize that this time, his father might not be able to do anything. Otherwise put it in the past. Father is absolutely not like this. Under his father's temper, Qianlong hesitantly told the whole story. It turned out that on the night he first arrived, that is, the night he was ordered to clean the training ground, there was one person who came to him. The Golden Man claimed to be the camp of a ration office of the army, brought him some food, and said that he had never been. They are not used to the second jurisdiction's style of arrogance and oppression. So the two soon became a piece of film. Later, when Qianlong and Ouyang Jin were fined again, this person was also asking for help. Later, this person gave Qianlong a trick, which was to release the Jin elves. Of course, that person just said some lessons to these people in the second jurisdiction, and did not say the strength of these elves. In order to get revenge, Qianlong didn't care about these things, and soon began to implement them. They bought a few more night shift workers and signed up for the operation. 8. After Qianlong's father heard. With a deep sigh, when Qianlong came to the second jurisdiction, it was also to temper Qianlong's temperament. Made such a big mistake. Qianlong's father asked him the name of that person again, but Qianlong couldn't say it again, just said it was Xiao Li. But Qianlong said he remembered what the man looked like. Qianlong's father quickly went to explain what Qianlong said to Yifeng. After Yifeng heard it, he saw the commander of the First Army. Have them strictly search for recent access. Yifeng knew that with the ability of the organization behind it, the little Li of that institute was definitely not in the second jurisdiction now, but Yifeng Sti wanted to know who this person was. When did it slip away, and what it looks like. Duo. However, the appearance can also be pirated. After Yifeng has used Yirong many times to carry out exploration work. The First Army Commander Jian Yifeng, how should Qianlong and Ouyang Jin be placed externe? This question is indeed a relatively difficult point. Even Yifeng knows how much wrong Qianlong has made. But the Qian family is a noble family after If he just sent Qianlong to the execution ground, Zhang Chen's side Wi definitely lose a support, but if they don't give the people in the second jurisdiction to Jin explained, Yifeng's side, there Wi be problems again. The trick behind the organization is straight and insidious. The Socade magic height is 1 foot high and the road is 1 zhang high. Yifeng thought of a wonderful solution, which would not only AOW the Qian family to treat Zhang Dewei, but also clean up Qianlong. The punishment for this incident came down on the third day after Qianlong became a demon queen. Origine, according to Qianlong's plot. Surely he wi die, but forgive him for being used. And recognize mistakes with sincerity. So, give him a chance. During military service, contradictions with any hair wi be sent directly to death row. But this incident caused most of the granary to be worn out. Need the money family to fight in the body. In addition, there are several casualties, and the Qian family needs to be fully responsible, and must not use threats and other means. Be strictly supervised. And why was Qianlong's father so impatient? He didn't come out with the punishment until 3 days after this incident happened. Jin. It turned out that Yifeng was waiting for the Qian family to ask Zhang Chen for mercy. Zhang Chen, as the top leader of the world, must know about this matter. Moreover, Yi Shang wi definitely report this matter. If Zhaogui doesn't work out, who wi the Qian family go to? The answer is Zhang Chen. Point. As long as the people of the Qian family find Zhang Chen and Yifeng, they wi design for them to enter the street. For the people of the Qian family, as long as they can save Qianlong's life. After what Qianlong did. The severity of the festival is self-evident. Zhang Chendi can also say Qianjia to save face. This can also get the support of the Qian family. The only downside of this matter is that the people behind the organization didn't find out that Little Li was similar to what Yifeng thought, and the first army commander didn't find any clues, so it must be 3.9 who went out after disguising. Yifeng decided to close the single world again, since genetic engineering has no virtue, then Yifeng wi let it stop forcibly. The matter of the gene elf made Qianlong even more difficult to treat in the second jurisdiction, because Yifeng, the disposition he came down was that he could not send money to anyone in the second jurisdiction. There are disputes, so even if someone finds fault with him, he can only endure it. His days in the barracks now. It can be said, life is better than death. But when Yifeng dealt with him at the beginning, he said that Qianlong could only stay in the military camp, and the people of the Qian family could look at things every 2 weeks, so as not to make mistakes. After Yifeng had almost settled the matter here, he went to Zhang Zan and General Long to discuss the matter of entering the inner world again. Chapter 432 Qin Hao subdues and bites Lu Shark. Zhang Chen and General Long told Yifeng, the matter of gene elves is too important. The appearance of such a clumsy amount of gene elves this time shows that the organization behind them has begun to reserve a lot. Therefore, after discussion and research, it was decided that the Soul Master Association and the military should work together to do this. The representative of the military is General Long, and the Soul Master Association is the president. The people sent by both sides are Sheng Feng and Wu Wenwei. Besides, Zhang Chen and General Long also sent Yifeng the fastest and most advanced warship in the world so far. Not only does it have an automatic control mode, but the space that can be accommodated is also super too. Yifeng from the Yi family army broadcast a little manpower to participate in this operation. But because of the previous peace agreement, the battleships in the outer world cannot enter the inner world. Therefore, Yifeng made the battleships dock at the passage of the outer world. Wu Wenwei also picked out from the hands of credible people and connected the battleship. Yifeng and Wu Wenwei had to take any action in 1 day, and let the battleship arrive as quickly as possible. After Yifeng finished these preparations, he sent a message to Qin Hao. 25 Let Taiho get ready to meet him in Yancheng of the world. After Yifeng and Wu Wenwei arrived in Yancheng, they found that the current Yancheng is very good under Qin Hao's governance, and it looks orderly. And Qin Hao now has his own army. Can defend alone, wi not be bide, after Yifeng sees Qin Hao like this. He was very happy in his heart that he knew that Qin Hao had also achieved something in the previous battle. Yifeng came here this time and brought Qin Hao a gift, that is, Lu Yu's divine beast Yila bit Lu's shark. Yifeng thinks that Qin Hao's attributes are a good match for Lu Shark's fierce bite. Just to see if Qin Hao has this charm to convince people. After seeing Yifeng, Qin Hao hammered Yifeng's shoulder. Looking at Yifeng's strength, he immediately fell down. Can't you not be so perverted, the promotion is so fast. Let me live, Qin Hao said angrily. However, Qin Zhu returned to normal immediately after seeing Wu Wenwei. The Westerner shook hands. Bite Lu Shark when Qin Hao was not paying attention. Qin Hao's eyes went straight after seeing the divine beast. Here, this is your new divine beast 8 inches. Qin Hao looked at the divine beast with envy. As if drooling. This is for you, just to see if the two of you have fate. Yifeng said seriously. Staring at this divine beast, he did not expect to have. Chao Zero himself can also have a divine beast. After seeing the divine beast that vomited in front of Yi, he was also very envious. Having a divine beast is the dream of every soul master. It's a pity that there are too few divine beasts, and he didn't even have the chance to touch them. Unexpectedly, Yifeng gave him a divine beast. So Qin Hao brought Yifeng and the divine beast to his back mountain, and he began to subdue it, while Wu Wenwei went to stroll around. In the process of subduing, the beasts in the early stage were very resistant, and later with the help of Yifeng. Qin Hao also found a little kiln door. To convince the beast, is to let the beast know that you have that. The ability to protect it comprehensively and treat the beasts with enough sincerity, so. Tae Ho released his strength. While using words to appease the beast. Although Qin Hao's strength is relatively weak compared to Yifeng, he is the best among young people, so this mythical beast chose to sign a contract after struggling for a long time. In this way, Qin Hao signed his first contract divine beast. After signing the contract, he couldn't mention how happy he was, even walking with wind. Seeing Qin Hao's happy appearance, Yi Yang also sincerely expressed his excitement. He knew how heavy Tae Hao's complaint was. Qin Hao wanted to advance, not to use your own hind legs, that means used a lot. After Qin Hao subdued Lai biting Lu Shark, Yifeng explained the origin of this visit. Qin Hao took Yifeng Karafui to a place. It turned out that Qin Hao himself organized an intelligence network in the inner world. Mian Yancheng is the center of the intelligence network. Qin Hao's intelligence network was established very successfully. Because after the end of the internal and external world war, the economy began to recover, and businessmen began to work again, and Qin Hao first collected information on various businessmen for classification. Sometimes there will be some businesses out of pressure to compete. The partner's purpose is to pay Qin Hao and the others to say intelligence. Qin Hao has also risen from this step by step, until now with Qin Hao's various abilities. Some other things could be found, including genetic engineering that Yifeng wanted to know about. Of course, there are not many things that can be detected, but it is enough for Yifeng. With Yifeng's reconnaissance ability, there is only one side. He can find other places, just like the gene factories they destroyed in front of the public. I saw that Qin Hao opened his intelligence center and went through layers of filtering. Ning identified 2 places, but one place was in. On an island surrounded by the sea, there is a place not far from here. Yifeng decided to go to the place not far from here and solve the trick first. One more solution. Origine, Qin Hao was going to go with Yifeng. But Yifeng refused. Yifeng said that Qin Hao should be guarded in Yancheng. Guard him in the rear. 923. And if Qin Hao left Yancheng with him, no one would be able to vent what happened. After Wu Wenwei and Yifeng were ready. Just started off. Qin Hao understands Yifeng's thoughts. After experiencing so much with Yifeng, Qin Hao understands Yifeng's way of doing things. So he did not force the choice to stay behind. In this way, Yifeng and Wu Wenwei went to a gene factory close to Yancheng according to the map. When they were about to approach the gene factory, Yifeng could clearly feel the power of a magnetic field sucking Chen's soul force. Yifeng believes that this should be a means of the organization behind it. 2. As long as the Soul Master approaches the gene factory, the soul force will be absorbed by the magnetic field. After the soul power drops, the combat value will inevitably drop. Sure enough, Wu Wenwei was next to Yifeng. Yifeng could clearly see the passage of her soul power, and Wu Wenwei could do nothing. But behind. What the organization did not expect was that this would not work for Yifeng at A. Yifeng was, after A, the god of darkness. When Yifeng used the power of darkness, the magnetic field had no effect on him at A. In this way, Yifeng released the power of darkness to wrap himself in Wu Wenwei. He continued to walk towards the gene factory. After walking, he saw the gene factory not far from him, and Yifeng stopped first. Chapter 433 Frenzied. At the moment of seeing the gene factory, Yifeng clenched the fist in his hand and organized these people as if he had no heart at A. It is really disgusting to experiment with people and elves. Yifeng broke into the door simply and rudely. After opening the door, I found that there are no elves in this gene factory, which means that this is just a gene factory for making gene batteries, and Ba Yifeng feels a little better. Before Yifeng could take a grab a human, how many gene factories are used to make elves? The person who said to soil 10. Then he died. It's this method again, Yifeng Jun is feeling convinced. Can't the organization behind it change some moves? After A, it's your members, Yifeng became more and more angry. He turned his anger into soul power, and wantonly broke the factory. The most ordered gene factory ended with an explosion of destruction. After he destroyed this worker, he remembered the 20 mentioned by that person in his mind. If there are more than 20, it would be too unconscionable. He is the owner of the Elf God Island. You can't protect the elves. It was his greatest dereliction of duty. Wu Wenwei patted Yifeng on the back. Tell him not to put too much pressure on him, otherwise he won't be able to bear it. Yifeng Ji. Fu the map to find the island. Once you enter the sea, you have to use Mewtwo to fly. If the county sets up any mechanism on the sea, it is a living target. Yi rented a messenger to report to Zhang Chen. After a while, I told General Long about the situation. Now, Yi Shu and General Jing have similar positions, so Yi Shang, if you have anything, just report to Zhang Chen directly. Wu Wenwei also told her grandfather about the situation here. Her grandfather is also paying attention to the dynamics here at any time. Now Wu Wenwei can clearly feel that her grandfather has cultivated her as a successor, ready to let her after her grandfather's death. Support the Soul Master Association. And the second thing her grandfather thought was that Wu Wenwei and Yifeng seemed to have a good relationship, and the two often cooperated. When the Soul Master Association appeared in the future, Yi Shu could help Wu Wenwei to support the Soul Master Association. After talking about the situation, General Long and the president of the Spirit Master Association both recommended to leave the FA island first. In case it is a trap, then entering as a living target. Yifeng's opinion is that you can go to the island and have a look, since this factory is set up on the island. Surrounded by sea, it means that there must be something on the island that no one wants to be discovered. Now that island occupies the right place and the right place. Yifeng and the others went. Gotta sneak around. General Long and the president both know that Yifeng is a rough person, and they also rely on Yifeng to solve it. Just like that, Yi-Fa went to that island. Yifeng summoned Cheomeng and turned on the riding mode. Cheomeng took Yifeng and Wu Wenwei and flew according to the map. Yifeng found that they were looking at this sea area from the air. The color of the sea area is also a little different from normal. It seems that some strange things are happening in this sea area. There is no way to determine whether these strange things are the ghosts of the organization behind them. Just go. You can tell at a glance, so Yifeng first used Soulju to explore the road in front of them to see if there is anything similar to the previous magnetic field, and if there is any, it means that the relationship between this place and the Portuguese organization cannot be escaped. After flying for a while, Yifeng's soul power suddenly gave Yifeng a message, that is, there is a magnetic field. So Yifeng released the power of darkness. Wrap them up. When passing through the magnetic field, Yifeng found that the color of the sea area below the magnetic field became a little darker. It seems that this is Ray, the ghost behind the organization. Just don't know what they are doing on the island to pout the sea to this color. Wu Wenwei also noticed changes in the color of the sea area. If you Ray think about it, the elves behind the organization also used Hywidian. Just like the water elf, it becomes stronger when it encounters water. Yifeng also felt that Wu Wenwei's idea might be true. The organizations behind them cannot do anything for what they want. During the chat between the two, an island appeared in front of them. Yifeng and Wu Wenwei immediately began to conduct environmental assessments on the island. There were launch stations on the island, but they didn't know what they were used for. Nearly, a building directly connected to the mountain was also found. There are Dong Fa handles around the building. Yifeng was a little surprised after seeing the heavy soldiers. It stands to reason that the weight should also appear in this place. After the military can only be mobilized by the leaders of the inner world. Could it be? Yifeng didn't dare to think further. However, since there are heavy guards here, it means that it is very important for the organization behind it, and looking at the launch stations above, although I don't know what they are used for, they never do good things. So leaves. And Wu Wenwei used Cheomeng's teleport to move to the island before they noticed it. In a SMA corner, Cheomeng returned to Yifeng's elf space in. Yifeng and Wu Wenwei were groping towards the building. You can't scare the snake now. 18 words that startle the snake. There is nothing of value to be found. The two slowly groped and Fanei reached the bottom of the building. Yifeng used the power of darkness to protect him and Wu Wenwei, and fattened the ventilation openings of the building. After entering the vent, Yifeng judged the approximate direction according to the direction of the wind. The two of them should go in that direction. Soon Yifeng reached the position he judged. It can be seen from the dimension gap on the pass that this is an interesting and vast space. In the vast space, there are countless computers, countless circular containers and countless conduits connecting these things, and of those circular containers are water-based elves. Yifeng Li Dehao is now determined. This is the second important factory of genetic engineering research elves. Yifeng decided to cut off their electricity first, so Shifeng asked Wu Wenwei to wait in place. He climbed to the control room from the vent and destroyed it with the dark Fang light capacitor box. Destroy the room. 9. For a moment, the building is pitch black. Gram 2 was cut off. Why did the power suddenly go out? Did someone break in? Okay. Enable backup power soon. The voices of the staff came one after another and the backup power was turned on. After the backup power was turned on, the conduits on the elves were suddenly connected to the launch station outside, and the launch station launched several incomparably huge conduits, and these conduits went straight to the bottom of the sea. The elves' fortresses sweet up. Yifeng Fanei knew what the purpose of those launch stations was. Yifeng couldn't bear the painful struggle of these elves any longer. Chapter 434 Spike. Yifeng came out of the vent to reach Taiyuan. The person in the Ha who was manipulating the direction of the catheter found Yifeng. He hadn't had time to speak yet. He was pinched by Yifeng's dark power. Crushed directly. Immediately, Yifeng destroyed the device of the command conduit. At this time, the people in the factory found it. 2 sound engine reports received and delivered. Dozens of people in lab coats climbed the wings. Soon, the heavy people outside the factory came in one after another to surround Yifeng. After Wu Wenwei saw it, he even rushed out. As a result, Yifeng picked up the messenger. Sent her a message with a communicator. Bei, don't move yet, maybe there's a big guy behind. Waiting for them. Now these shrimp soldiers and crabs will be solved by Yifeng alone. Wu Wenwei observed in the dark first, and told him if there was any change. After speaking, Yifeng put down the messenger. He looked at the people in front of him and felt that they were not only ignorant, but the mountains were also bad. No longer qualified to live in this world I see. Elves coexist peacefully with humans. They signed a contract with each other to protect each other's more important things, but now this balance is being broken. They use elves to forcibly create elves and also use elves' soul power to make other things. 127e. They are people who treat elves like machines. With the scientific knowledge they have acquired, to ship those things to elves and people. And it wipe the tie like that. They are no longer qualified to live in this land. Yifeng appeared as the island owner of Elf God Island, and sometimes casualties in Jingquan battles were unavoidable, but other than that, a laboratory like this was not a place for elves to go. Yifeng didn't say anything nonsense to the people who surrounded him. Instead, he directly wrapped these people with the power of darkness. He also mixed in the soul-devouring power, devouring the soul power possessed by these people. Yifeng looked at the painful expressions of these people, and felt a little more comfortable in his heart. Yifeng summoned Cheomeng and Hoopa again. Let Cheomeng and Hoopa rescue the elves who were conspicuous. After releasing the elves, hurry up and make the elves go to a safe place. Yifeng felt that a group of powerful things were approaching him. He wasn't sure what it was. Therefore, he must protect these elves first. When Yifeng absorbed almost of the soul power of the people who surrounded him, he withdrew Shangla's soul power. Destroy the equipment in the factory with the power of darkness. Yifeng is destroying those experimental supplies. At the time, Wu Wenwei used a messenger to send over quickly, saying that at 4 o'clock in the direction of this maple, a group of people in black robes came. 2. Yifeng passed the coupon. Stare at them. The first impression that these people gave to the question was that these people came from the organization behind them. Since the people behind the organization can now meet, this is also good news for Yifeng. Yifeng glanced at their rank series, A of which were above the 9th rank. And there were 5 or 6 people who came. Yifeng, you can come this far. It surprises us. No wonder our 5 brothers are asked to take action this time. You can slowly enjoy being by us. Such a selfish process. The head of the 5 people. He said to Yifeng in a tactless manner. Many. I can also worship your eyes and the friendships you have made here. I am truly ashamed. Now I educate you with your parents. You don't have to say anything too outrageous to hurt me. Let's see if you have this strength first. After Yifeng finished speaking, he released the hand of darkness. Unexpectedly, the 5 brothers made a defensive formation and dripped the blood of each of them into the eyes of the formation. The formation started instantly. Yifeng's dark hand. When approaching the formation, Qian or Jing was defended. Yifeng saw that the hand of darkness was not a blow in front of this formation. Frowned. It seems that you were prepared for your work. Yi Yongtuan said, these 5 brothers must have figured out his various exercises and moves, including his dark hand. He. The 5 brothers smiled at Yifeng in danger. However, your preparations are incomplete. Yifeng was about to release the dark whirlwind. Yifeng knew about the dark whirlwind. The people behind the organization must not know that he has this move or because he uses this. When it comes to the move, it is time to eliminate the old Lu family. At that time, there were no other people around him except Meibao and General Long. Drinking Yifeng can be sure that they do not know this move, and they have not taken any precautions. No matter how powerful their formation is. In Yifeng's dark whirlwind also vulnerable. But maybe after this battle the people behind the organization study how to crack his dark whirlwind up. But that be discussed later. Now key these people in front of you. Hire a black whirlwind, fooled by these 4 words, a tornado fei. Out of thin air, Yifeng's heavy sun. The force is injected into the tornado, and the tornado begins to operate. The dark whirlwind went straight towards the 5 people. Those 5 people chose to summon the spirits of the array to attack Yifeng. And injected some soul power. But these are useless to Yifeng. Yifeng summoned the devouring elves and Pikachu to deal with their elves late. I am afraid that no one can break the dark whirlwind. No matter how strong their defenses are. It's not a problem in front of the dark wind. When the dark wind blows. Except for Yi Gang's hand of darkness, the 5 brothers were shattered instantly. And the 5 brothers. He was also successfully involved in the whirlwind, and Yi Feng continued to inject the soul-devouring power into it. After swallowing the soul power of the 5 brothers, Yi Feng believed that after the devouring elves had swallowed these 10,000 people, the level of the elves would definitely be improved. Because so many people's weddings have just been devoured. Yi Feng appeared behind you again. Wu Wenwei's voice came from the training machine again. After Tu Feng heard it, he did not turn his head, but asked the system to closely observe the person behind him. After the system observed Tei Gui that the person behind the thought is above the 9th grade. But that person did not intend to take action against Yi Feng. Yi Feng asked Wu Wenwei to be ready at any time. Only as soon as that person broke out, Wu Wenwei came out to resist first. Yi Feng cleaned up the people here first. And then turned to look into the dark whirlwind. The 5 brothers couldn't support Yi Feng's attack at A, and the earth aperture was bleeding. Chapter 435 The relationship between the organization behind and the world. Soon the 5 brothers lost their breath after the earth aperture bleeds. Yi Feng sucked the dark whirlwind back and turned around again, facing the man who was standing behind him earlier. The man behind him watched him playfully and applauded after he had dealt with the 5 brothers. It seems that Shu Biao's world has finally come out with a person behind the organization behind the confrontation. You should be Yi Feng. Your father also sacrificed for the organization behind the confrontation. I used to do things with your father. I like his character. I like it very much, but it's a pity in the end. The words that the person said made Yi Feng not to understand. Who the he are you two? You are not the people behind the organization. Yi Feng felt that this matter was not so simple, and the identity of this hollow-up pointing triangle was definitely not ordinary. The original group he appeared here. Of the apprentices of the top leader of the single world K-Ren. The organization behind it appeared as early as 100 years ago. It's just that his founder was a famous soul master who was a sensation in the world at that time. And the purpose behind the organization he created was originate to protect the inner world when necessary. And usually do some. The thing about punishing evil and promoting good. But after that soul master Fei, the organization behind it began to change. The group of people organized by that spirit master were bewildered by another person. That person has always been the enemy of the souls organized behind the creation. And when that person thoroughly grasped the organization behind it, the organization behind it was developed. Such a pattern today. In fact, every time the leader of the organization behind it is the leader of the world. These are things no one else knows about. But he knew the person who appeared in front of Yi Feng now. Take this seat. And was brute keyed. He has been alive for the purpose of just to avenge his master. So later, by chance, I also met Yi Ji's father. They did not do it together, but he was luckier than Yi Feng's father and survived the war. Later, he has been waiting for someone who can fight against the organization behind him to appear. And just recently, he also heard about the Gene Elves appearing in the second jurisdiction of the world military. Origine, he was quite puzzled. Gene Elves should not appear in the surface world. Later he inquired a lot. Know the purpose of the organization behind it. It was to deal with Yi Feng. He thought that Yi Feng would definitely take the initiative to attack, so he was here waiting for Yi Feng. Yi Yu thought that his efforts would pay off, so he finally waited for Shengfeng. And I was relieved when I saw how Yi Jinbao keyed the 5 brothers today. If Yi Feng's strength has not reached this level, he never Tei Yi Ji these things. At least for Yi Feng's father to have a descendant to continue. The reason why the organization behind it can continue to develop now is because of the involvement of various forces behind it. If any two of them have other ideas, they be keyed by other forces. That's why the organization behind it can be so rampant, or genetic engineering on such a large scale. And if Yi Fengruji wants to completely destroy the organization behind it, it be more difficult in terms of advanced stage. What the pager can do now is to plant the gene factory. But if Yifeng Ray encounters someone who is too big in the organization behind him, his life may not be saved. Therefore, it is not supported for Yifeng to explore blindly. Yifeng understood after listening to what this man said. Yifeng also knew to use Yifeng's current strength to fight against the entire organization behind it. But what he had to face was an entire organization. Moreover, the organization was so careful and ruthless that it made his scalp tingle just thinking about it. And according to what this person said, the top leader of the world must know the existence of the organization behind it. Since he knows that he indulges the organization behind it, the top leader of the world may be inseparable from the organization behind it. And combined with the attitude of the world's top leaders towards Yifeng before, Yifeng came over suddenly. It turns out that no one is born to be boring. There are many factors. Just when Yifeng was thinking about these things, at that time, that person gave Yifeng a map and Yifeng opened the map. Find the ones marked on the map. It is the location where the gene factory exists in the inner world. And it also marked in detail which gene factories had fund elves in them. Yifeng glanced at the man. The man smiled. Maybe after today, we don't have many chances to meet. So this time I'm going to give you the things I use. These are the things I know. There is a genetically engineered zone. And the map in your hand is also drawn by myself based on what I have investigated, and the accuracy rate in it is quite high. You can first. They were destroyed one by one according to this life. The forces behind the organization are too huge, in order to be able to annihilate them in one phase swoop in the future. We are now doing a lot of preparations. And what you need to know is that you are not fighting alone. You are not the only one who will destroy the organization behind it. There are many people like me who are working hard behind it. The man left after saying that. Yifeng holds that map in his hand, reckoning what this person did after he appeared. This person first stood on Yifeng's back. After observing Yifeng's fighting style, he told Yifeng a lot of things that Yifeng didn't know. Then gave him the map. And after this person gave him the map, he never told him too much. Instead, he gave the map and left. Especially the last words the man said. Not only feeling but also fighting alone. But what Yifeng praises now is that he is fighting alone. Gee. Yifeng shook his head. Don't think about these things. He first sawed Wu Wenwei out with a messenger and Wu Wenwei cleaned up the place. After they also found that there was nothing to destroy, they left here first. Of course, it must have been blown up before leaving. After Yifeng made sure that the transfer of the elves was safe from Hoopa, he asked Cheomeng to come back and take him back to the world first. Yigui left Paikajin and asked Hoopa to place the elves for 3 nights. Chapter 436 Cleaning Operation. After doing these things, Yifeng asked Cheomeng to bring him and Wu Wenwei back to the world. After returning to the Watch World, he asked Wu Wenwei to go back to the Soul Master Association L to ca his grandfather to the political Ha. He was going to take the matter to the political queen. Yifeng also saw the general's mansion. General Long. After Yifeng saw the general on the ground, also went to the political Ha. After the stone thing is near, Zhang Chen opened a conference room, and after a while, the president of the Soul Master Association and Wu Wenwei arrived. After arriving, Yifeng began to talk about when Yi General told what he knew this time. Zhang Chen and General Long and Wu Wenwei's grandpa has mixed feelings in his heart. They never thought that the world's top leader would come into this muddy water. It was unexpectedly unexpected. Now that Lu Er knows about it, it must have a new strategic plan. What's more, Yifeng now has a map beside the rope. They can destroy these gene factories based on Diong. 4. So Yifeng and the others began to make plans, and Yifeng and Wu Wenwei would lead the team directly, but this time there would be General Long and General Tai in the field. They would send a few more warships to support and also send more people to go there. Otherwise, Yifeng and Wu Wenwei. Personal words. I guess both of them are going crazy. Moreover, the energy of the two is also limited. In this one battle, Yi Feng achieved very good results. Jin Yaoban asked Yi Yang and Wu Wenwei to go back and have a rest. After they have prepared the battleships and manpower and materials on their side. Then bring Yi Feng and the two of them here. After Yi Feng took the order, he went back to take his breath away. Mian Zhangxi and the others are also intensively preparing for it. At this time, somewhere in the world, a group of people sitting in a meeting in a very nice-looking castle and watching TV later. The world's supreme leader turn out to be. What they are doing here is how to deal with Yi Feng, and Yi Feng has now reached this point. These are things they hadn't thought of. It can be said that they never imagined that Yi Feng would be so strong, and even with his father's virtue, he wanted to key the organization. Two groups of people were there to discuss. Smiles from time to time. According to the highest thought in the world, that is to key directly and forcefully. Send out the strongest person in the organization and bring Yi Feng's head. On the other side, the military's second jurisdiction. General, A of our Yi family troops are willing to go to the battlefield with you. Just agree. Chapter 437 Revolt of the World. After Yi Feng approached the people in the Jean factory, he didn't say a word, directly destroy them one by two. The speed is so fast that people in the factory make Yi Feng and the Yi family army wipe out one and two. To be destroyed. Wu Wenwei has left behind some members of the Soul Master Association, so we can clean it up here to see if there is anything worth studying. After A, if genetic engineering can be researched to decipher it, then those gene batteries and gene elves wi not be afraid. One of them is that the organization behind the experiment is doing experiments on people and elves. This is not right, and they are getting worse and worse. Wu Wenwei Ray couldn't understand the thoughts of those who were willing to organize these experiments behind the scenes. Wu Wenwei forwarded Yi Feng and the others to the next location after leaving behind the members of the Soul Master Association. Only soon, with the rapid advance of the battleship, they reached the third. SSTI the same as the last battle. With Yi Feng as the vanguard and Wu Wenwei at the back, the two cooperated very well. The first factory was successfully won. After winning the second 25 factories, Yi Feng opened the map to see the location of the third factory. After Yi Feng found the third factory. The first factory is Yi Feng, a factory with gene elves. When he thinks of gene elves, he gets angry. So they quickened their pace to the. At this time, there was news that the Gene Industrial Building had been taken over by the organization behind it, so they organized a meeting of internal staff. When Yi Feng and the others destroyed the third Gene factory, the team behind them also came up with a way to deal with them. Although the organization behind them doesn't know about Yi Feng, how did they find these factories, and they smashed back 3 in a row. But they judged Yi Feng according to the directions of the 3 factories that Yi Feng destroyed. Where to go? And the people behind the organization use Yi Feng, they are the people of the World Army to do it. Let the people of the World Army go to them. The eyeliner of the tissue behind the clump comes to report. Yi Feng and the others appeared out of thin air and disappeared out of thin air, so they judged that there should be some kind of transportation. The first method behind the organization to deal with Yi Feng and the others was to use the army of the inner world. They revealed to the army where Yi Feng was going next. The world sent the army there to ambush in advance. And Yi Feng and the others did flew the map to that place. When Yi Feng Wuxi got close, he noticed something was wrong, and there was a feeling that herbs were soldiers, so he used his soul power to explore the heart circle. He found that there were a limited number of soul power points around. Yi Feng knew that this place was ambushed. He told Wu Wenwei about this matter. After discussing it with Tu Feng, Wu Wenwei and Tu Feng decided to let a SMA team go out to investigate. They watched in the battleship to see who was setting an ambush here. So Yi Feng sent a team of Yi Jiazhen. Wu Wenwei sent a SMA team from the Soul Master Association, and the two teams set off from the left and right sides. Yi Xian and the others were observing very quickly in the battleship, and they sent. Now within the scope of the spirit circle that Yi Feng has searched, when the 2 men and horses walked in, they were surrounded by people in military uniforms. Yi Feng looked at the people in military uniforms and saw that those soldiers were from the army of the world. As for why they appeared here, it couldn't be simpler. With such a big movement of Yi Feng and the others, it's no wonder that the people who destroyed the organization behind the 3 gene factories are not in a hurry. He also wondered why the people behind the organization didn't take action. As a result, I was thinking about the organization behind it. But the people behind the organization are very powerful. They know how to use the army of the world to fight Renliu. Yi Feng looked at those with military photos. Although they surrounded the Yi family army and the Spirit Master Association's team, they did not immediately take action. Instead, he was there to observe. So Yi Feng wondered if these people didn't know the situation behind the organization. They came here to stay in a state of Mongolia. So Yi Feng decided to play a card of bitterness. Yi Feng asked Fu Wenwei to stay in the battleship. He got out of the battleship himself. Go directly in the direction of the encirclement. Soon Yi Zhou walked there. After the appearance of Tu Feng, a figure in the world army, the spear pointed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng did not release his soul power, nor summoned his elves, but started chatting with the army in the inner world. In fact, the content of Yi Feng's chat was why they came to participate in this mission. They came to participate in the series of things involved in this mission. The most important thing is that they are someone else's gun. And that person uses experimental technology to create some weapons that are not peaceful to the world inside and outside, and also once distributed these weapons to various warfish to make many people home. If there's anyone who can half the army, it's probably their family and friends. When the people in the World Army heard what Yi Feng said about the organization behind it and what the organization behind it did, they said they didn't believe it. Yi Feng told them that they could go to the next gene factory with Yi Feng to see what was in it, and let them know that there was such an organization under the surface of peace doing very disgusting things. And at this time suddenly there is another army in. The people headed by this army are a few people in black robes, and the army behind the black runners can see that he also uses the army that belongs to the inner world. This army. When they came, they immediately surrounded them. Among them are Yi Feng and Yi Jiazhen. It also includes the army of the inner world that surrounded Yi Feng and the others. The army in the inner world was also very surprised when they found out that they were surrounded by their own army, only to see the black-robed men pointing at Yi Feng. After Zibao, a few people in black robes and the people from the Li World Army who appeared for the first time began to attack Yi Feng too, and the people from the previous Li World Army pulled out of the encirclement and stood beside them. Before they knew what was going on, they found that the fight had already started. And they choose which side to take when they're not sure why it happened. Neither help. What Bai Yi Feng just told them is enough to blow their brains. So Yi Feng started a war with the army of the inner world and the black-robed people who appeared for the first time. For Yi Feng, the strength of these people is not enough. Yi Feng summoned his elf. This time Yi Feng summoned Hoopa. Hoopa withstood their attack after leaving the factory.